in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ back together again. This time for the long haul, unless there are vacations from the other guys in here I do not know about. I'm Sean Sharif, alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And let's get to the weekend as quickly as possible. One day down.
Yes, sir. The only actual work day of the week is today, Tuesdays.
Bobby told me he felt like there were more people on the roads yesterday than he anticipated. Did you feel the same way looking on out here or driving around with traffic?
Earlier. I felt there were more earlier than normal. Then as we got towards like the normal working rush hour, it felt light.
Pepe, driving around yesterday, everyone off, or a lot of people still running around?
Well, it's like President's Day is one of those that not everyone kind of goes by the rule. You know, some have off, some companies have off, schools have off, but teachers still have to go in. But so it was like it was slower, or like, you know, less people on the road, but there were still people out there, but better.
Had a house cleanup yesterday as we are showing this home today at 10:30 to hopefully be sold very, very soon.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Sunnyvale.
No. Like when the house is being looked at, where you go? Like,
well,
what's
today
the
is just like the realtor to come over to kind of scope it out.
Oh, I get you. Take pictures.
And then I have the decision to make. Like, this was kind of a passive tug of war with the wife where, look, when you have little kids, right, this has got to be a pain in the ass to sit there and show your house. It's got to be done. Like, it can only really be cleaned like the day before.
The hour before.
Yeah. Because he's going to come in, he's going to destroy everything. You're going to get, like, last night I was even like, okay, I'm not going to cook anything because I don't want to have dishes laying around. She's sitting there grinding away, cleaning everything up, packing everything, 7 months pregnant. And then I got to go ahead and deal with the backyard. I'm like, what's the purpose of even cleaning up these leaves? The wind is blowing out here 30 miles an hour. It's just going to get destroyed and all fall into the pool again. So yesterday was like all cleanup for the home to be looked at by the realtor. And I was like, you may as well take all your pictures right now because I ain't doing this again. I'm not doing this again. And then, you know, do you show it? I don't really want to show it while I'm living there because of this whole process of getting out of the house. Like you said, where am I going? How are you going to kill an hour or two?
Yeah, 2 hour window. A lot of times it's a 2 hour window.
Recleaning it, but then you wait until you move out to sell it and you're paying 2 mortgages.
You pay 2 mortgages, plus houses don't necessarily sell as well, they say, when they're empty. Because it's harder for people to see what could go where.
Yeah, staging it.
Yeah, because like so you pay to stage it, and that's a fee.
Not doing that.
You're paying 2 mortgages, that's a fee. Because it's like people want to see. It's easier to see how big a room would be with furniture in it.
I almost want to take one of those.
Cramped.
I almost want to take one of those spam calls where they're like, "Hey, I'm making you an offer right now. You can get an offer in 3 clicks."
Do it.
Do you think that any of those are legit?
Sometimes might be, but I wouldn't trust.
Hey,
them.
I was riding by your house. Are you at so and so address? And I was driving by, and you know I want to sit there and make an offer for you. So that whole freaking process is starting today. I binge watched Griselda on Netflix. I told Tolos to watch that, kind of like the female Narcos, the Godmother. With
that all in subtitles?
No. Well, there were subtitles. I feel like subtitles are always on my Netflix for some reason with the wife. But no, I could understand a decent amount of it. And it was pretty good. Have any of you seen it?
I don't have Netflix right now.
Oh, the Mike Bassick approach.
Yes, we don't have it at the moment. We'll get it at some point, I'm sure. But no, I've not seen it.
Pepe?
I have not seen it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll talk to myself then. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Yesterday's sports action, of course, you got All-Star break. People are already desperate to get the NFL back in the headlines. The guy's sending me contenders. I'm like, are we doing this already? Yeah. I mean, you got to do whatever you can to keep talking about the National Football League. We, of course, it was just weird driving in, listening to y'all's replay. It still doesn't feel real that the Rangers won the World Series.
It does not.
Like World Series champs. And I'm like, the Texas Rangers are the World Series champions. I still kind of can't get over it and absorb it.
No, I can't either. It doesn't feel real. And here we are. We're a day or two into full workouts of spring training, and it doesn't feel real. it's like they're about to defend their title. And it's like, okay. I mean, do we feel like we're ready for it? Do we feel like this team, we still don't know, like, was last year, were they playing over their heads last year? Were they what they are? Do we expect from 90 wins to 96 wins to 100 wins? You know, did they win the title and all of a sudden now they're a juggernaut for the next 8 years?
It's weird. With the 2 recent title defenses here, I haven't gone into the next year like feeling like the outright champ ready to defend. The Mavericks won it in 2011. Of course, they changed things up, and that did not end up working out. So you didn't go into that next year like, yeah, we're the big dog on the block. And this year, I'm feeling more like the champ compared to the 2011 Mavericks with the Rangers, but I'm still kind of shading towards, all right, we got what we got last year, and I'm not feeling like a big dog contender. It's like, okay, that was cake and icing, and I'm going to enjoy it for another full season,
right?
And kind of give them that mental pass of, all right, you're old and you're injured and you're strapped financially. It doesn't feel like, okay, here we are ready to repeat.
Amen.
It's kind of coming at it from an underdog standpoint. That's just me.
I totally agree. Like, I think there's a lot of people around the sport that thought this was a good baseball team, but not like the world champs last year. They were a good team, but that that played over their heads to get to the playoffs in the first place.
They never lost a road playoff game.
I know.
That right there it's not fluky, it's freaky.
It's freaky. It is. I mean, no, there's no doubt. And that's kind of the issue that they're going to run into this year with the perception and the projections is that where are they? What truly are they? Because they played the postseason like a team that won 115 games in the regular season.
Yeah.
Not a team that barely scratched 90.
The Evan Carter move felt like a desperation. I still remember driving back from Emerald Custom Pools. I had the appointment, and Bassick was like, they're going to probably just throw Evan Carter up here. Why not? Yeah. It's just kind of like a throw it against the wall and see what happens.
Right.
Whereas this year with Wyatt Langford, little bit different feel. But what was real was the Stars taking on the Mass Holes yesterday.
Blake Smith, the ex-Bruin, closes and Swayman makes the stop. The puck was in motion, and the Bruins salvage a victory.
My gosh, listen to that crowd. Are you kidding me? Boston television with the call. The Bruins snap a 4-game losing streak with a 4-3 win over the Stars with 2 powerhouses going at it.
Powerhouse is the key word. And Boston's not even close to the team they were last year. Now, the team they were last year got bounced early.
Historic team, right?
They were historic. I mean, they had I think they've already reached their loss total from last year. They were nuts. They were nuts last year. And this year, they're a good team. Yeah, they're a really good team, but they're barely better than the Stars are this year. And this game kind of showed it. I mean, these two teams played even through 3 periods and an overtime.
Last year, trying to get the win total, 12 losses. 65-12.
Stupid.
And yesterday was their 12th loss.
Yeah.
33-12-11.
Yep, 33-12-11.
First in the Atlantic still. But this one went to a shootout.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is a tough stretch for the Stars. We talked about it. They had Edmonton, they've got Boston, they got the Rangers, they've got Ottawa. They come back here, then they go to Colorado. It's a tough stretch.
And are they getting people fired with what's happening in Nashville?
They are. Well, not fired necessarily, but definitely on notice. So the Stars beat Nashville 9-2 last week. This was last week. Well, Nashville had a game in St. Louis over the weekend. And then what they were supposed to do is they were going to fly to Vegas for today's game, against the Golden Knights. They wanted to fly there a day early. The reason is they wanted to go to the U2 concert at the Sphere. Well, Barry Trotz, who's a longtime coach of this league, won a cup with Washington, is their GM. And he was like, nah, man, y'all lost by 7. We're not going to sit here and take a day of practice off. And the NHL won't allow them to practice on Sunday because it's supposed to be a day off. So the players have to have a day off. They can't change the schedule. She's like, no, you guys aren't going to go. tell your team, tell your coaches that they ain't going to the U2 concert.
Wow.
Everybody's livid. The coaches are pissed. The players are pissed. They're like, dude, it's the middle of the season. We wanted to go to this U2. We had this U2 concert planned. They bought all the tickets.
So they didn't go.
They didn't go early.
Going to the U2 concert, looking around or down the rest of your road, and it was like, that was for the Nashville Predators.
That was for the Predators.
Yeah.
And there's probably
Are these guys going to show up? Are these people going to show up in these seats? Can we move down? It's for the Nashville Predators.
There were probably 30, 35 people that got tickets. Because, I mean, it was the entire traveling. It was all the players, coaches, staff. I mean, maybe more than 35. Shoot. They probably traveled with 50. And then the players paid for all the tickets.
All right. Jimmy Johnson says he's back in the Cowboy fold. All of the Micah Parsons drama. Did the Rangers botch Corey Seager and his injury? And is Des Bryant the new degenerate with all of his gambling picks? That's all coming up. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition. Good to be back. Bobby will be joining us in about 20 minutes. Thanks for waking up with us as usual right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the
his football career. We have it for you on the home of the Cowboys and the World Series champs. If you're new to the show and the station, that's 105.3 The Fan. This is Sean and RJ. Thanks for waking up with us and being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Calvin Watkins has the story. Tyron with no plans to retire.
Okay.
33 years old, scheduled to become a free agent next month. And this one was one of my big L's of 2023, wanting Tyron Smith to be a swing tackle, put him on the bench, let Tyler be on that left side. And then here's Tyron proving me wrong, having his best season since 2016, many would argue, when he played 13 games, his most since 2019, and made second team All-Pro.
Yeah, it was a much better season than I think any of us would have predicted.
It's really a healthier season. And I was starting to worry that he was falling off a little bit, but he locked it down over there on the left side. The right side was the problem with Terrence Steele.
The right side was the problem with Terrence Steele. I don't know what you pay him, what you want, in terms of money that he's going to want, or any kind of restructuring, all that stuff, but or what you can expect playing time. And then the other side is like, do you just, do you side that's where you got to go in the draft and you got to move on yourself? It's not just his choice to play. However, when you had the kind of year he did, you probably want him.
It feels like, it's not a no-win situation, but it's a totally unpredictable situation with Tyron. You go ahead and you sign him up for the money, and you're in the palm of his humongous hands of whether he gets banged up or not.
Right.
And that will have everyone deciding. Stupid investment. You never should have done it. He's always hurt, or he surprises us like last season.
You never know. You never know what it's going to be. That's the problem. You could run into a situation where he's back here, and you can pencil him in for 3 games missed, or 5, or 9. You never know.
Yeah.
That's the risk you run. And then once that happens, your entire team is compromised.
Speaking of former Cowboys, how about the degenerate Dez Bryant throwing down Peyton? This will get your this will get the arm hairs on your back sticking up. $767.68 Dez Bryant wagered on a 13-leg parlay when it came to college basketball. He bet on 13 college basketball games. He won the parlay, and he ends up taking home $417,000.
Pretty good. Pretty good work if you can get it.
Could have cashed out for $80K, but decided to put his faith in Nevada, to pull off the slight upset against UNLV, and it happened. It was a 3-point win, $417,000.
Yeah, that's a tough one to do right there. If they're a dog and you're already going to be able to cash out for $80K, you might want to cash out for I don't know, right? It's it all depends, I guess, on in certain circumstances what you're in for. But on a 13-leg parlay, that's a lot to hit, man.
So how does Dez do this, right? He doesn't know Santa Clara, San Diego, Wyoming, San Jose State, Pepperdine, Nevada.
Maybe he does.
Maybe he does.
Maybe he sits around. Maybe he's retired, right? Maybe he sits around and watches a lot of college basketball. Maybe he does do all that. That's cool. Good for him, man. And there are some people just have they look at it, they'll just pick a lucky 13 or the lucky 6 teams. It's there are people that win the NCAA tournament pool that you don't expect to win it every year.
Me, yeah.
I've never won it. Never.
The only one watching college basketball.
I watched Virginia Tech last night.
Why?
I have a play-by-play game on Thursday, Peyton, and honestly, so I'm doing color commentary. I have no idea what to say. I know how to do play-by-play, but I've never even thought of color commentary.
Now, last night you told us this may be the hardest thing you've ever prepared for.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Is this? I assume you were binge watching Tarleton State or learning the players, or are you just talking about what to say as the color guy?
What's this color guy? Because it's just I have no.
Because you're really gonna have to. Well, you should be analyzing
Absolutely
the play
not.
and why
Absolutely
the
not.
bucket happened
Absolutely
or why
not.
the stop.
No. That's old school. We don't do that.
Okay.
I just think of me as a better Bill Walton. All right, as the original Bill Walton, they stole my shtick. Bill and Dave Paz stole my shtick
We'll call her Vita
the
from
legend.
now on.
So yeah, we're gonna go into this. We're gonna have fun with it. I'll throw some generic. Oh, nice back cut.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh man, off the weak side. That's fantastic.
Yeah, set the screen.
No, give me. I hope there's a telestrator.
Oh, give him the marker.
Yeah, I would be drawing. You know what's all over that thing. Wangs everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I sent the suit to the dry cleaners yesterday.
Oh.
Get the suit. I'm gonna have the cowboy hat on. Going
Cowboy
full
hat.
on with the cowboy boots. I mean, look, anytime I step foot west of Fort Worth, it's
country season.
You gotta wear a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
You got to.
And Bobby says he's showing up live in person for you.
Yes, he is.
You good with the roster? Names?
I haven't looked at it.
This Thursday?
It's this Thursday.
This is Tarleton State.
Tarleton State against Grand Canyon. Now, I've looked at Grand Canyon. I know one of the players. He played at Kansas a couple years ago.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
This game is on Thursday night.
Thursday night.
Hayden, you are going to put together a Tarleton State high-low.
Oh,
Just for RJ
gosh.
Choppy. It's going to be like cue cards. We're going to get you ready
All right.
for Thursday.
Okay.
We're going to get you ready. We're going to give you time. We're going to give you a crash course because I think you at least have to kind of know the names.
I'll get to it.
Who's the other team?
Grand Canyon University.
Okay. Maybe we'll do a Grand Canyon starting five maybe versus Tarleton State high-low right here on the fan.
This ought to be good.
Can you name one of the Texans?
No.
Okay.
Grand Canyon's got a guy named Tyron.
Okay.
And then they got a guy they call, I think it's Gabe. Either call him Gabe or Gage.
Kids, if you've ever wondered, how am I going to get into sports radio? How am I going to get into broadcasting? This is giving you hope. This is the RJ Choppy School of Broadcasting. What is going on with the OnlyFans scandal? With is it a high school or middle school?
It's a high school. It's Liberty Christian Prep School. Okay. So this mom, Michelle Klein, mother of two, who go to Liberty Christian Preparatory School in Florida.
She's a blonde. In case you were typing it in right now as we speak.
Yes, Michelle Klein, Cline. She advertised her OnlyFans on her car. This is the back of a Dodge. Looks like a Dodge Durango. It's got onlyfans.com/Piper Fawn.
Piper Fawn.
So Piper Fawn is her stage name, or the OnlyFans name. So this kid, they saw the decal in her car, and they started talking about it. And a few days later, this kid was expelled from school. The administration said it's because he looked her up.
Wow.
And that was in October. We fast forward to now, and several more kids have been expelled.
Expelled, not suspended.
Expelled. Her two kids were expelled after she spoke to the media about being asked about it off campus. She was said, do not come to campus to pick up your kids. Park off campus, and your kids have to walk there.
Oh, my.
So her two kids were expelled after she spoke to the media. Now another 6 kids have been expelled. Now a total of, I'm about to sneeze, 9 kids have been yanked from their school this year.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you. So
How can I get expelled for looking it up?
that's a Christian school, I guess. They're saying no porn of any kind.
I mean, are they looking up at school? Have they gotten caught, like, holding up the computer, pictures?
I think they're just talking about it, which is a problem because kids talk about things all the time. Like they embellish.
What state is this in?
It's Florida. Kids embellish the things they do all the time. So like there's a chance that a kid never even looked it up, but he said he did, and he's bragging to his friends that he did, and all of a sudden the school kicks him out. But to even tell the mom that she can't even pick her kids up on the school property, that her kids have to go off campus, which that's a danger right there, boys and girls. That's a lawsuit. What if I get hit by a car? So like but 9 kids now have been kicked out of school because this mom, they were talking about that they had seen her OnlyFans
So
page.
how would your ex-wife react, being a teacher herself, if she found out the boys were learning from a woman who was stripping on the weekends for extra cash? Seriously, I mean that's what it comes down to.
That's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to.
What if you know that this woman has an OnlyFans where she's basically doing soft adult entertainment?
I think it's weird. It's like you can't like completely keep them from all that stuff. You could try to put them in a private school all you want, but like, they're still kids. They're still gonna figure it out. They're still gonna find it. Like all kids are gonna find it.
And then you
somewhere.
find out, right? She sends a note home like we need one-on-one counseling afterwards.
Yeah.
You know, are you like giving the boy a fist pump, or you're like, that's the dilemma.
Yeah, that is a dilemma. We got, I got a 14-year-old, and that kid is going through more changes. Holy cow! You do not want Ollie ever to be 14. You do not want that to happen. Your girl. I don't know. I don't know how Bobby's going to do it.
No, neither of them should get to 14.
Just no. Stop
All
at
right.
10.
All right, stop
growing.
Stop growing. All right, Jimmy Johnson says that he may be back in the Cowboys fold in just one of the 5 different Micah Parsons dramas that we have to get to. Roberto joining us, maybe with a shaved head. Next on the home of the Cowboys. Oh
Yeah.
Get on the fan cam. Next.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show, according to all the recent numbers. That has us feeling very, very good. So thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. A Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway to thank you. We want you in the 6 a.m. Club to win it during the Expressway. So Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway as Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again.
You missed RJ Choppy shaming Peyton to give away the Dirks Bentley tickets. He was like, Troy didn't just play a generic sounder. He'd always play the music of the artist we were giving away.
Oh.
So Peyton had to do it. And he's like, fuck, here, Dirks Bentley.
Let me go look these guys up.
And I did it.
He did it. Yeah, he played.
He played him
and
getting drunk on a plane.
He played it right at the post too. Good stuff by Peyton Russell.
Did you shave your head? Your lips are
yeah.
looking extra red today.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. I didn't say anything about it. I thought he was wearing lipstick.
I just put Burt's Bees on there. That's why.
Okay.
So, yeah, I did. It's not all the way gone, but it's pretty close. You can see the male pattern baldness setting in.
Yeah.
But, yeah. No,
Did you do it or go somewhere?
I did it. I typically use a 2 or a 3 on the setting, and somehow all the middle ones have been lost. So my options were 6, 7, 8, or 1.5, 1, or half.
Oh, no.
So I got 1.5, and I was like, all right, we're going down low here. And so I shaved it Sunday.
Okay.
That's low.
That's very low.
1.5 is very low.
But you get this is the nice first couple days where you just get to kind of rub it every now and then and be like, and it's like a nice comfort thing.
Was there any temptation just to go straight up?
Yeah. Not with a razor,
yeah.
But I was just thinking about putting no guard on there and just going through. As soon as I can't wear snapbacks because the hair is flapping out of the snapback.
Oh,
that's when I go, okay, I'm shaving my head.
Shave it.
Yep.
Cut it down close.
Your lips are so red.
They are very red.
It is the Burt's Bees.
They look plush.
Yes.
I mean,
it's the Burt's
they
Bees.
look supple.
They do look supple. It's a different lip. Yes.
It's this.
Yeah.
It looks glossy.
High-speed internet lips.
Nope, it looks glossy because yesterday I was putting this on all day yesterday. My lips have dried out. So.
All right, yesterday on WQAM in Miami, did Jimmy Johnson announce that he is back with the Cowboys to help Jerry out?
Well, since the Ring of Honor, Jerry and I, man, I'm on his advisory board now. We're talking on the phone. I talked to him about an hour after his Green Bay loss, and he's talking about what all he needed to do because he's had big decisions on Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn and Dak Prescott. But everything's hunky dory now. So I'm back in the fold with the Cowboys.
That sounds a lot less serious than it may read. That sounds a little more jokey there. Everything's hunky dory now. We're good to go. We love each other.
I'm back in the fold.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start, handing over ideas, and I'm gonna start giving in all kinds of reports.
Right.
They're gonna do what I say now.
Yeah, when you read it, it definitely reads legitimate. You don't hear the chuckle or the sarcasm in there.
Yeah.
Which he's clearly just joking. He's basically saying we're on such good speaking terms now. It's almost like I'm one of his top advisors. But I think it's significant. With the significant part of that to me is Jimmy saying decisions on Mike McCarthy, Dan Quinn, and Dak Prescott,
yes.
which means he was thinking of potentially firing those two and not doing anything with Dak's contract is what that sounds like to me. Or at least he was getting Jimmy's thoughts on it.
Yeah, and that's all I want to know. Well, I really want to know if Jimmy, would be very close as an advisor. I'm going to doubt that they are going to consistently talk, but I'm just kind of curious as to what Jimmy Johnson said. If I had to guess on the 3 topics, if you had to guess on McCarthy, on Dak, and then I don't even know about Quinn, but just his general thoughts on the Cowboys. We remember the halftime speech. Peyton, you probably have to go pull it up. When Jimmy went off at halftime on Fox after what was happening against the Packers. I know that Jimmy talked about you got to get tougher, right? And the Cowboys have said that. We've heard a lot of linebacker and defensive tackle talk this offseason. A lot of toughness, getting better at those positions behind the defensive line. About McCarthy, I don't know if he's a McCarthy guy so much. I would guess that he kind of leaned towards going away from McCarthy. And then I don't know about Dak. Just as a refresher, this was Jimmy going off as they were getting humiliated.
But I'll just say this. Every single one of you, you know how hard we've worked. I don't need to have people pointing the fingers one thing or another. You get your rear end in there and you play the way you know how to play. We can win the game. We're going to open it up. We're going to go fast tempo. Defense, get after Jordan Love. You can't give him that much time. You do what you're supposed to do, we'll win this game.
So I don't know what he said, but I'd be curious to know. Because I know he's a Belichick guy. He's in love with Bill. I don't know how he feels about McCarthy and now Dak.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Bill was out there or going to be out there and knowing in all likelihood Bill was probably interested in this job, I would guess Jimmy would have been doing him a solid and trying to play wingman is what I would guess he was doing. But, I mean, he's spoken positively about Mike McCarthy before. He's drawn the comparison that Choppy has before where he goes, Sean Payton, Mike McCarthy, they're the same coach. If you look at them, the same coach. He said that, in interviews before. And so I think that he is positive with McCarthy. Every time I've seen him and McCarthy on the sidelines before games, they're friendly. They chat it up. So, but I would guess he was looking out for Belichick on that front. But I think he's probably disgusted as well as when you hear how disgusted he is with that performance. I think he's got to be disgusted with you were overseeing this.
Can you imagine if there was like a decision that we found out about that Jimmy suggested? There was a key big decision that Jerry then made, and then they won the championship. So Jerry finally escaping Jimmy and disrespecting him for the Ring of Honor all these years led to a title, and Jimmy gets the credit again.
Is this?
It's never going to happen.
This is. I mean, look. This. If you wanted a,
Let's imagine though.
That would finish with Jerry's
Jimmy goes on Fox, right? Like during the middle of the year or before the playoffs, and he's like, "I told Jerry Jones to do this," and like it was like their big X factor decision, and Jimmy ends up getting the credit again.
And then it's the close up. They start zooming in on Jerry's face with the curb music at the end. That's exactly what it would be.
Boy, Sarah hates that music. I was watching Curb yesterday. Oh God, she's like she went in the bedroom, closed the door, and said, "Let me know when that stupid show's off," because the music they play throughout the entire show drove her nuts.
That could be grounds for separation.
Well, I mean, at least of that, or I'm going to watch it when she's not home.
Does she hate Seinfeld?
No, she likes Seinfeld,
But she doesn't like Curb.
no, she finds it very annoying.
Interesting.
Yes, very annoying.
Okay.
Boy, I'll tell you though, if this isn't the definition, I mean the absolute textbook definition of the old boys club with these two.
Jerry loves those conversations. He loves having those big, long conversations.
Yeah, let's get somebody in here I've known since the 40s, and let's just talk about it. Whatever he says, I'm going to go. That is the definition of the old boys club.
This is so messed up that I default to this thinking, or it even pops into my head. But as we're sitting there talking about this and this phone call, I sit here and think like, boy, to be a fly on the wall, man, right? Like, I mean, that'd be so interesting. And I sit there and think, you think Jerry put the phone on speaker for it and had the Netflix crew over his shoulder of Jimmy? I got to get your thoughts here.
Right.
What do you think I should do about Mike McCarthy, Jimmy?
Yeah. All right, so let's get to some of the Micah Parsons drama. Did you guys first talk about the autographs in the airport?
Yes, we talked about that on Friday.
All right, what was your take on that?
I mean, generally, if you're an adult, like to me, if you're an adult, it's obvious that you're there to make money off it, or not obvious, but much more likely. Like, I don't have a problem with Micah telling those people to take a walk. I don't have a problem with that.
They're autograph hounds. They knew what gate he was going to be at. They were tipped off. Like, they're pros is what that says to me. And so I think you can feel that way. Don't tweet it is what I would say. And
it was a loss for Micah optics wise.
Fantext was about 60-40 trashing him for it.
And Bart Scott talking about that and many other Micah Parsons issues that Micah has been vocal about through his podcast. And this may be the only time you as a Tolo love what the former linebacker had to say on ESPN.
Is he a great player? Yes. But just because you're a great player don't mean you're a great leader. He needs to go to a leadership school and learn how to lead by example and quit talking so much and being so damn sensitive. You're a linebacker. That's supposed to be a tough guy spot. He's the most sensitive guy I've ever seen. He responds to everything. Get off of social media, quit tweeting, quit talking about responding, and go about your business, man. That's how you change the culture. That's why Emmitt Smith came out and had something to say. That was directly to you, bro. So instead of responding to what Lauren said, respond to what Emmitt Smith said and maybe sit down with guys that know what winning is about in this league.
Woo! Woo!
All
Bart
right.
Scott. I'll give him an applause. We don't do that very often when it comes to Bart Scott here on this show.
Dude, this is, I mean, he's right, though, because I remember, you remember Micah at the end of the year when he was giving that interview after the game, and he says, for all you non-believers, disrespect us, talk crap about the defense. We're the third best defense
Stop
in the
it.
league. All we hear about is,
Yes.
yeah, that's, oh, wait, no, that was Bart Scott, doing that with the Jets, being super sensitive right after a game before he yelled, can't wait. I agree, Mike has some sensitivity, but that is not the guy to deliver the message, in my opinion.
See, I hate that. I don't care for that.
Why? Why don't you care for that?
You don't have to be. Kellen Moore does not have to be a good quarterback to be a good offensive coordinator. You're taking the same approach that he has to be. He has to have never been sensitive in order to call somebody sensitivity.
No. But it would be the same as if I was like, Chop, you've got a real problem being a troll on the air. And you need to stop. Like I personally, look, I just say that as somebody who is very level in their approach, I think that you've really got to pull this back. I think it's affecting your personal relationships.
If I'm a raging alcoholic, and I tell my kids not to drink, that's not hypocritical. That's parenting.
Okay, there's a difference. That is learn from my mistakes. Bart Scott is not saying I was a sensitive P one time too. That's not what he's saying. He's saying supposed to be a tough guy position like me. And he's not. That's where it's hypocritical.
I don't know, man. That was one of the all-time great lines ever. That interview with Sal Pal, that post-game interview.
Yeah, and that was before they were about to play what game?
That was a playoff game.
They were headed to the AFC title game.
So
they
that
just won it.
That
They had just
context
won
is
the game.
important too. It's kind of like
It was on the field after they beat the Patriots.
Yeah,
but it's rabbit ears. It clearly shows he had rabbit ears. Everybody's talking crap about our defense.
Well, speaking of leaders, normally that's Tank Lawrence on the Cowboys defense. And Micah, this was a lot of stuff from the Stephen A. Smith podcast when he sat down with him, I believe, in Vegas. And he was asked about Tank. This is Jason Kidd's Tank Lawrence moment. Nobody's dying. Tank Lawrence said the Cowboys, they were just burnt out. Micah, what do you think about that?
That's not a good enough reason or excuse to say that publicly. If you said it to someone else, you know what I'm saying, like one-on-one, you know what I'm saying, cameras off, sure, be my guest. But when I feel like once that regular season ends and they get in the playoff, you're supposed to get rejuvenated. Like, this is a whole new me, whole new you. Like, we need to get ready. And that's part of that culture stuff where I was talking about, where I want to dive into the players that we got to change. Like, you should never go into a game like I'm tired, like I'm ready to go home, because that's exactly what's gonna happen, and it did happen. I'm coming to the game every week like, man, I got 4 more weeks left. I don't know what y'all got, but I got 4 more weeks left. Like, that's part of the culture and identity that I just feel like we're missing. Like, that that's just something like I don't agree with at all. Like, regular season, all right, yeah, I'm tired, like I'm wore out. But as soon as playoffs hit, knowing how limited and how hard it is to win in playoff game, I would never say I'm tired or I feel fatigued, because that's my job to not feel that way.
Wow. Wow.
All right.
That was kind of
Pointed.
Directly opposite of Tank.
That and I don't want to misquote it. Peyton, like right in the middle of that, he says something about DeMarcus Lawrence, or when he's talking about, that's what I'm talking about when I say the guys we've got to change. Is he saying that like DeMarcus Lawrence is one of these guys we got to change? This is one of the bad actors we got to get out of here? Or is he just saying that type of attitude that D-Law is sharing or perspective he's sharing, I want to get rid of that from guys who live that way? Whereas Tank was just saying, I don't know. It's really hard to escape that as anything other than Micah directly calling out DeMarcus Lawrence.
This is the culture I'm talking about. This is the issues that I'm talking about. Can you stop tapping your pen?
Yeah.
What are you doing over there?
I'm tapping my Burt's Bees.
You getting really worked up? You getting excited for that hot take that you just had?
I'm just I'm
Bobby Bell
very
reporting Micah versus Tank tension.
Tension.
Andre on social media, go ahead and clip that and have that out there.
Oh yeah, that's what we'll get next. We'll get the quote there. But no, I think that is a not so veiled shot at.
Yeah.
I completely disapprove of what DeMarcus Lawrence said.
All right, do we have to worry about Luka's BFF and RJ Choppy fixes the NBA with, I think, some absolute brilliance?
Oh, thank you.
That's next here on 105.3 The Fan. But
to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I know that you most likely do not care about the NBA All-Star game. I just think it's a kind of an interesting topic to figure out how we can fix it. Not that you're dying to watch it, but we did this with the Pro Bowl all the time. It's like, okay, whatever. But just if you were going to fix it, what are some fun, cool, creative ideas? As everyone was talking about Adam Silver's disgust in the post of saying, congrats, East, you set a record.
Wow. Well,
so congratulations on that. And Adam Silver, basically, people are trying to say he looks like an idiot. He looks embarrassed, I should say. Because the night before, he's like, I think we're going to get a competitive game. We're going to make it East versus West again. We're going to go ahead and do that. That'll really inspire a lot of 100% effort out on the floor. But I think, RJ, you came up with two out of three. Very, very good and creative ideas.
Well, Meatloaf said 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
And I will. Was that it?
Well, you actually knew words.
I mean, you have to know the words to that song.
So,
But I won't
dunk
that. Yeah.
Effort is the big thing, right? Effort's the big word that everybody is using. All right, well, let's find a way to manufacture effort.
And let me give you some of the explanations. By the way, yesterday when y'all talked about this, the fan text ratio of I don't care, who cares, or just trying to come up with some ideas. Like, how out is everyone on this?
Everybody thinks it sucks.
Yeah.
And everybody's just kind of like, beyond repair. Like, what are you going to do?
I think kids liked it.
Okay.
I think kids enjoyed it.
Anthony Davis said the best moment was the Bulls and Pacers dunkers between the third and the fourth quarters. They were very, very impressive. And, LeBron and Anthony Davis were saying, look, you do have to weigh the injury thing, right? What are we all saying if they play hard and Luka Doncic gets hurt and banged up for the second half of the Mavs season? Then Anthony Edwards says, look, this is a break. It's the All-Star break. It's fun. So I don't think anyone wants to come here and compete if it's a break. And Jaylen Brown said, look, I think it's a discussion and we have more solutions to be had. And Kobe, there's an old clip circulating of Kobe who was like, look, you don't have to go 100% all out for this, but can you make it semi-serious, like just a little bit versus 400 points being scored in the actual game? So those were the perspectives from some of the stars. What do you got?
All right, so the effort was the main issue. All right, so let's manufacture effort. And look, the first thing I thought of is he said, let's return it to East versus West. Let's truly make it East versus West.
Yeah.
All right, let's make it USA versus the world.
Yeah.
And I think there's a growing sentiment among NBA players, and this is coming from like Gilbert Arenas' podcast, when Draymond's basically targeting the Euros when he basically goes nuts. And I think it was Gilbert that was like, dude, he just goes after Euros.
Yeah, Gilbert usually just targeted his teammates.
Right. But I think there's a resentment among current and American-born NBA players that resent that Europeans have kind of taken over the game.
I think that would light a fire. And you could say, well, we already have this with the Olympics and everything, dream teams, blah, blah, blah. I think that would light a fire under the Americans. I think the Euros would start off kind of beating them. And then the Americans, I think, would get a little butthurt about it and hopefully inspire some effort and energy.
Look, and look, the NBA will never do this because this will turn into a black versus white game. Let's be fair, it will. And the NBA will never do that.
The Euros thing, Euro versus US.
Euros versus US. And then they'll never go down that road.
It's called the Magic versus Bird inaugural. Right.
But look, you want to have a competitive game. Like the Americans, I do believe, will take a sense of pride in hey, this ain't y'all's game.
Yeah,
you may take over it someday, but it's still our game. And I think it would be physical.
I like that.
I think it would be as physical as you could possibly ask for.
Like it.
And look, now the only way I think they don't say yes to it is if if the NBA is scared to admit that it is the Europeans' game. Because I mean, look, Joker, Giannis, Luka. I mean, find me 3 American-born players that are better than those 3.
And by the way, I would pick the Euros in that game.
I think especially, you're right. Initially, like they may play.
We see it in the international game, like just the way they play with the passing and the sharing and all that stuff. You see some of these countries that you think have no business beat us or still compete. So that's one idea.
That's one idea. Number 2, there's 12 teams in the roster. Make 8 teams, get 8 captains, all voted on by the fans.
Yeah,
and then they play a 3-on-3 half-court game.
I love this,
and it's a bracket style, college basketball, Elite 8 bracket style.
Yeah.
Winner stays, or winner moves on, loser goes home. You can have a loser's bracket if you want to, right? You can have a loser's bracket go down there, and then you can meet in the finals.
I love this because, in my opinion, and I've given a lot of credit to the NFL for the flag football Pro Bowl changes. Now, it's not going to be completely serious, but in crunch time moments, it will come down to, all right, you're defending that guy. It's one-on-one. And I think when you minimize numbers, when you make it from 5 to 3, it puts more of a spotlight on your performance and effort. So
yeah,
I
half court too,
and half court.
You don't loaf on defense on half court. I mean, if you do, it's like, boy, that's like something I would do. All right, you don't have to. I mean, you don't have to get back on D. You're there. You're already on D.
Yeah, exactly. You just turn around to the 3-point line and go, okay.
So that's
I like that.
Yeah, and I think half court is easy to follow. We've all played it. It's fun. There's a hoop it up element to it. There's a street ball element to it. It brings us back to our youth.
Yep.
I think half court, 8 teams of 3.
Yes.
Bring in a bracket style. People love to see brackets anyway.
Do it to like 7.
That's a
yeah.
I think that's, and I don't. These suggestions that we'll have for stuff like this, a lot of this seems like stuff that would probably be impossible for the league to get on board with. I think this is.
I don't think it's impossible. I think they know.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Epic fail.
This one, I think they could get on board with. Like, I think they could go, okay, this is reasonable enough. We've already seen the NFL go flag. We can do 3-on-3. It's the same sort of sense.
Yeah. And then finally, I add Micah Parsons to the game. You want players to play hard, let them have something to lose. And nobody would have anything more to lose than a professional athlete losing to somebody that's not in their craft. And Micah Parsons, holy cow, he just back you down. Do you imagine him on the block with Embiid there?
Yeah, he get
muscle
worked.
him down.
Yeah, he gets smoked.
He might.
But he wouldn't be fatigued.
But he would not be
that.
fatigued. There you go. So an NFL edge rusher. But no, the first 2 really are the serious ones.
And then Stephen A. Smith says, just get rid of the dunk contest. Like when Sabrina versus Steph is the highlight of the entire weekend. And I think RJ's actually going to defend the king after Stephen A. went after him.
Let me go to the slam dunk contest. Now, this is where I blame your boy, LeBron James, Shannon Sharp. Not for the All-Star game, but for the slam dunk contest. He's never participated. He is the only superstar, above the rim superstar in the history of the game who did not participate in the slam dunk contest. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about the decision that he's made over the years. And what that has done is provoked a lot of cats on to come up to not participate in the slam dunk contest either. And now we've got a G Leaguer who is a back-to-back slam dunk champion. Props to Jaylen Brown for participating, not caring about what people were going to say or how it looked. He went out there and he competed because you need names in the slam dunk contest. And I applaud him in every way imaginable for participating.
I just think this is like you're trying to blame LeBron for all the ills of the world. It's like, are we going to make it everybody since him didn't get in this because of him? I mean,
yeah.
You don't see, does Aaron Judge need to be in the home run derby every year? He did it once. Does Shohei Ohtani, we're going to kill Shohei for not getting the home run derby? I mean, there's plenty of other guys. If your sport, if it's not either like the top guy or then the bottom guys, there's plenty of in between. There's plenty of guys in between that could have gotten in on this. They did not get in on it because LeBron. How many of the rookies this year have any idea that LeBron was not in the dunk contest in 2003? They weren't even born yet.
Here's the only thing I'd say about it is that in 2003, 2004, 2005, like back when LeBron was really high approval ratings.
Yeah.
There was no reason for people. LeBron, this was one of the first things LeBron took a ton of heat for, around the league, was the idea of like, why are you not doing this. Like, you kind of owe fans this. You kind of owe the NBA this. You need to participate in this at least one time.
I thought it was chicken. I thought it was chicken, but I don't know if we can blame him for everything.
I don't think we can blame him for it, but I do think that
started the trend.
It did start the trend, and I think it's something that at the time it's not just a look back like, well, this is revisionist history because we hate LeBron now or something like that. I think people were upset with LeBron at the time when he had really high approval marks.
Did you guys get uncomfortable whatsoever with all the Luka Joker love back and forth, as I've been saying for years on this show, that they will eventually play together? Joker, Bobby found the clip this morning. He was asked about teaming up, and he said, I don't want to leave Denver. If Luka gets pissed off in Dallas, he can come. He'd be open to teaming up, but only on the Nuggets.
And then Luka's doing his media availability, and Joker just walks up and pours some water down his back. He curses in Slovenian.
Back and forth highlight where the ball didn't touch the ground.
They're best of friends. It does have this feeling right now of the same sort of thing of like LeBron and Dwayne Wade or something else, where it's like it feels like they will team up at some point. You hope it's here, and you hope it. If it's not here, you hope it's something where it's like later in their careers they're able to make it work if that's what they want to do. But it does give you a sense of unease, because we've always said when we talk about Luka's recruiting or trying to build something, his options are a little more narrow. He didn't come up in the AAU circuit like a lot of these guys where they've known each other since they were, in middle school or high school. This is one of the guys that he does know. This is the biggest threat to him saying, I'll leave. I'll go leave to go play with that guy.
Right. It's a threat. It's a threat that you got to listen to. And I think both cities would have to fear that their guy would leave. I mean, they're not, neither city is LA. Like if you're not LA, I think if you're not LA or Miami, I think you absolutely have to fear your star player leaving at some point.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Let's see. Spieth Island tweeted, Luka, Joker, Embiid, Giannis, SGA. Top 5 MVP race. All are foreign born. Okay.
SGA's Canada, right?
You remember? Yeah. Mike Bassick had come in to us during Crosstalk last year at one point. And he's like, I don't think we're ever going to see another American-born player win the MVP because of the way that AAU style is. They come up in basically ISO ball and they don't learn the game. And in the European style, they all learn team game.
BR said, do they still do winner of All-Star game gets home court in the finals? They never did that.
That was baseball.
They never did that for the NBA, BR, and that would not change anything.
No, it wouldn't change. Home court doesn't mean what it used to. They changed the 2-3-2 format. That meant something.
Just have a heel. Throw a heel. Out of the 5 starters, just make Dylan Brooks one on one team, Pat Bev on another, something like that. Just like grab random guys to be heels in the game.
Did the Rangers botch the Corey Seager injury, and how big of a bullet did we dodge when it comes to this star who Texas wanted very badly? Little Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with the boys in spring training. We'll talk about it on the home.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Cash strapped, age, and injury. The start of your World Series defense. On the home of the Rangers, it's Sean, RJ, and Bobby, along with Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Of course, in case you missed the news, Josh Young is expected to miss 3 weeks with a strained calf. And now, Roberto, we got a Corey Seager update.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe it's reading too much into it. Maybe we're reading too much, or I'm going to read too much into what Corey Seager had to say yesterday when he sat down with the media. First chance that he's had to talk to them since his sports hernia became public. It was something that, came out right after, I think, whatever awards thing they had done where Seager had spoke to the media. So nobody's gotten a chance to talk to him before this. So he sat down yesterday and spoke with reporters about the injury, about the surgery. And this is cut 7. He was asked just generally how he's feeling and getting ready after the surgery.
All right, moving along, had the 2 week the other day and got cleared to start incline walking and riding bikes and stuff, so it's positive.
Are you anticipate opening day is happening?
I have no idea. Yeah, I would like to say yes, but I don't know how I try not to know what's next. I always wait for them to tell me what I can do.
Sounds a little less positive than what Chris Young had said about it. It sounds a little more like he's not certain that he'll be ready, whereas Chris Young seemed to say probably. At least that's the vibe I got from Chris Young when he spoke about it. The interesting thing here was the idea of when did this happen. He was a little vague about when it happened because people were like, so this happened during the postseason?
Yeah.
And he was like, no, it was during the regular season. And so they're like, okay, you're playing with this. When was it? And he's like, just sometime during the regular season. He just wouldn't say when it was.
He's been instructed to not say when it was, I'm sure, right?
Probably is what I'm guessing.
That's what I'm guessing from that.
So he was asked about waiting for the injury and why he didn't get surgery sooner. And this is the really interesting comment where Corey Seager talks about the management of the injury.
It just never got better. Probably partially a little bit of mine too, right? Thinking it's going to just heal eventually, and it's just really unfortunate. Definitely not happy with the situation. No, it's just a lot of communication. I was told it was going to kind of heal, and just never did. Never felt better, and just kind of came to. It's better to miss potentially a little bit in the beginning than miss 8 weeks in the season, and just kind of got it re-looked at and just made the decision. Just about as simple as that.
So my question is, why didn't you just take the aggressive approach earlier and just say, hey, let's deal with this now. Let's not even risk any time that you may miss. Let's go ahead and get surgery now. Because he sounds where he says nobody had ever placed any blame on Texas or anything else.
Yeah.
And Corey Seager said, probably a little bit of my fault too.
Yeah.
Is what he said.
This sounds like a Shaquille O'Neal offseason injury issue where Bassick just texted. Here we go. We're talking. We're talking baseball, Rangers, and he had to get his Dak shot in there. So good morning, Mikey. Shaq would put off-season surgery until right before training camp.
Oh yeah,
so he could miss the beginning of the regulars. This is part of what finally pushed Kobe over the edge and got Shaq sent out of town or broke up, the Lakers, where Shaq would just. They're like, why didn't you get the surgery early on? You could rehab it in the middle of your offseason, and then you are ready to go when camp starts at the beginning of the year. And he's like, playoffs matter. It's about the postseason. I'll be ready to go when it matters. When it starts, home court doesn't matter. We'll beat the Queens. We'll beat the Sacramento Queens. And that's how. And that's what I thought of here with this Corey Seager thing. He was clearly this injury happened last year when they were playing games.
Mm-hmm.
So why wasn't it addressed and fixed sooner?
So that's how I think a look at it, like a look at the facts would say that way. I think when you hear Corey Seager actually talk about it, to me that sounds like he's frustrated that it was not dealt with earlier. Like he said, I was told it was going to heal, never did. And he's like, so eventually we had to get surgery. He says a lot of different things. They're definitely not happy about it. And he goes, but guess it's better to, miss time early in the season than to miss some in the middle. To me, it sounds like there's just some frustration on his part. Because like I said, he throws in there, he goes, probably a little bit on my end too. And it's like, well, nobody had suggested that it was Texas. That sounds like you think that there's at least other factors at play, or you feel like there's other responsibility at play. It's just he sounded and looked yesterday to me like he wasn't totally, like when you see the video of it too, looked like he was not totally thrilled with the situation.
What would you be happy with record-wise, or what is reasonable for the Rangers record-wise at the All-Star break? With all these issues and second half hope coming off of your IL.
All right, the All-Star break's going to be about 90 games, 85, 90 games?
That's what I'm looking at.
If it's the NBA, it'd be like 140.
Yeah, I know, right? If they're, honestly, if they're like 55 and 45 after 90 games.
They were, what were they at the All-Star break last year? They were 52 and 39 at the All-Star break last year. If they were...
Yeah, I was like, if they're 10 over with all this stuff happening...
That's only 13, right? Last year, that was a much better start.
Yeah,
great start.
Yeah, I'd say somewhere in
I think 10 over would be too optimistic.
48 and 42, somewhere around there. 5-6 games over 500.
Why are we even talking? I forgot.
Come on.
My bad.
It is 640.
Baseball expert on the show, the one who was in front of everyone else predicting the Rangers' success, is Peyton Russell.
I would guess with the injuries and with Josh Young, Corey Seager maybe not be ready by opening day. I would say anything over 500 would be a success in my mind. Just to not be too thinking about too much, just being realistic. Anything over 500 is a success right now at the All-Star break.
Look, they're still a good team, man. Like, they're still a really good team. They've got some injuries, obviously, and there's going to be a natural, I assume letdown to start. Like, you're trying to get back in. Look, the last games this team played, they had the ultimate motivation, the ultimate energy. Now you got to wake up and you got to roll out of bed, and it's like, oh man, we got 162 of these things to go before we get back to where we want to be. Like everything has changed for this team. Everything, expectations, everything.
The national baseball story has to do with a Ranger target in Anthony Rendon, who I never wanted around here with some of these numbers, but remember, he talked about this months ago. Well, it's resurfacing because everyone's showing up to camp and they're doing their interviews. Rendon repeated how baseball has never been a top priority. RJ Choppy, credit to you, because one of the rules on the show, we don't just read it, we record it to listen to it to see if it sounds as bad as it looks.
My enthusiasm has been the same since I got drafted, to be honest with you. I was actually deleting old emails because my storage is getting to my maximum in my email. And so I've been going back, deleting old emails, and I'm looking at, and I emailed myself a pros and cons of why I wanted to stay in the game. This was in 2014. And so my thought process of the game has not changed since then. And I'll keep making it this long.
How does your pro and con list today compare to what it was like 10 years ago?
It's a lot different. I'm married. I've had 4 kids. My priorities have changed since I was in my early 20s. So definitely my perspective on baseball has been more skewed.
Is it still a top priority for you, though?
It's never been a top priority for me. This is a job. So I do this to make a living. My faith, my family come first before this job. So if those things come before it, I'm leaving.
Is it a priority?
Oh, it's a priority for sure. This is my job. I'm here, aren't I?
Do you want to be here?
I don't want to talk to you guys at 7 in the morning or whatever time it is. So,
do you want to like be here playing baseball?
I have answered your question. So why do you keep picking at it?
Oh, yeah, you technically answered it.
Thank you.
The part where he says it's not my top priority, like, it reads way worse than it sounds, because he's like, especially if you're seeing it. There's the visual side of this, because he's kind of smiling the entire time. But when you haven't played more than 58 games in any of the years you've been with the Angels, it sounds like something that you just don't want to say, even if it doesn't sound the way it reads.
Yeah, he's smart in saying this in the midst of his 7-year, $245 million deal that he signed in December 2019. Very smart. Look, this is a life conversation, right? Is your job your top priority? How many people around you that you're working with don't have the job as their top priority? Would this matter if Garrett Cole said it? He's like, I don't love baseball. We talked to Jamal Lewis about this at the Super Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does this matter if you're healthy, thriving, and dominating? Or we're just going to pick on it a lot more because you're banged up and been an Angel disappointment?
Best player in basketball is
Joker.
Jokic.
Hates basketball.
His quote last year after the finals, basketball is not the main thing in my life, and it's probably never going to be.
Oh.
He likes
Giannis has said similar things.
He'd rather watch his horses race.
You remember Wembanyama? He had that interview with Redick before the draft where he's like, "Look, if I fail at basketball, that's not going to matter to me because I know who I am as a person. I'm secure who I like." And it's funny. The Guardian had wrote about this right after the finals and before the Wembanyama, or right after the Wembanyama interview, where they had said like, Euro superstars are showing, to American superstars that you can have a balance in your life. You don't have to be Jordan or Kobe and say, this is everything and all my relationships be damned.
Yeah.
And so I think it's only because Rendon has been a flop.
Yeah.
That's why it's being killed. If he's out there playing like Ohtani or something like that, if Ohtani says this, nobody cares, I don't think.
What you got to know is when I'm sitting down with you, like, are you still giving max effort every day to prepare and play?
Right.
That's what I need to know.
That's the key. Like, 'cause you don't have to love your job to be good at it or to give good effort. Like, you don't have to. There are plenty of people out there who go to work every day who absolutely hate what they do.
David Irving hated football. David Irving, that reflected it in his work ethic. And the Cowboys knew it. They were like, if he tried, if he cared a little bit, if he gave effort, it would make all the difference. So that is what you have to kind of figure out, is that I don't think anybody doubts that Jokic or Giannis are giving the effort and putting in the work.
Right.
They're doing good work. It's just to them, when they clock out, they're done.
It's also hard for a 9-to-5er, who's a plumber or somebody working in a cubicle, to be like, dude, you hate playing baseball?
Yeah,
that's hard. It's hard, and you're getting paid $250 million. It's hard for them to relate to that.
This is probably worse optics than Micah getting ticked off at the autograph seekers. This is worse.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think people are like, all right, leave him alone, you money grubbers. You're just trying to be opportunists. And this is, I would kill to be in your position. I would kill. You're complaining about playing baseball, making millions. Boo-hoo.
One of the things we hear all the time when people reflect back on Josh Hamilton is like the effort and how much was he really committed to it versus how much was he just a natural. And when he won an MVP in 2010, we didn't hear about that. When he struggled when he got to the Angels, we heard about it, and that became a topic. And so I think it's results oriented. As long as you're doing what you're supposed to do, nobody's going to care.
All right, who are the NFL cut candidates? Jerry's all in. So we got to be monitoring the waiver wire. The NFL cut candidates for the Cowboys to pick up. Who could be tagged? Rick Pitino going off again. And a Dierks Bentley ticket giveaway for you in the 6 a.m. club. That's next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby 105.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Got the entire morning show back together again. Thank you for waking up with us here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the home of the World Series champs. A Dierks Bentley ticket giveaway is coming up during the Expressway. NFC cut candidates. Jerry Jones talking about going all in. Jimmy Johnson said he spoke with Jerry for about an hour after the Packers debacle, and everything is hunky-dory between the two. Is Jerry really going to go all in? Here are some names that could be out there down the road. NFL.com. David Bakhtiari, Aaron Rodgers, conspiracy theorist, co-conspirator, and always banged up, it feels like.
Conspirator.
And Pitch Perfect star. He was in Pitch Perfect too.
Oh, yeah?
Did he sing?
I don't remember. I just know that he loved the movie, and he told Elizabeth Banks, please let the Packers in it, so she did.
Harrison Smith, Shaq Barrett, your boy Choppy Alvin Kamara, Cowboy Killer, Aaron Jones, Demario Davis, Kevin Byard, Kenny Clark, Michael Gallup, Jonnu Smith, Brian Allen, Tracy Walker, and some other names. Russell Gage, Quandre Diggs. These are some candidates in the NFC. Over to the AFC, guys that could be cut. Nick Chubb, Joey Bosa, Mike Williams, C.J. Mosley, Tre'Davious White, Teron Armstead. Some monster names out here in the AFC. Xavier Howard, Manny Agba, J.C. Jackson. What a disaster that was with the Chargers. Marquez Valdez-Scantling from the Super Bowl. Hunter Renfrow. C.J. Uzoma, Naheem Hines, Justin Reed from the Chiefs, Justin Simmons, Patrick Peterson, Allen Robinson.
So the thing with these guys is that their name is going to carry a salary figure a lot of times.
Yep.
And they're going to want more than they're worth. And that's the problem with vets. I mean, you can get if you were to get a guy like Xavier Howard, right? He's going to want to be thought of as a 1 or a 2 corner and paid like a 1 or a 2 corner. And the reality is, what is his? And then you got to weigh what is his current playing ability at? Because if he is a 3, I mean, he might be able to be a really good 3 or 4 corner. A 3, might be able to. But you're not going to pay him like that, are you? And that's the problem with taking vets, older guys, that sometimes they still have in their head what they should be paid and what they should be playing as.
Yeah, 3 names you read there stood out, and they're all on the NFC side. Bakhtiari, just because there's a McCarthy relationship there. Harrison Smith, because the Cowboys need to upgrade safety, and Harrison Smith is a Zimmer guy. That's somebody that they have a high level of respect for each other. Harrison Smith could come in here on a value thing, be like an Eric Weddle type. And then the one that has no connection, I just think is a really good player still and would help them a lot, is Demario Davis. Demario Davis is such a damn good linebacker. He'll be 35 next year is the only problem, but he is so good. And you want to talk about toughness and physicality and IQ and everything else, he would bring all that.
Yeah.
Any other names that jump out?
I mean,
and by the way, Bobby, your reaction to Calvin Watkins reporting Tyron Smith has no plans to retire.
Look, I think that's because he was relatively healthy last year. If he would have been banged up like he has been in previous years, I think he would have. Because I know that's been something that he's at least had to kind of kick around in years past. So great that he's ready to play again. He kind of turned back the clock, found the fountain of youth. So if it makes sense financially, yep, all on board.
What are the Pittsburgh Steelers thinking at quarterback?
Oh, that's a great question, Sean.
Are you kidding me?
That is a great question. There is a report out there that they are considering not drafted a quarterback highly in this draft, or even in this draft. They're having internal division as to whether Pickett or Rudolph should be the starting quarterback. Either way, they are not interested in acquiring a veteran starter at the position. That doesn't mean they can't draft one, but they're looking at it as maybe they don't even go and select one as highly as they possibly can in this year's draft.
You think you feel stuck with Dak at quarterback if you're a Cowboy fan or a Dak hater? This feels miserable if you're a Steelers fan.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
This is, look, I mean...
Who reported this, by the way?
Pro Football Talk.
Okay.
Florio?
This is probably
So it's wrong, probably.
this is probably why you got the sense from some people that as great as Mike Tomlin's been, the idea is like, Mike, maybe your time's up a little bit here. Let's move on. You were super stubborn on Matt Canada. You're not, now we're hearing that potentially not going to draft a quarterback. Where is Pittsburgh picking? They're picking 20th. You would probably.
But Michael Penix will be available. Maybe J.J. McCarthy will be available. Everyone's drafting.
And Michael Lombardi on his GM shuffle yesterday, I heard him talking that they would not go sign a big name quarterback.
Right.
That's not the Steeler way. They're not going to go ahead and allocate those types of resources towards a free agent if 20 is too low to draft.
Yeah, and look, Penix will probably be there. A lot of teams, I would guess, are going to have failing medical grades on Penix. Pittsburgh may be one of them. Pittsburgh may say, nope, we're not going to be able to do that.
Failing?
Yeah, because he's had a bad history of knee injuries and some other things. And so a lot of teams are probably going to say, we're not going to take that risk. And then McCarthy, May, Caleb Williams, those guys, they're going to be gone before him.
Yeah, well, look, and a lot of people are going back in time, with situations that happened, in 2020, the draft. They didn't have a first-round pick. They traded it the previous year to make a run, and they got Micah from Miami.
Yeah.
The first 5 quarterbacks selected in that draft, and 2 of them would have been available. Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Jordan Love, and Hurts. And Love and Hurts both would have been available where the Steelers would have picked.
Love hurts.
Hurts.
And apparently Jimmy G is not going to be an option. Who reported that Jimmy G is not going to get signed? Not going to get put out there because he got busted for the PEDs?
There's a report out there from, what's his name? Oh, Albert Breer. That Garoppolo has a reputation of being aloof, drove Kyle Shanahan nuts in San Fran. At points of the offseason, they would have trouble getting a hold of him because he'd be like, I'm on vacation, and I'm going to go on vacation. And when I get back to you, I get back to you. And some of those carried over in Vegas, where guys that knew him from his days in New England, like Ziegler and Josh McDaniels, had hoped he would outgrow some of that. But then there is the issue of he's kind of always hurt, right? And Albert Breer is saying, I'm not sure he fits anywhere as a backup. Because as a backup, you want your backup to be super all in, have no life, be healthy and be available. And that's just not Jimmy. Jimmy's not necessarily healthy.
Jimmy's not healthy.
He's not healthy.
Jimmy's not available.
And he's not really all in because he's not just going to be sitting around at the facility. He's going to be dating supermodels. He's a good-looking guy.
That's it. Pretty people don't have to grow up. So Jimmy Garoppolo never had to grow up.
Get it right.
Yeah. There's a difference there. Pretty people don't ever have to grow up, so Jimmy never did. But see, I wouldn't want Jimmy Garoppolo as my backup because you'd have to be one of the 64 best quarterbacks in the NFL. Which, by the way, we did not focus enough last year on how right my Baker Mayfield over Jimmy Garoppolo take was.
It was right. I'll tell you that. It was very right. But there also is an element of you have to be good looking to be a great quarterback.
I know that's a real theory that some people subscribe to.
Yeah, and that's
Didn't
why
apply to Peyton Manning.
It's true. But he's a huge forehead.
Yeah.
Right? People like that.
No, they don't.
I'm sure somebody.
Not one person.
Literally no one, Chop.
I'm sure somebody out there likes it. I'll tell you, Sarah and I, we were laying in bed last night, completely naked, and went down to Sam Hartman rabbit hole, and that kid gets better looking every day. Every stinking day. And she was going into the weeds on his photos from when he first got to college. I was like, I don't think you're supposed to be looking at those.
And
not like you. Yeah.
So he was your all's
motivation?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Hit the ice. Hit the puck.
Dave Smith, the ex-Bruin, closes. And Swayman makes the stop. The puck was in motion. And the Bruins salvage a victory.
Bruins TV with the call. The Stars were without 5 of their regulars, but still pulled off a point in Boston in a 4-3 overtime shootout loss. They actually outplayed the Bruins, but Boston scored late in order to tie it. No rest for the Stars as they take on another one of the NHL's best, the Rangers, in MSG tonight. It's going down at the Garden, a fresh Spits and Suds. Talking about the injuries, trade possibilities, and more is available wherever you get your podcast, 105 through the fan.
Spitsandsuds.com.
So there it is. Stars last night against the Massholes, getting the L. 877-881-1053, but a point. Truckwreck.com, text line 881-1053. Steve Sarkisian has a really nice looking deal.
Yes, he does. $74 million.
Did you guys talk about this yesterday with the incentives and the perks?
We didn't get into the incentives and the perks. We did talk about how the stakes are raised, and it was now the third highest paid coach in all the land. That's well deserved.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it
the Final Four?
Is it? But there's overreaction contracts all the time.
Oh yeah.
You're now totally sold on Sark?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Nobody's ever totally sold on any head coach at the University of Texas. Like, they're going to, your job's always on the line. So I think that the fact that we had talked about this, that last year when we were talking about what are the expectations for Texas, and I was like, you got to be in CFP contention. And y'all were like, well, that's not realistic. And it wasn't realistic, but it's like, it doesn't matter. That is what their expectation is. So you have to come through. So the fact that he came through, it's one of those things where, okay, you did it. You had impossible standards. You did it. Here is your reward. You're getting this, and now we expect more. And if it goes sideways, you could be fired at the end of next year.
And he has shown an ability to bring in quarterbacks. You know, like he brought Quinn in, and then he brings in Arch.
Yep.
I mean, that's half the battle at that point. You know, how well can you get NIL money? How well can you basically go door to door and kiss butt to the boosters to get your NIL money?
USA,
great.
This is from USA Today's salary base, so this should move him from 30th into the top 5 for salary. Dabo, 10.8. Kirby, 10.7. Ryan Day, 10.2. Well, let's get to the perks, because this is what's fun. In addition to earning $10.3 million this year, it'll go to 10.9 in 2030. He gets 2 cars, a country club membership.
Ooh, which course?
20 hours of private jet flight time for personal use a year. A special one-time payment of $300K. I don't get what that's all about. Up to 12 tickets for all home games, including premium parking passes. 8 tickets for road games. 8 tickets for the conference championship game. 8 tickets and a suite for all postseason games. 6 tickets for all home games played by every other sport at the University of Texas. So these are all the additional perks thrown in. Bro Bible with the recap.
What is 20 hours of private flight time? Like, how significant?
Yeah.
I don't know how. I don't have a frame of reference for how significant that is.
So let's go to Mexico today.
Cabo, Cancun, 2-hour flight ish. 2-hour flight.
So 2 hours back. So you get 5 of those.
Yeah, you get 5 of those.
So that's 5 gone.
5 gone.
So
and it depends. Is it wheels up to wheels down? Or is it gate to gate? If wheels up to wheels down, you get your 5 flights.
Or you could do like Sean and use JSX. You could just you can feel like a VIP.
Skip the line.
God, can we get a JSX sponsor up here, please? Please, Cody, wake up. I know that you bailed on me, not doing anything. I know you're going to concerts and you're only selling stuff for Bobby. Just one thing. JSX
just
flight.
for Bobby. He's even told me that. He goes, I'm only selling for Bobby.
Yeah.
He even admitted that to me.
That's a good way to connect with all of us.
Yeah. I mean, look, you want me to stop the vegan train on you, then make it happen.
Look, be more likable, guys. And
you buy him brunch 3 times a week. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Bobby, just for you, we left the Jerry Jones paternity update.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
The Dallas Morning News yesterday with the headline that a judge is to rule on the Jerry Jones paternity test this week. So we've talked about, we knew that there was this paternity case that's been out for what now? It's like 2 years.
Yeah.
It feels like. Where there was the woman who claims that this is her father and that they had an NDA and she's wanting to basically undo all of that. So there needs to be a ruling this week on if he has to take the paternity test. And I think that's what he's trying to avoid over anything else, it feels like, is that they don't want that established at all. So there's supposed to be a ruling sometime this week. If that does not go in his favor, boy, that is going to create one hell of a negative offseason, I feel like, for him. Just in terms of, you talk about how things have already laid, there's a lot of discontent around the fan base, and then if this, which they've seemingly fought against for 2 years, was to be thrown into the mix, bad offseason for the Cowboys.
Well, maybe Jerry needs some help at GM, not just from Jimmy Johnson, but Micah Parsons, general manager, is here, and the one move that he wants Jerry to make offensively may cause RJ Choppy to lose his big that's Peyton Manning big forehead. May lose his mind. Micah Parsons tries to GM the Cowboys. See if you agree with the moves. And a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway after this.
But let's get you over.
And then it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Expressway is commercial free. For the next 35 minutes, we have a Dirk Bentley ticket giveaway. We doing this every day, every morning this week? Pay.
Every day, during Expressway.
Excellent. And the name of the segment that it's actually supposed to be called. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Roberto Bell, our Cowboys insider, Peyton Russell, and Ryan in the back live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm just seeing this comment from Chris Sims, Bobby. This is just for you because Chris Sims is trending on social media. I respect a lot about Jalen Hurts, but I think Jalen Hurts is also like the most overrated player in football. That's me. I know I'm wrong. I take a lot of crap about that comment, but he plays quarterback for a team that's an all-star team. They have the best O-line in football. It's not even close. I just think if you put some other quarterback in Philly, you put Kyler Murray there, you say, damn, Kyler's amazing. Is he the MVP of football? The most overrated player in football is Jalen Hurts, according to Chris Sims, who I walked across about 3 times at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of saying hello or not, but I didn't.
Every time I walked by him, I thought about saying, why'd you decommit from Tennessee? And the other one...
You should have said thank you for decommitting from Tennessee because you were a massive, historic disappointment at the University of Texas. So thanks, bro.
And the other one was, why do you button the top button? Like, why?
And he really does. That's not just a show for television. He walked in through security every day with that thing just clasped around his Adam's apple.
Yeah.
So,
very tight. It's almost like, though, he can never go back to an unbutton. That's his style. That's his signature. So there it is, the most overrated player in football. Now, RJ Choppy, what do you have to say about this? As we had a lot of Jalen Hurts versus Dak debates. Is Bobby correct, along with Chris Sims?
Again.
Therapy.
No, the most overrated player in football is, of course, TJ Watt.
Yeah.
But from a quarterback perspective, it's Justin Herbert.
Ooh.
Now, Justin Herbert's better than Jalen Hurts. I'm not saying that he's not, but to date, we all agree Jalen Hurts had a better career.
He's had more success, yeah.
More success,
He has
right.
not played better.
Sure. But Justin Herbert is still getting by on projection, draft status. You know, he's still in that stage of his career.
Yeah.
So you don't think he's played really, really well? You don't think he's like an elite quarterback the way he's played? Because that wouldn't be getting by on your stats.
No, he's not elite right now.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is the category 2 most over. I think Trevor Lawrence still has a chance to be. I think they both still have a chance to be great, but they haven't shown elite greatness.
I think comparing Herbert achieving his pre-draft hype and like drawing a parallel to Lawrence, I think is way off because I think Herbert's way closer to who people said he was going to be than Lawrence.
I don't even think Trevor Lawrence. That's a W for me. I don't even put Trevor Lawrence in that discussion. I don't even want to put Trevor Lawrence near Justin Herbert. For the Mike Bassics of the world, slowly admitting that L. But I think Choppy's right. It's Justin Herbert.
This is a conflict for him, though. Justin Herbert is the analytics darling at quarterback.
Okay, if you're Steven Ruiz.
If you're any of the analytics community, they say that
he's the guy from Athletic, Ringer, who thinks that Joe Burrow is some reason not. He's the only one. He's the only one in the analyst community who doesn't buy.
Eric Eager.
Scott Casbar doesn't buy him either.
Doesn't buy Burrow?
Doesn't buy. They think he's a little bit overrated.
The analytics community, a lot of them.
2 of them.
A lot of them. Eric Eager too say that Herbert's better than Burrow, like definitively. Okay. And that matters. And so I'm just saying that's a little bit of a conflict, Chop. Those
There's
are your
a conflict
people.
there. Listen, they're not all right. And half of them don't buy into that. So wait and see. You have a small sample size there. I just think Justin Herbert, yes, he is clearly better than Jalen Hurts. I'm not arguing that one. But Jalen is by far overreached what his potential was.
Kellen's going to bring a lot more out of Jalen
absolutely.
Hurts.
Yeah, like he did for Herbert last year.
He did, yeah.
Missing the playoffs again. All right, Micah Parsons said he hunted down Jerry Jones in Vegas for all the Super Bowl festivities, and he had this big, long sit-down with Stephen A. Smith. Thanks to Bobby, Pepe, whoever else is responsible for cutting this up. This is Micah finding Jerry at the Super Bowl.
I think Jay's one of the best GM, owners that I've been around. And not even just I've been around because I've only been on one team, but from what I've heard from other NBA and NFL players, and it's just like this, the Super Bowl, Jerry sees me walking out the win. Jerry was at the win. He said, "Hey, you going to the Super Bowl?" I said, "Yeah, I'm going." He said, come see us. And I was like, "Hey, you got any extra tickets?" I got some homeboys that want to come. Jerry sends me 4 extra tickets to the Super Bowl suite. And we just sit and talk from before the game until the whole half about players I want to bring in, players I want to be around, who do I need, who do I want to be with, future of our team. And that's just dope to have that type of feedback with an owner that, loves to hear your ideas and what you think and where the team can be. And, Jerry's been, pretty amazing about that with my family and stuff like that. So I've had them conversations with him, and we spoke for 2-3 hours just in the Super Bowl alone.
Okay. So there is getting some extra Super Bowl tickets. He is the best general manager. I mean owner. Sorry.
Yeah, which one is it?
I mean,
which one is it?
It's owner.
What I like is he doesn't. I mean, he called him Jerry a couple times there, but frequently throughout this interview, he'd say, "Yo, Jay." Like, Jay's a great owner. So he's on just first letter basis now with Jerry Jones.
Jerry is Micah's GM. He may not be, pick your random Wanye Thomas's GM.
Yeah,
I think Jerry's pretty good actually about being accessible to everybody as best he can. Obviously, some people have more than others, but I think that he's generally pretty accessible to. Oh, you're part of my family. You're one of my guys.
You think if Wanye was walking down, on the streets of Vegas, he's like, Wanye, hey, here's 4 extra tickets.
No, I think he would. At first, I think he'd call him Julio or something, and then I think he'd give him 2 maybe.
All right, so Micah said he told Jerry what he needed. The reinforcements to bring in. What did you specify as that help?
Who did Baltimore have? A great linebacker core, right? Who did San Fran have? Great linebacker core. KC, Bolton, and they came along. I said, we need to get another bigger linebacker who's going to come down and I said, we need to get a super 330 nasty interior. Look how Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave caused havoc in, the last 2 games. Look at, how Ali McNeil, Detroit, and they front with Hutchinson and all them. It's just certain things where I was pinpointing we can build in this because we're slim. Like, we have guys, and I think Osa's been great for us, and, but we just need a big old 330, can't move. Because I saw the way Chris Jones affected that Super Bowl, and I was like, my God, you
need a big boy. Get fast and clogging up the line of scrimmage, making things happen. Right?
And not even just Chris Jones, Mike Pennell.
Okay, so he's talking about the big boys up front and linebackers behind him.
Isn't that just what they did last April? Didn't they go draft Mozzie Smith? He got what he wanted, and it hasn't worked out to this point. They drafted DeMarvion Overshown in the 3rd round. He was hurt, obviously, and so they missed him out. I understand everybody's generally going to get the thoughts and opinions of star players, especially within organizations, on, hey, what do you think here? What do you think there? I do always have some reservation on the idea of players playing GM, though, because consistently throughout time, we've seen that doesn't tend to work out. And when it does work out, it's like, what a great job, Dwayne Wade. You GM'd getting us LeBron. That was a great talent evaluation from you. It's like an obvious superstar, or when it's like, man, we need to go get this guy. That has not consistently worked out.
Well, RJ, cover your ears. Because Micah already highlighted defensive tackle, which I know you don't love, linebacker, which I know you really don't love, and on the offensive side, what do the Cowboys need to do? He told Stephen A. Smith, I would say towards the end of the year, Tony Pollard was catching his rhythm again. I do think he's an every down guy. You got to think he broke his fibula, tibia, something. That's a catastrophic injury.
Catastrophic, man. Bones just don't get broken and heal.
You're talking about a guy that's really been off from that January, came out week 1, didn't really do a lot, takes a while to get back into football, didn't do OTAs, mini camp, kind of did camp, a little bit working through it, getting back into it. You saw him increase. Like he even said, I'm just now getting back to myself. I would give Tony Pollard another shot. So Micah Parsons with the RJ Choppy offseason of D-tackle, linebacker, and running back.
Man, just 3 strikes and you're out. There's 3 reasons never to allow players, never listen to players, never allow players to be the GMs of the team. Boy, you want to sign, you want to extend Tony Pollard?
Tag him.
Tag him, make him an $11.5 million a year player.
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't say how much that would be. Like, and he has no concept of
money.
He has no concept of what the cap is or value of other positions, I'm sure. But, like, we've talked about this before. If Tony Pollard, if they brought him back on $2 million a year, $3 million a year, I think we all said, like, okay, fine, whatever. Yeah. Like, it's a couple million. So if that's what it is, that could be what he's talking about. Because I don't know that his market's going to be that much higher than a few million based on how he played last year.
Yeah, I mean, look, and I mean, no, it's not a position. That's not a money position. That's a youth position.
Was it Marcus Mosher who sent out
said something stupid? Probably.
Bobby's guy,
the running back number.
Yeah, Bobby's guy, and this was obviously Mosher, and he put out the running backs of the Super Bowl winning team since 2009 and their cap percentage.
Probably stole this content too.
Last 2 years has been Isaiah Pacheco 0.4, 0.3. Cam Akers 0.8, Leonard Fournette 1.2, Damian Williams 0.9, Sony Michel 1.0, Garrett 0.7 and 0.6, CJ Anderson 0.4, LeGarrette again 0.2. You got to go back to Marshawn in 2013 at 6.2, Ray Rice at 4.1, and Ahmad Bradshaw at 2.3, and then Starks at 0.1 and Pierre Thomas at 0.4. That's the percentage of the cap for the starting running backs of the Super Bowl champs since 2009. And, you know, basically, they call the modern era of the NFL basically 2010. Like this, there's a formula here, and it's not saying that you can't pay a running back because when you have an elite quarterback, you can do whatever you want. But like, just the formula is like youth. Give me youth. I would much rather have youth at the position, and there is no amount of money that you can give me that say, hey, you know what, the veteran running back at a cheap deal is fine.
Yeah,
I'd much rather have fresh legs.
I'm bailing on the RJ Choppy belief system for the other two things, though. I agree with Micah. I'm fine with D tackle and linebacker. I'm going back to the Stone Age. They have to get bigger. They have to get tougher. They have to get more physical. Whatever that means. Whether that means safety, fine. More, you know, you want more run stoppers at DN versus, you know, your pass rushers, fine. I agree with Micah 2 out of the 3. I disagree with him and agree with you still on running back.
Yeah, I think
now overshown skill set. More speed / coverage. How much physicality?
Oh, he's incredibly physical.
Okay,
like that was one of the things I remember. We were watching the Jacksonville preseason game, and Tank Bigsby took a carry, and Bigsby's a big guy. His name's Tank. He's a big bowling ball running back, and
that doesn't mean any fat people are named Tiny.
Well, fat,
right.
Whatever else. Overshown steps in and just stood him up. And somebody with the Cowboys walked by me in the press box right after that play, and they were like, that's a big effing running back that Overshown just stood up. He's like, that's the difference that he makes.
So on television yesterday, the Derrick Henry hype train started to get going, showing his workouts. Henry's always here in Dallas working out, but they're like, oh, the Ravens are interested. There's a report the Ravens are interested in adding like a veteran presence at running back. They just had on the screen teams that should try and acquire Saquon Barkley, and Mike Tannenbaum said Dallas Cowboys for Saquon. Notable free agent running backs this offseason: Henry, DeAndre Swift, Tony Pollard, Saquon, Josh Jacobs, Austin Eckler.
I don't want to pay for anybody.
Okay.
Like anything, it's got to be a complete value or just draft somebody. To me, I really do. I think
because today the franchise tag window opens. It closes on March 5th. This is the Dalton Schultz discussion that we had and Tony Pollard last year.
Yeah, to me, I don't think that anybody, everything is, we talked about this yesterday. A contract is an investment, not a reward. Like for the most part, unless you're Steve Sarkisian, it's an investment. It's not a reward. And so with these running backs, it's just the numbers are ridiculous. The percentage hit of guys who, when they hit 27, go downhill is like 95% to where they never touch it. I think the last running back, I'd looked this up a couple years ago, it may have changed since then, but the last running back who had a year in his 30s that was better than like the years 27 or earlier was Thomas Jones. It's been forever.
Oh God!
Like it
Bears,
has been
Jets.
Bears, Jets.
It has been forever since somebody had that sort of production. So to me, no, running backs, you use them up 4 years and then let them go. Unless they're coming back on just absolutely no value.
Expressway, commercial free every day at this time. You put your radio on at 7:20. You don't have to go anywhere as you're making your way to work or school or the daily activities. And every single day this week during the Expressway, we're going to hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley, Chase Rice, and more at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on Friday, June 7th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Why is it like jumping up and fading down?
I think we got a fader issue here. There's something with this board.
I think we got a Peyton issue there.
No, it's not me.
Yeah, throwing a lot of that equipment under the bus. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Another Dierks Bentley ticket giveaway tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. But we got to ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It's time for Ask Reddit. This is where we survey the most popular questions on the 45 million member Ask Reddit forum. Just polluted with all sorts of questions. A few of them go viral, stand out, and we kick them around here in the studio and with you guys on the Twitch, the YouTube, and on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. RJ Choppy, I'm going to start out with you on this because Sean always likes to defer. He's not the 49ers. He doesn't want the ball. What is the most embarrassing moment you've ever had in public?
You know, I was thinking about this, and I was trying to figure it out, and I'm sure it had... I can't remember a specific time, but I'm sure somewhere around the time where we were going through a divorce, we were fighting in public.
Oh.
I'm sure that had to be it. Short of that, any time when my dad was, before he had moved into a home, we took him out in public to like a restaurant, and they would come to him to order, and it was a mess. You had no idea if he was going to say something like wildly inappropriate to the server, and or you like anything, any and everything was on the table. Any and every fear that your parent would say something mortifying was on the table at that point. You had no idea where he was going to go. Was like seriously, you had no idea where he was going to go with it. That was so embarrassing. I just dreaded going out with them.
Ollie got me last July 4th real bad. I mean, it was humiliating. He walked in another couple's house. The other couple obviously had kids, toys, brand new toys. And we went in there, trying to have some mimosas and then walk out for the parade and everything. And he did not want to leave the house. First off, he did not want to share any of the toys. And he's gotten a lot better. Very, very, very well-behaved young man right now. But he did not want to leave the house. And it was one of his two worst meltdowns ever. And I picked him up to take him out. He just reached that yelling and screaming stage where he could not be shut down. He could not be stopped. And we had to walk him to the car and leave. Had to leave the parade with that kid. We just sat probably for the next 2 hours in silence. We're like, we got to get him evaluated. We got to sit here. We got to get this checked out. I'm apologizing profusely to all the other parents every time I saw them, and they're like, no, it happens, da-da-da. And now they got the bad kids, so I'm happy.
All right, so I see the tactic you guys both went for here for your most embarrassing moment. You went for something somebody else did that you just had to be present for. I will take the bullet then, and I will say what my most embarrassing moment that actually
Dinner
was
in Vegas,
me.
our last dinner in Vegas.
I wasn't embarrassed by that.
Yeah, because you don't remember it.
Badge of honor. No, it was this was, I don't remember how old I was. I was like 12, 13, something like that. And my mom would have us go to Wednesday night youth group at church or whatever. And so they had us break up and do some game. I don't remember what it was. But we got up on stage and each group had to go up and play this game. And at one point, I laughed so hard. I did not realize I had to go to the bathroom. I laughed so hard, I peed all over the stage.
All right.
All over it. And it was one of those things where, crap, what do I do? I mean, there was a legitimate puddle on the stage beneath me. And this was a wood stage, so it was puddled up. It was not soaked in.
Yeah.
So I was like, crap, what do I do? Can't get noticed. and I had this shirt that was drooping down, so it went through the shirt. You could see it through a white shirt. And I had to, luckily our table was right down at the floor, so I had to like quickly like sink down to the table, sit there in it through the entire youth group message, through the entire, can we have the band come up? You know, when you are, I had to sit through that whole thing. And then as they're praying, I got up, ran to the bathroom, just had to like soak through my, I had to like wash everything off. And I was like, holy crap. I had to like just sit at church with them for like an hour and a half. So that was the worst for me. 214, I was a sophomore in high school and used to not wear underwear. You used to just go free. I decided to wear my snap together athletic pants. When I stood up from lunch to leave, two of my friends grabbed each side of them and pulled them straight off of me. That's pretty bad.
Pants.
That's pretty bad.
So this was a few years ago when I was in college. I was at the mall. It was during the holiday rush hour. About 5 years ago.
Flex. What a flex.
Youngin.
And so I was at the mall in Denton, and this was around the holiday rush hour, so rush time. So there were a lot of people at the mall, and so I'm walking right in the middle of the mall with my iced coffee, full, took a couple sips, dropped it in front of everyone, and it spills. And it's not like you can just clean it up right there. You have to find where the nearest paper towels are. So I'm just like looking at, and I'm by myself. So it's like there's not friends that can go get paper towels for me. So I'm just got iced coffee on the ground everywhere, and people are just looking at me because there's a lot of people there, and so they're looking like, oh, like this guy just spilled his coffee. So I have to find a way to clean it up.
Peyton, we hear you talk every day. I know that is not the most embarrassing thing you've done in public.
That is the weakest answer.
What?
You dropped your iced coffee?
Oh, and everyone looks at. Oh.
That's your most.
That's it.
How about your first date at Olive Garden? How about?
How about saying no to queso on a first date?
Oh my God! I dropped my coffee.
How about
in the
getting
mall?
Life canceled? Whatever you don't like.
My gosh!
I've heard. We've heard more than
Gather the Foreigners.
Forgetting on North Texas television the second name you had for the Rangers and having to go, I forgot, and they're going, it's okay, buddy.
Drop my ice.
Drop my iced
Spill
coffee.
my iced coffee. My most embarrassing. What a life!
It's probably non-fat too, right? Non-fat.
What a life to live.
Terrible answer, Peyton. 0 out of 10. Next one, Sean Sharif. What do you swear you saw, but don't have any proof of? Like, what's something that you have to like relay? Like, oh my gosh, this happened, and people just don't believe you.
Oh my gosh, this is a great one. I swear I saw.
I've got one while you think about this.
Okay.
Because I still to this day believe this, and my parents and everybody else are like, no, or well, my dad, my mom's not here, but my dad is like, no, you didn't happen.
Was it your mom you thought you saw?
No. This was we had these friends' house, and at this friend's house, I was like 5 at the time. I used to go over there and play. They had this closet, and their house was weird and creepy, and their mom believed in like ghosts and everything else, and used to say like there was haunted stuff. So we would go in this closet, and whenever you would go in that closet to get something out, swear all 3 of the kids that were there would say they felt like a furry hand, like a completely covered hair hand grabbing their shoulder and rubbing it, and when you turn around it'd be gone, like instantly, every time. And my dad insists, he's like, it had to be a sleeve from a coat or something, brush it. I was like, no, this was a grip and a rub, and you could see the hand, and when you turn around nobody was there. And so I swear, I still to this day, I was 5 years old, I remember it vividly, it happened 100%. That house was haunted,
and you could just feel it. You just felt that's
I
all
could feel it, and I could see it.
Oh God, nothing yet.
No.
All right, so my sister and I, my older sister and I swear by this. Now, she's 11 years older than me. I was probably like 4, and we swear that my dad was cooking dinner, and he made meatballs, and they were so rubbery that we couldn't eat them, that he started to throw them against the wall to see if they would bounce.
Dodgeball.
To see if they would bounce off. And we swear that he did this. And he has denied this.
Yeah.
He has never even remotely given way. My mom either. Now, there's a good chance that I just didn't remember this and that my sister was higher than a kite. All right, there's a perfect possibility of that happening.
Is this the wino?
No, this is the older one.
Okay.
Yeah, the wino is the younger one. This is my older sister, and we swear by this. We swear
rubber meatballs,
that he made rubber meatballs so bad that he was able to bounce them off the wall.
Wow. Okay. What about you? A coffee lid that stayed on?
No, in London, when I was in London a couple years ago, I swear I saw a guy scale the wall. Just
What wall?
downtown, just like an apartment building. Like he just climbed up it. I swear. And it was not a skyscraper, but I swear I saw it.
You sure it wasn't a window washer?
No, he was not attached to anything. It was like Spider-Man. The guy just crawled up the wall.
It was like Jason Bourne. Were they filming Jason Bourne?
No, it wasn't.
Crouching
It was
Tiger.
London.
So you're talking like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, like floating on things or just jumping up and climbing. No,
He's just
no-
scaling it, Bobby.
The beast?
Just like I said.
The weed in France or whatever is different, I guess. A couple of the answers on the Twitch. Blue Mav, a huge military drone. Opie World, a ghost for me. I know I saw a ghost in my first apartment after I moved out of our house multiple times. We are doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Send us in your answers on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053.
Bassman said, I swear I saw Dak play well in a playoff game. You did, Tampa.
You did. It happened
Tampa Bay.
several different times.
Not several.
Peyton Russell, you wake up tomorrow and the internet is gone. What do you do?
Call my parents for advice. They were living in no internet time, so I'm going to call them and say, hey, what do I do now?
No, not
What do I
like,
do?
yeah.
Shut
like,
up, Bobby. I'm trying to answer the question.
Oh.
I call my parents for advice. That's what I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's, just like going to Home Depot or anything else, like it's always like, call them mommy. I don't have that option, so I would just have to handle this myself. It's
So
funny,
this is like the nomophobia that you wrote about weeks ago.
Oh,
that
yeah.
you sent us.
Yeah, that they've got, that there's a new phobia listed by psychologists that they're talking about, which is nomophobia, which is the idea that you are just terrified. You live in fear of being without your cell phone.
Yeah.
Like not having your cell phone, which I understand is a healthy fear in this day and age of just like how to, like, not
I don't
even
know if
just
it's
for,
a healthy fear.
No, a health, like, I don't mean healthy, like healthy for you. I just understand like that would be a substantial fear is what I mean.
Yes.
Like a significant fear. I could understand somebody being like, man, if I didn't have my phone, if I was, because whenever I leave it behind, I do feel like I'm probably missing an emergency phone call right now. I'm missing something, and I do get a little anxious, but I don't actively think about it all the time.
So
like
this is like the internet gone for good or just out?
This is gone. Like the internet's just disappeared. You wake up one morning, it's like, oh, the internet doesn't exist anymore. Which we were talking about.
I would have a pretty big meltdown. I would have a large meltdown.
How would you change your prep for this show if you didn't have the internet?
I'd wait till the next day and get a newspaper.
I was gonna say just newspapers and Sports Center.
Sports Center. I go back to watching Sports Center again, which I've tried to stay away from.
Well, you'd have to have satellite, right? Because if you stream everything, you can't stream because you don't have the internet.
Right. You have to switch
But I
to
mean,
satellite.
you just get cable or satellite.
Oh, yeah,
or
they
whatever
just
else.
get it in a few minutes, Bobby.
It'd probably be relief for you. You'd probably be the most relieved.
Well, I would get stuff done around the house. That's for sure. All the things I put off, my poops would be way faster, like, way faster.
That's a great answer.
And then my yard, all the weeds that I've got. I put the pre-emergent down. I'm gonna double pre-emergent this spring.
Double pre-emergent?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the pre-emergent. I already did the pre-emergent, and in 2 weeks from now I'm gonna do it again, and then I'm gonna scalp. This is gonna be the best yard year of the year. Yard year of my life.
This is we were talking about this during right before leading the crosstalk. I was talking about this with Corey yesterday. The idea of social media, and Hagee was talking about social media, like how it's just this toxic place, and he was giving this example of something that he saw. And I was like, after seeing Oppenheimer, which you still haven't seen,
no,
right?
Seems a little bit too scary.
Okay, it's not scary at all. But Oppenheimer, they're like doing this whole thing of like, oh my gosh, we've created the bomb, and it's this great thing. But like, what have we done? Like the second half of the movie is just this like crisis of what have we exposed the world to? I feel like that for our generation is social media.
Yeah.
Like it's so great, but then it's also like, what the hell did we do?
Yes.
Like, does everybody need to be heard? Does
No,
everybody?
they don't.
They don't.
People
Everybody's
are way too stupid.
Nope. Doesn't need to be heard at all. RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
Next question here for you on Ask Reddit. If you could do high school all over again, what would you do differently? Other than that, grease haircut you had.
Good haircut. I'd have done the fifth year, the post-grad year.
Like college.
Well, yeah, like college.
Like
but
you did in college.
So this was a popular
I think they called
thing.
that the Witten.
Yeah, no, right? This is a popular thing back when I was in high school. It was called a PG, a post-grad year, where you do a fifth. And I was young. I was only 17 when I got to college. So I would have done the fifth year, and you get to dominate in sports, and you get to do it all over again, get your grades up. If I had to go back, I'd have done a fifth year, which they don't do it much down here, but like in the northern part of the states, they do the fifth year more. That's what I would have done.
I would have never given up golf for soccer. One of my number one athletic regret.
Really?
Yeah, I was the only one playing golf. None of my friends played. It was like way too early. It was not popular whatsoever, but I was good. I was really good as a youth golfer, winning like the local club championships and everything.
Oh, baby.
And I was like, but my friends aren't playing. And I hated soccer. I never liked soccer. I don't like running like that, training for it. We weren't very good. And I gave up golf. And I can't go back out and swing correctly. I was taking lessons, the custom clubs. I mean,
And how old was this?
Probably 10, 11.
10, 11?
Yeah. Golf had not like exploded to dominate.
Tiger wasn't around yet.
Yeah, it was like a local country club, so it wasn't like, but that's my biggest regret.
You could have been Tiger.
I could have gone out and played with Choppy.
Yeah.
I don't have to just say when everyone goes, "You want to golf?" And I'm like, "No, I'll go out and drink. I'll go out and drive the cart. I could go out and actually play."
How many times? So you
make
got
business deals.
You could probably get back into it.
Yeah, I'm coordinated enough.
How many?
I got good hand-eye coordination.
Hand-eye, you have to.
How many
Tennis.
times have you golfed as an adult? At all? Or is it just you've like no, you said you ride around the cart. You haven't done it once?
No. I'm trying to think of how many times we've gone to Gaylord.
I mean, probably half dozen.
Like maybe 6, 7.
I'll give
as
you
an adult.
I'll give you some tips.
Oh,
We'll,
yeah.
we'll get you back into it. What I don't know. I guess I'd study in the living room instead of the dining room or something. I don't know what I would do. Peyton, what would you do?
I would probably not ask my ex to be my girlfriend because that turned into 40 years of just wasted time.
Wow.
I pursued a white whale too, relationship wise, and I hate her guts too, and her mother. And my mother, who doesn't hate anyone, hates this girl as well. But I would, I still like try to mess around. I did mess around with some other girls, but I would not put so much into the pursuit of this one. That was a high school regret. And I struck out.
Did you call her Moby?
My big strikeout, Moby. Yeah, that's probably why it didn't work.
You Joey Gallo'd it. Just struck out.
I did Joey Gallo it. All right, Ask Reddit Expressway with the truckrent.com text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Another Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway tomorrow. Choppy says that, he's hearing from people saying the Rangers have had a bad off seasons. Not a good off season for the defending World Series champs with the boys in Arizona. Let's see if that's true or not on the home of the Rangers next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Back together again for the long haul. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. Peyton, did the two of them get along while I was out for like 2 of the last 3 shows?
There was some bickering back and forth. You know, a couple fights broke out, but no, they were better for the most part.
What was the big fight or argument?
Probably about Dak, some football argument.
Probably, or like
We didn't talk about Dak at all.
Yeah. No, I mean, I saw somebody had tweeted
Did you not?
No.
Yeah, I don't think we did a single Dak segment. Somebody had tweeted you. I saw. They were like, "Yeah, you got to get back because they're not fighting enough. They're not bickering enough. This is not fun. They don't dislike each other enough right now."
Right out of our normal routines. It's just different.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, it's a different world.
Like some of the other soft radio in town. These high fivers.
I have to
patty cakers.
I have to sit in your chair. The chi is off. I feel like a different person when you're out. Choppy, you know, he's bringing it in and out. He's like, I don't know what to do with my hands. It's just it's a different energy.
Very different.
Okay. Well, we are your home, in case you did not know, of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers. They are in spring training. Josh Young is out for 3 weeks. Corey Seager's talking about possibly missing the start of the season. It has not been like a very fun offseason, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
And those in the know are dinging us for it, Ralph.
Dinging a little bit. So they do like wins gained or losses based on your off season. They factor in player war and all that stuff to see how much better or worse you are. So, for example, the Dodgers, right? The Dodgers are number 1 overall in projection for baseball. 105 wins their projection. They've got a 28% chance of winning the World Series. They have gained 12 wins. 12 wins, which is most in Major League Baseball. They
Shohei homering in his first live BP yesterday.
Yeah. They did.
Gained 12 wins and 1 giant diva.
Oh, Shohei?
Yeah.
No, Yamamoto.
The Braves are at number 2. And the Braves have, interestingly enough, basically the same title odds as the Dodgers. Dodgers 28%, Braves 27%, which seems very, very high. And then you go on. Houston is up next. But they did not gain a lot. They just say the Astros had a down year last year. And they project them to win about 97 games. 4th is the Yankees. The Yankees gained the 2nd most wins in the sport in the offseason with 5.
Did y'all see Giancarlo Stanton's body? Was that an angle? Or did he lose that much weight? And there's a report that they still have an offer out for Blake Snell.
SOTAweightloss.com.
Yeah. So the Blake Snell offer is, that's obviously the report out there. It's like, all right, you got to take something here, man. He is getting to the point where he either takes a very, very short-term deal or he just basically rides it out and is still demanding his 9 for $270. The Yankees offer was like 6 for $150. But, when you factor in luxury tax, that's the problem that guys like that are going to run into. The luxury tax is going to really ding guys. So the Yankees are 4th. The Twins are 5th.
By the way, what do we make of Stan? Are we going to say now that he plays in a lot more games because of this? SOTA, where you can play 30 major league games after you lose that amount of weight.
Boy, it'd be a great tie-in, wouldn't it? Probably not. He's probably still just going to be.
He'll have a calf. He'll have it. It's just
because he said, "I'm trying to be a baseball player.
I'm trying to be a baseball player again." Yes, what a quote. Trying to be a baseball player again. Like
finally at 34 years old.
Finally, trying to be a baseball player.
All right, what do you think? Like over the last 3 years, don't look.
Mm-hmm.
Did you already look?
No.
How many games played? Like, has he not gone over? Do you think the last 3 years?
Let's see. Is 2020 in that? 23. I will say he has not gone over 96 games.
70.
He's played in 139, 110, and 101.
Okay, that's way better than I expected.
Always looking up the actual injuries and games played for any sport. It's actually more games played than we think.
Yeah, it really is. Twins are next. Orioles are next. Orioles project for only 87 wins. I find that one very hard to believe. I think a lot of people project them to win closer to 100. You continue down, the Phillies at 87. The Blue Jays at 87. Tampa at 86. Seattle at 86.
So we're at 10 teams now?
Now at 11. The Rangers are projected to win 86 wins, 86 games, less than 50% chance to make the playoffs, 2% chance to win the title. They lost 3.5 wins. That was 25th in the sport, so only 5 teams lost more. And here's the write-up. They haven't exactly been idle, but they haven't made headline-grabbing moves, perhaps hamstrung by payroll concerns with the RSN saga, Diamond Valley. As a result, their biggest hope for outrunning roster-wide regression comes from good injury recovery news from guys like, Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter, living up to well-deserved hype. Injury recovery news and their youngest players like those two, living up to the hype. But they have at least kept the transaction wire burning in hopes of building out the depth of the 40-man. They signed approximately 93 veteran pitchers to minor league deals over the winter. They're exaggerating on that one. Some of them could end up giving Bruce Bochy a full season of bullpen options. Nevertheless, they still should have signed Josh Hader. Economic uncertainty be damned. So what they're saying is they expect a ton of roster-wide regression from a lot of the players. Now, they already lose Mitch Garver, but they're saying, maybe Nathaniel Lowe regresses, or Josh Young regresses, and then Adolis regresses. Seager doesn't have an MVP year. That's the suggestion.
I mean, I understand there's injuries and everything else, and it hasn't been the most exciting offseason.
Time.
Zero deference at all to the idea of let's not even put in the top third. And I understand it's a projection, it's a formula, whatever else, but not even in the top third of Major League Baseball. You don't have the defending champs in the top third of Major League Baseball. You have them third in their own division. You have the Mariners and the Astros ahead of them. I just show a little bit of respect. A little bit of respect, because not showing them respect is also what led to them smacking people in the mouth along the playoff run.
I like when websites do this. They're not beholden to what happened in the previous standings. This probably a little bit disrespectful.
Well, I mean, the Orioles one I think is the most disrespectful. They're going from they're docking them basically 13 wins here, saying that they overachieved by 13 games, and then the Rangers one is right there with them. Now they're only knocking the Rangers 4 or 5 games there, but
we didn't have the regular season they had.
But they had the regular season. The Rangers didn't have the regular season that Baltimore had.
Right.
And look, it's certainly within the realm of possibility that the Rangers go from, a 90-win team to 86. I mean, that's nothing. And it's certainly possible they go from a 90-win team to 97. That wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility either. You have a couple of good breaks, good little stretch. You catch teams at the right time. That's half the battle. When do you play? If you play the Dodgers this year, do you catch the Dodgers when they're hot or when they're injured?
Yeah.
Right? And if you catch them when they're injured, I mean, you've just stolen a couple of games.
All right, so there it is. The Rangers just not getting that championship hype or love in the offseason, and we get that. We understand that with the age and the injuries and a lot of guys scheduled to miss, not just the beginning, but the first half of this thing with the old arms on the IL. All right, speaking of missing and hurt, Mike Trout, your boy. Mike Trout speaking for the first time since the Angels lost Ohtani, and he was asked again on wanting to win a championship in LA versus leaving.
I think the biggest thing right now is I think the easy way out is just ask for a trade. There might be a time, maybe. I really haven't thought about this, but when I signed that contract, I'm loyal. I want to win a championship here, and that's mainly. I think the overall picture of winning a championship or getting to the playoffs here is bigger satisfaction bailing out and just taking the easy way out. So I think that's been my mindset. Maybe down the road if some things change, but that's been my mindset ever since the trade speculations came up.
I hear a little bit of that Pennsylvania. Down the road. You heard it?
That's the first time I've heard him talk.
Down the road when I go get a hoagie.
I've never heard him talk before.
You never heard him
I've
talk?
never heard him talk once before. He has zero personality.
Yeah.
He has zero success so with his team, so you would never see him doing press junkets for playoffs or anything else.
It's the road here, the road to the title. I mean, there's two schools of thought, right? Like,
leave.
You either guys like Trout losing but staying, like, is he avoiding pressure? Is he soft? And then the other one is like you're a ring chaser, like in the NBA. And like, which one's looked down more on?
Well, it has to do with how many times you jump too. If Mike Trout left now, like, unless he maybe goes to the Dodgers, I'm not going to accuse him of ring chasing.
I don't think anybody accused Lillard of ring chasing. Really, it was kind of like, yeah, you've been you put in your time, it didn't work out.
Yeah,
you get a pass to go to the Bucks and play with Giannis.
Yeah.
Like, I think it'd be viewed similarly with Trout.
Because Mike Trout's legacy right now is what? Write a sentence. Write a sentence for Mike Trout's legacy. I know what you're going to say, but I want to see if you have amended it. Best baseball player you've ever seen. Period?
Yeah, he's the most complete player I've ever watched.
Okay.
You know, Barry was Barry was a better offensive player, but you know, Barry was not, especially as he aged, not half the defensive player Trout was.
Okay. So you're not editing, amending anything for injury whatsoever.
He definitely gets hurt.
Are we getting towards a Griffey stage?
Yeah.
That feeling in your mind?
Yes, he definitely gets hurt at the rate of Griffey. And from that standpoint, I mean, Barry Bonds is better. Like, Barry Bonds is a better hitter, not even close. And from that standpoint, Barry Bonds is better because he definitely stayed much more healthy.
Mike Trout's legacy is going to be the shining example in the history of sports that it is a team game. That is what his legacy is going to be, is that look how he will be the one that everybody always throws up of, well, yeah, look how great he was. Never mattered. Like that, assuming nothing changes here, that's going to be his legacy.
Now, we did this exercise for Giancarlo. Give me the most games played that Trout has had over the last 3 years. Who has been more hurt, Giancarlo Stanton or Mike Trout?
Trout's played fewer games in singular seasons. But I also think he played more games than Stanton did. I think Trout's most played games like 150 something.
115.
2021, 36. 2022, 119. 2023, 82. He's played less games than Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah.
Less.
He's the most beat up guy in the league. Like, he doesn't.
In 2020, he played
heal.
53 games.
Yeah, which was a 60-game season.
Yeah.
So.
You know what? Just pass the torch to Wyatt Langford. He's ready to take it from you, Mike.
He just doesn't heal.
And we stay in the AL West. What's going on with the Athletics now? Who's rejecting them?
Maybe Las Vegas. But that could be it. So there's a story out there that they're likely to move and play in Sacramento for a couple of years after this year. The league has to approve that. But Jeff Passan, this is a quote from Jeff Passan that said, the A's, this deal with, and he was on PTI, this deal with.
You get approval for that hit?
Yeah, right. This deal with the city of Las Vegas, he ain't buying it.
He's not buying, they're going to Vegas?
That's for you, Peyton.
Audio's not a cut sheet. But,
it was from yesterday, Peyton.
Okay.
We're still there.
There are doubts everywhere about the A's because here's the one thing that they have proven themselves adept at: being completely incompetent. I was talking with somebody yesterday, doing a story on expansion, and the A's came up because the A's need to be in place in Las Vegas in order for MLB to expand 2 more teams, which is looking like it's going to be 2030 or so. But this person who's been dealing with the A's is like, do they know what they're doing? Like, is this a joke? The whole process has been messed up from the start. Dating back 20 years, them trying to get a stadium in Oakland, failing to do so. And now they're going to go to Vegas, and all of a sudden it's going to be smooth sailing in a city that really hasn't shown a lot of desire to have you. The entire thing from the beginning, Tony, has been a disaster. And if this thing fell apart, it would surprise absolutely nobody.
Can you imagine they announced they're going to leave, as bad as it is in Oakland already? And then now the deal falls apart in Vegas if it does. I mean, what do you do? What do you do at that point? Just move to Montreal? Portland?
Contraction?
Nashville? What do you do? What a nightmare it is. In a nightmare.
I mean, we were out there when the mayor's just like, go back to Oakland. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you really want what you want, like, we're really crowded over here. We don't really want any.
Rejecting them in Vegas, just the space.
I mean, that's a great location. I mean, they're right on the strip. The Vegas people think they'd be better served up north, like north of town, because they don't want the congestion on the strip necessarily that you would have every single day.
All right, there it is around the AL West on the home of the World Series champs. Find out how you can hang out today with the KNC Masterpiece and Tony Pollard. Just a few hours away. We'll tell you about that. Plus, we got to pour one out for Best Buy and boobs next. Let me go ahead and get you some help with BetterHelp. Look, around New Year's, we get obsessed with how to change.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Today, starting at 11 o'clock. Their show starts at 10, but starting at 11, you can join the KNC Masterpiece along with Tony Pollard at Nebraska Furniture Mart. I'm jealous of KNC that they get to do their show out there today. Nebraska saved me with the new home process. Saviors.
Massive. I mean, my entire house was first with that.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. It's fantastic. The rug selection.
The rug selection.
The rug selection was great.
Because I did not want to go and get I'm starting to get scatterbrained with ordering a couch from here and get a fridge from there. And now I have to get blinds and then carpets and then having all these different delivery schedules and keeping track. I don't want to create a draft board for my furniture. And the Tolos and Ian reached out. He's like, stop by Nebraska. And I'd gotten my first couch in Kansas City from Nebraska Furniture there, but I had not gone to this one. Holy crap. Even if y'all don't want to buy anything, just walk in. Just walk in and be blown away and amazed. Because this thing is a monster.
It's huge.
You're going to see the patio furniture setting up, but from carpets to outdoor furniture, refrigerators, audio, visual equipment, lighting, beds, couches. And I just made it the one-stop shop, and they outfitted the new house. Because of Christine, Ian over there as well. Got to give props to Josh. So I'm jealous. KNC today, starting at 11 with Tony Pollard at Nebraska Furniture Mart.
That's an awesome area too. That's over Grandscape. That's where we did one of the firehouse stops there in the colony. It was right behind there, and that was they show up in that area because that was the one that was. You remember it was cold and we had drizzle and everything else, and they still were out there right at 5:30. So
go ride you the Ferris wheel out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there. There's dining room tables, dining room chairs, all of it. Nebraska Furniture Mart with KNC. Now, yesterday, I felt like a man a little bit.
Oh, boy.
Going to Home Depot. Yeah, I went to Home Depot.
You and Peyton.
What?
Like Peyton.
That was me. I went twice this weekend, Sean.
For what?
Just appliances for the dishwasher or the washer and dryer at the house.
Yeah, mine is a little bit less impressive.
Oh, his wasn't impressive. He said he still had to ask for help and
Nothing
stuff.
wrong with asking questions, man.
No,
Nothing
this
wrong with
is
that.
really bad. I went for boxes.
Oh, no, nothing wrong with that.
That's the only reason. No, not any type of equipment, not anything impressive. I'm watching all these real handymen going around with their 2x4s, and the wife is like, "Yeah, we need to get some boxes to pack up." So we went in and got boxes at Home Depot. So I ended up spending $50 at Home Depot on freaking cardboard.
Man, I wish you would have just asked me.
You didn't know I was moving?
I didn't know you needed I didn't know you needed boxes. Like I didn't know what your schedule was. Like
You have a
I
ton of
have
boxes?
I have 1,000 boxes sitting in the garage.
You do?
Yeah, just take them back. Take them back. Take them back.
Oh yeah, I should refund the boxes. We have $50 back. You have large, extra large, all sizes?
Everything you want.
Oh.
Everything you want.
Oh man, you're making my wife excited.
Are these the
Talk about
boxes?
storage.
Are these the boxes that got blown around and got you yelled at by the neighborhood Karen?
No. Those are different ones. But yeah, we just went on our neighborhood Facebook page that anybody got boxes, and we got they're all like some of them are like some are in great shape.
Yeah.
Some are a little bit ratty. But yeah, I got plenty of. If you want them, I got plenty of. I don't know that Sarah's gonna let the wardrobe boxes go.
Okay.
Those are the big ones. They come with a bar.
Yeah.
You just hang all your stuff on them. But yeah, we got plenty for you.
And then today I'm showing our home for the first time at 10:30 to hopefully sell. And Bobby, you had some advice for me.
Did I? What did I say? What did I say?
Yes, we got you an RJ moment.
Yeah. Crap. I had advice for you.
I've lobbed up. I just lobbed this up for you. Like the All-Star game. Like I thought we were Luka and Joker.
I'm the only one here not allowed to pay attention.
No, we're
your advertisement.
We're Luka and Dennis Smith Jr. Oh yes, that's what you know because I thought. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Spin it.
Orchard.com. That's
go.
what you need to do. You need to go to Orchard because they handle all that for you. You don't even have to be there, Sean.
Okay, there you go. You're welcome.
I thought you were setting up a joke about how I don't have a home.
Nope.
That's what I thought. I was like, this is just mean.
No,
This
in the
is
commercial
calculated.
break, you're like, I wish it was here at 5:30 so I could mention my sponsor. So then I lobbed it up for you.
Yes,
right
yes.
there.
That was that. That was an RJ moment.
That was an RJ moment. All right, we got to pour one out for DVDs and boobs, apparently.
Yeah, well, let's start with that. Let's start with Best Buy here. DVDs are gone. Best Buy is removing all physical media movies from the stores.
When's the last time you actually got one from Walmart, from Best Buy? You actually went and perused. Is it still DVDs that have been put out? They still sell DVDs?
Yeah. Well, I mean, not Best Buy, clearly, but I mean, like Target and stuff, because I mean, I know when I was doing my shopping on December 24th that there was a lot of DVDs out and stuff like that. I think the only time I buy DVDs recently has been if I'm walking by and I see like at a 7-Eleven, it's like $1.99 for something, like, oh, I like that movie, and I'll grab it there. But that's still very rare.
Yeah, so the end of an era here. End of an era. They are getting rid of these movies. So the shelves, when you walk in, now these shelves, they've become more boxes, really, right? They've just become basically boxes where you just go in there, you reach in, you grab your Die Hard Blu-ray for $5.99. That's basically what it is. And now all of a sudden you don't have that anymore.
I honestly do hate the death of this era.
When you buy video games, do they come like a PS5 game? Do they still come like in a CD looking thing?
Yeah, I mean, if you buy them, most people buy them all, like directly off of the PlayStation Store or whatever else now, and so a lot of people don't even have physical copies anymore. But no, I always, and I know we think back on it and romanticize at the time the idea of like the Blockbuster, like, oh, going into the Blockbuster on a Friday night and like getting excited when, oh my gosh, there's one copy left, somebody just returned it or something else, and like getting excited and getting the snacks and everything else, or just going into Best Buy and getting a new movie or something like that. Like I did love that. It's just it's not the same when you're just like, yeah, Amazon, click, yep, here's my code, confirm purchase.
It's Best Buy's so different now because it's like you walk in and then you've got all your appliances on one side and then you just pay there. You don't even go up to the front counter. There's no front counter anymore.
I don't know, man. I used to love the rush of going into Toys R Us.
Oh, yeah.
And the games, just looking at all the games, and you're going to get to pick one.
Yep.
And then driving home. So I don't know how it is. I've never bought an internet game. I've never bought a game online or anything.
Yeah, that's why the cover doesn't matter as much anymore because you don't buy the game. You just download it. So when my kids buy the MLB The Show or whatever, I don't go to the store and buy the game. I just buy it on the PlayStation or the Xbox, and then the cover shows up on the screen. That's what you click. That's the icon you click.
And then they're pouring one out in West Virginia.
They are, and I understand this. So this was a story from whiskeyriff.com that was going viral yesterday. They had noticed that over in Charleston, West Virginia, it's a sad day over there. They say if you've ever spent any time in the Mountain State's capital city, chances are you ventured over to Hooters in Kanawha City. And he said, I used to live just a couple miles from Hooters, spent many evenings there enjoying wings and everything else. They are shutting that Hooters down.
Oh.
It is the last Hooters in that area. And people are so upset about this. They have started a Facebook event for Friday night. They are going to hold a candlelight vigil for the Hooters closing.
Oh, no.
Now, I'll be honest. We got to be real here. Charleston, West Virginia is not South Beach. It's not.
It is not.
Okay?
It is not. What is it looking like?
So when you talk about, here's a play, no, here's my thought. I'm not thinking that way. I'm thinking, here's a place I knew I could reliably go and see all the beautiful women that Charleston, West Virginia had to offer. I can come in here, I can see them, I can chat them up, I can have a good time. And now that's gone, and they're dispersed everywhere, and now you just got to take your off chances of running into 1 in a million in Charleston, West Virginia. Again, this is not like South Beach. You're not just going to run into them everywhere.
But have you ever been to West Virginia?
Yes.
You have.
I have.
Yeah, my grandfather lived in West Virginia for years. So
all I remember about West Virginia is driving like up. It felt like I was always driving uphill.
Yeah, you are.
And on the side of the road, it had like the dirt, like
the runaway truck lane.
Right, and you would sit there and drive with that if you like needed to slow down.
Yeah,
that's all I remember.
That's it. Yeah, because I went to Morgantown on a visit during college. I almost went there
for golf.
No, that was just to go. That was just to go to school.
Supposed to be fun. Awesome, fun place.
It looked fun.
Got an MTV show canceled real quick.
Yeah, it did. Was it Buck Wild?
Yeah.
But I took one look at that campus, and I was like, that's... Knoxville was hilly. It ain't got nothing on Morgantown. Holy cow. You are walking... I mean, your entire life is walking up steps.
West Virginia Mountain Mama. That's what it is.
And speaking of hilly, and tying into this, and by the way, I've really become more of a fan of Hooters food over the years. I used to be against the wings. I'm like, whatever, but sometimes I crave the Hooters wings. I love the sauce, the breading. You know, I like it.
The reputation for a while there was, I go for the wings was the equivalent of I read Playboy for the articles. Like that was the same sort of thing. Like, yeah, sure, you go for the wings. But legitimately, the food's always been pretty good. I've always thought it was pretty good at Hooters. So yeah, same sort of thing. This is not.
I want to talk about this next one before my wife gets in the car.
Yeah. So when we reach the new year, there's all these prognostications of like who's going to be the artist of the year, what's going to be the new trend in technology or whatever else. There is a disturbing trend coming from a disturbing prediction from one prominent plastic surgeon in the UK. He says the hottest cosmetic procedure this year in 2024 is going to be breast reductions.
Oh, gosh.
Yep. He says more and more ladies are now prioritizing, and I don't think this is necessarily a bad idea, more and more ladies are prioritizing shape over size. So that they're going in there and saying like, hey, can I get a reduction? And I'd like them more orb-like or whatever else. So orb-like.
I'll take a little sip.
All right, Newton, what else you got for us?
That is the line from Wedding Crashers, if you knew any pop culture chop. It says that breast reductions are going to surge, or breast reductions are going to become really popular, and the boob lift will become more popular. That people are going to want to lift and shape less than... And I know that this is distressing news. You are about to hold a candlelight vigil for this.
Yeah, this is like either my number 1 or 2 feature. I would never marry or date for a long, long time anyone without this feature. It's a prerequisite.
Yeah,
mandatory.
Yeah,
yes. I'm big time there. Big time.
And I mean, like this is something that this is.
You and I are opposite.
I'm a butt guy, a butt man.
Well. A lot of times you can't get one without the other.
That's fair.
You got the curves everywhere.
Yeah.
But you probably prefer the reduction, and I prefer the enhancement. No doubt about it.
Yeah. Look,
I don't even think you would date. You wouldn't be with someone like. I don't know.
Joe Rogan says, I want a girl who looks like they can help you move a couch.
Okay.
That's what I want.
And this surgeon, what he describes it as, he says he calls it plastic remorse. That there was this huge trend of the Kardashian, let me get the big boobs and the big butt, and that he said in recent years, the
butts are out of control.
They're out of control, man.
Tori Spelling, Black China, Chrissy Teigen, these are some prominent people who have had theirs removed. They've taken out their implants, and so it's becoming a more popular procedure. And now some people are just saying, I want to get the reduction, and I want the tightening. I want the tightening and the size.
Yeah, man, I'm going. It's face 1 and then this 2 and 3.
Oh yeah,
face 1.
You gotta have a cute,
face and then 2 and 3.
Sucker
If 2 and
for
3,
a pretty face.
If 2 and 3 aren't there, I'm out. I'm out for long term. Pay. Are you? I'm
a butt guy.
Okay.
I like chop.
Yeah.
I'm butt over boob.
Okay.
Man, the trucker.com text line.
Yeah.
Marry the butt, buy the boobs.
Oh,
that's a good one. That's a good one to live by.
That is a great. You should put that on a shirt.
Yep.
Because you don't want to buy the butt, man. They're out of control.
Right. A boob reduction is like slapping God in the face. That's what other people are saying. I've always used anything more than a handful's a waste. It's a waste.
It's I was never like a big. I was always the boob guy. But somebody had told me once, they're like, becoming a butt guy is like a sign of maturity. It's like, getting into scotch or something. But it's like this is the gentleman's approach.
Are we about to have a little fight amongst the Cowboys defensive line? Are we getting Micah versus Tank? And Bobby is in love with the Jordan rules that are being put on someone. A hit is being put out in the NFL. That's next. And below the belt. Below the belt. But reference.
The belt. There you go.
Go ahead, take it away.
Let's get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet professionally cleaned, the clean way, the green way, the Zerez way.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. The Jordan rules are back. Now we know why Antonio Pierce got the job with the Raiders. More on that in just a second. First, Below the Belt is brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. And we've got to talk, before we get to anything Antonio Pierce related or anything like that, we got to talk about this Micah Parsons interview. You know, when we were prepping for things Monday while you were out, Sean, Choppy and I were talking, we were like, no, this has got to be saved till Sean gets
I appreciate
back.
that.
This is one we have to talk about with Sean, because I think everybody's going to have some hot takes on this. So Micah Parsons did this interview with Stephen A. Smith after Super Bowl. I believe it was still in Vegas, though, it looked like, but it was after Super Bowl. And they talked about a number of different things. That's where the headline came out recently about Micah saying that he had talked to Jerry, told him the types of players that he wanted, who he wanted to play with, the things he was looking for there. But there were a couple of really interesting clips here in regards to DeMarcus Lawrence. Obviously, everybody heard DeMarcus Lawrence talking about...
He was burned out, man.
We was burned out. That's what he said. And when he said we were burned out, he said that, you know, look, we're the Dallas Cowboys. We're everybody's Super Bowl. We're taking their best shot every single week. And that wears on you. It puts us in a unique position, and it wears you out, wears you down. So Stephen A. Smith asked Micah, what do you think about what DeMarcus Lawrence had to say?
That's not a good enough reason or excuse to say that publicly. If you said it to someone else, you know what I'm saying, like one-on-one, you know what I'm saying, cameras off, sure, be my guest. But when I feel like once that regular season ends and they get in a playoff, you're supposed to get rejuvenated. Like, this is a whole new me, whole new you. Like, we need to get ready. And that's part of that culture stuff where I was talking about, where I want to dive into the players that we got to change. Like, you should never go into a game like I'm tired, like I'm ready to go home. Because that's exactly what's going to happen, and it did happen. I'm coming to the game every week like, man, I got 4 more weeks left. I don't know what y'all got, but I got 4 more weeks left. Like, that's part of the culture and identity that I just feel like we're missing. Like, that's just something like I don't agree with at all. Like, regular season, all right, yeah, I'm tired, like I'm wore out. But as soon as playoffs hit, knowing how limited and how hard it is to win in playoff game, I would never say I'm tired or I feel fatigued, because that's my job to not feel that way.
So my question, is it possible to...
Those are like all direct shots fired right at Tank Lawrence.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. Can you listen to what Micah Parsons said there and divorce DeMarcus Lawrence from Micah's criticisms? Like what Micah just said there, is it possible to say that's not any sort of a criticism at DeMarcus Lawrence, he's just talking generally? Or do you have to say, no, that is essentially a critique of his teammate DeMarcus Lawrence?
I mean, I don't know if I don't know if it may necessarily a critique. It's a simple, I disagree with what you said.
Yeah.
And even though Micah may have felt fatigued.
I don't know that it's just
because the Micah criticism is that he fades at the end of these years.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's as simple as saying that it's just a criticism or whatever else, because he says very specifically they're like, this is part of the culture that we have to get rid of.
Yeah. He made this a bigger issue.
Yes.
Like the Tank is like a problem with the culture.
Yeah.
Tank Lawrence, who we all view as like the opposite. Like, if there was more Tank Lawrences and talk and toughness, or maybe you think it's too much talking. You know, Talk Lawrence, I've called him in the past, or the hot noise. But, man, this felt like direct shots fired. You want to give your theory as to why, or was that off air? You don't have to.
Off air for now.
Okay.
Might be for on air here in 2 weeks or so.
Okay.
But it's interesting when he says that there.
Well, let me say something about Micah Parsons real quick. In my opinion, Micah Parsons, I don't know this at all. You can speak to it, other people in the locker room. Micah Parsons is becoming an expert at saying all the right things publicly, and I don't believe that he practices all of them privately. I think he knows to say these things to Stephen A. Smith. He knows to say these big-time leadership statements on his Micah Parsons podcast. I don't buy that he practices it. I don't buy that he does it behind the scenes. I really don't. I think he's that person who goes out in public and is like, you should love and cherish your wife. You really should. Like some of these fake pastors that have these documentaries about them on Netflix and other things. That's kind of what I'm thinking and feeling about Micah Parsons. When he speaks now, like Jerry Jones, I roll my eyes. I'm to that point now with Micah Parsons where I roll my eyes because I don't believe he practices or puts into play what he's actually talking about. He's saying all these right, tough things. That's not what I hear happens behind the scenes. That's not what I hear.
Is
that accurate behind the scenes of what you can say?
I think that there's definitely a feeling like there's still some maturing that needs to be done with Micah.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people that feel that way.
Let me ask it a different way to you.
Mm-hmm.
Better leadership, Micah Parsons or Tony Romo? And if you are eyeing and thinking
similar,
that based upon what I know about your view on Romo's lack of leadership, that's not good for Micah.
I think Micah's a great player. I don't view Micah as a leader necessarily. And look, I mean, it's
and he loves to talk like it. He loves to talk how he's Kobe. He loves to talk how he's Jordan. He wants to be thought of as like that alpha male boss and a leader. And he's not.
I think
he just doesn't sound like he is.
It's similar to the Kyler Murray thing where it's like,
and that's fine if you're not. Stop talking like it.
Yes. So that's what I was about to say. It's similar to the Kyler Murray thing, other than Kyler just has kind of made it clear he doesn't want that. Where Micah tries to embrace it. But it's a similar thing where it's like, hey, you naturally kind of have to step into a leadership role being what you are. But like Kyler kind of didn't want it. But it's the same sort of thing. I think Micah wants it. It's just I don't know that he has grown into that yet. There's still some growth that needs to take place. Ezekiel Elliott had to kind of grow into that a little bit while he was here.
I think Micah's trying to look good for the cameras and the microphones.
He knows how to.
Too much moodiness, too much of a malcontent, too much of dodging some responsibility behind the scenes. These are all some of the things that I've heard. And there are people in that building who agree. So you can't be coming out here publicly. If I was the rest of his teammates, I'd be rolling my eyes. And if I was Tank Lawrence, I know what Tank said. That's going to haunt him like the Jason Kidd. No one's dying. I would not be happy at all if I was DeMarcus Lawrence and I heard that. Because, dude, you just made it sound like I'm part of what holds this team back in terms of winning big time. You thought if you want to address my statements individually, specifically, fine. Don't ever talk about me again as part of the bigger problem around here in terms of the culture. Keep that word out your mouth, the C word.
So this is interesting here. This is a defense of Dak Prescott from Micah Parsons. Going to bat for teammates. Now, what's interesting is generally whenever you're trying to accept blame or talk about blame or whatever else, players typically will say, we had too many penalties or we did this, or they talk very we focused. Now, if it's a individual problem, they'll take it as themselves. They say, I fell short this way. It's very rare that you get a name check. Well, in his defense of Dak Prescott to Stephen A. Smith, there were a couple name checks. This is a longer clip, but listen for the call outs here.
What people are failing to realize, and this is where accountability, culture, leadership all takes place, is there has to be a point in time when Dak does throw a pick in a crucial moment, same way Pat did. And I got to say, yo, don't stress it. I got you. We're going to get a stop right here. You just need to come back like how I know you can come
y'all
back.
haven't been able to do that? Y'all weren't able to do that against San Francisco back-to-back years? You weren't able to do that against Green Bay? Are you kidding me?
San Fran
Okay,
San Fran game, you could say we could have won that game. We held them to 13 or 19 points, something like that. That's great work, right? But Green Bay game, we could have done better. That's accountability. I'll never just say, no. I felt like when he threw that pick, we should have held them to 3, and we should have got out the field.
Okay.
But what Dak didn't make D-Law jump off sides on 3rd and 5 on that first goal trip.
That's true.
Dak didn't make DeRon Bland do hands in the face, what got him the first down. I think it was 3rd and long.
Right.
Everything was going to point back to that point when Dak threw the pick, but Dak shouldn't have been to a 7-0 start.
So interesting. Any issue with that? Do you have any issue with, because there's not a lot of, it's hey, we got to do better as a defense, and then it's, Dak didn't make D-Law jump off sides. Dak didn't make Deron Bland do hands to the face, but then there's not also Dak didn't make me get blocked up pretty consistently throughout the game and not impact. Dak didn't make me run the opposite way and leave things open for Aaron Jones. There was none of that.
No, I don't have any issue with it. It's good that he's taking up for his quarterback. My issue is, what's today's date?
Today is the 20th, right?
Well, last week was what? Okay.
Let's just say this is the 16th.
Okay. When did they play the Packers?
About a month prior.
Okay. Month. So we're about a month late. And I know that there are people looking for Micah to, and again, you're in the moment, heat of the moment. But instead of ducking out of the locker room and scurrying off, now you want to get your nice statements and your I am leader statements ready and prepared a month ago. Again, I roll my eyes at it. It doesn't mean much to me. When Jerry talks, when Micah talks, I'm like, okay, whatever. It's time. Stop talking. Like, it's time. It's nothing but action. Nothing but action. Nothing you say matters at all. Zip zero. Don't fade at the end of the season. Don't fade in the playoff game. And stop humiliating the city while coming up short. Everyone's tired of it. Everyone is sick and freaking tired of the talking. I was tired of it with Tank, and I'm tired of it with this guy. That's me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's tough because you don't want to totally discount somebody who's trying to say we have to be better. Like you embrace that. You embrace somebody saying that this has got to be better. This is failure. Like calling it what it is.
Dude, he says this every year. I'm not attacking you.
Yeah.
Every year in Oxnard, we hear the same thing with a sit down with Ryan Clark and them with the pivot.
Mm-hmm.
We got all the pieces. Well, now then what happens at the end of the season when you get your ass kicked? We don't have enough guys. Oh, I don't see why are we not the top team in the NFC? Why are we every single year he acts like they're going to go undefeated and run the table and win it all. And then at the end is, I need more help. I need more pieces. It's the culture. We don't have the dogs. Like, it's just so inconsistent. This is back and forth like a yo-yo. It's like being on a Cowboy yo-yo. But at the start of every year in Oxnard for that sit down, when he feels like talking, when he wants to click on the media spotlight and personality, it's, why not us? We got all the pieces. We can be all-time great. We can be an all-time great defense. These aren't things I'm just throwing out to make a point. He said all of these things.
He did.
And I'm just like, stop talking about it. Like, good gosh, I'm just tired of the whole team. I really am.
Don't talk about it. Be about it. And that, I mean, honestly, that's where things have to get with a point of maturation with him, where he's just got to grow in that sense. Now, look, I think that there's a lot he does on the field that's exciting. He's a great quote, like you say. When you see it as a standalone, I remember he had the line. I think it was before last season. I think it was the pivot interview that he did, where he said he had the great quote. He said, "I'm tired of watching Super Bowls and suites." Well, you did it again this year. Like, it's a great line, but like in reality, you didn't even get to. It wasn't just you didn't get to the Super Bowl. You didn't get to where you were absolutely supposed to be, the divisional round. You were not supposed to lose to Green Bay, and you guys all collectively made that happen. The quarterback, the head coach, the defensive leaders, the receivers. Everybody was part of just an epic collapse.
We'll do the Jordan rules. Maybe we'll do Jordan rules with this NBA story. You're gonna be shocked. I just found it.
All right.
You're gonna be stunned.
Okay.
All of us, and maybe all of you, actually loved this event more than you actually thought. I don't believe it. See if you do. God bless you, Choppy. Let's start off the final hour of Sean and RJ after this.
Well, let's get some hair put on top.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Chris Arnold is listening, texting me about Micah Parsons. This is Sean and RJ back together again and for the long haul on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Are you ready to be shocked and blown away?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Shock and awe. Hit me.
I don't know how this is possible, but some articles just came out that said that the NBA All-Star Game viewership was up 20%. I'm floored. I can't believe it. Sunday's game averaged 5.5 million viewers across TNT, TBS, True TV, according to Nielsen. Up 20% from last year on TNT and TBS. Last year was the least watched All-Star game on record. This still is the second lowest on record, but up 20% from last year. And it was awful and miserable. I turned on Saturday night with, in-laws were over Sunday with the game in the background. But I'm definitely more interested in Saturday. I'm more interested in the skills competition than I am the actual game. And then the three-point contest is my most interesting event. Steph versus Sabrina was the number one thing from the weekend. And then the game, I just totally have on as background noise. No care whatsoever. RJ came up with a couple ideas to fix this that I loved. Make it U.S. versus the Euros. I think that would light a fire under the United States rear end, trying to prove that it's still their game. And they would, I think they play a little bit harder. And then you just break up the 24 guys into 8 teams of 3 with a little 3-on-3 half-court tournament. I love that idea. Make it a little bit more like the NFL Pro Bowl, where it's less people on the field or you see them more exposed and you have to try harder and give a little bit more effort because everyone agrees this is embarrassing and it's unwatchable. But 20% increase.
It's good.
Couldn't believe it.
It's good. I wonder if
I wanted to watch. I actually recorded it. I'm not going to, but I actually recorded like the Barkley broadcast with Draymond and Reggie. They did one on like True TV or one of the side channels, and I was like, "Oh, I'd be really interested in this." Where Charles was, he's like, "All right, Draymond, next time I see you, man, catch you in the play-in." Like, taking these little shots back and forth. I wanted to watch it with that, but I had the in-laws over.
Yeah, I wonder if I know because they've started recently being able to accurately get streaming involved and accurately get sports bars involved for the first time.
That's the thing. We're on it feels like an 8-month run of every sporting event is a new record. So to me, it's like, all right, these are the juice numbers. You have the juiced ball. These are the home runs hit with the juice ball. We'll see how next year looks.
They just did this with the Super Bowl, right? Where it had a big increase, and they are saying that a lot of it's because they're able to now accurately project viewing parties, sports bars, and such.
Well, my favorite moment from All-Star Weekend was Charles taking shots at a city that none of us can stand, especially the people and the radio hosts there. This was Barkley being asked about All-Star Weekend in Indianapolis with Reggie Miller and Draymond.
Hey, Reggie. Yes? If you had a chance of being cold or being around a bunch of homeless crooks in San Francisco, when you... Oh, that's crazy. You're not welcome. They're not letting you in. You're not welcome.
We love San Francisco.
No, we don't. Yes, we do. You can't even walk around down there.
Yes, you can walk around.
Yeah, with a bulletproof bag.
You know what I liked about that? We got a double dip because right after that, Draymond told me, he goes, Charles, you played in Philly.
Yeah.
He's like, what are you talking about?
He goes, I live in Arizona, though.
I live in Arizona.
I live in Arizona. And then this was the previous clip back in the day, 2022. This was Mavs Warriors West Finals when Charles was talking about San Fran.
You know the bad thing about all this rain? It's not raining in San Francisco to clean up those dirty ass streets they got there. Say it again, they need San Francisco, it's a great city, but all that dirtiness and homelessness, y'all gotta clean that off the streets. I wish it, because it's raining like hell down here.
Look, that looks beautiful.
No. You go 3 blocks over.
Ocean is right
go
there.
3 blocks over by our hotel. Go 3 blocks over by our hotel. It's raining so hard down here. San Francisco need a good washing.
That was Thrive City where we did the show.
Well, that's a good part of San Francisco. Unfortunately, TNT put us in the bad part.
Just like us.
Just like us. They put us in the loin.
Just like us.
Tenderloin.
Yes. Now, Draymond said they've cleaned it up over the last 3 months.
Oh.
There's a big, humongous
Well, yeah,
meeting.
because China came in town.
China.
They came in town. No, seriously, the Chinese consul, like the president or whatever of China, he came in town. They cleaned it up. They really did.
Why would they clean it up for him, for the Chinese, but not?
For the photo ops.
Well, we had the Super Bowl there.
And they cleaned it up for where the Super Bowl was. They moved,
baby.
They just displaced all these homeless people. They just completely displaced them, and they moved them into an area where the cameras weren't going to be.
And so there's Charles saying they need a good washing.
Such an awful double standard. You know, Charles Barkley says it, we all laugh. Peyton says it, we get segments.
All right, shut up, Bobby. All right, so there's your All-Star Game recap. Up 20% over last year, still making it the second lowest rated one ever. And then speaking of like TV and Bally and Rangers and all that, is it Suns TV?
Dude, yeah, this is the Phoenix Suns last year, because of all the RSN deals and everything that was falling apart. They changed over to broadcast television. That they moved things over to Arizona's Family, which is like channels 3, 5, whatever else they had there. But now they have doubled their viewership year over year. So this isn't a 20% increase. This is a 100% increase. They have jumped up with the switch over from Bally's. The games on Arizona's Family are 5.7 million people for people aged 2 and up. They've got 5.7 million viewers, which is double what they had last year. So to me, this is like a take note kind of thing if you're looking at this from these RSN deals. If you're not able to find one, go to Broadcast TV. It's nice that we're going to get some games on Channel 8 for the Mavs, but this is a way to reach your fan base. It's nice when your fans can actually sit back and watch these teams and have an understanding of them. The high profile, you've got a lot of people right now around Dallas who are missing the prime of Luka Doncic or some of the best years of Luka Doncic because they can't watch it. A lot of people didn't know who the Rangers were throughout the season because they couldn't watch it. And so it's a frustrating thing, and I hope that more people take a look at this and learn from it.
Down one level of hoops with Rick Pitino. Yesterday I was sitting there doing some stuff or cleaning up the house, and I noticed ESPN had Pitino on for 2 minutes straight.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the heck are they playing?
Yeah, he's not happy. Now, he's gone on, his press conferences this year have been, something to see.
Yeah.
A sight to see. He has recently said that the college basketball NCAA needs a salary cap. He has gone off about the referees, saying, I don't complain about the refs. I complain about other coaches working the refs.
Yeah.
And I yell at the refs, say, don't listen to them. Well, they're mired in quite a bad stretch right now. They've lost 8 of 10. They were off to a decent start. He coaches St. John's. It's his first year at St. John's. Now, he posted a photo on social media at the start of the year. Man, so happy to have these guys, proud of this team that we've been able to get. And now, this is a snippet that was kind of pieced together, so a bunch of little clips. But he basically didn't yell at his players, but he made it abundantly clear he doesn't think very highly of any of them.
We are so non-athletic that we can't guard anybody without fouling. And really, it's not about losing. Because even in winning, when we watch the film, I see unathletic plays. I see people that don't handle a ball, that's just interested in taking quick shots. So it's been a disappointing year.
If you had to do it over again, would you have attacked your first offseason differently?
I had no choice. We just could take who we could get, who was available. We had no choice. I don't think we were going to win the first year anyway, because when you rush like that and you don't see the players and you just not a whole lot we can do. But it's I think I've enjoyed even the Celtics when we lost. I've enjoyed every minute being a Boston Celtic coach. Didn't like the fact that we lost in that following year, but this has been the most unenjoyable experience I've had since I've been coaching.
You have any second thoughts of taking this job?
No, not at all. It's not St. John's. It's my team. Look, I'm disappointed. I don't want to say the wrong things, but I'm really disappointed in my team.
Wow.
Pass the buck.
That's amazing. And you can only do that in college.
This is Rick Pitino hitting that old man age where it's like, I'm just gonna say what I want.
Yeah.
This
He's
is
70 something.
No
71.
filter's gone. I get to say whatever I want now. But
How do you?
geez.
What's that next team media practice like?
I don't think he cares because they're not going to go to the tournament unless they make a run.
This is like Carmelo yesterday coming out. Like I think he did the Kenyon Martin podcast or something. And George Karl, when he took over, told him, "Look, I think you're overrated. Okay, like you're more of a Detlef Shrimp type for this team."
Yeah.
He told Carmelo he was freaking Detlef Shrimp, and he's like, "It's clear. All right, let's all get on the same page. You're overrated. I think you're overrated." And Carmelo is like, sitting there, and they went back and forth on social media and Twitter. George Karl, man, he's ruthless on.
He is ruthless, but there's
This is
Pitino.
Pitino.
Yeah, and he's getting a lot. People are killing him for this. Like a lot of the media is like, dude, this is unprofessional. This is not becoming of a coach. Like you're.
Oh, but we praise Saban for it.
Right. They do. Yeah, but Saban wins. Rick Pitino is losing. It's like
Dion does it. Dion is shopping his offensive line.
Yeah.
Basically saying, what's the problem? My boy's getting touched. My boy's getting hit.
Yeah.
Way too much. What are we going to do in the offseason? 5 new linemen.
Yeah.
Just throwing them all under the bus. I love Rick Pitino. I think Pitino, I would hire him at a much bigger job if I was an AD.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's
a legend.
He is older, in his 70s now, and what are you going to get? How much more are you going to get out of him? It's a perfect fit for him. He's a New York guy. It's you listen to him talk. I mean, he sounds like the St. John's coach.
Oh yeah, and here's a past clip of him that Pepe dug up. This is Pitino saying just how much he hates losing.
No, I don't feel good when we lose. I f***ing hate the world. So just so you understand that. No, I don't feel good. I've never felt good with a loss. Pardon my language. So I don't feel good. I don't believe in those valiant efforts on the road. No, I feel like I want to kill myself, jump in the cold and die of frostbite.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It's a little much.
He's just unhinged, man.
He's a winner.
He
I
is
love him.
Yes, he is. There's no doubt. I mean, he has won base. I mean, he did great things at Iona when he was there.
Patino or Roy Williams? You're coaching. Your team's getting coached. Life on the line.
Oh man, it's a tough one.
Right?
That's a tough one. Patino has won titles at multiple spots, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kentucky and Louisville.
Patino Calipari.
Patino.
Oh, okay. No
I
hesitation.
like John, but Patino's better.
Okay. And you're hesitating on
him and Roy. It's tough because Roy was at 2 legendary spots and he did great things there. But
Boeheim, Patino.
Oh, Patino.
But you hate.
I
Boeheim.
can't stand Jim Boeheim.
Boeheim or Sister Jean?
Sister Jean.
Bill Self, Patino.
Who, Mr. February?
Don't we need to start talking to
Coach February?
Isn't Sandler the one who's like obsessed with Bill Self and thinks Bill Self's like the greatest coach of all time?
Tom Izzo, Patino.
Patino.
See, I think Patino's getting lost in the greatness discussion.
I take Patino. It's Coach K obviously is better. I think Calhoun's better than Patino. Calhoun's the one we forget about.
Calhoun gets forgotten.
I mean, he won 4 titles in about 20 years, if that.
Yeah,
15.
Lute Olson, Patino. That's all right.
Lute's great, but I think Patino.
That's over some big dogs. That's some big names right there, and I agree. So there it is. Oh, that's an all-time clip. I was losing with the Celtics. This is the most miserable
time I've ever had.
year that I've ever had. And I think they were up big in that game, just ended up blowing the lead.
They blow every lead. And he even said in that clip, he's like, I don't even know how the hell we're going to beat Georgetown. That's like, dude, everybody beats Georgetown.
That's right. All right, Jimmy Johnson says he's back in the Cowboys mix, and we have the Jordan rules now in the NFL. That's next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Is Jimmy Johnson here to save us all? Bobby found this audio yesterday with Jimmy going on WQAM in Miami.
Well, since the Ring of Honor, Jerry and I, man, I'm on his advisory board now. We're talking on the phone. I talked to him about an hour after his Green Bay loss, and he's talking about what all he needed to do because he's had big decisions on Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn and Dak Prescott. But everything's hunky dory now. So I'm back in the fold with the Cowboys.
All right.
Just means good graces, right? This is definitely a case of why it's important to listen to what was said rather than just read it.
Yeah.
Because when you read it, it reads like, oh my gosh, this is a significant deal. And when you listen to it, it's like, oh, okay, he's joking. What it does say is they're clearly on better speaking terms, and he takes his advice or seeks his advice as part of the information gathering process. That's what that says, and that's significant. But it's obviously not Jimmy's gonna. This is like he's assistant GM or something now. It's clearly not that.
Yeah, I go back. I wish it sounded a lot more serious than I think it is. But I go back to Emmett and what he said to us in Vegas when he said, "How often have you ever heard of a billionaire taking advice from a millionaire?"
That's right.
Because I appreciate what Emmett Smith did on Radio Row all week long. Emmett Smith had an agenda and a purpose to go on every single show in every market
and let everyone know.
And blast this team. Everything. Ownership, players, all of it. He carried out the message that we needed as a fan base. He did it on every show, and he repeated it, and he torched them. And Moose Johnson kind of did it with us as well. Mm-hmm. And I just said to Emmett, I'm like, this feels like y'all are really sick of it. And he is. And they are. So I really love and appreciate what Emmett did. It feels like we've reached a breaking point. I don't know what is actually on the other side of it, what's actually going to happen in terms of, hurting or letting them know that you're sick of all the talk and the disappointment coming up short. But Emmitt Smith carried that out in Vegas, and I appreciate him for that. That was a mission he was on.
Do you think if Jerry were to give some sort of phony, emeritus title to Jimmy as, special advisor to the general manager, do you think that would, which obviously really means nothing when you hear it.
Fan base would love it.
But would that be this is the move that gets them off my back this offseason? Do you think that could carry him through the offseason? Of at least he brought Jimmy back. He's listening to Jimmy now.
Let me counter back with my own question to you.
Hit me.
If I told you that it would get heat off of Jerry, do you still think he would do it because of the whole Jimmy thing? Jimmy Shadow?
What, listen to him?
No, appoint him.
Appoint him as an advisor?
Give him a title.
Yeah.
I'll answer your question with a question. I don't think no way. No way in hell.
Nope.
Even if it got the heat off. Right?
Plus, wouldn't Jimmy have to give up his Fox deal?
Depends on if he, I don't know, maybe if you're just an advisor of some sort.
I think Shaq has been Orlando owner, even part owner.
Yeah.
Definitely advisor. I don't think he'd have to give it
So,
up.
yeah, I mean, I think that, there may be certain disclosure you have to make or whatever, but I
think
don't
as an analyst, it's kind of, it's
like
studio
Brady with
analyst,
the Raiders, right? Brady with the Raiders.
Yeah, you can be an I think if you're just advisor, that's you're not involved in personnel decisions. You're just advising somebody on what to do. I don't know. I guess it would have to be, would Jerry view that as a significant enough role in the eyes of people publicly?
Right.
That it would potentially tarnish a victory. If he didn't feel that way, then I think he would. He'd be like, yeah, because that's enough of it's removed enough that, we can do that. And I mean, perception is reality anyway. Here's the reality. If they win a Super Bowl with or without Jimmy Johnson, there are a lot of people who are just not going to give Jerry the credit anyway. They're going to say, nope, it was this. It's like me trying to explain away a bad game from Dak Prescott. I'm going to say, no, it wasn't him. It was those people over there. It's the same sort of thing, though, if they win a Super Bowl, people are going to say, well, that was Will. Like Will McClay will become the new Jimmy. Now, not necessarily I'm not saying they'll have a split over it, but in terms of the credit, people say, well, that wasn't Jerry. It was him. He had nothing to do with that.
Yeah. So there's Jimmy Johnson saying, I'm back in the Cowboys fold. Sounded like he was having a little more fun with it. All right, Bob, you have been wanting to talk about the new Jordan rules.
So I love this from Antonio Pierce. And I get why Max Crosby is such a big fan of his and had said, look, if you guys don't hire Antonio Pierce, I want out of here. Also probably because Max Crosby had been through this before, where they had an interim head coach in Rich Bisaccia that the players loved and felt like, hey, he really rallied us and helped carry us to the postseason when we had no business being there with how all the turmoil that occurred during the year, and they didn't listen and they blew it off. So it was like, well, we're not going to let that happen again. And Antonio Pierce has developed this reputation as a great motivator and as being a former player, somebody who can connect and see the game a certain way. So they got a lot of credit at the end of the year for the way that they played Kansas City. They had blown a lead earlier in the year, but at the end of the year, week 16, third to last week of the season, they played Kansas City really well, won the game, and had Mahomes pretty flustered. He was like 27 of 44, 230 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. He did not play great that game. And it's now come out, Max Crosby had him on his podcast just recently and had asked him about, hey, I want you to tell the story about how you motivated us and strategized. And Antonio Pierce said he dipped into some NBA references for it.
You got the Jordan rules, and I'm calling now from now on, as long as I'm here, the Patrick Mahomes rules. So you remember when Jordan was going through it with the Pistons, all those guys in the 80s before he came Michael Jordan and Air Jordan, the Pistons used to whoop his anytime he came to the hole, elbows, filling them, love taps. We touched them. We in the head, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. I'm touching you. So I show those guys Jordan getting his whooped consistently. And on the side, I got the screen. I got these two side. And it's kind of like this is almost a little gory. Like this, we're getting crazy now, right? This bro, and we got these two screens showing of us just getting after it. Raiders versus Chiefs. And then the last one, I showed Muhammad Ali in the 15th round. 12th round of his fights. Just give it to him, finish him. I said, man, when we get to the end, we got to finish him. We got to put him away. We got to put him away the way we want to put him away.
So I think this is brilliant, which for those who are of a younger generation, or like Peyton didn't watch The Last Dance when there was nothing else on during COVID.
Did you watch Tiger King?
Yes, I did.
The Jordan rules were all about, I mean, the crux of it was like physicality. Like just beat him up. Like Antonio Pierce just said there. There was some other stuff. They
wanted him earn it at the free throw line.
Wanted to push him to his left, wanted to double team, and did different things like that. But the spirit behind it was just like, beat him up, make him feel it.
Yep.
And I love the idea of drawing the comparison of Mahomes is just as unique as Jordan. Okay, this is the exact type of player. He is the Jordan of our era. And we can use some of these same tactics. Obviously, the X's and the O's are different, but we can use some of the same tactics of make him feel it.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you exactly who took this to heart with Antonio's message. It was freaking Max Crosby. Max Crosby is Lambeer in this analogy. Because if you watch Crosby mic'd up, Max mic'd, he is an irritant. And he times out his little cheap shots at Mahomes perfectly. When the play's over, just at the 2 seconds later, a little shove. And Pat finally lost it on him. He's like, dude, like, I respect you and everything. Stop. What you're doing is dirty. And Max Crosby does that to a lot of people. So he's Lambeer in this scenario.
He is.
Yeah.
He is, man. And he's a monster. Like, his motor doesn't stop.
That's how they raise him over in Colleyville, Texas, Colleyville Heritage.
That's right,
they bring up Max Crosby that way. Man, I still to this day, and now you've just got me sad about this, I still get so upset that he was not picked. That was somebody that was right there for him.
Where did he go?
4th round.
Colleyville.
Pick 106. He went pick 106. They took Tristan Hill that draft. And then they took Connor McGovern. But Rod Marinelli loved him. He wanted desperately to be here. He wanted to be a Cowboy. He loves the area. He loved the coaching staff, and didn't work out.
Crosstalk with KNC from Nebraska Furniture Mart. I'm hearing Tony Pollard was supposed to be there. He may be dealing with the flu right now. Could be having the flu, but they're going to open up the doors at 11 o'clock for NFM with KNC. We'll crosstalk in 10 minutes. But Bobby, yesterday was another edition of therapy for you.
It was. And this was the first one that we had, Sean, we did an actual psychological exercise.
About time.
Yeah, I mean, she's always giving advice and she's talking through things, but it was one of these, which I've been glad we haven't done them, to be honest. We did one of these like, all right, well, we're going to do an exercise where you kind of this, and I was like, oh boy, here we go. All right, here comes the woo. Here comes the woo. And I think I was frustrating her a little bit this time. Not like I was being difficult, but I think she found my negative thought process kind of challenging to deal with yesterday. Where she's like,
you think of him as a really negative person?
Yes.
Yeah, generally.
Okay.
And so, like, I've talked about it before. I just trend towards interpreting like what's unsaid from people as like, oh, they must be acting negatively towards me. And I mean, why wouldn't they? Like, I probably should be acting negatively towards. Like, that's the way that I think about it. And at one point, she said, "Do you want to counteract your negativity or not?" Like, she was like, "Are you here to fix this or are you not?"
Right.
And so I was
What'd you
like,
say to
all
that?
right. I was like, yeah. I was like, all right, I'll do it. What do you need me to do? So this is called container exercise, everybody. I looked it up. It's a real thing.
Okay.
And I would trust
That's how negative you are. You're like, is this something real?
I absolutely.
She put me through the paces.
I absolutely trust her. She's smart. But I also know that when I've tried mindfulness before, like meditating, my brain just ping pongs around. I can't like do the empty things out, focus on I can't do it. I've tried. And so the gist of it is you close your eyes, you picture a container in front of you, okay? And you can envision whatever the container looks like, and you're supposed to take your negativity and your stress and your anxiety and everything else, envision putting it in the container, sealing it up, putting it away, and then visualize yourself turning your back on it. And I've heard these sort of things before, and I've like...
Turn your back on your problems.
Negativity. No, she said basically the idea is that you're supposed to see it, outside of yourself, envision yourself literally putting it outside of you, recognize it, looking at it, not denying it, and then saying, all right, walking away from it now. And so I've always thought like, okay, this is just a weird psychological trick. She actually explained to me something that I've never heard before, which is the way that it's supposed to help. So she says that when you're stressed or anxious or whatever, you use your amygdala, which is the fight or flight response. Okay. And so she said that the processing, the personality, everything like that is supposed to be your prefrontal cortex. So by doing this exercise, it engages that part of your brain. And so you're supposed to be tying stress and negativity and anxiety and processing it with that part of your brain instead of the fight or flight, got to get out of here response. So she said it's like a repetition you're supposed to do where you become more used to processing those sorts of emotions with that part of your brain and can address it. So we'll see if it actually works. She said I've basically...
you didn't like do it right there and try
No, I did it once, but she's like, this is not a one-time thing. You're going to be frustrated by it. You've got to keep going with it. She said basically I've spent so long just saturating in negativity that she said it's basically rewired my brain and I have to start reworking the neural pathways to actually deal with negativity.
Good for you.
That's what she said. I don't know if that... She could have been making words up.
Are you trying to apply this consistently?
I mean, this is the first time
in
she's...
general.
Yeah.
All these things.
Yeah, like, I mean, she hasn't given me... Like, this is the first time she's given me, like, an exercise to do. Most of the time, I think it's just been, like, cathartic to let stuff go. And she's helped talk through things. Like, the biggest shift I've had is I think I'm now turning towards I don't want another baby through talking to her.
Whoa.
Just because because through talking to her and when she was walking through the reasons like, why do you want another one so bad? And we went through it. I think I recognized through talking about it that I was like, oh, I think there are probably some selfish motives for wanting another baby that probably aren't totally like the best in terms of it's just more about like me making sure that it'll help me be present and I can do this and I miss this and I want that. And I was just like, that's probably not a good enough reason.
What's wrong, Choppy?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Ryan was zooming in on me on the
Is that where you're tearing up?
fan cam, so I was trying not to
I thought I was just
blink.
moving.
No, I was trying not to blink.
I thought it was
I know. This is why Choppy went to therapy for narcissism. He turned Bobby's
Only the
moment.
Masters. Only the Masters
Like
causes him to
Bassett.
drop.
That was your Snickers bar moment with Jared. I was like, oh, I thought you were going to say something really profound and important
Ryan
and
zoomed
revealing.
in on me on the fan cam, and I caught it out of the corner of my eye, and I just decided to have a staring contest with myself.
Oh, okay.
And guess what? I lost.
But that's the biggest takeaway I've had from it. The biggest shift
No
I've had,
more baby.
The biggest perspective shift I've had is I lean towards I don't want another baby now.
Wow.
And this is, we'll see if this exercise actually works. I told her, I was like, I'm kind of skeptical it will. She's like, that's fine. I just tell me if you're having trouble with it, but like actually try it. And so she was just very stern about like, hey, are we going to like actually work to fix this? Or are you just going to go through the motions?
She could dump you at one point to
That
really
is
rock your world.
Very, very possible.
The therapist or Kristen?
No,
She did.
C.
Yeah, both. She did tell me, she was like, your negativity, she's like, people don't want you to feel that. I was like, I don't know that it's they don't want me to feel it. They don't want to be annoyed by it. And she's like, oh, I'm sure it's annoying.
Yeah, I had someone who tell me that I like a lot. He goes, I should have said he.
What'd I say?
I said like a lot. Said, yeah, what you're trying to do with Bobby's segment, I'll just talk to you, Choppy. He goes, what you're trying to do with Bobby's segment,
here.
it's not working. It's backfiring. He said, you're trying to make him more likable by having him expose himself and the flaws out there, but it's not working. It's having the opposite
He's
effect.
becoming more hateable?
Yeah, this is someone that I really trust their radio opinion and said that to me. Let's crosstalk with the KNC.
Who was it?
I know this whole break, y'all, is going to be, who was he? He's going to drive you crazy. Crosstalk with KNC next.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Let's crosstalk on Zoom, YouTube, and Twitch. You're making fun of the Philadelphia accent right there. Mike Trout.
No, we're talking about this. Was it yesterday?
Yeah, it was.
Where I think it was Corey was like saying how Peyton says, find new roads.
It's called personality, you know?
Oh,
wow.
You still owe Corey from releasing your email.
Yeah. Corey, you have anything to say about that?
Stop sending me crap like that.
Oh,
That's right, Corey. Tell him.
Yeah.
But no, man, I like that he's enunciating. I think it's cool. I'm proud of him, man. He's trying hard. We're at Nebraska Furniture Mart, fellas, in FM at Grandscape, and it is a glorious day out here as you can get all of your furniture needs. I think my entire house, every bed in my house is from Nebraska Furniture Mart. Most of our under the TV stuff is from out here as well.
Yep.
You got grilling stuff. You have just everything you need for your home out here. So come see us today.
I'm a little concerned about the loss prevention situation here.
Because the alarm keeps going off?
Because the multiple alarms keep going off.
Uh-huh.
And so if that's the case, I feel like maybe security will not take it seriously when somebody walks through if they do try to thieve something.
And the thing about that is nobody's walking through those areas where the alarms are going off. So maybe it's just there for show.
Your loss prevention, Hagee. You'll chase them out to their car, kick the window out, make sure.
I learned a valuable lesson that day, Bobby. Well, not really, because I didn't get fired for like a month and a half after that.
So it wasn't that day.
A month and a half after that, I learned a valuable lesson.
I bought about 14 things from Nebraska the other day.
Wow.
Just decided to go ahead and get it all out versus, you move into a house and you're like, all right, we can do this here and do this there. And then you think your wife is on board, but then you start feeling the pressure of, no, I kind of want it all done at once. And I'm like, well, I don't have the bank account to sit there and do that. And I found Nebraska and Christine and Ian and Josh, 14 things. I'm like, let's just go ahead and bite the bullet. And I saved tremendously. And it's a one-stop shop. That's the thing.
Did you drive back? Did you have to check a bag on the plane with all the stuff you bought from Nebraska to come back to Texas?
I think he meant Nebraska furniture.
A state joke?
I believe it was a state joke.
When you got to Nebraska, did you go through the maze, the cornfield out? Did you go through the corn maze to get to it?
Make a left on Tom Osborne Way.
Praise your sponsor.
Turn at Tommy Frazier Boulevard.
Yeah.
Railing it
Go past Eric Crouch Park.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see it on the left.
Omaha.
I bet you're out of Cornhuskers.
Well, I mean, the alive ones,
Sue.
maybe. They had to rename it. It used to be Lawrence Phillips Boulevard.
Oh, my gosh,
they had to rename it.
One of my favorite parts about this place, Sean, is right there over my shoulder, if you're seeing this on the Twitch or the YouTube, is the wine bar. They do have a little, or they have lots of different kinds of the Colony Wine Bar refresh station. So you can come in here, shop, get hammered while you're doing it, and have a good time.
What's coming up on the show?
Oh, man.
More Nebraska puns.
More Nebraska puns for sure. But at 10:20, our brand new hockey segment, Don't Puck With Me. We'll do that at 10:20 today, and I cannot wait for that. And at AM on the FM, Alec Medford getting his shine on at 11:20 today.
You know he's going to throw some shade at Peyton, too.
I'm expecting it. Actually, I paid for that. That's what I showed up and paid my good money for.
You think Alec can enunciate better than Peyton?
Yes.
No. Does he say unprecedented?
Yes, he does.
Where's Bassett?
Tried that a couple times.
Where's Mike?
He's in court.
How much are we going to talk?
Place.
How much are we going to talk about that? How much can we talk about?
We talked about it a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
We did he did pretty much a whole segment on it, but names have to be withheld. So that's one of the very difficult things. But if you have some questions about it,
unless you come up to Nebraska Furniture,
yeah, then we can.
I still can't tell you. I still can't tell you. But yeah, he's in court today during the show. So I hope it all turns out really well.
He's going to be on the stand a lot. He said he's primarily the one on the stand. So and Mike, he's gonna talk and he's gonna chat it up.
Gosh.
And they're.
Is he nervous?
Oh,
Yeah, he's
he
very
is.
nervous.
He is?
Yes.
Yeah, he called me this morning in a commercial break, and I felt some of the nerves. This
Well,
is for the card drama.
Yes,
Okay.
and I
From
think
like 4 years ago.
I think, yeah,
court
and
system.
they're trying to delay it even more, trust me, I think his concern is he's going to give like a radio answer where he goes on this non sequitur and then forgets what the question from the attorney was,
That is
and
his
then he's going to be like,
biggest
I don't remember where I was going with that.
That is he actually said that is his biggest fear yesterday in the elevator on the way down.
I want him to jump. I would love for him to jump into some like Mike bits. Like whenever Mike is doing any of his like trolling or like trying to. I'd love to see him do that to the prosecutors or the defense attorney, whatever it is.
So one of the suggestions we had was those people stole from me, but you know who never did was the good people at Men's Tea Clinic. Who always like we really want him to just work in some ad sponsors while he's testifying. I think that would be amazing.
That would be fun.
Is
That
this
would be a lot of fun.
this isn't like a jury trial?
I think
right?
it's just a judge.
Okay.
I believe.
There was no way to get a microphone in there, right? Like like the Cowboys presser, like let's go live to the courtroom, and when Mike's on the stand, like we should have sent Austin York from downstairs.
David
We
Moore,
still could.
David Moore's cross-examining Mike or whatever. That'd be good. I'd like it.
Man, that is a good idea. I
Yeah.
feel like we dropped the ball on that. I'm sorry.
Someone's in there, and then you pot it up, and then bam, you get Mike's testimony live on air. Is there a link to watch this, or we have like a court TV?
We should have court TV. What's her name? Nancy Grace? Is Nancy
Yes.
Grace? Is she going to be out there?
Now
But
this
isn't that
Mike
only when kids
Bastick.
get abducted? Isn't that only when she comes around?
You know, he doesn't go on the stand until like noon. So we have 2 hours to assign this to the news desk if we want to.
Can the public show up to this?
I don't know. I don't know how the courts work,
Look,
Sean.
Sean, I'm very conflicted because I know some of the answers to people asking where it is and stuff, but I just don't know if I think that's a good strategy.
Yeah. Do you think?
Well,
that-
because we would rather have everybody show up to Nebraska Furniture Mart and hang out with us today.
That's a good
So-
point.
Go.
Yeah, and steal from there, like Kevin advocated.
No.
Gotta
I
steal
said
from
I was
Mike.
concerned. I did not advocate that at all. I said I was concerned.
So, do you guys think that Bassick is he the favorite going into this, or do you think it's like 50-50?
Oh, this is always tough because I was
you
saying
know what? Yeah, I'm not involved in the case.
I was
can't
saying-
get hit
You
for
know
defamation.
every detail.
Yeah.
Because he spills everything.
Oh no! I'm just trying to decide if anything I say would hurt any part of his case.
Oh, you think the judge is a Tolo?
I believe he is the favorite because I know what happened and I know there's proof about at least part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Could Mike win an amount in this case that has him quit the Rangers too, like he's going to quit radio?
I don't think so, but I also think he's not apt to quit in general. That's a coping mechanism.
That's
for
all
him.
that is.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
So
Okay, but could he win an amount that has him like even more unmanageable, uncontrolled
Yes.
than he already is?
yes, I can definitely see that
Whoa.
but see, I think you're misinterpreting. I think he is going to be emboldened by the win, period, not just the amount of money. So
Yeah.
I think he's going to be like, hey, the last MFers I took to court, they got theirs.
They
And so,
got
like,
beat.
I think that's going to be what's going to be tough to deal with.
You think
Walks
he's been?
around, I'm famous.
You think he's been like practicing and stuff, like his testimony?
I don't know.
He said yesterday that he just wants to kind of go up there and just be honest, like just say the
That's
real
good.
things and the real story.
He is under oath.
That is the truth. Like the real story behind this, the honesty of it. Mike got screwed, man. Like that's what the real honest part of this is. So he really did get screwed over. But I did, want to make sure he was saying he wanted to talk about his dad a little bit because his dad told him.
Real concerned is the analogy I know you've heard he's used before and he's used with me that makes sense is if the police were like, hey, somebody stole $100,000 worth of diamonds, you'd be like, oh, we need to get on the case. But when you hear it's $100,000 of baseball cards, there are still some people who are like, huh? Like the things with the gum and stuff. And so I think he's just a little bit concerned about, people taking it seriously.
How many times do you think he'll tell the court he's a former player?
7.
Bring up his dad.
Yep. Absolutely. He'll bring up his dad 3 times.
I might take the over on that.
Would he bring up the Barry Bonds situation?
I'm going to set the over-under at half.
Because that's something
I
we
say
do.
no.
We do
I
that a
don't think
lot.
He will. He doesn't do that.
Whenever we're at dinner, we're like, we introduce him as the guy that gave up Barry Bonds' home run and stuff. We do that a lot. Do we need to stop that for him?
Well, I'm glad you brought up
Police
dinner.
are on their way, mofos.
Are you guys excited that we might not go back to that same place we went last year with that Nimrod waiter in Arizona?
They weren't there, dude.
Yeah, we weren't there. We didn't go to Arizona
Oh,
last year.
man.
I thought you were going to talk about the Nimrod in Oxnard.
No.
Oh, yeah.
The one who wouldn't let us separate the bill. Until Kevin's math. That led to Kevin's math.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. At the Italian joint.
Were you impressed by Kevin's math?
Yeah, I was. No, not really. Yeah. I was, but he's a lefty. That threw me off.
Okay.
What?
Uh-oh. You triggered him.
Actually,
Are you
he's
not
not
lefty?
actually.
You triggered him over the math.
He writes right-handed,
It's true.
but he is naturally left-handed. He had a woman hitting him with a ruler and saying you can't use your left hand when he was a child.
All right, Kevin. What hand do you cut your steak with?
Right hand. You fork it with the left hand and then cut it with the right hand.
Okay, and you eat the steak fork with what hand?
Usually right, though that can vary.
So you cut with the right and eat with the right?
Yeah, is that weird?
You set the
It's
knife.
very,
in.
it's
I
very,
told you.
it's
Whoa,
very,
we don't have enough
it's
time
very
to-
European.
Hey,
It's very European.
Hey,
Is it?
You cut
Yeah.
and then
Switch.
change hands?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
See?
It's a lot of work. My
Told
dad does
you.
that. It's very proper.
That is not very efficient now that you mentioned
It's not
it.
efficient.
no,
You should
at
cut
all.
with the right, eat
Huh.
with the, you move your hand up with the left.
Cut with the left, eat with the right.
No.
Don't go with the
Strong
left.
side,
You
fork
need,
side,
you need,
strong
a,
side.
you need a good solid cut.
More on
you need
the-
a good surgical cut.
More on this tomorrow. It's the,
I do want to talk about this more. I didn't realize this was weird.
yeah, and spinach or spinach tomorrow.
Yes.
Riveting Radio. The KNC masterpiece from the greatness of Nebraska Furniture Mart.
Omaha!
Next.
DFW's Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
False. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Today we're at NFM at Grandscape, 121 and Grandscape Boulevard in the Colony of Nebraska.
That's so I never know exactly how to do this. Whenever we were talking with Sean and RJ and Bobby and their producer,
can we not say his name?
I'd refuse.
Okay.
Whenever we were talking with them earlier, it was I'm part of the bit. But Kevin, this is not, you're confusing people when you say that. We are in the Colony of Texas, the Colony, Texas, at Nebraska Furniture Mart, NFM at Grandscape, if you will. And Grandscape's an awesome place. Grandscape is really cool. It's
a Ferris wheel.
Me and my family have spent time out here. My kid loves to come out here and hang out with his friends and everything. And I think everything in my house, we got couches, we have all our beds, the stuff that goes under the TV, the like entertainment centers, all of those I've purchased from here. It is my favorite place to come into, buy stuff for my home. I think even all our patio furniture for our pool, whenever we moved into the house, we bought everything from here. So this is a wonderful place, great prices, and I think this is one of those places that like a Saturday or Sunday, you just come out here and make a date. You just say, hey, babe, we're coming out here. We're going to walk around, and we're going to have some drinks from the wine bar, maybe some coffee from Scooters, and go over to Subway for lunch.
I'm going to disagree with you. I think you blow off work on a Tuesday and then come spend the day at Nebraska Furniture Mart.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about right there. That is what I'm talking about, Kevin.
All right, let's
spend your time out here today.
Absolutely. Let's start by talking some baseball, and if you can give me cut number 5, that would be excellent.
Cormick 0 for 2 lifetime against Jose Leclerc. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The payoff pitch. He struck him out swinging, and the Rangers have drawn first blood. They have shut out the Astros 2-0.
I'll never get tired of it.
I know.
Never get tired of that either.
And I bet they end up winning that series. All right, so I want to talk about Leclerc. I want to talk about the Rangers bullpen and how it stands going into the season. But also, I just wanted to give people a few heads up on important dates because you might not realize how close we are to this thing getting started. So the Rangers begin spring training games on Friday.
What?
All right, yeah.
Before we get there?
That's right.
They need to wait for us.
I know.
It doesn't make any sense why they would do this.
That is unfortunate, as they couldn't wait all of the way. But while we're there, they will play the Diamondbacks in your spring training World Series rematch.
What?
And so I thought it was really cool that if you're excited for baseball getting started, spring training has begun. The games start on Friday. The Rangers will have their last spring training games in Arizona on March 23rd, and then the season starts March 28th. So we're
back in it, baby.
We're almost there.
This is exciting too, because the Rangers obviously are coming off the World Series win, but they're a good team, and they're still a good team. There's still like a lot of components of this team that are not just good but exceptional. World Series all-star caliber. So you have that to rock with, and you have guys like Jonah Heim. We'll talk more about him here in just a little bit. Jonah Heim trying to make his way to that next level. There are a bunch of other young players that are trying to excel, and they're looking forward to future big-time contracts.
Okay, and I'm really curious, as you brought this up a second ago, how to balance, because I am sure there are people who are newer to the show who will get annoyed. We used to do a show at Nebraska Furniture Mart every single year when we were a weekend show, and we would have lots of fun with that. And now I do still see some people are in on that from the 806. You mofos were lying about Nebraska. I'm an hour outside of Lincoln on my way to see you driving from Texas from the 432. Did Mike not want to travel to Nebraska? He is traveling to the courtroom today, and so he cannot be here either.
From the 940, you just repeated exactly what Kevin said. You're the bit, Corey. Kevin, you said we were in the colony of Nebraska.
Right.
And I said we were in the colony, Texas, at Nebraska Furniture Mart. I don't want to confuse.
I feel like
it's not the same thing. I don't want people
we
to
just said the
start
exact
their
same
road
thing.
trip and show up late and be like, hey, we're not there.
Yeah,
You're
well,
not there.
hey, guess what? Spoiler alert, if you start to drive to Nebraska from Dallas right now, you're not going to make it in time.
You don't
for
know
the
how
end of the
fast
show.
they're going to drive.
You know what? That's fair. Look it up. Look up how many miles away this is.
By the way, Nebraska Furniture Mart's President's Day sale is going on right now through the end of the month. So you can save up to $1,000 on appliances, electronics, bedding, after rebate, plus up to $3,000 in additional savings on select appliance brands, and 24 months of financing is available. So
you can see us for free, and we're making you money.
Dude, and you know what I also love? You can just drive up. You can order it and drive up, and they'll throw it in your car or on top of your car, and then strap it down for you, and you take it home. Yes, dude, it is awesome.
Cool.
It's like 15 different lanes back there, so you can pull up. You got to go experience this today, dude. It's my favorite part because they're so nice back there, man. I love it.
All right,
are we talking bullpen now?
We played the clip of Leclerc, and there's an article in the Dallas Morning News, Evan Grant, who's already in Arizona. We'll see him soon. And just talking about the confidence of Jose Leclerc is, if you look at the last 49 games of the year in 2023, so including playoffs and everything like that, 2.35 ERA, held hitters to a 170 batting average, and a 263 on-base percentage. With the exception of one game, interestingly enough, the very last game, he was the closer throughout the playoffs. And so I want to start with Leclerc before we move on. I feel like the general sense is positive about Leclerc, but I also know that bullpens don't always carry over from season to season, both individually and as a group. How are you feeling? How are the Tolos, the Twolos, and the YouTubers feeling about, let's just start with Leclerc and work our way from there?
So Mariano Rivera, I'm not sure exactly at what point in his career they decided, well, that dude is just unfettable. Is that a good word to use there?
Unfettable.
You give me a word that's like you can't phase that guy. Unfazable.
Okay.
But like I don't know when it was. I really just don't know when it was for him in his career. But last year, after he got healthy, that was something that Bruce Bochy kept telling us was he's not healthy. We've been kind of working his way to it, and it was a slow progression through the entire season to get to that point. And once he finally felt healthy and felt like he was in his groove, Kevin, I think you could see it. And that was the biggest factor is Jose Leclerc when he is on his game, you can see the confidence. There's something about the way his face looks, the way he approaches each pitch. And whenever he's not confident, you can absolutely see that too. There was a moment he gave up a home run in maybe against Houston.
Yes, it was against Houston.
And I remember seeing his face and going, "Oh no!"
But you thought he was going to spiral.
But then as I looked at his face more, that's when I was like, "Oh, hold on. He's not letting this get to him. It's not going to get to him." And it didn't from there on. So I think you have, as long as you can maintain high confidence, and he has command, he's using his fastball more, he has more command of it. As long as you have that intact, I think you're going to be okay with him. I think he learned a lot. He grew a lot. He understands that he's the master of the closer position, and that's his as long as he wants it and as long as he can maintain it.
And so confidence there.
Yeah, I'm very confident.
And then we go to the rest of the bullpen. And by the way, I will already throw this out from Bochy, and you can take what you want or don't take what you want from spring training, is just watching him here these first few days this year. He's in a good place mentally and physically.
There you go.
Last year, I didn't know him well. He was a bit quiet. I think he was concerned about the neck. It's good to see him have that hop in his step.
And the neck
a little
injury
fun.
kept him from going to the World Baseball Classic. And
yes.
And actually, that could have been even beneficial to them as they had a little more control and understanding of him through spring training all the way through.
And so that's one person that you feel better about. Then let's go to Jonathan Hernandez, because I know we can talk about the additions of Kirby Yates, David Robertson. Obviously, Spores was another one who we felt did unbelievably well in the playoffs. What about Jonathan Hernandez? Because this is somebody who time and again we go back to and say he probably has the best stuff in the bullpen, but that does not necessarily always translate to, and he's a usable pitcher for us.
All right, Kevin. So on the Rangers roster right now on MLB.com on the Rangers website, Jonathan Hernandez is not there.
No.
It is Leclerc, Spores, Robertson, Yates, Tinoco, Dunning, Burke, and Carson Coleman. And I think Jonathan Hernandez has some of the nastiest stuff that you'll see on this team. But can't trust him yet. And Mike explains it that when he gets on the mound, he can't wait to get off the mound. And that's not what you want from a dude that you need to get 3 outs or 1 big out. So Kevin, I would love to see him come in with a completely different mindset. He's part of a championship defending roster right now, and he needs to have that mindset of, you know what, I do have the stuff. I do have the stuff to do it.
And because if he doesn't, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's out of minor league options.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling he'll get another shot somewhere just because his arm's so good. So I'm not saying, like, if he didn't catch on with the Rangers and he just got released, he'd be done with baseball. But so Leclerc, good. In terms of they're in the bullpen. Spores.
I feel like Spores found his stuff.
Unbelievable.
It was weird. And again, most of this bullpen last year, Kevin, you're like, what is happening?
It was
folding.
It was historically terrible.
You were lucky to get away with wins during the regular season, and then when you walked away from games in the playoffs, they were masters of it. And so you're just like, I have no clue what we're dealing with here. So, but Spores I'm one of those guys that I'm just going to go, Spores has his stuff until he shows me he doesn't.
So Leclerc's in, Spores is in, Yates is in, Robertson is in. I know there's discussion about who will close because you saw Leclerc do it a lot. I know there's some people who would love to see Spores get a shot, but then Robertson has experience with it as well. Hopefully you'll settle into a place where you're like, hey, maybe that's your 7, 8, 9 on a pretty consistent basis, and you feel good about closing the game down.
Did you see the story about Robertson and Max Scherzer? And so I guess Max Scherzer and Robertson had been teammates with the Mets.
Okay.
And during the offseason, Scherzer saw that Robertson's name was on the free agency list, and he called him up and was like, you should come join me in Texas. And I love that Max Scherzer is out there recruiting because don't you want to if you're friends with Max Scherzer, you're probably a pretty intense person too that wants to win. And so like Max Scherzer's like, come join me in Texas. And Robertson said, I was like, that sounds great. I'll wait for Chris Young to reach out. Luckily, that's what he did. And now we're here. So,
I guess, you can't really, it's not like an impromptu wrestling thing. You're like, I'll wrestle you right here, right now. You're like, well, we have to go through the GM.
Robertson just gets on a plane and knocks on the door, and he's like, "Hey, Max told me to talk to you about stuff."
Yeah, here I am. And you're like, he's a player on the team. He's not in management. You're like, oh, so should I not have shown up without calling or anything like that? So Evan Grant, and originally this goes back several days, and so this competition, you would imagine, will ebb and flow, especially in the bullpen quite a bit, is he had Jonathan Hernandez, Brock Burke, Chasen Shreve, and Diego Castillo making up the remainder of the bullpen. Now, obviously, I feel very confident about Burke just because you need to switch it up and you need some left-handed action happening there. I don't know if Shreve will get that spot, but they've got a couple of different lefties that they're going to look at because we talked about it. Look, if you want your bullpen to be 5 righties and 3 lefties, great. I still think you're going to end up with, at least to break camp, with 6 right-handed relievers and only 2 left-handed.
Well, it ended up screwing the Astros over last year so much. I mean, the Rangers were able to take advantage of the fact that they had an all right-handed bullpen. And whenever it came time to put Corey Seager at the plate, and whenever it came time, I mean, Seager's going to hit no matter what.
Sure.
But then you have the likes of Jonah Heim, who hits well from the left side. You have Evan Carter stepping up to the plate. You have Nate Lowe. Like, the Rangers didn't have to adjust too much to the bullpen of the Astros. So, like, having those options there is very important, and having quality options there. I do hate seeing Chapman potentially landing with the Seattle Mariners. I saw a rumor that they're interested in him, and that kind of stinks because now you're going to have to face him a few times probably during the regular season.
That's fine. When he walks somebody and plunks somebody.
Hey, but dude, he plunked somebody that I was happy about.
That actually was pretty great.
And that being said, like, just the way there was, I know, Kevin, like, you probably hated it a lot more than me. I loved when that dude stepped on the mound. Yeah, sure, chaos was.
I didn't
happen.
hate him. I just did not love the experience.
The experience was, you don't know. It's a roller coaster, and it might be the greatest roller coaster ever. It might be terrifying, and then you end up losing, and now you got to go to Spores or whatever. But for at least 2 outs every time he showed up, I was excited. And then that dude, he would throw 104 miles an hour, and then right at the opposing bullpen or dugout, and I just thought it was a show, and I loved it.
I went back and forth with what is more intimidating, his 102-mile-per-hour fastball or his 102-mile-per-hour fastball that he throws for a ball to start off the at-bat, because I would get intimidated one way or another. I wanted to throw...
Oh, he was with the Pirates. I'm sorry. I misread. It was a different Chapman I was looking at.
Is Jake Latz and Antoine Kelly were 2 other people that I wanted to throw out there if you're looking at potential left-handed people. So in terms of the bullpen, not just left-handed people in general, in terms of adding to the bullpen. So I think the bullpen is going to be really fascinating. You hope that you have half of it set in stone and they will end up performing really well, which will already have you ahead of last year. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we might change the name of this segment on the fly.
Okay.
We're live from Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony. How would you feel about this? Coming up next, it's time for our brand new hockey segment, Puck Around and Find Out, featuring a shootout loss, U2, and replacement stars. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
In the business.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Greg Smith, the ex-Bruin, closes and swimming makes the stop. The puck was in motion and the Bruins salvage a victory.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from NFM at Grandscape in the Colony. If you want to come and see us, now you can just start forming a line at the door, or you could wait until 11 o'clock when the doors officially open. I will leave that up to you. In the meantime, it is time for our brand new hockey segment, Puck Around and Find Out.
I love this name.
Okay,
Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much to the listeners for helping us workshop this name last night and this morning. And unfortunately, we have to start with, well, the highlight that you just heard. You could probably figure it out. We had afternoon hockey. The Dallas Stars fall in the shootout to the Boston Bruins. Now, two questions. First of all, are you okay that we still got 1 point? Second of all, will it matter when Boston definitely fails in the playoffs again? That's a mean-spirited
It'll
shot
matter
for
to
no
Boston,
reason.
yeah. It'll matter to them for sure. But this the way that this all wrapped up is that I loved the way that they were playing yesterday.
Okay,
and that's the thing that I'm like. I was kind of observing Joey Erickson's tweets. I don't know if you know who Joey Erickson is,
yes,
Kevin.
He ran our show
He
for
was
a while.
He used to be our producer.
Rest
and
in
now
peace.
He's still alive.
Are you sure about that? Have you talked to him?
What were you monitoring last night?
His Twitter.
Okay, then he's still alive.
But I haven't seen any tweets since last night. So,
oh man,
things happen fast, bro.
Yes. Is that what we're doing today?
I was kind of keeping an eye on that, and then the more I watch it, the more I was like, yeah, dude, this effort is something that we haven't seen consistently enough. So the effort that they were playing with yesterday is something that I'm really happy with, and I hope that's something that they carry over, because Kevin, the other night they got a big win at home, and it felt like they had like this masterful control over it.
Yes.
And you were like, okay, and they look coming out of this break, they look healthy, fast, and confident, and that's something that I'm excited about for them.
It's interesting because you can look at, I think it was the Canadiens game a little bit ago where you got 2 points in a game where I didn't think you deserved 2 points. That's why this game is frustrating. Yesterday's game was frustrating to me. Is, to your point, they did play very hard. They were pushing the action. Obviously, they were peppering the goal with shots. It was just frustrating because this, to me, felt like a game where the Stars controlled the majority of possession, pace of play, all that good stuff, and you only end up with 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 1 point, of course, better than 0, but this felt like a game that the Stars should have won outright and picked up 2 points. So I hope that's not like nitpicking too much, because you did still go on the road against an excellent team and pick up a point. And we had dinged the Stars earlier in the season for not picking up points against quality opponents. And they have really started to reverse trends on that.
Yeah, and Hockey Hawk just texted me, Kevin. I don't know if you saw the text from him, but he said it's arguably the best point of the season. So for people who are following the Stars as closely as the people we know, that like in Joey Erickson, who may or may not be, you don't really know if he's still with us.
I definitely think he is.
Alex said rest in peace. I'm going to follow on Alex.
Joey, if you're listening,
and
please text me.
For the Hockey Hawk to say that, to see those people saying like that they love that much. I get where you're coming from, and that's the next place that they can go to, right? Is okay, now don't let these things happen.
Okay, can I ask a question?
The efforts there, that's something you can't deny about it.
Okay, I agree. I totally agree with that. This was going to be my question, and obviously be easier if Hockey Hawk
if they had Heiskanen, would it have been better?
I mean, no.
Should he have just let his child be born?
No, they just had a baby the night before. I have no beef with that whatsoever.
Are you more or less tired being up all night having a baby and then going to play a hockey game match?
I feel like you would be exhausted. I remember Noah was born at I don't know. He ended up coming out at 11:30, and by the time you get him clean up, because babies are gross.
Yeah, babies
and
are
all of
gross.
that. By the time we finally laid down, it was 3 a.m. I had never wanted to sleep so bad in my life, and I slept in the little windowsill at the hospital. You know what I'm talking about?
Sleep anywhere.
Yes. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So you're saying that
and I didn't even have to do anything with the baby.
Heiskanen would have been crawling over the boards and maybe just taking a nap right there on the board.
Slowest line change you ever seen in your life is. I'm not saying I disagree with the Hockey Hawk at all. What I'm saying is, I think going into this game, theoretically, this was the best point of the season. I think in this game, you had 2 points there for the taking. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying that means it's a garbage point or anything like that. I just was disappointed because this felt like a game that they could have won. I'm still glad that they got the point, though, and they've started to extend out a little bit from Colorado. And then we've talked about this all along. Winnipeg, for some reason, is never going to play the rest of their schedule. They're just going to be 3 games behind the rest of the hockey world for, I don't know, the rest of the year. So you're still ahead of Winnipeg, but theoretically, they're 5 points back, and they have 3 games in hand. So if they ran the table, they could jump a point ahead of the Stars. But if you keep getting points at this pace, you're giving yourself a better and better shot to be C1 going into the playoffs. And we've talked about the obvious benefits of that for several months now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, Hawk points out also, Duchesne, their second line is my favorite line.
I could see that.
And I know a lot of people.
That's Mike's favorite player.
Yeah, what we have with line 1 is pretty special. It's pretty nice to know that we have that talent up top there. But what you have in the second line is pretty impressive, especially whenever Duchesne's on the ice. So I think that could be another factor, and maybe him not being involved in that being a problem last night. What's happening here?
I do not know this to be the case whatsoever. Hi, this is Marshall Erickson, Joey's cousin. I haven't heard from him last night either. All right.
Wow.
First of all, I do not believe that is really who that is. Second of all, do you talk to your cousins every single day? That feels like a lot.
My cousin lives in Peoria, and so, yeah, every day, Kevin, make sure that he's going to be there for spring training.
You don't.
I want to make sure that I see my cousin. I have lots of cousins, and we are on a group chat together. And every one of us, we always check in every morning. Everybody says, here, present, and I say president because I think it's funny.
This might be a moral compass for another day. But my wife asked me if I wanted to be included in their family text, and I said no, thank you, because they text a lot.
You can ignore it, dude.
Is that okay?
You don't have to text back. You can just be an observer of
Yeah,
those
but
texts.
I have to read them all, because if I have unread texts on my phone, it drives me insane.
Let me ask you this, now that we're in the middle of this conversation.
There is more hockey stuff, I promise.
I know we'll get back to it at some point out here at Nebraska Furniture Mart, where the NFM President's Day Sale is going on now. So make sure you get this rocking through the end of the month. Adrian will ask me, hey, can you ask your sister? Hey, can you ask your mom? Hey, can you ask your dad? Something.
Yeah.
And I will text my family and add her to the text.
Oh, I bet she hates it.
And let them discuss.
She hates that.
No, she wants to iron out the details. She knows I will not ask details. I am not that person. That is, listen, dude, she always, if something happens, hey, how did that happen? Well, how's this? Why didn't you ask more questions? And I'm like, that's not my thing. I heard the gist of it. I got it. I'm there to support the person. That's all I'm there for.
Okay. And see,
I don't need the details. She's like, you're a journalist. I'm an entertainer.
This is the issue of maybe why it's best that I'm not on that text chain. Is they're the nicest people in the world, but like, I don't. Oh, man,
you're afraid you would put like a GIF in there that would be, funny, and they would be like, "Oh, wow, Kevin's dark."
No, there's at least one of them in the family that would be like, "I support that." Is they send each other like really nice, affirming messages all the time, and I think in my mind I'd be like spam, and like
you can do that though. You can just move right past it.
I know.
And not take part. You don't have to take part in the conversation.
I know,
but you're there. And now, Kevin, whenever it comes Christmas time or Thanksgiving, you have things to talk about at the table because you did see it, or you just ignored it, and they were like, "Hey, why didn't you ever hop in our text?"
And
chain?
see, I think that's what's going to be problematic. Is like, hey, we did the analyzation of the family text. Is this person did this many texts? Kevin, you texted in 6 times the whole year. Like, what's your deal? All right, couple more hockey notes for you. Is the fake Dallas Stars, the Minnesota Wild, defeated the Vancouver Canucks last night 10-7. And you might be thinking, hold on, that does not sound right for a hockey score. Fair. There was history made in this game as Minnesota was trailing, but they put together an amazing 6 goals in the span of 5 minutes and 45 seconds. That was the fastest run in the NHL in 25 years. 6 goals in 5 minutes and 45 seconds. That propels the fake Stars to the 10-7 victory. Now, we need to talk about the Predators.
This is my favorite story.
The Predators, the hockey team, not the abstract concept of people you want to stay away from.
Yes.
All right. The Predators were supposed to see U2 at the Sphere in Las Vegas,
which is a very expensive seat.
Yes,
I know a couple people went while we were there in Vegas. That around Radio Row, I saw a couple people talk about it. They said it was an amazing experience.
It looks cool,
and they loved it. And so I wanted to do it, didn't get a chance to. But the Predators were supposed to do this as like a team building event,
but they didn't get the chance to either, for very different reasons. Corey, what the hell happened, and why was it the Stars' fault?
Before playing the Golden Knights in Vegas, GM Barry Trotz, which is weird because you can't trot on ice. Barry Trotz canceled the outing because the Dallas Stars whooped their butts 9-2.
Oh, I remember that game.
And so
that was when
like,
it was 4-0 after the first period, and you're like, whatever.
So he was like, "Hey, guess what? You guys aren't going to be able to do this." Players asked for permission to fly to Vegas early so that they could take the team and staff to the U2 show. They were going to take the team and staff to the U2 show. They paid for staff to go as well. All right, and the GM canceled because he said this was a big deal internally, is what we're hearing from inside the Predators situation. The team originally wanted to switch to a Sunday practice in NSH. Or in Nashville, but they said no. A day off is a day off. So the trip got canceled. Sunday just a regular day off, and they weren't able to go do that.
Okay.
They had to stay in Nashville.
So it's partially Trotz's fault, but it's also the NHL's fault for saying you can't shift things around. Because it sounds like if they were like, all right, if you let us practice tomorrow on what would have been the day off, we'll do U2 instead on this day. And they're like, nope, can't do it. And so that was part of the reason. But yeah, if you lose 9-2, you don't get to go party.
Trotz said, our standards have slipped below expectation.
Whoa.
You have to send a message. You can't be rewarded if that happens, especially at home. This wasn't about the Preds and their players. This was about Preds and their fans. How would their fans feel if they were like, hey, you just got your butts whooped 9-2, and then you decided to go watch a concert in Las Vegas? nobody's going to be happy about that. It's not good optics.
And it would be tough because you would also have to instruct everybody to not post anything on social media, because the first person who posts on social media, you're like, hey, glad you're having a great time after you lost by 7 goals.
Mm-hmm.
And if people can't social media an event, do they even really go?
It doesn't happen. That's why we got to tweet out that we're here, Kevin, at Nebraska.
I did. Sorry, that was really loud. I did before the show started. If you don't like you two, do you think they should have been forced to go as the punishment for not living up to the national standards? And that goes for any band. It's not just U2, but
I feel like you're taking a shot at U2.
No, I mean, sure.
You're not a U2 fan.
I get it. As a middle-aged white person, I am obligated to like U2, and I think they're fine. But that's about it.
But do you have to be Irish to like them too? Is that another?
I feel like they're pretty popular.
Okay, Kevin, I just got a reply. One Joey Erickson said, yes, sir, still alive. So he is making his way the only way he knows how.
Okay, good. Glad to.
I'm so happy to know he's with us. And the Stars won last night. Follow him because he's got some good hockey content. I'm sure we'll have him on the show sometime.
Yes, Joey is a hockey savant indeed.
I'm going to ask him if he has a cousin named Marshall, though. So
okay,
check this out.
I guess we'll look into that. I don't really know. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live in the Colony at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Did I almost say we're live in Nebraska? Yes, I did. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Oh, man, Blake Snell. Do you want him in the pinstripes? Next in the Fan.
Ew.
Attention, men who are frustrated about their...
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony off of 121 and Grandscape. Mike is out today. He'll be back tomorrow. But in his stead, it is time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets. Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. Can't wait to hear his voice on opening day. Whenever we get out there,
amazing.
I'm very excited for Rangers season to be upon us right now. Here's one other thing. I know this is Bucket segment, but
Buckets.
Thursday is the next Mavs game.
Yes.
And this is the most anticipated Mavericks game for me in about 2 years.
Oh.
Since the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
Like I haven't
just because the team's rolling? Because
I'm excited about what they're doing. Like what they added to this team has me excited, and I do wonder during this break here if Jason Kidd had opportunities to, because right before everything he got to see his guys in action, right?
Sure.
And then right after, I wonder if he was like, all right, you guys go. I'm going to sit up here and start drawing stuff. I wonder if the guys all were like, all right, we got to start building this thing. Now, maybe obviously practice and all that has to work out at some point, but how do we fast track this? How do we get it going? I'm excited, and I'm like, hey, let's get basketball back in action here.
Yeah.
I know we got hockey rolling, but I would love to have both of them going at the same time. That being said,
you still have to wait till Thursday.
Baseball season is upon us, and we will be at spring training in no less like 6 days or something like that. I don't know, 5 or 6 days. Nobody really knows the answer.
I know we'll be there in 5 days.
And I'm looking very forward to it and having conversations with every single one of the players. One of my hopes, Kevin, I'm going to ask if we can do this. And I'm going to say this first and then maybe ask for forgiveness later.
Yeah.
One of my hopes is that we can get a spring training baseball, and for our interviews that are face-to-face, have the guys sign it. So it would be the KNC, the 105.3 The Fan interview ball is what we would call it, and then auction that off for Peace-a-thon.
That's an awesome
Hopefully we
idea.
can make something like that happen. And Tolos and Twitchers out there, let us know if you would like to be involved in that.
Oh my gosh. I have to update you since you brought up the Mavs. So for Valentine's, my girlfriend got her and I a ticket to the Mavs game versus...
You are married, Kevin.
I'm reading a text.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not my
I was
phone
like,
number.
Wow, Kevin, you can't talk about your girlfriend on air.
And then I messed up Valentine's Day, and so she sold the tickets, and now we're back together. Man, that is a whirlwind of, here's the tickets, didn't go well, we're done, but we're back together.
I'm sure our company has a sponsorship with an app that gets you tickets, like Game Time or something like that. If we don't, we need to get one. All right,
True.
We need to get an endorsement with one of those companies. I think that's a really good one for me. Let's go ahead and rock that. Yeah, go get some tickets for the next game.
Yes.
You can do it. You can get really
Back
good
together.
cheap tickets.
Or that very same game.
Yeah, surprise her this time.
Oh.
And then say, now you owe me.
No.
And now it's 1-0, and you got to catch up.
Well, you've been married a lot longer than I have, so maybe you know.
I say things like that all the time.
Keep the score.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And for
keep
people
the
asking
score.
if Mike won, TBD. It's not decided yet.
Okay, yeah, we'll find out. But somebody did ask, if Mike doesn't post pictures from the stand in the courtroom, is he really doing this?
Mike usually says what's on his mind. If this was all part of a lie, I would be pretty stunned.
All right, Kevin, I will let you choose your own adventure.
Okay.
An old player, a potentially Yankees player,
no,
or a Ranger.
Ranger.
All right, we start off.
Of course, I'm a big Ranger.
With MLB Network posted last night their top 5 underrated catchers in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
Number 5.
Hold on.
What?
Just real quick.
What?
Where is this list from?
At MLB Network.
Okay. Here's the issue that I have with this. They're putting on the look. I know the list is important. Just hear me out for a second. They're putting on the list who is underrated based off of the rankings from their own other list.
Yes.
How are they underrated by you if you did not see fit to rate them on your list in the first place?
This is according to Anthony Recker, so he's the one trying to really wreck shop.
So maybe some other jerk at MLB.com did the list, and
Yeah.
he's like, here's why your list is dumb.
Yeah, maybe maybe Anthony Recker's
Okay.
the guy we love, and
Yeah.
he's the hero we didn't know we needed.
We'll see.
And we were sitting there thinking to ourselves, hey, and he was like, hey, dude, I think these guys need to be on that list. Number 5, Cal Riley.
Raleigh.
That's what I said. Number 4, Jan Gomes. Gomez.
Don't get distracted
Number
by
3,
the buzzer going on.
Yadier Diaz. Number 2, Patrick Bailey.
Okay, well, this list doesn't sound that great.
And number 1, most underrated catcher in Major League Baseball, Jonah Heim.
Hell yeah!
It's about time somebody recognized Heim.
I hope he tagged the original people who did the catching rankings in this and be like, hey, I just want to let you know, here's where you messed up the list.
This is one of the questions I had is regarding like why he would be underrated. And we had this discussion last a couple weeks ago whenever he was not on the top 10 list. He was an all-star catcher. And
Yes.
it was, and I do wonder if people are like, yeah, but that all-star game was rigged because of what the Rangers and Tampa Bay fans did last year to keep Toronto out.
That's fine. So, did you not think, not you, but did people not think he was deserving of being an all-star? All right, fine. Let's even go to the extreme. You didn't think he deserved to be an all-star. Then he won the Gold Glove, and then he caught almost every game except for one down the stretch. And I don't know what else he would have to do to earn people's respect. The only other guess is they don't think that's going to translate to 2024. Like, they think maybe he's going to have a down 24 because of how much he worked in 23.
Well, the thing I love about Jonah Heim is he is a dual threat from both sides of the plate. Like, he is, as a switch hitter, a lot of times you're like, okay, he's fine. He can hit bombs from both sides of the plate, and he can hit, doubles. He can hit hard singles. He hits very well. That's one of my favorite things about him is that at a catcher position, you can just plug him into the lineup. And that's maybe it's overused sometimes with him because you're just like, well, he can hit right-handed too. Why would I want him not behind the plate whenever he's available? By the way, if you look at the way that Bruce Bochy rocked with Buster Posey, it was like 150 games a year. That dude never missed games. And so I do imagine that this might be a Bochy mentality is, look, if you're a catcher, you catch, bro. And you go out there.
He seems fine with that.
The injury was probably the only thing that took him away from it. And one of the big factors last year that I want to dive in with either Heim or some of the pitchers on this a little deeper. And I did talk with John Gray a little bit about this and got a little understanding of it is you become – it's very much a similar relationship that you and I have, Kevin, in that you know more about those guys. They know more about you. It's a trust. It's a build. It's something that really is when you're telling me to do something, I have to trust that you're telling me the right thing. Go back and look during the World Series, and Dane Dunning's out there, and Dane Dunning's throwing, and you're seeing Jonah Heim saying, pulling this way. And he's saying, step to me all the way. That's the only thing you're missing. And then Dane does it, and all of a sudden he's in his groove.
Yeah.
So, trusting that. There was a moment where Andrew Heaney, it was Mitch Garver whenever Heim was out. Mitch Garver was just talking about how amazing his slider looked, or one of his off-speed pitches, and he's like, hey, we need to use that more. And he's like, really, is it looking good? And he's like, look, there were times before when you didn't know where it was going to go, but right now you are locked in on it. And then that day he goes out, uses it, and has one of his best outings. And Andrew Heaney talked about that afterwards, and how that trust with Garver, that week that he got with him, really helped him out. So what Jonah Heim's doing isn't just back there catching and then going up to the plate and hitting. He's a therapist. He's so much more to those
Does
pitchers.
a catcher have to be that? I'm really fascinated by that.
I guarantee you, let's talk to Bochy about that. Like, are you a therapist? Because Bochy was a lifelong catcher. And I really do think that, what's mine and Mike's favorite baseball movie? It's For Love of the Game.
Yes.
And Kevin Costner's character gets carried up after a perfect game. His character gets carried into his hotel room by his catcher. There's the best speech of the night is Kevin Costner looks up at the board and sees zeros everywhere. And he turns around and he says, hey, Gus, is this for real? And he was like, yeah. And we've never been part of this. We're going to be amazing for you right now. Just trust us. And so, that's the role that those guys have to play. And I'm happy that Jonah Heim has the World Series experience under his belt as he gets to work with young pitchers like Cody Bradford, Dane Dunning, and Andrew Heaney again this year, along with Evaldi and those other cats.
And I think we should give preference to Mr. Recker's list going forward because I like the way he thinks.
Yeah, Mr. Anthony Recker, we're finding you, and we're going to talk with you soon. Now we will convert.
Vaguely threatening.
Don't worry, Kevin. We have our backup third baseman. We just have to make a quick trade.
Okay.
Pablo Sandoval is reporting for spring training for the Giants.
Oh.
He has not played since 2021, where he batted a robust 172.
Oh, dear.
At 34 years of age. But, Kevin, this one-time 25 home run hitter.
What year was that?
Pablo Sandoval?
Yeah.
Or the 25 home runs?
The 25 home runs.
Okay, you know what? Twice he hit 26.
In what year?
Oh, those are doubles.
that?
23 home runs, 25 in 2009.
2009.
But Kevin, this is a guy Bochy knows. Bochy knows him really well with his stint with the Giants. And if we need to go find a backup third baseman,
tell me why you really want him here.
Because he's cool, man.
No, say it.
Because of his nickname?
Say it.
I'm not going to say it.
Because you want to see the heavy athlete succeed.
I do want to see
get
the
it.
heavy athlete succeed.
Obviously, I support that as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I don't support that the rest of your plan, though. Coming up next, live from NFM at Grandscape, here in the Colony, 121 and Grandscape, from the best player to the lack of defense. NBA All-Stars, including Luka, are surveyed about the league. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Nebraska Furniture Mart or NFM at Grandscape if you're fancy, which I am, off of 121 and Grandscape Boulevard in the Colony. Couple of things we need to update. The doors are now open if you want to come out, shop some of those good deals. There is one bit of bad news, though, and I think we need to throw it out there real quick, is initially Tony Pollard was going to be signing here. Unfortunately, he is sick, and so that is not going to happen today. I believe they're rescheduling it for next week, perhaps Tuesday of next week. I wanted to tell you real quick one cool thing that Tony Pollard is doing. I know he couldn't be here today, is the Q collar, and you can check out more information about that if you want at Q30. That's Q30.com, and it's something new, revolutionary. It's a breakthrough for athlete safety, and obviously you've seen Tony Pollard with this in the game on the sideline. It's worn around a player's neck, and you got it's against your jugular vein for compression. It helps reduce movement of the brain inside the skull. So obviously, if you're playing an impact sport like football, like hockey, this is something that could be very, very helpful, and Tony Pollard thinks it's super helpful. So Q30.com if you want to check that out. Sorry to everybody who was hoping to catch Tony Pollard today. Hopefully next Tuesday. Now, ready to talk a little hoops?
By the way, Q collar is pretty dope. I remember Dalton Schultz wearing that as well.
Yes.
And for somebody, obviously dealing with what I deal with Lucy, and I don't say deal with in a bad way, but
no, I got it.
What we go through and what we understand about the brain, I love that there's some more science being dedicated to it, and I've learned about the Q collar a lot more over the last year or so. Really excited to see how that continues to grow, and hopefully it can be something a lot more players dive in on.
Absolutely. Now, we had an All-Star Weekend this past weekend, the much maligned by some All-Star game on Sunday night. But one cool thing that the Athletic usually does is they have a player survey, and so part of this is anonymous from All-Star Weekend, but part of it is not. And people are like, no, yeah, I definitely want my name on this. And so they asked the majority of the All-Stars. They talked to 18 players. Not all the players answered all the questions, but I think this is good insight into what the players really think. Who do you think the players think is the best player in all of the lands?
Giannis.
This was crazy to me. Jokic and Embiid tied for first. Luka and Anthony Edwards tied for third.
Anthony Edwards?
Yes.
Has he elevated to that place?
I mean, that team is really good, and he's been playing really well. He was terrible in the skills competition, but other than that, he is elevating his games.
I'm never going to look at the skills competition.
Fair.
Or any of
I
those
just wanted
things.
to throw that out there.
But that's amazing that he's already the league respects him like that.
And then Kawhi, Halliburton, and LeBron all got a vote. Nobody voted for Giannis.
Really?
I found that to be
because they think he's a coach killer. That's what I'm hearing right now.
And even Luka didn't answer the question. He goes, "Come on with these questions."
Okay,
it's dumb. He should have voted for himself. He could have been tied for first, but instead
and that would have changed everything for him. I think it's fascinating that they put Embiid in there. Now I understand MVP and everything, but this sport is not necessarily a big man sport like it used to be with dinosaurs.
Sure,
but those two guys can do everything, and they can shoot threes, they can do all of it, and they're getting just as much love as Shaq would have kind of in his time, right? Like that, man, they're dominant at their position.
Now, I don't know if this is going to change your viewpoint at all, but can I tell you two of the people who voted for Anthony Edwards?
Cat and Rudy Gobert.
It was Cat and Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
So Anthony Edwards said, "Best player right now, it's me."
Okay.
So does that change
vote for yourself?
Your opinion at all?
Dude, can you imagine losing an election by one vote because you didn't vote for you?
I think about that.
That's the dumbest thing.
All of the time.
Why would you run if you're not going to vote for yourself?
And I'm sure, but you didn't vote for somebody else, right? You just didn't show up and didn't vote at all, right?
I don't know.
That because
Luka didn't vote at all. He could have voted for himself and been number one. So
you know what? Actually, that's true, and that's what helped. That's what helped Anthony Edwards get up to third place. If you could be Adam Silver for a day, what's the one thing you would change about the NBA?
I would add a 4-point shot.
Oh, that is what Malik Beasley said. Add the 4-point line so me and Dame could beat everybody.
Yeah, okay, and that's like I do like the idea. Now, do I want more 4-point shot? Not necessarily, but I want it there just to swing a game. I want it to be something that can be a huge factor because I don't want teams just come out and be like, dude, we're just shooting from the 4-point line because it's a valuable shot. And maybe that 4-point line, Kevin, is 2 feet off of the midcourt. I'm fine with that. Like, it's not one shot that everybody's like, I have to shoot from here. But I do want to see those wild swings where you're like, they're down by 4. Oh, my God, the 4-point shot goes in.
Yeah.
And everything changes because I like the value of it.
Now, Lauri Markkanen gave an interesting answer. I feel like the foul you get while you're doing an alley-oop, you always get a side out of bounds, even though you're clearly about to shoot it. Mm-hmm. And he said, so that should be a shooting foul too, but it would just add more scoring.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, the overwhelming winner, though, was schedule changes, specifically no more back-to-backs. That beat out in second place. Wouldn't want to be Adam Silver. Is that because of the hair situation? Because I get that. I've been in that situation for a long time.
Most of the players are bald.
What? But are they bald by choice or by fashion?
I don't know how many people go bald by fashion.
Okay.
I am not. Choice and fashion not the same thing? Like choice.
Yeah, by choice.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not bald.
You were bald because you have some areas, and then you said, you know what, and you embraced it, and it looks great
for sure.
But yeah, no, I just I think I'm always curious about the scheduling part too. Why do they do back-to-backs? They know the players hate it. It's not really good for the product anyway. Why do they not just say, hey, we're going to spread the season out a little bit, like a month longer, so we can avoid this altogether?
See, but I think the trade-off was extending the playoffs and the gaps between playoff games because you don't always have every other night now. You get a lot of 2 off nights. I always thought that was the trade-off. This is a great answer from Jason Tatum. If you get a tech for overreacting to a call and you were right, like they go back and look at it and the coaches do the challenge and they overturn the call, the tech should be rescinded and you should get your money back.
Yeah, there's something that's been sitting on him for a while.
Oh, my God.
That's one of those that he's just been fuming about for a minute, and he's definitely right.
This one is interesting. Do you still support the NBA's 65-game mandate for awards eligibility?
I do.
Okay.
Are you asking me?
What do you think the players would say?
I think players would probably say 60% yes, 40% no.
Okay. It actually ended up a lot closer to yes, no, and maybe, almost all being the same.
Okay, all right.
So,
wow.
Yes and maybe got the most votes, but no was really close behind. And it's interesting, even the people who are against it, like Jaylen Brown and Nikola Jokic, they both suggested a tweak to the number of games.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for example, Jaylen Brown was like, look, you need to play, but maybe 65 games is a little high. He suggested 58. Jokic said, I don't like how it forces players to play, even if they're injured, to try to achieve something. And then obviously a couple people already referenced Joel Embiid, who will miss out. I'm not saying he would have won, but he was looking like, at worst, the number 2 candidate for MVP, and now he will not be eligible for the award.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Kevin, it's a connection. They're not saying it, but it is the connection to we want you to play more. We need more of these nights where more of our stars are on the stage, not sitting in street clothes on the bench. Like that's, and while the players are like, oh, it's about this award that I'm trying to get to. No, it's about you being on the court to be part of the show. That's what the bigger factor is.
From the 817, I've always been looking for the selection, so I appreciate this person. That happened to me my senior year in high school. I missed the John Philip Sousa Award by 1 vote, and I voted for the guy that won, and he voted for me. Had I also voted for myself, I would have won.
Wow.
Man. And then you could have, would you have told, let me ask you this. So you do that. You also vote for yourself, and you won by one. Do you go to that other person and be like, oh, man, I voted for you. That's crazy. Or are you like, I backed out. I voted for me. And that's why I won.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how I would respond. I would just accept my award and move on. That's how I would do it.
All right.
I wouldn't even talk to him.
Now, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Who
I'd
is
be like, you're the loser. I'm the winner.
That is so rude. Who is the best team you've played against this season? For NBA players.
I was going to say the Packers, obviously. They destroyed the Cowboys. But
the Niners.
For the NBA players, the best team they played against, it's got to be the Celtics, right?
Celtics lead the way with 5 votes. The Clippers got 4 votes. And the Timberwolves, they got 1 vote.
How many did the Mavericks get?
They get 0 votes. 0.
That's unfortunate.
Is there too much offense in today's NBA?
Yeah. So I don't think there's too much offense. I think there's a lack of defense. And I think that's why that looks like there's too much offense. There's less effort given on defense.
Interesting. I'm going to take you straight to Luka Doncic, who said, quote, there's plenty of defense, trust me. Now, is he...
You can't score 140 points and be like, great defensive effort tonight.
Is Luka your end-all, be-all on determination of
no
defense? He sees it a lot.
Yeah, he sees lots of defense. And he also is like, dude, it's so easy to score in the NBA compared to in the Euro League. Like, he said that. He's like, Rudy Gobert should be a dominant player. There's just so many other ways to do these things.
Karl Anthony Towns goes, I mean, is there too much offense? Yeah. But that's just people scoring the ball, putting the ball in the hoop. That ain't up to me.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is we're the #1 defense. That's all I know. So I like that. 5 votes, yes, too much offense. 4, no. 2, lazily said maybe. And so, again, split decision, whether it's about the awards, whether it's about is there too much offense, is split decision. Tyrese Maxey, however, friend of the show, I think you can never have too much offense.
Okay, listen, dude, that's fine. I get it. I don't want to see a bunch of guys going out there and clanking all night. Like, I don't want to see us building houses with all the bricks. That's not something that I want. And the shooters, the players are far more efficient than they've ever been. I would love to look at the efficiency numbers right now because it feels like the offensive efficiency numbers are insane. And the three-point numbers are up. The amount shot, their percentages are up as well. Everybody's a better three-point shooter, so there's more points for sure on the scoreboard at the end of the night because there are more three-pointers being shot. But it just does seem like it's the defense is not being applied in a lot of situations.
And by the way, I do see some people asking, do we have any idea when something will come out for Mike or the verdict or whatever? I have no clue.
Yeah, he said, again, he told me that around noon he might be on the stand, and it would take hours after that.
Yeah, I mean,
he expects to be there for a long time
today.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm
or a very quick amount of time where they're just like, look, there's too much information, we have to push this case off for now. So that could be another situation.
Yeah, I could see that. Now, I like this one because I told you there's 18 players, 18 All-Stars. Is officiating better, the same, or worse? You know how many people answer that question?
None of them.
1.
Oh, man.
One of them.
Why would he answer?
I
anonymously?
Yeah, no, not anonymously. And I also think they've misinterpreted Karl Anthony Towns' opinion. One person goes, oh, I'm not touching that. Karl Anthony Towns said the officials are just new. That's it. It's just new refs. That's all it is. They're not as experienced as they used to be. That got marked as a worse. Do you feel like he's saying they could get better, or he's like, no, they suck now because they're new and they'll always be terrible?
Well, this is interesting because, like, the Joey Crawfords and was it Dan Crawford also? The Crawfords, I always felt like got bad names.
Yeah.
One of them, the Mavericks, like, always lost in games where he was around, and then all of a sudden that was pointed out, and the Mavericks end up winning while he's calling a game.
What a coincidence.
And Joey Crawford was one of those guys that he was like, I am the commander of this court tonight, and you do not even smirk, or I will kick you out of this game. And so, like, there were dudes that were around for a long time that were like, okay, they have too much of this power conflict going on, and now we have a bunch of new people being incorporated into it, and you're like, are they not good enough? So Which one do you want? Guys that really know what they're talking about but have personal problems with the players sometimes? Or do you want these guys that have no clue and are just trying to figure it out on the fly?
And no, Mike is not going to jail. This is a civil lawsuit, first of all, and he's the plaintiff, not the defendant.
Dude, do you remember that day, that video of that guy that got his verdict and then he jumped over and attacked the judge? Are you telling me that Mike doesn't get a favorable verdict and he doesn't jump over his table and go after the judge?
Look, can I guarantee that doesn't happen? I cannot. I hope it doesn't happen. You know, like, I remember, not to go off on a tangent, and I get it, you should let the legal system do what it's got to do.
Heck yeah.
But in some of these cases, when, like, somebody's doing, like, sexual things or things to kids or whatever, I definitely think you should be allowed to just step over once
And
they're found
punch.
guilty and pop them. Like, do you remember one of the dads, I think it was in the Nasser case, one of the dads is like, bailiff, Your Honor, I would like to respectfully ask for 5 minutes alone in the room with this person. And they can't do that. And they're like, no, sorry. And then he makes a break for it.
He's like,
and people
"I'm still gonna
tackle
try.
him.
I gave it the best I could.
And it's tough because I'm like, I know you're not supposed to do that, but I was really rooting for that guy to break through and punch him in the face.
Just one good swing on that.
So I don't believe. I hope nothing like that comes to.
I hope we get video footage of it that Mike's just going after somebody. I would love it.
But then he probably wouldn't be on the show for a while or ever.
We could just imagine the conversations from prison we could have with Mike. You know, like he's like, "Yeah, guys, I'm in here. Food's not that great."
Actually, if you really know Mike, what he would really say is, it's kind of about how Odyssey puts us up in the hotel. Like, that's what Mike would say. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. I don't think that. That's just what he would say on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM. Where are we going, Alec?
We got the question of the day, and Caitlin Clark is not the only one setting crazy NCAA basketball records. We'll do that next.
Welcoming new listeners.
And this segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony. We've gotten to talk with a whole bunch of folks who work out here at NFM, and that has been really awesome. The doors are open if you want to come out and see us in the Colony. And right now, the segment that is undoubtedly better than the payload, it is AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Reality can be whatever I want. Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. That means it's time for AM on the FM. You can hear it sometimes at night, sometimes at weekends, sometimes now on the KNC Masterpiece. But yeah, kind of all over the place. But AM on the FM is basically me, Alec Medford on FM radio, in case you didn't know. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We're live on Twitch and YouTube as well. You can answer the question of the day there. That's what we start off the segment with each and every time we do this. And it's going to be based on college sports today. Usually it kind of strays away from sports, but there's been a lot of kind of random stuff happening. I know you guys talked a little bit last week about D2 star Lauren Taylor, women's college basketball star. She set the record for most rebounds in a game with 44. And
That's
also,
insane.
Yeah, and she also set a career high in points at the same time. So, yeah, wow. It's a pretty good night. So I posed the question to the Tolos, to Kevin, Corey. What sports record would you want to break the most? Because I think the one that comes up for me, I ran a lot of cross country and track when I was growing up in high school, middle school, whatnot, did some club events as well. I would want to break Usain Bolt's 100-meter record.
That'd be awesome.
Because I want everybody to think of Alec Medford as the fastest man alive.
Yeah, fastest man alive would be dope. Now, is this like an individual, single moment record? Like this isn't a career record? Because
so I can't go after every one of Brady's career
I would
records?
want to break the Bonds record, and I would want it to be like against Mike's kid or something like that.
Oh, my gosh. That is messed up.
That's just evil.
No, but then his kid's pitching in the big leagues, bro. Like that's a really good thing that his kid's pitching in the big leagues. This is I would want to hit the most home runs in a single game. Like the Major League Baseball.
So hit 5
home runs in one game, and maybe even in a World Series game just to top that, so that people will be like, this is the most amazing thing we've ever seen. Every time this dude stepped up to the plate, he hit a home run, and he just took over the game.
By the way, in the 214, Alec is a badass host / producer. Love this segment.
He's fantastic, man. We love Alec.
We have a question from the 903. Does this count for your question? Wilt Chamberlain's off the court record. Is that outside the sports purview and thus not eligible for this award?
You know, Wilt Chamberlain did the sport thing, so I will allow it one time and one time only.
Well, I might have picked the wrong one then, and also I think Freddie Mercury has broken that record.
Because he
has more options. He is walking a room and be like, "Let's go, baby!"
Everybody in this room.
I would like to break Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak because that record has been around forever, and I think a lot of people think it's unbreakable, and I think that would be amazing to do.
I saw it was actually NCAA, because there's been so many records broken lately. They put out a piece, some of the records that they never think will be broken. In at least in the NCAA realm. And I thought my favorite one came in 1951, 54 consecutive points with no other teammates scoring.
What?
Yeah, that was Bill Milkvey from Temple in 1951. He scored 54 consecutive points without allowing another teammate to score.
Let me ask you this. At what point do you shift as a teammate from this guy's a ball hog to this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen? Is it like 20 straight points where you're like, I don't know, just keep feeding them the rock? Or are you mad the whole time? You're like, hey, jerk, the rest of us can score too.
I'd say around like the 22, 24 point range. That's when I'd say, okay, this guy's locked in.
Do you think that's where some of the plot of Teen Wolf came from? Because if you remember, when Michael J. Fox first turns into a wolf, his teammates don't like him because he's a ball hog. And so that alienates him from part of the team. Then he's going to be in the play and everything like that. It's a whole big thing. But I wonder if that was derived from this record.
It's a good question, Kevin.
Thank you.
It's a good question.
Also, how did no one in the editing room see that guy just whip his ding-dong out at the end of the movie?
You know what, Kevin?
How is that still in the movie?
I never saw it.
It's
not
there.
one single time.
It's there.
In my childhood.
Sure.
Did I ever see that?
But now that you know
until
it's there.
somebody said, "Hey, this exists," and I was
Yeah.
like, "No, it didn't." And it's not like I rewatched the movie intentionally to see that. No, I really thought it was cool whenever he went into the closet with that girl,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden her
Yes.
shirt was all dismantled.
Yeah.
So I didn't go for that. But then at the end of the movie, there it is, bright and shining, right in everybody's face.
See, I want to know if that's almost like a undercover insult that, you know, it was just so unrecognizable or unnoticeable that they just didn't notice.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, sure. Yeah, I guess that's what that is.
Because if it was huge, they'd have been like, we got to edit that
Yeah,
out. This
yeah.
is like a PG, maybe PG-13 movie.
Yeah, like if we had a Drake situation all over again, then I'd understand. But
yeah. Are you nervous because there's kids around and stuff? I get it. I understand that.
Moving on.
Probably for the best.
I do have some sound I want to run because I think the best part of NBA All-Star Weekend is nothing that happens on the floor. It's just the banter between the commentators on TNT.
Okay.
And Charles Barkley was paired up during the game with Draymond Green. And this was a generational pairing because they had Taylor Rooks there trying to like almost navigate it and just keep them in line, and it did not work at all. And I'm here for the chaos, and that's what we do on AM on the FM. But Draymond was kind of taking a shot at Chuck's suit, and Chuck is really quick with the one-liners.
How much you pay for this suit? Probably about $1,000. It looked like it. Okay. Hey, you know what's funny about that? You know who was asking about you the other day? Who's that? Nobody.
Oh man, that's so hurtful.
You know who asked about you the other day? Nobody.
Man, also, is Draymond...
That was a great setup, too.
Is Draymond bashing Charles Barkley because he only spent $1,000 on his suit?
See, me personally, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
But Draymond's over here like, I know how much you made in your career. You can do a little bit better than that, bud.
Yeah. And he also, his career in TV right now is pretty lucrative. It's probably more lucrative than his NBA career
I
by
could
far.
definitely see that.
But the thing about that is you saw Michael Irvin's suit down at the Super Bowl.
It
when
was
he showed
awesome.
Up. And what did he say about that suit? You didn't find a tag on the neck. You found it in the lapel.
Yeah.
Or you found it in the underneath. So yeah, man, those suits. Ooh, I can't imagine how much different a $5,000, $10,000 suit feels. It must feel different. It has to feel different.
My mind is still kind of reeling that $1,000 suit's a trash suit per Draymond Green.
Oh, it must be nice.
That sounds fancy as hell.
I wish I was set up like that. Before I run the next joke from these two, I want to go back to the truckwreck.com text line because, Kevin, I think you would like this one from the 817. Andre the Giant's record for 12-ounce beers in a bar in one sitting.
It's like 160 or something.
Yeah, but the
insane
crazy
like that.
part is afterwards, doesn't he just go pick up a barrel of wine and drink that too in front of everybody? Like it wasn't just the beers; it was then he added to it.
He was the eighth wonder of the world.
Legend.
It was incredible.
I also think, Alec, that would be really bad for me because I don't drink at all.
Yeah.
And I feel like we have to work up to that.
You know, we could go Rocky mode. We could go do some training at the bar locally, and then we could get you another statue, get you a fake ring name so we can have another fake statue out there.
Thinking of Vegas Corey night.
Oh no.
You don't
I
want that.
firmly believe that if you fired up the songs Hearts on Fire, I think it's on fire, not a fire, that you can accomplish a lot in a montage scene. He was chopping wood. He evaded the Russians in their car and ran through the snow, and then he got to the top of the mountain. He's like, Drago!
You know what? I'm going to play that at the gym after the show now. Thanks, Kevin.
Man, this is a really big place. That echoed a lot.
It did echo.
I can hear it through my ears, and that's impressive. That's a really big place out there. NFM out there, Grandscape, the colony.
It is.
It is awesome. I have yet to actually go inside it, but I've been on the carousel out there.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
That's like my weird attribution. Yeah.
It's pretty neat.
Maybe I'll have to do some shopping soon. Maybe Peyton, one day, he'll be able to stop making fun of me when I move out. But Charles Barkley, Draymond Green again. This was great. This was the very end of the game of the All-Star game this past weekend. When the score goes final, Chuck was kind of saying his goodbyes.
I always watch you from a distance. It's been easy to work with you, Dre. You're a hell of a player. Good luck in the play-in.
This dude is a hater, man. That is crazy right now. You are not acting like that. Here, Chuck, take my ring.
And he actually takes off his ring and hands it to Chuck and says, "Here, you can keep that."
Oh my gosh. Good luck in the play-in, which right now they're hanging on. Aren't they? They're like the 10th seed.
Barely.
So, man, that's brutal.
The play-in,
I like it.
the play-in is turning into what Mike said it would be. It's more of a joke than it is like a, hey, this is our chance.
Yeah.
This is our chance to make something happen.
Yeah, someday, if you ever get to the point where a number 9 seed just somehow not only makes it through, but like wins or goes to the NBA Finals, then it will change.
I heard
but
2
until
wild
then,
card teams were in the World Series this year. And
That's right. That's right.
Talk to him, Corey. Last one I got for you guys. This is actually Richard Jefferson during the Celebrity All-Star Game. And there's now a new NFL team that I like making fun of more than the Philadelphia Eagles. And Richard Jefferson just did all the heavy lifting for me.
If you don't know the rules, it can be very detrimental. Just ask the 49ers. Richard!
Whoa! Wow!
Mr. Walkoff is here.
That's right, Nico Hardman in the building.
That's fair though,
dude. Like your
I
coach,
think that's fair.
Your coach knew the rules and didn't tell the players. He was like, "They don't need to know about it. We'll have either won or lost this game."
That is a weird flex. Shanahan's like, I know the rules. You're like, right. But your players, a bunch of them said they didn't know. I still, Alec, I don't know if you feel this way. I still wish the 49ers would have scored a touchdown on that first drive just to see how many would have stormed the field or like dumped Gatorade on their coach. And they're like, what are you doing? We have to keep playing. And this is a very proud accomplishment from the 214. My 2-year-old son just yelled Drago because of you. That is awesome.
Look at this. This is now the most influential segment in DFW Sports Radio. I'm writing that one down. That's my time. I appreciate you guys.
There you go, Alec Medford right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on, well, I just told you what station it is. Coming up next, live from Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are the Ravens just a top-notch running back away? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece, followed by G-Bag Nation all afternoon. We appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Leader, 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Though I do really appreciate the person who walked by and waved at me when I said that. Is if you get into a wreck and it's not your fault, you need to go with those friendly folks at the Frankel. Through the fan, we're live at Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony. They are open. This place has already been super busy today. Gotten to talk to a lot of Tolos and Twolos, which has been awesome. And right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Here we go!
I did just notice one of my loss prevention concerns is some people walked through and the beeper went off and they stopped, turned around, and they got told to go because the beepers have been going off most of the morning. I don't know. I'm a little concerned.
I trust the employees here at Nebraska Furniture Mart, Kevin. I trust that they understand and they're keeping an eye on things.
See, I think it was a bold move by those people to pretend like they were stopping to turn around. And so the people were probably like, that person's trustworthy. They didn't run. They stopped.
What do you do whenever, like, I'm at Target and I walk out or something like that and that happens? I just keep walking because I know I paid for stuff.
My
I'm not trying to
gosh.
steal anything. I know I
How is
paid.
the employee there supposed to know?
They can come ask me. They can come say, excuse me, sir, can I take a look? And I'll be like, I'm happy to do it, but I know I paid. So I know it's not me. It must have been that person next to me. Probably my wife.
Man, look at, oh my gosh.
I'm not suggesting that that's what she does, though.
All right, let's start out with this. And Corey, I know this is something that you have brought up as well, is there's discussion that the Ravens will bring in a running back of esteem or some such word like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the Ravens were really close last year before they beefed it in the championship game? Do you think a top-notch or esteemed running back is what they need to put them over the top? Or do you think they'll find a new way to not advance to the Super Bowl?
So, I mean, again, I go back to that game specifically against the Chiefs. They decided we are going to try to match Patrick Mahomes quarterback to quarterback, and I thought that was a bad game plan because I really felt like they were having success in other areas that they could have taken advantage of. And I really honestly don't want Lamar Jackson going out there saying I have to be Patrick Mahomes today. Just go be you.
Yes.
They have a lot of unrestricted free agents, Kevin, on their defensive side of the ball. They have a lot of unrestricted free agents on the offensive side of the ball, but they did connect with Zay Flowers, and Rashad Bateman grew in that role a little more too. And to add to that, Mark Andrews is always a big-time beast for them. So that's there. If you add a Derrick Henry to it, I wonder if it opens up more for Zay Flowers. Let's say you add another type of running back to that conversation. I wonder if that opens up more downfield and they have more, and you see those passing numbers go up because it's not just him as the running back. He's the quarterback, and he has a really good running back next to him.
Is that your?
And not saying his running backs that they had next to him weren't any good this year either.
Is that your choice then? Like, let's just say
That's a tough running back.
Okay.
Like now you decide for mentality purposes that you add Derrick Henry to it. Like that is he's the perfect Ravens running back.
Okay, I could see that. So you prefer him? I really want to know. Do you prefer him over like Saquon or Jacobs, who might be
receivers out of the backfield too,
or a little less durable, perhaps? Or what about Austin Eckler? Because if you're really looking for a receiver out of the backfield, I feel like Eckler could be your dude.
I'm personally not looking for receiver out of the backfield for Lamar Jackson.
Gotcha.
It is good to have, and you know what? Like there are so many in moments where Lamar Jackson needs to dump off, he can escape. So that's where whenever I'm looking at my team, I'm like, I don't have to. I can just take off running. I don't need to dump it off to this guy to pick up these yards. I can just take off running. And so I would prefer to just have a running back that creates boxes that are favorable to the quarterback whenever it's time to throw downfield, creates spaces further downfield, because this running back is he'll get 6 yards, he'll get 8 yards on big carries, and he can break for 95 yards if he needs to.
Sure.
That's what I'm wanting to add to it. So yes, I would prefer Derrick Henry, who's a formidable receiver out of the backfield. He's good enough.
Yeah, no, and I don't.
He's not Austin Eckler by any means.
Yeah, and I don't mean to take that away from him. I just think that, like, you hand him the ball, he'll try to run right over you, as opposed to I'm going to screen pass you to death with him, though I know he has those capabilities.
And in short yardage situations, that's a struggle that they should be able to just take advantage of over and over. I would love to see that addition to their team.
Now, let's transition. Man, I've got caught up on the fan text where there are lots of people. Oh my gosh, it just happened again. Is there lots of people who are like you, Corey, and they're like, no, I know I didn't steal.
I know I didn't steal, so I'm not concerned about it.
Okay, all right.
We should just go ask the security guard in a little bit. Just ask him and say, hey, we don't want to take away from his security work.
That's that's a good point.
He's
I feel
very
like
busy.
That would be an error to bring him over there, thus clearing the path.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we don't want that. We want to be invited back here. So
I want to come back every day. Let's do
Okay.
the show every day from here rather than the studio.
Okay, we'll have to talk. Our ad executive is here.
I'm betting he would be okay with
we
that.
could probably figure that out.
Yep.
All right.
Permanent home at Nebraska Furniture Mart, NFM at Grandscape.
Can we talk about something a little sad that they're trying their best to make it a positive?
Sure, let's do that.
All right. So we talked about, I don't know, sometime last week, Taylor Swift donating $100,000 to the GoFundMe for the woman who had been killed in the Chiefs parade shooting. And also, Travis Kelce donated another $100,000 to a different GoFundMe because remember, one person got killed, but numerous people, including like a dozen children, got shot or hurt and everything like that. He also donated $100,000 to one of those GoFundMes, which was really cool. And then at the beginning of Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce's podcast, they were mentioning the GoFundMes. They talked about the Chiefs Fund for the victims, and it's give.unitedwaygkc.org. I know that's a lot. And that fund has raised $860,000.
Wow.
For the victims. And again, and we talked about this last week. I don't mean to say, so everything's fine. I realize that these people would trade out not having this experience or having their mom back or whatever the case might be. They would much rather have that instead of the money. So I'm not trying to discount that at all. I appreciate that some people, monetarily wise or otherwise, are trying to do something good out of something really, really horrible. So if you want to check out the Chiefs Fund, Kansas City Strong, and I appreciate the fact that Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce are speaking out about this. And they started their last podcast. They took a little bit of a break, and they started their last podcast, and they're like, look, it feels disingenuous to start with anything else other than talking about the parade.
Oh, absolutely.
And like the shooting at the parade.
That's again, Kevin, I know we do our show the way we do our show, and we just kind of line it up, and we just go with a lot of gut on this, and hope that the Tolos and listeners out there are along for the ride. That's one of my favorite things to see on the Twitch, on the fan text is, hey, you guys take it wherever you want. I trust y'all, and that's a good thing. We earn the trust from the listeners that whatever topics we're going with are something they can get down with. Even if they disagree, they understand where we are and things like that. And that's where I think I agree with them on that. Like that's probably the thing that is weighing on them the most. They both won Super Bowls.
Yep.
But the thing that was on their mind the most that they needed to talk about was that moment.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely with you on that. Can I, as long as we're in this space, can I hit you with one more not super positive story, but relevant?
I'm along for the ride, Kevin. I'm trusting you.
Okay. You might regret that.
Okay.
Is attorneys for Jerry Jones and the woman. Look, I warned you. Don't give me that look. Attorneys for Jerry Jones and the woman alleging that he's her biological father both presented arguments yesterday for about an hour. And so we're getting closer and closer, at least one would think, to a Dallas County judge ruling on whether Jerry Jones has to complete a paternity test.
Okay.
So if you remember this story, not to be confused with the other story that we talked about last week, is the allegation is that Jerry Jones had an affair with, I believe it's Alexandra Davis's mom, and signed a confidentiality agreement. And Alexander Davis is arguing, that got signed when I was a baby. I should not be bound by that. I would like to know if he's my dad or not. And then court filings say that Davis has received about $3.2 million from her mom's agreement with Jerry Jones, including 4 years of tuition at SMU, trips around the world, and $70,000 for a Range Rover. So per the court agreements and what has transpired there, some kind of financial agreement was obviously reached for whatever purposes. I mean, I will let you decide, and soon the judge will decide if he does, in fact, have to take a paternity test about that.
Yeah, that's trying to pay to make something go away.
Sure.
That will ultimately grow up to want to know you. And I get that part of it. And I'm completely on the person's side trying to figure out where they're from.
Yes.
I want to know who they are, how things went, who is there. And I don't know what the next step for that person, for her, is going to be. Would she go, okay, now that I know this, I want this, or okay, now I know, thanks, now I can go on with my life. And that's the other thing.
You bring up a very relevant point because, look, I've seen the feedback already in the past. Maybe it'll happen again. There are some people who are like, well, why should she not get a chance to find out who her dad is?
Yeah.
And then there's other people who are like, well, she doesn't really care if Jerry's her dad. She cares about getting into the billion-dollar family. I have no idea. I do not know this lady personally. Clearly, I did not have the best relationship with my dad, but I'm sure lots of people had amazing relationships with their dad, and they would love any amount of time to, like, try to get something out of that relationship.
And no, Mike is not actually a character witness in this case. That is not what is what's going on. That's not why Mike.
You'd be the worst character witness ever for Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
God, the worst. Just like I think Jerry would be bad in Mike's case today. And he'd be like, you know what? That dude runs his mouth a lot. So, I don't think they'll be testifying for one another in these cases anytime soon. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, just how good will the Rangers offense be this season? Plus, maybe we get into hitter with the most to prove on the Rangers. Let's talk about it next, live from Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony on 105.3 The Fan.
You are officially a masterpiece. Thanks for listening and supporting the KNC Masterpiece on 105.
We're having a good time in New York. I love this.
Weekdays at 3 p.m. on NBC5.
NBC5 is now streaming live on Peacock.
We have breaking news tonight in Dallas.
We are pushing for information.
Get your local news and weather, plus your favorite NBC shows. From today to The Tonight Show live.
It's kind of huge news.
Streaming now on Peacock.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home or business has roof damage, be sure to call Blue Nail Roofing for a free inspection. Blue Nail's trained and certified inspectors will find all the damage to your property, the damage that insurance adjusters and other roofing companies often miss. Finding and documenting all the damage can mean a larger payment for your insurance claim. Call Blue Nail Roofing today, 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Hey, it's Bobby Belt. Now that Dallas's football season has ended, it's the season of love. And I'm here with my new buddy, Jeremy from Kissable Dental. So I hear that your team at Kissable can help in the romance department.
That's right. We are in full swing of wanting to get you more attention from that special someone in your life. And our Kissable team can help. A simple routine dental cleaning covered by your insurance can address that bad breath and leave you even more kissable.
I can tell you I'm very glad I decided to go in and take advantage of their flexible scheduling to get my cleaning done. I didn't feel a thing, and when I was done, they gave me this cool travel whitening kit to keep me fresh and kissable at all times.
Whether it's a cleaning, veneers, or whitening, we've got you covered.
3 locations across DFW. Schedule today to get more kisses this month and that sweet travel whitening kit. Book online at kissabledental.com or call 972-779-KISS.
That's 972-779-KISS or kissabledental.com.
Your kissable journey starts today.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Nebraska Furniture Mart and FM at the Grandscape off of 121 and Grandscape in the Colony. And we need to talk a little bit about baseball.
Can I add something real quick that I saw from yesterday from
If
Kennedy
you say
Landry?
it better than I just said.
Yeah, this is about baseball, Kevin,
Okay.
and it regards Wyatt Langford.
Oh,
Wyatt Langford was up against one of the greatest pitchers in the game for the Texas Rangers yesterday in live batting practice. It was Dane Dunning, and I love Dane
I
Dunning.
do too.
Wyatt Langford and Dane Dunning went up, and the at-bat ended in a full count walk of Wyatt Langford. So he is just as patient as Evan Carter at the plate.
See, but this is where I can't tell, Corey. Does that mean it's going to be a bad season for Dane Dunning?
Dane Dunning said the fourth ball was his new pitch that he's added. It was a splitter or something similar to it.
Okay.
And he very much would not have thrown that pitch in that situation in a real game, but he's working on some stuff this in spring training, Kevin. So you can take from it what you will. Either Wyatt Langford is just as 3-2 count as Evan Carter, or Dane Dunning working on his new pitch. You decide.
Okay.
I love baseball. I can't wait.
You know what? I like that you added that part because now it feels like we get to have the best of both worlds.
Yes.
Is that Wyatt Langford has such a discerning eye, but also Dane Dunning, he would have gotten him.
He would have got him. Yeah.
If he really needed to.
See, and whenever that situation comes up, I feel like, and I'd love to ask Mike about this, isn't that your opportunity to really punk the rookie? You know, like you're really going to get your chance. You're going to throw that nasty, you know what, that he's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you threw that in that count. Nice job. You got me. I'm just a rookie. But I kind of like I love that they're getting their at-bats, man.
All right. I do want to talk about the Rangers lineup, but we have a couple of other important Rangers things that have been happening today that we need to address. Would you like to start with Travis Jankowski? Pick him. Or Adolis Garcia?
I feel like Adolis Garcia is the direction I want to go.
But
something is telling me that Travis Jankowski is the better option.
I tricked you. That's the second best option. We got to build up to it.
Okay.
Travis Jankowski was talking about his role with this team. Because we talked about his role last year on the team. We're like, is he even going to make the team? And then he ended up being a very valuable piece that many times you're like, man, thank goodness we have Travis Jankowski. So whenever they were able to bring him back, he said, when they offered me a contract, I was like, all right, let's go. And he said the culture from Chris Young and Bruce Bochy they've built, there's certain things you wish for in a job. You want to come to work happy every day and be around guys you enjoy being around. It's not like that everywhere. So when we talked about like maybe getting a little bit of that championship discount, it sounds like Jankowski is at play in that.
I mean, I feel like I don't know if championship discount was played to him because I'm not sure how many other teams are like you're our everyday outfielder.
Yeah.
Or how much more money he would have gotten elsewhere. But he understands the manager. He understands the manager has his back. He trusts what they're telling him. That's important. He doesn't have a manager that's out there saying, hey, you know what? I can replace you at any time. I got 4 or 5 different guys that can replace you at any point. You need to go out there and perform. He has a manager that says, look, whenever it's time for you to show up, I know you will.
Now, real quick, did I hear that correctly, Alec? Did you say Mike is on the phone?
Hi.
What's up, Mike?
Oh, my gosh. Mike Bassett.
I'm driving to the Fort Worth courthouse, and I was listening to the KNC Masterpiece, and I was enjoying the content of Dane Dunning versus Wyatt Langford. And Corey said, man, I wish Mike was here to kind of give us his thoughts on Dane Dunning kind of working on a new pitch and walking somebody instead of showing that rookie who he is. So I was like, well, I'm just driving on I-30 right now. Let me call the guys and just tell them that it is awesome when you are on a major league team for sure, and there's nothing that can get you off a major league team in spring training, because then you can work on things because you're not working on success and failure. If you're Danny Duffy, from the beginning, he's like, I'm not working on it and walking him because I am fighting for my life to make this major league team or to put myself in a great position to be one of the first called up to the major leagues if somebody gets hurt or something. So that's the thing about Dane Dunning there is this is a great time for guys with guaranteed contracts. They're on the team. They can work on their craft to try to get better for March 30th, whatever day is going to be their first day to start, where a guy like Danny Duffy, he cannot just work on a pitch and walk a few guys on it and go, I'm just working on it. Don't worry about it, guys.
And then how cool do you think it is that Travis Jankowski is not only back with the team, but he's already said, like, I love this place. I love this culture. I'll do whatever they need.
I think that's the great thing now about the Rangers is how quickly it turned from – I'm not saying it was a bad culture, but it wasn't a winning culture. I mean, that's factual to say it wasn't a winning culture a few years ago and for half a decade. And then everything clicks, everything happens. Bruce Bochy is the leader. Veteran guys are fun to play with. There's great leadership in that clubhouse. And now, like you talked about earlier, Kevin, when David Robertson was a free agent, Max Scherzer called him up and said, I'm telling you, you'd really like this place and you'd be part of a good team.
Now, just real quick, I know the truth is on your side. Are you nervous on your drive today?
Sure, I am. I mean, I've kind of gone over stuff. I've kind of had those fake conversations in my head, trying to get prepared for I don't know what they're going to ask or what they're going to say. So, yeah, it's a time though. But I just, I'm thankful that at least I get my day in court. That is, whether I win or whether I lose, I got nothing. Maybe I leave out of that room with nothing, but at least I get to be heard.
Do you think now that you've said Fort Worth Courthouse that more people are showing up? Like,
I didn't even think about that.
I don't know. I shouldn't have said that, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe he's tricking people. All right, well, good luck, Mike. Thank you for calling in and giving us that insight. And if nothing else, don't forget the Rangers won the World Series.
Hey, good luck. Our connection was great. You in Nebraska and me in Arlington now.
Amazing.
Hell yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Bassick. Right
go.
here on 105.3 The Fan.
There goes Mike Bassick. I love that guy. He's awesome, man. That's great. And I'm glad he called in. See, that's one of the things about Mike. That dude is definitely listening whenever he's out because he's called in.
Sorry, Corey. I might jump in for you. We're not entirely sure if you are coming across.
I can hear me in my headset.
Okay, I cannot hear you at all.
I can't hear you in my headset, so I might be disappearing.
We're going to try to see if we can figure this out. Or maybe everybody can hear Corey just fine, and they're like, hold on, what is your problem? And we don't need to worry about that whatsoever. You were going to pick Adolis Garcia. That was the way to go. I did kind of trick you on that just so we could build up to the bigger deal. All right, Adolis Garcia. He is the heartbeat of the Texas Rangers. He showed up at spring training. We talked about it. Everyone's reported as of yesterday. He said, I feel good right now, and I'm ready to roll. Happy to be back home in baseball. A few minutes later, Adolis Garcia was asked about whether the Rangers could repeat as World Series winners.
Okay.
He said, probably not.
What?
I'm
No,
just
he
kidding.
didn't.
Of course he said, we're going to do it again. And then he got a big smile on his face. So he is pumped. He is believing that the Rangers can repeat as World Series champions.
I have been informed, Kevin, that everybody can hear me. So
Okay.
We're good
Oh,
to
yeah.
rock
Whatever
here.
you just did,
Yeah.
let's stick with that.
And then
Okay.
somebody did say that they are on their way with a free mic sign. So I'm really looking forward to some
Okay,
free mic
again, I
becoming a
do
thing.
not believe
Should we make
Mike
shirts?
is facing any
Bumper stickers?
sort of jail time or anything like that.
Still a really cool shirt. If everybody has a free mic shirt, that'd be awesome.
And
So-
thank you very much for everybody texting in saying they can hear you, because seriously, like, I can see you and I can hear you because you're right next to me, but I know what you're doing right now. I couldn't hear you in my headphones, and I thought, this is going to be dead air, and people are going to think I'm crazy if, like, just think about it. Like, this time there's going to be a blank space for a reason. Just imagine if I was like, and that's why they can win the World Series. Yeah, that's a really good point. I agree. Like, people would think I was insane and just talking to nobody.
From the 979, is there going to be a sketch artist at Mike's case? I have to know this information, too, because I want to see how they draw Mike.
I desperately now want to know, like, if his wife's going to be there, and if so, could she bring in, like, a sketch pad and just draw out?
Yeah, so,
like,
yeah. And,
you know
yeah,
what?
man, I love the fact that there are a bunch of people that are listening to the show constantly, and they're part of it. You know, they're like, hey, I want to make sure these guys know it's rocking. That's awesome. Thank you.
Corey, I have an idea, potentially a revolutionary idea. You know how people can follow us on @KNC1053 on Twitter?
Yes.
What if we took it to the people who are good artists in our listening audience?
And have them make their own sketches?
Yes. Why don't you make your own sketch of what you suppose it's going to
love
look
this
like
idea.
for Mike in the courtroom? Look, I'm not there. I don't know what it's going to look like. So why don't you go ahead and sketch out, maybe you're a great artist, maybe you're not, sketch out in as much detail as possible how you think it's going to play out for Mike in the courtroom. I would love to see that, and I would be willing to bet we could probably get a montage from Carter together at a day in the future with the best sketches.
In my mind, Kevin,
Sorry about that,
there's
Carter.
two possible outcomes, right, of these sketches. One is the positive outcome, which, have you ever seen the drawing, the little cartoon strip of the guy celebrating, and he's spraying champagne in his face, he's spraying champagne on everybody else, and he's third place?
Yes.
And like that, I could totally see Mike like standing up and spraying champagne all over everybody. And then I could also see a very bad one where things don't go his way. So you get to decide how you want to illustrate that for free Mike.
So yes, I'm going to throw that out there. You can also hit us up on our Facebook page, the KNC Masterpiece with an ampersand, which apparently I say wrong all of the time. I would love to see all sketches, but back to the other point. Like, I realize it's unlikely that Adolis Garcia would just walk up there and be like, yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
But still, I love the fact that they're already being asked about it, and he, as the dude who, like, it feels like he is the pulse of this team, he smiles and goes, we're going to do it again.
First off, you know, the Talladega Nights line of I wake up in the morning in excellence.
Yes.
You know, like that is Adolis Garcia. I think he wakes up and he's like, confidence is just pouring out of me right now. And so I think that, like, that dude, Bochy told us last year, he wants the spotlight. He wants to be on the big stage. If it's a big-time swing, he wants to be the guy at the plate for that moment. So we are happy to have him on the team. when I was watching some videos of them taking some live BP from Evaldi yesterday. And again, Mike's talking about this. You know, Evaldi's not necessarily, he can work on something if he needs to, or he can start working his way back into it. And it was, he dinked he reached on the pitch and drove it to shortstop.
Did you want to say dink fart?
Yeah, he dink farted and won to shortstop. But you could see the amount of, you could see their focus and their preparation. You could see Simeon and his focus as he stepped into the plate. Next, these guys are ready to go. I know we're waiting on Corey Seager, and, he's like, look, as soon as they tell me I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go. It will be the day that they tell me. Max Scherzer, same way. As soon as they tell me I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go. And I think that's where these guys are singularly focused. They know what it takes to get there. They know it's going to be a hard season, and they don't have to sprint to get to it before the season's over. They have to make sure they are all prepared for the playoffs when they get there, but they have to take care of business along the way. And I think Adolis is in that mindset right now already of, I want back-to-back. It's just going to make his value so much more.
I agree with that a lot. Now, Corey, there are a lot of people responding to your very relevant and logical Rangers points. However, from the 682, I can picture Mike yelling at the judge, "You can't handle the truth." Agreed. Also, I'm baking a cake with a file in it right now to bust Mike out.
Smart. That's a smart move.
Do people still do that, A? And B, Mike is in no danger, from my understanding, of going to prison today. However, now that I say that out
lots
loud,
of things could happen.
I could see him being held in contempt of court or something like that. But he is the plaintiff in this, all right?
Uh-huh.
So he's not going to go to jail.
Not everybody knows how the law works, Kevin. We just assume that if you go to court, there's a chance that they take you away in handcuffs, all right?
Okay, maybe on a Law and Order episode where one of the plaintiffs is on the stand and you're like, then why did you kill her? Well, I don't know. Oh, Marissa Hargitay busted you.
The crazy lady screaming, Sarah!
I don't know if that happens in regular courtrooms, so I'm not sure.
You should see that episode. It's really funny.
I have no doubt that Mike is listening right now, and he no doubt has very much a lot of appreciation for all of y'all's support.
Showing up with a megaphone to chant "Free Mike" right now.
I don't know.
I just appreciate that y'all have his back.
I do have his back. I don't know.
Kevin doesn't. Kevin
if that is the direction. No, I definitely have his back. So I don't want to make this into a spectacle.
You're not looking at it from all sides, man. You're just like, oh, he's not going to prison, and you don't know that. So,
well, you know what? I guess you know what? And I would probably get the one prison call he gets, and he's like, "Hey, Kevin, I'm in prison," in your face. And then he would hang up, and I would just be like, well, I don't know how to help at all now.
If Mike wins this case, is he going to look at the other guy like this texter says and say, just deal with it? Just deal with it. That's got to be it.
I don't know. I'm going to stick with
deal
I
with
don't know. I have lots of thoughts about that.
That's a good question. Can he broadcast Rangers games from jail? Will they allow that? Wins visitation. I got to get him some soap on the road.
Got to bring him some packs. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Nebraska Furniture Mart.
Our
You're
texters
some
are the best.
clever people on the truckwreck.com text line. Coming up next, free agency mistakes the Cowboys should not repeat. Plus, if we have time, we'll talk about stuffed pigs at spring training. All of that next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Everyone knows that Mike and I love collecting trading.
Even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel.
I'm attorney Mark Frankel with the law firm of Frankel and Frankel. When you're injured in a wreck, talking to the insurance company can be one of the worst things you do. Call Frankel first to walk you through the next steps.
FRENKEL. Call Frankel first.
And the Expressway on 105 through The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
First and goal at the 8. They're going to run Pollard up the middle of the goal line. Pound it. Run it in. Touchdown, Pollard.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan. We're live at Nebraska Furniture Mart, where somebody just came up and said they bought a mattress because of you, Corey. Now,
You're welcome,
I think
America.
It was because of the deals you talked about, as opposed to they were thinking about you and bought a mattress.
Yeah, NFM at Grandscape, 121 in Grandscape Boulevard in the Colony. It's not just a furniture store, though, Kevin.
That's true.
They have a lot of different
wine bar
things
here.
they can offer. Yes, the wine bar, the coffee shop. They got a scooters in-house right here, which scooters in my neighborhood, right around the corner from my kids' school, so my kids love scooters. They offer home services, flooring install, home theater, electronic setup, kitchen, bath designs, interior design, and more. One of our buddies is our Tolos out there is the manager of that area, and he brought us some really cool cards.
Yes, he did. Those cards are awesome.
A lot of people don't know that they do a lot of that. A lot of that really cool work, the installs and stuff like that. So while you're here, you can enter to win a pair of Cowboys branded Oakley sunglasses. But on top of that, Kevin, save up $1,000 on appliances, electronics, and bedding after rebate, plus up to $3,000 on additional savings for their President's Day sale, which is going on through the end of the month. So this is where you get it, man. Like I said, all the beds in my house are from here. Great quality. Everything's really nice. And all the credenzas in my house from Nebraska Furniture Mart. Well, it's right there on that sign. And I was looking at that one over there, and I was like, it says credenza. And so I'm going to use that from now on. So anything you need, you're looking for it right here.
Wasn't that George's last name in Seinfeld? Credenza?
Kevin.
You don't know anything about Seinfeld.
Costanza.
There you go. Okay.
I know a little bit about Seinfeld.
Okay. All right. Free agency mistakes the Cowboys should not repeat. I thought this could be a fun discussion, especially when, Micah's like, I give Tony Pollard another chance. Just not on the franchise tag. If you can come to a cheap deal, great. Otherwise, actually, I don't even really believe that myself. I don't even want a cheap deal. I don't want a 3-year, $15, $18 million. I just want to go draft a running back. Then you pay them very, very little, and then you move on from that one when their rookie deal's up. Go draft another one. I'm fine with that route.
Okay, and that's probably the route the Cowboys are likely to take. Because they don't like to spend much in free agency. They like to spend very little in free agency unless it's one of their own. I just do wonder, Kevin, if they said, you know what, the production we got out of Tony Pollard this year could have been better if we were better up front on the offensive line.
Yeah.
And then you're probably, you just keep looking at how many good offensive linemen are in this draft, and you can make your center, you can upgrade your center position very quickly in this draft. And now is your running back better? And is that money well spent for that? So that's that's the decision that Will McClay and Steven have to come to together. Was my offensive line good enough for my running back to be successful?
Can I ask you an offensive line question as we go along?
Let's get it.
How do you feel about Tyron Smith? Because Tyron Smith wants to play another season with the Cowboys per the Dallas Morning News. Now, he's not under contract anymore. How do you feel about bringing Tyron Smith back? By the way, this Dallas Morning News article from Calvin Watkins, I appreciate the information. There is one line that I don't care for at all. It's the third paragraph. The last time Smith was named to the Pro Bowl was the 2021 season. He literally was just named All-Pro this season. Who gives a crap if you weren't a Pro Bowler, if you're an All-Pro? That's a way bigger deal. So I think that line, we should wipe that away from future online editions. See if you can edit it right now. That is a very irrelevant and misleading line.
I don't know how expensive Tyron Smith's going to be.
What's your price?
I don't know. I don't know what the going rate for a left tackle is, the blindside left tackle. So what's the median range? Because I feel like that's what I'm paying him, because I have to consider I have to have a backup to pay for you. He doesn't have to worry about that.
That's true.
But I do.
What if I doubled his pay but kept the incentives? So it's a 1 year, $8 million.
Yep.
With incentives up the wazoo, which is where you keep the incentives, that could help kind of pay for play, drive it up.
I'm perfectly fine with that. But the other thing I'm doing at the same time is I have to invest. So I got to decide, any of the guys I got last year, were they good enough to take his place? Are they good enough to carry us through a game or three? Because it's likely going to be three. Are we good enough to do that? Do I need to go ahead and get the future left tackle there? If that because Kevin, this is a deep a deep tackle draft so far. Offensive line, very deep in this draft right now.
Okay, are we dead set to the point where we do not have our current left tackle on the roster? Because I kind of thought that for Tyler, it was going to be a placeholder until they moved him to left tackle. Do you get the sense that the Cowboys like him so much, or he's performed so well at left guard, they're like, that's your spot. That's where you belong.
All right, so, Kevin, one of the stronger beliefs now is your three guys in the middle are the most important.
Sure.
Because, and this is a Mike Zimmer thing, if I can get to the quarterback with my tackles, it's a shorter distance, a shorter amount of time, I take the guy down. If you can control that area, you can control run game, you can control pocket for your quarterback to be able to step up into. A lot of times your tackle position can push guys out of plays, get away from plays, and things like that. And a quarterback that's good can step up into those spaces because your guards and your centers have done their job up front. And so that's where, when it comes to that part of it, that's where my focus is, making that area more important. Not necessarily than my tackles, but I think they say, Tyler Smith, you're really good here. You're really physical. You're really strong. You're smart. You understand the position. Zach Martin has been dominant for all of his career in that area. So my guards are very important. My center has to be just as important too. We took it for granted with Travis Frederick, but we got to be able to control that area. So I think that they just look at it and go, why spend time finding another guard whenever we already have a very good guard here? Now, again, they told us long ago. I remember getting texts about, we see a future for him at tackle and the replacement there, and maybe their goal would be, all right, we'll draft an offensive guard. But I think it gives them the flexibility to move things around. They talk about position flex all the time, to move things around if circumstances come up a certain way.
How do you feel about avoiding the veteran defender from a top defense? And so with the idea being, he's good, but he's surrounded by so many other good players, perhaps that's overstated a player's value.
Can you revisit that question one more time?
Yes.
Because I was reading a text when you said the first part.
The veteran defender from a top defense. And so you're paying a premium, but maybe it's the rest of the defense that kind of help boost this person up.
And I agree with that, unless that defense runs the same type of defense you run.
Okay.
If you know, like that, man, we run that defense, he does really well in it. Let's just go ahead and get him and have him do the same thing in this defense. This is similar to quarterback, right? Whenever your quarterback comes out of college and you're like, hey, you don't know anything about quarterbacking. You need to relearn all of it right now. And you're like, but why did you draft him? If he was good in this college system, why don't you just cater things to him and then add elements that help him be successful?
You'll love this point then. This is another thing to avoid. The player you're going to ask to do something else. And You just touched
Why?
on that. We feels like we do that all the time, and we've talked about this time and again. Is find players that and cater to what they do well and make it work in the system instead of being like, hey, we need you to do this in the system. Oh, I'm not really that good at it. We'll figure it out.
Active, aggressive, fast. Like those are the things, and always there to work, always there to put in that time. Those are the 4 things that I want the most. So I'm not caring. Maybe I do look at them and say, hey, can you do these things? But more importantly, I go back to Tom Brady saying Bill Belichick never asked us to do things we couldn't do. If we didn't do it well, he didn't want us to even think about it. He wanted us focusing on what we do well. Off season, if you want to work on something, work on it. But I'm not asking you to make a throw that I know you can't make. It's going to result into a bad play for us. So why would you go get players and say, hey, we know you can't do this, but we want you to work on trying to be able to do it?
You know, one of the things that the Cowboys should also avoid, and I think they did a really good job with how they attacked this in this past offseason, the second or third wide receiver in an effective passing game. So, like, Bill Barnwell once called that the Alvin Harper rule.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, that you could just elevate that person. I do think the Cowboys did a really good job with Brandon Cooks in terms of this is a quality player, but we're not bringing him here at a 4th chance to be the number 1 wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're bringing him here to be a damn fine number 2 wide receiver.
How much of Brandon Cook's production do you look at this year and go, part of it, and this is in my mind, part of it was it took a while to connect with Dak on things early in the season. And which was weird to us because we saw very good connection in camp.
It was
and we're
unbelievable.
Like, this is weird. So then as season goes along, CeeDee Lamb's like, by the way, I'm a monster. And
Right.
Dak Prescott says, you know what? I'm going to be throwing to my first target more often than not. My first read, I'm very comfortable doing that. My second read, not as comfortable. I'm going to make sure I deliver these passes to CeeDee Lamb. And that kind of suffered for Brandon Cooks. But then as things kind of grew a little more, that's what I need. I need Dak to be able to see both. I have this, and my next option is Cooks, and I can deliver that pass to him too. Because I think he can produce a lot more than he did this year.
You have a concern, I'm guessing, as a lot of Cowboys fans do, that they're just not going to really participate in free agency at all. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, well,
okay.
And unless you, Kevin, you've laid out a plan that gives me $54 million.
If they choose to go that route.
Now, $14 million of that I have to hold on to for training camp. And
no, we're not doing that.
But that's $40 million to play with.
I'm still not doing that.
So I'm like, yeah, I see that. And I got to know, is this team ready and primed to do it this year? And I do have a coach that has the lame duck situation, right? So I need to invest and make sure I got players. I paid for players that are willing to buy into it this year and say, hey, let's go win one for McCarthy so that he can come back and be the head coach for many more Super Bowls. But I'm not one of those guys. I'm also not Kevin Bobby where I'm like, get this guy out of here. And I'm not also whoever, I don't know anybody else that's like, I have to have McCarthy here. I want a successful season from that group. And I think there's more to, well, the coach is out of contract. Everybody just quits on him this year. That seems like a stupid excuse.
Goodness. If the Cowboys are not going to be as active and follow our plan in free agency, how do you feel about using late round draft picks as your free agency? So you saw this with Gilmore. You saw this with Cooks where they used the 5th rounders.
Yeah.
Draft picks are never more valuable than those 3 days, right? And so you see so many deals for players that you're like, oh, that would be a good fit. That would be a good fit. And instead of like waiting it out and see if you can pick them up later, how do you feel about, hey, we could be aggressive with our 3rd round picks and make some moves, kind of circumvent free agency?
Absolutely. 1,000% on that. Like, again, you added 2 really talented players last year.
Yes.
Gilmore, I mean, just think about what this season is if you just have Deron Bland. Like, I know Diggs you were expecting him to be there, but this season turned out he was depth now.
Yeah.
So, like, that was a great addition, and it should have been a great addition to a great defense. I absolutely love doing it that way because you're using all of your assets to add players on every level. Young players that are still learning, veteran players that know how, and it's a good combination amongst the team that should lead to some success. They just clearly had some other issues that were problems for them late in the season.
Now, are you ready for something entirely different?
Sure.
Have you seen what the Cincinnati Reds are doing to practice base running and tagging, more specifically on base running?
I have not seen this yet.
They're using stuffed pigs to practice tagging runners. Now, I trust this because the Cincinnati Reds themselves tweeted this video out, and they've got kind of this stuffed pig, I believe, tied to a string.
Okay.
So someone is pulling it, and they're laying the tags down, and they're working on this a lot with, the catchers and stuff, so you don't accidentally, I don't know, bruise a rib or, cause a calf injury where people are having to slide repeatedly. And so the catcher was dropping these tags on the stuffed pig.
Okay, I'm watching this video right now. If you haven't seen it, it looks like they're having a blast.
Oh, yeah.
And that's one, I think Mike can definitely speak to this. Monotony of baseball, spring training wears people out sometimes.
Sure.
So seeing, that they're doing things that are not only, conducive to getting, working on a skill, they're doing it and making it kind of fun at the same time. He's having a really good time, Real Mundo. That's Real Muto. That's actually not even him. That's somebody else, Kevin. I'm sorry. There are multiple different catchers.
Is it because you keep looking? Well, sure, it's spring training.
Okay, there's
three different. Looking at the pigs.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pig. But that looks like a lot of fun. But didn't Major League Baseball say they are enforcing lane violations more, not NBA lane violations, but running path a lot more, specifically around second and third base. But how many times last year did we see home plate and where the catcher was set up and how they need to tag become a problem? So this is they identified this as something that everybody need to work on for the Reds so that they don't have a problem pop up in the season like that.
Do you now view the Cincinnati Reds as the favorite to win the National League because of
this new
information?
They had a really hot stretch last year, though, right? Because of the pigs.
Yes,
you're saying because of the pigs that they are now the favorite for that.
That's right.
It doesn't make any sense to me. But you know what? Fun is fun, Kevin, and that's what it's all about. I think this is really fun, though.
I think you're misjudging how important this pig thing is going to end up.
You don't think that Arizona is the favorite? Should be the favorite right now?
Hell no. If anybody's going to be the favorite, I'm going to say it's the Dodgers are the favorite.
Okay.
If you said
just went all off on me about not thinking the Reds were the favorites.
I'm telling you conventional wisdom. I've already spoken. The Reds are your new favorite in the National League, followed by the Dodgers, and then probably the Braves, and then we can figure it out from there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony if you want to come by and see us, not to mention all the amazing President's Day sales that they got going on at Nebraska Furniture Mart through the end of the month. NFM at Grandscape off of 121 and Grandscape Boulevard in the Colony. But now, Corey, you brought this up, and man, I thought about this a lot yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite sports beef that never got resolved? And set us up with what brought this to your mind, and then I want to dive into all the answers that we're going to get. Want to hear from you on the Twitch, the YouTube, also truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. What brought this up?
All right, so this is George Karl refuses to give up on taking shots at Carmelo Anthony, who Carmelo Anthony never really fully reached his potential.
Sure, agreed.
Like everything you anticipated he would be out of college, he was really good. He was a really good scorer. And then late in his career, he was like, oh, man, I'll do everything. And you're like, hey, why weren't you that early in your career? You probably could have won a championship had you been more like that.
And then remember, Carmelo Anthony, just in the last few months, said on a podcast that he thought the Nuggets gave their second-round pick his jersey number to try to erase his legacy. Now, did you know it was going to turn into the Nikola Jokic that we all know? Probably not.
So from the moment the Denver Nuggets hired George Karl, people predicted that there would be a feud between the two of them, and there was. There was an immediate feud. And Carmelo Anthony was on that podcast, and George Karl tweeted, hey, Carmelo, let's not do this. You're telling stories that are 20 years old. Let's move forward. And you were overrated, and you wish your game was as efficient as Detlef.
Shut up. He did not say that last part, did he?
And that's Hey, this is old news, right? But hey, let's go ahead and take a dig at you while you're at it. And Carmelo Anthony replied with, it looks to be 12 laughing faces with tears. And then there was another one, and I think this was from last night. It was a picture of Jokic, and it says, "Happy birthday to the champ, the ultimate team guy, and the greatest player to wear number 15 in Denver Hoops history."
I mean, he's not wrong.
And just to add to that, Kevin, look very closely. Who was tagged in that tweet?
Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo Anthony. So George Karl just going after Carmelo Anthony. And I think this is a hilarious – I didn't know enough about this beef that was going on between the two of them. But this is the kind of stuff that I love outside of just watching the sport too, is this is something that becomes motivators for guys or makes them want to quit. You get to decide which one you want to be. And – there are like the Dwayne Wade and Dirk feud. You know, seeing them, Kevin, I watched the video over this weekend, seeing them sit down, him, Pau Gasol, Tony Parker, and Dwayne Wade all sitting down and talking about the coughing moment. And Dirk's like, look, I thought it was a little childish, and I said that in the press conference, but we didn't make much of a deal about it. He said, I was still bent out of shape about things that happened in the past, and I wanted to right those. Like, I was so focused on that I wasn't focused on y'all. And Dwayne Wade's like, look, man, I go back and watch it, and everybody was talking about you. And we were like, why is everybody talking about Dirk? What about us? And so we made a joke about it, and he said, and then all of a sudden it took off. Yeah. And it looked like the two of them, Kevin, let go of it in that moment. All right. And letting go, I think, is very important. Recently, I had a teacher that passed away. She said something that really hurt my feelings back in the day. She said she hated me to my face.
What?
Yeah, she said, I hate you, Corey Majors. And
why?
And I don't know. I talked a lot, I guess.
That is so inappropriate.
It was the other kids that put thumbtacks in her chair, not me. I promise.
Oh, my gosh.
That being said, she recently passed away, and Kevin, I was like, I need to let that go. I need to let that off, like let that not be anymore.
Yeah.
And so it seemed like Dirk and Dwayne Wade let this go, let this moment, all right, it's over with. Let's move on. We're Hall of Famers now. And then whenever I look at this George Karl thing, I'm like, no, this drives things. Like, think about the Shaq and Kobe thing. Shaq went and won a championship with somebody else and is still rapping about, hey, guess what? Let me talk to you right now, Kobe.
Right.
And I don't know if those two ever really, like, completely resolved it between the two of them, but it does seem like from Shaq's perspective, he wished that there would have been more conversation and more good times aside from that, though.
From the 972, I'm under 30, and the most violent beef I've ever seen was Josh Norman versus Odell Beckham when they were literally trying to murder each other in the middle of a game. And then, yes, for the record, from the 214, Mike does not forgive either Dwayne Wade or David Stern for
2006.
in his words, rigging the 2006 NBA Finals. Now, I had two that I immediately thought of. One, I didn't realize was such an issue until the last 4 years. Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen.
That thing's still going.
Okay, and I guess I didn't realize how problematic it was until The Last Dance and all the fallout from The Last Dance. And then, I'm not saying Michael Jordan can control this, because his son is a grown-ass man, but when his son starts dating Scottie Pippen's ex-wife, that's tough. I don't know how to solve that one.
Michael Jordan is sitting there. He's probably smiling about it, right? He's like, I still got the upper hand on that guy.
Jordan always goes for the hole.
And you're just like, what?
Like in basketball, to the hoop.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You
Tell me
get it,
more.
right?
Thank you, Alec. Thank you. But like that's Michael Jordan. Like, I am so fascinated by one of those two guys should let it go. And Michael Jordan will never.
Yeah.
And you know what? In addition to it, Michael Jordan might find new reasons to go to be like, hey, look, let me go ahead and put this ring on the table.
But doesn't it feel like Scottie Pippen is crazy dug in now?
Yes. He decided at some point, he's like, look, man. And he does. What's really crazy is it doesn't sound like he really has any skeletons to reveal. It sounds like he's like, look at all this stuff. And everybody's like, yeah. And he's like, but still, and they're like, dude, you just sound like a crazy man. Like, you just kind of sound like the crazy guy right now. But that is definitely a beef that I continues to go on that I had no clue about.
I had one more.
Nolan Ryan beef.
Yeah, that actually.
Well, I mean, think about this for a second.
Clever.
The Nolan Ryan JD thing still exists with people.
Yeah.
People still think that exists, whether or not it really does.
More between people
Yes.
than it does those two people?
I think so, but
Okay.
I wonder if you got Nolan behind a closed door and JD behind a closed door, if they would be like, yeah, man, that dude was a terror to work with. And it's always sounded like we just had differing opinions. We had different philosophies on the way that this worked.
Thank you very much to the texters who did enjoy that joke. From the 469, Luka and Booker.
It's happening.
And that is an active feud right now.
How can you be, and that's another thing, how can you be in the locker room at the All-Star game with that dude and not reach over and give that one eye jammy, just knock him in the jaw one time. It just feels like you're in the locker room at All-Star break and you got to hold back just a little bit, because that is a real feud right there between those two guys. They do not like each other.
Okay, I had a question about this one, because I'm pretty sure the other fella passed away. Did Pedro Martinez and Don Zimmer ever squash their beef? Because remember, Don Zimmer charged at him, Pedro Martinez. Maybe he olayed him. Maybe he chucked him to the ground. I know people have different interpretations of that. But did they ever solve that? Because Don Zimmer died a while back.
Did he ever apologize?
I know. I want to know. It's that's a tough bit. Is this old man's charging at you and you got to defend yourself. But at the same point, it's a bad look when you send that old man tumbling to the ground.
That is a valid point.
I have no idea if they ever squashed their beef.
The Odor versus the punch face.
Batista.
I don't know
but
I don't know. Does that one even matter anymore? I know people have murals of it and shirts and everything, but it really doesn't have much of a connection to the Rangers anymore.
That is true. And let me ask you this: Does Batista get the last laugh because of their careers, or is that not?
What are you trying to say about Odor's career?
It was a gigantic disappointment.
Have you seen him without a beard?
He looks weird.
He's playing for the Giants, and he's got this orange hat on, and he's got no beard. And
not weird. He just looks a lot different.
His chin is small, and he looks like if you got him in the chin, he would go down like a sack of potatoes. Also,
yeah, I gotcha.
But that's another one. Right now, what does it feel like? It's Adolis versus all of the Astros, or was it Adolis versus Maldonado?
Okay.
And if Maldonado's not there, is the connection still the same?
It's probably just Maldonado, but in my mind, it's all of the Houston Astros. It's all of the Houston area and its suburbs. To me, he'll get the most boos ever when he walks up, and people are just going to boo him mercilessly.
Oh, man, there is a New York Post story, Kevin, where Pedro Martinez reveals the story of infamous Don Zimmer brawl. I just got messaged this story. He never felt worse than the moment in the 2003 ALCS when he threw New York Yankees bench coach Don Zimmer to the ground during the brawl. It's the only blemish I would love to see erased from my career, he said.
Okay, but does it say if he...
There hasn't been another moment where I felt worse in my life. I will tell you that in my life than that moment, and that moment led to a lot more.
What year did this article take place? Because I want to know if it was after it was too late to talk to Don Zimmer. Does it say if they talked about it? I get that
when I came out, the brawl was already happening because I was zipping up my pants quickly. I'm trying. What was he? He was going to the restroom.
Wait, what?
I guess he was in the bathroom between the top of the inning. Yeah, so he was in the bathroom and he hears and he runs out there. I'm trying to get to see what's going on, and that's when I hear the mumbling kind of behind me, and I see Zimmer rushing towards me. I'm like, what? And then he throws him to the ground.
Okay, just real quick. Did he say mumbling? That feels like a shot. That
yeah, I hear the mumbling behind me.
The old man is shuffling up to me in his house shoes while he's mumbling.
And it doesn't say whether or not he got to talk to Zimmer about it. Wow.
Man. See, somebody said Charles Barkley needs to let his feud with San Antonio go. I think the more contemporary feud is San Francisco, right? Based on his comments during All-Star Weekend. It feels like Charles Barkley might be feuding with.
He has a lot of cities that he'll just roll into.
He
Did he
does.
recently give San Antonio more credit, too? He was
Okay,
like, you know
good.
what? There is some good stuff going on down here, and it's not just Wemby.
That's good. That's good. Look, I don't want him to be hated everywhere he goes, but I do know that the discussion about the San Francisco area that caused a lot of problems. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Nebraska Furniture Mart, having a lot of fun today here in the Colony, and no doubt a lot of people are having fun here, getting up on all those sales. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, I do not think that anybody can disagree with Micah on this statement. Next on the Fan.
Bunch of homeless crooks in San Francisco.
It's time to run it back. 105.3 The Fan is teaming up with Sonic to bring you DFW's best spring training coverage of your world champions. Jared Sadler with daily reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, once you get into your 30s, especially 40s, your testosterone most likely is going to go down with age. That's just how a lot of men are built. I'm built that way. I remember getting my numbers checked when I was 35 years old. My number was 182, and Men's T Clinic had just started. They had one location in the Metroplex. They have 5 locations now, and they said, look, this is covered by your insurance. We ran it. Let's see if testosterone replacement therapy helps. And 2 weeks into the process, it helped. It helped out tremendously, and I've stayed with Men's T Clinic for a decade now, thanks to Bobby and Derek, the founders of Men's T Clinic. They wanted to make sure that you got treated like an individual there. It's not a cattle call. They are making sure that they're taking care of you completely. In fact, now if you're injured, they have PRP therapy. If you want hair because your hair is falling out, they can help out with that. If you want to gain weight, if you want to take off weight, they can help with that. They want this to be a one-stop shop. The number to call, 972-GO-MEN'S-T, or their website, mensteclinic.com. Guys, let's get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute. William Byron represents a new generation in NASCAR. The 2024 Daytona 500 champion is a self-taught racer who learned the sport and its tracks by playing video games. He did not come from a racing family, but fell in love with the sport and practiced for his future in front of a computer screen. Of course, the video games can't prepare you for surviving the big one, a wreck that took out 18 cars with 8 laps to go. I'm Amy Lawrence.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Dana Carvey and David Spade here.
You might know our podcast Fly on the Wall, featuring guests from across the entertainment industry.
We decided to do a spin-off called Superfly, and it's fun. It's just two of us riffing on current events, pop culture, catching up, impressions.
Joe, Trump's trying to be a dictator.
Dude, like, basically kind of recreated cards. Here's, if you're looking at the Twitch right now, this is the Michael Jordan that I stole from Kevin. I know Kevin wanted this one.
No, that's a really cool
but this was, when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's the one I want. And so this is a custom card from Jay Clark's Custom Cards. And then he brought over this one for Mike, which is a Luca, and he asked me to take this over to Mike tomorrow. So
now,
so there
Corey,
you go.
Did you think that was the only gift you were going to get today?
Yes, that is definitely the only gift I'm getting. What do you have?
What if it's not?
Do you have something else?
Yes,
Why
Corey.
would you have a gift for me?
I didn't say it was from me.
Oh.
I have it in my possession.
All right.
But it's not necessarily from me. Do you remember a story you told some time ago about a bobblehead getting broken?
Yes. You're kidding me. Oh my gosh.
Michael Young bobblehead.
So here's what's going to happen.
Not from me, though.
Never coming out of the box. This one stays in my bedroom, and my kids are not allowed to be near it. So thank you very much to whomstever was the person.
Yes,
that was able to
they are
deliver this
definitely
to me.
here.
They're here right now?
And then from the 254, I can hear the security beepers. Thank you very much. That has been happening most of all of the day.
All right, Kevin, as I have done today, I will let you choose your own adventure.
Ooh, all right.
Micah Parsons.
Okay.
Or Escargot.
Oh.
We're going to go with Micah Parsons first. That was a good decision on your
Man,
part.
I was really debating whether or not to try to tell a joke, and if I remembered it correctly, probably for the best.
We didn't really dive into this that much yesterday because we did have a Micah topic, but it was very different than this one. But I think this is very interesting because Micah was very adamant about something. Now, if you continue to think, listen, I've heard there are people at the Star that are not happy with some things from Micah.
Yes.
Okay? And that is not just one person I've heard that from. There are a few.
Many.
So I'm not just throwing this up against the wall. This is something that we have run into a number of people that have had this opinion. But I also still see that dude has an amazing amount of talent. That is undeniable. You can't deny his talent is different than other people. And how you use him, that's something that's still kind of, I feel like, is up for debate. Like, you just saw how Dan Quinn used him. How will Mike Zimmer use him? What's his plan? Mike Zimmer even told you recently. I'll get into that later once I've talked to my guy about that. That being said, via NFL.com, Micah said, I said, look at every team that was in the Final Four. And this is like his conversation, like he's talking to Jerry Jones. Who did they have? Who did Baltimore have? A great linebacking core? Right. Who did San Francisco have? A great linebacking core? Kansas City, Nick Bolton. They came along. We need to get another bigger linebacker, and we need to get a super 330-pound nasty interior lineman. I saw what Chris Jones, the way he affected the Super Bowl, and I was like, my God. And not even Chris Jones, Mike Pennell. And if you watch, I don't know how much credit, we didn't talk about Pennell enough. I think there were a lot of times where that dude, because whenever you stuff a run, it's not as sexy as getting pressure.
Sure.
But that dude right there were times where I was like, man, that dude's controlling the front of that line right now. And he said, I think we got a lot of rushers. I think Osa, he can play inside, outside, one of the most versatile defensive tackles. When we lost Hankins, he's a big dude, but we need to get one of them big old nasty pass rushing, get going guys. Now, Kevin, I don't know if Mike has been listening to me his entire life.
I think he has.
Because how many times when I think I started saying that on the weekend.
The specific verbiage I remember is Cowboys need a big old fat boy in the middle to clog things up or break the line of scrimmage.
Yes, and
right?
Absolutely. Right. They need somebody that draws double teams, that not only draws double teams, but then has the ability to see into the backfield and make defensive stops and cut through the gap. They got Mozzie, and Mozzie lost weight this year.
Yeah,
and I don't know if Mozzie is prepared to put weight back on and then go be a more physical, eat 'em up kind of guy.
Yeah.
But man, if there was one thing that I did see that I liked was it looked like there were times when he was a stump. And you know what? It's difficult to move a stump. It takes time.
I like that.
And I want a stump right there in the middle that can either eat it all up or then moves forward and pushes that pile back into. And that's what Mike is saying is I want more of those kind of players around me. I need that. And it's a guarantee. They didn't have linebackers. When Leighton Vander Esch got hurt, they went, let's go with safeties. And Kevin, I've been complaining about that since the end of the season. I was saying this over and over, and now a lot of people are coming around. I'm hearing more people going, their biggest problem was, and I was like, I was bitching about that the whole time.
So, Corey, do you think it would be in people's best interest
to listen to our station?
Well, that's true. But I was going to say probably in general, but especially when it comes to football and especially when it comes to the Cowboys, to just listen to you so they can be ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and I think Broadus and Wolchuk have some really great stuff that they can add to it too. But yeah, man, like there are things you need on a football team. And big, nasty, somebody in the middle that draws things away from Micah so he can do what he's best at. You have Micah to do that thing. But you don't have the other thing that helps Micah out the most. When you can just run at Micah or run away from somebody, that doesn't make it better. That doesn't mean you're using your guy to the best and the fullest.
I have a question for you.
So that's what I think their offseason consists of, is trying to add to that.
And I want to ask Broadus this as well: is what's the level of input you take from the player when you're breaking it all down? Like, I know you trust your scouts and your coaches and everything, but the players who are out there and it's like, no, I'm watching every play right in front of me, and this is what's happening. I'm very curious to see what the percentage of breakdown is they listen to the players.
Okay, I love that you brought that to the table, Kevin, because what do you think there are a bunch of in the Star?
Egos?
You say yes men.
Yeah, I do think that.
And that is one of the biggest problems. Like, do you think Micah's just going to say, yeah?
No.
Micah's going to tell you what he thinks.
And I appreciate that.
Now it's on you to decide if that's valid.
Yes.
And I do think that Mike Zimmer, I don't think Mike Zimmer's walking into the building going, you know what, I got to keep this job.
No.
I think Mike Zimmer's walking into this building going, I have some guys that I think can be great, and I want to create great players. So that's where, like, if I'm Mike Zimmer, I'm going to Micah and I'm saying, hey, what was your biggest problem? What happened? What happened at the end of the season? What was going on there? Tell me the truth.
Yeah.
Mike is going to tell me the truth. And then I got to take that and relay that to scouting, to my GM, and let them know, here's what my plan is going to be. Here's the type of players that I need.
Okay.
And you know what? Micah thinks this. And I already agreed with him before he even said it. So that's another thing, too, is Mike Zimmer should be confident enough in his own scheme to say whether or not that's what he needs. But in the history of Mike Zimmer, those are the types of players he would like to have up in that area. But Kevin, the Cowboys have traditionally been like, hey, you know what? We're gonna skimp and scrape on those positions. We're gonna give you Jay Ratliff, and he's gonna be better than you ever expected Jay Ratliff to be.
He really was, and that was unfortunate. I mean, it was great, but also unfortunate because they're like, see, we can do it.
Yeah, but they were just like, look, we can. As soon as they prove that they can get something out of the designer bin at the Goodwill, Jerry Jones is like, let's keep going to that designer bin. Then why are we going anywhere else? You're like, because maybe Kohl's has something better. I don't know. Nebraska Furniture Mart. That's where the quality is, Kevin. That's where all the quality is going to be.
Synergy.
And so that's what I'm saying is the Cowboys need to be shopping at the high end to have the type of defense that is going to be a pedigree of all pros. And Micah has said that that's what he's looking for. That's what he wants in this team. He thinks it'll help him even more. Pressure, strong linebacking crew, not a bunch of safeties out there on the field. Now, to add to that, I did see this from one John Machota.
Is this about escargot?
This is, do you want me to get into my escargot? Actually, I got a couple more minutes on this. He posted the Cowboys big board, not their necessarily big board, but
that's been known to happen.
He posted the top 20 players that he thinks that the Cowboys should go after at their number 24 spot, and this, I guess, is using Dane Brugler's top 100 board as a guide.
Okay.
Here are 20 players who could make sense for the Cowboys. Brock Bowers, the tight end out of Georgia. I feel like you're full on tight ends right now.
Yeah,
even though that dude is a stud.
Effing tight end in the first round.
Joe Alt, offensive tackle from Notre Dame.
Now I'm listening.
Robe Odunze from Washington, the wide receiver.
Man. He's a hell of a talent right there.
Yeah, he is. You got a couple more offensive tackles, some cornerbacks involved there. Dallas Turner out of Alabama, defensive end, would be a nice addition to that. But it takes a long time. It takes about 10 before he gets to Byron Murphy from the defensive tackle out of Texas. And he said, would Cowboys really go defensive tackle in the first round in back-to-back drafts? Just because Mozzie didn't make much of an impact as a rookie doesn't mean they should completely avoid the position in the first round. I'm with him.
Okay.
Don't just because that guy isn't what you needed him to be doesn't mean you just go, well,
maybe.
I'm not going back for it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this goes back to the Cardinals. They had Josh Rosen and said, we're going with Kyler Murray.
Sure.
And I know that's a completely different approach. Like, you're talking about quarterback there, but the Cowboys need to focus on a number of things, offensive line and defensive line. And that's not sexy. You want to hit the CeeDee Lambs. But you know what? You do that whenever you have 2 picks in the first round. You make those kind of things happen. Right here, you have to be frugal with what you're applying to it, and I think they need to add beef to the middle of their offensive and defensive lines. Now, Kevin, if we want to get into escargot.
Tell me about it.
And we do have a chef nearby as well. But I went to a place this weekend called Resident Taco. Resident Taco is in Lake Highlands. My buddy lives over there, and I was just kind of down there hanging out with him, playing some music for our band Electric Shrimp. We're still deciding on the name, Kevin.
How many names do you think you've been up to for the band at this
Probably
point?
34.
Okay.
Just trying to figure out which one really works for the band.
Yeah.
But I just kind of went down there, and he was like, hey, let's go eat some tacos. And I was like, sounds good. And he says, have you ever heard of Thomas Keller? I said, no. And he said, he's a world-renowned chef. Fantastic dude. This guy
invented the city of Keller.
That's not true. But he said this guy that runs Resident Taco studied under him, and these tacos are amazing. Now, we walk in. There's probably space for like 28 people, it felt like.
Oh,
but
okay.
They had everything I was looking for right in front of me. And then I look up at the wall, and they say pork belly burn-in tacos, brisket tacos, shrimp,
the first one,
crawfish po' boy tacos, and then I see the one that says escargot. Now, oddly
is that
enough,
snail?
That is snail.
Right.
Oddly enough, the other day, Mike just asked me I think he asked both of us if we've ever had snail. I don't know if you were in the room when he asked this.
Plus, you probably.
And immediately I was like, Kevin's not eating snail.
That's fair.
This taco did have mushrooms on it.
Ouch.
And that's another, like, my wife is out, and my buddy was like, I'm not a mushroom guy. And I was like, dude, I'm looking forward to this. Mostly with snail, Kevin, you are basically eating lemon and butter and garlic, or just garlic and butter. Like, that's what you're really ingesting. The snail is just, it collects all that and then goes in your
okay.
mouth. You're
It's
not
your
really,
little conduit.
it's not like an oyster. It's not like chicken, but it's somewhere in between.
Okay.
And when it comes to texture on
I
that,
gotcha.
this taco was so dadgum good.
Really?
Now, the pork belly was my favorite. Out of all of them, that was the one that I was like, I wish I ordered like 2 or 3 of those. But this escargot. Now, so that brings to me, because when I was a kid and I would hear people talk about this, I was like, that's the grossest thing in the world. No, I would never eat snail.
Yes.
However, now that I've given myself as an adult to utilize my palate a little better, it was wonderful. 877-881-1053.
Okay.
What's the weirdest food that you never thought you'd try, but now you like?
That is a good question. But also a couple of things about that.
Kangaroo. Okay, kangaroo.
I don't want people to complain when they don't like their food. And I was like, that's why you should have stuck with a cheeseburger or like whatever works. Follow-up
Kevin goes
question.
to a sushi store and he's like, do y'all have tendies?
Yes,
Do y'all have
for
chicken
sure. I
feet?"
would be a terrible person to take to a sushi place. Is at a nicer taco place like that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and those tacos were different than like what I usually get with my lingua and my other tacos.
What's the max number of tacos you can put down there? I'm not saying you did it, but if you were so inclined, are we talking like 5 or?
So they're about that big around. So Kevin, I don't know,
That are listening.
like the lid of a Yeti most of the time.
Okay,
the lid of a Yeti. And so they're that size. I know I've at least put down 12.
What?
In one, and that's easy. Like, I feel like I could do more. Now, am I going to pay for that Al Pastor taco later? Probably. Yeah. Now, there's a lot of cilantro I used on that, and that cilantro that knows how to move. But I know 12. And Kevin, you were at my birthday party when I turned 40.
That's
you remember
right.
Mike came to my party and he doesn't remember,
Yeah.
but you were there.
Ask about how that came together.
You were there, and we had tacos. We had taqueria tacos, and they were awesome. And I ate tacos all night that night. So I don't even know how many I had that night. But I do love to eat tacos. And Ruben knows. Ruben, we were in California, and I was like, "Hey, you grew up in LA. Do you know any taco places?"
But out of context, what's the way we all retell the story? We all retell the story that Corey went up to Ruben and goes, "Hey, do you know any taco places?" And we're like, "Come on, dude, that's not cool." And he's like, "Oh, because he grew up around here." And we're like,
So are you insinuating that because he's Hispanic, I just assumed that he knew where the good taco places
That
were?
is all what we thought.
Okay,
we
can I
all
ask you a
thought
question?
that that's what you did.
Can I ask you a question? Did he know where a good taco place was?
He did.
Immediately, and we went and got awesome tacos.
See, but I don't
loved
think we had all the context at the time, and we were all like, "Come on, dude, what are you doing?" There are a lot of answers. Cow brain tacos. Somebody's tried monkey brain. From the 214, I see what you wrote. I'm not going to read that, but that's for FCC. Right, and it's not Salad Master. Raw horse in Japan. What? A black hard-boiled egg in Hong Kong?
Okay.
That is terrifying.
But see, now, do you love that now? Like, you didn't know you were going to like, you thought it'd be nasty, and then you tried it, and you're like, wow, this is better than I thought it would be. Because people are saying fish eyeballs, and I just don't know the answer to that because I've never tried it. So
Okay. Yeah, and see, there's a lot more answers like deer heart, and I kind of want to like just put a punctuation on the end of the sentence. Is somebody said duck tongue? Is I went out to dinner with somebody once, and they asked about that, and I thought they were just kidding when they brought it up, and I thought they were trying to make me quack up.
And that's the C block, everybody.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Say goodnight,
right here. Don't judge it. No, Alec, the show's not over. I know it might feel like it should be over,
I want to
but
end it
it's
after
not
that.
over just yet. Coming up next.
I thought you were telling a real story about duck tongue.
I know, but look, you taught me this, Corey. That's the best way to tell your joke. Set it up in a realistic scenario.
It's the way Charles Barkley did that earlier, right?
Yes.
When he was like, you know who asked about you? Nobody.
So I played off of your topic from the C block into a joke. And I have a feeling that I'm going to get crushed on the fan text and the Twitch for that. We're the KNC masterpiece. I already said that. Coming up next, who is the most overrated player in the NFL? And did you think my joke was underrated? Let's discuss next, live from Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony on 105.3 The Fan.
Unpredictable accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Hurts is back. He's looking. Still looking. Now he's going deep to A.J. Brown, who catches it and walks in for a touchdown.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I definitely want to see a security guard tackle somebody, especially if it's somebody that
Him
we know.
specifically, you
No,
want...
just anybody. But if it's somebody we know, I feel like that would be even more humorous. We are live at Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony, NFM at Grandscape off of 121 and Grandscape Boulevard. You might think this is too harsh because the segment is who is the most overrated player in the NFL. And we played a cut of Jalen Hurts to come back. There's a specific reason for that.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
Chris Sims, who is overrated compared to Major Applewhite, had this to say about Jalen Hurts if we can fire off cut number one.
Jalen Hurts I respect a lot about Jalen Hurts, but I think Jalen Hurts is also like the most overrated player in football. All right, that's me. I know I'm wrong. I take a lot of crap about that comment, but he plays quarterback for a team that's an all-star team. Yeah. They have the best O-line in football. It's not even close, right? They got maybe the best duos at receiver in all of football, right? I just think if you put some other quarterbacks in Philly, you put Kyler Murray there, you'd go, damn, Kyler's amazing.
So he has put forth the idea that Jalen Hurts is the most, man, some of these comments are hurtful about my joke from the 682. I literally dropped my vice grips and stared at the speaker like it was my son and he needed to go to his room. That's
my favorite person right there. That's how I did
hurtful,
it. Somebody said they were confused because they didn't quite hear it, so they were like, hold on, what's happening?
Here's how I know it didn't work.
325, do not let Kevin talk the rest of the show after that joke, Lamau.
I only got one person who said it was underrated, and they said, I'm in a bad mood right now, and that made me laugh.
Oh, good.
But otherwise,
what? If you changed one person's life for the better,
there you go.
No matter how many hundreds of thousands of people you made their life worse, you made that one person's life better.
So Chris Sims has gone on record and says Jalen Hurts is the most overrated player in all of football. Who do y'all think, 877-881-1053, is the most overrated player in all of football? I'll go ahead and answer for Mike. Mike would 1,000,000% say it's Dak, and we would kind of roll our eyes and we would move on from there. So, do you not think that is an accurate representation of how that would play out?
Absolutely, and since he's in prison right now...
He's not in prison.
Since he's in court right now and can't hear us talking about him, I will not say anything bad behind his back, but Mike knows exactly what he would say in that situation.
Yes.
So, is Kyler Murray still available for this?
I feel, or do you feel like enough shine has come off of him that, like,
okay,
because Justin Herbert is the person that I've said forever.
But I think a lot of people finally decided this past year, they're like, okay, he is overrated. With Justin Herbert, respectfully, he definitely took on that that persona from everybody else. And there are a lot of people out there that are like, I've been trying to tell y'all, right? Like, there's a lot of people out there that have been saying, look, we've been saying that for a long time, and they're right, and they're getting their day in the sun, or however many days.
We get this from the 817. Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is tough because there are some people who will fight to the death that he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league versus he is a bum that is replaceable with just about anybody. He has to be one of the most polarizing players in the NFL right now.
You know, to be quite honest, there, as Mike Shanahan, you kind of have to love that because that makes you irreplaceable. Everybody else thinks that your quarterback is the thing that's keeping you from doing what you're good at. Now, the problem is you picked the quarterback, so then people are like, hey, bro, like that's a tough situation there. But I think Brock Purdy is good. There was a really good game plan against them that he wasn't quite prepared for.
Yeah.
He's going to be in that conversation of NFC championship game every year.
I did not think he played very
well. For
well.
the next 4 years of his career, as long as he's the quarterback of that team, he's going to be in that in or around the NFC Championship game as long as that team stays together the way it is. And Kevin, I hope that he doesn't figure anything out because the way that a lot of times if you go back and you look at the really good defensive coordinators for the Steelers, you look at Bill Belichick, they do use really good blitzes to take advantage of those early younger quarterbacks. And then once those younger quarterbacks figure the game out a little more, then it starts to show for them. So I hope Brock Purdy never figures that out. But Spagnuolo really did have a really good game plan against him whenever they played in the Super Bowl.
Man, this one is interesting because I wouldn't have thought about this. We got a text in that said Joey Bosa. And obviously,
I'm not against that.
As we talk about with the Bosa family, sometimes injuries are a problem. The last 2 years in particular, and even the 2 years before that were solid but not great. And I wonder if people still include him in the group of elite pass rushing ability. Like, obviously we know Nick is there, but that's an interesting one right there for sure.
Somebody threw Burrow in there, and I just don't know if I can buy in that he's overrated. The injury last season was definitely a problem, especially after he signed a huge contract. The fact that he took the Bengals to the Super Bowl, he has great talent that he's playing with for sure. But the quarterback I watch play in Joe Burrow can do all the things, and his team has faith in him. I think that's a huge factor too. Is you can probably see the guys that are paper tigers, if you will, or not even paper tigers, that are false. Because their team's like, Tony Romo, a lot of times the team was like, yeah, he might do something magical, but he might throw a pick that's going to be a backbreaker. And it seems like every person on that team in Cincinnati thinks that Joe Burrow is like he's a potential serial killer, because again, I go back to, this is a dead serious thing. Somebody said because his heart rate never changes in weird situations, he has these types of tendencies. So if you're in a city he's visiting, be careful.
From the 214, from the 817, and from another 817, it's Micah Parsons.
Okay. Every team would want him on their team.
Okay. I don't disagree with that at all. Does that prevent one from being overrated?
He's the star on his helmet and the expectations that come along with it, you're right. He is overrated because he's a really good pass rusher and everybody's ready to put him into the Myles Garrett, Nick Bosa, TJ Watt category. And he, quite simply, by the end of the year, hasn't done the things that those guys have done at the end of the year. So I do agree with that. But I also agree with the sentiment that dude is a talent that every other NFL coordinator would say, I have to find a way to find a guy like that. So, but yeah, again, add the Cowboys star to any other players. Trayvon Diggs is overrated, right? Because he's a cornerback and he gets interceptions. Deron Bland's probably overrated. Actually, you know what? I would say Deron Bland is a little overrated because he did have a lot of pick sixes, but there were some other things that got beat up on, and he has to work on those too.
It's interesting is I think Trayvon Diggs swung from potentially overrated to underrated.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I know he didn't have as many picks, but, man, he was becoming a freaking almost lockdown defender, and then obviously he got hurt. From the 972, 469, and 940, I get this one as well. Lamar Jackson. Look, we talked about it when they lost the AFC Championship game. He has the same number of MVPs as he does playoff wins. That's not a good balance. That's not a good balance at all. And so, I don't think Lamar Jackson's overrated because I think there's a lot of people who think he's absolute trash, which is still shocking to me. But I understand the people who say that is, yet again, he wins the MVP, they don't make it to the Super Bowl, let alone win the Super Bowl.
The discussion about his MVP candidacy and win is fascinating too. Like the amount of people that just they want to go through things and look like they want to pick out one thing and say this is the way that it works. He can't have this low of a stat here, and then you're like, but look at all the other things too. It is a wild conversation. Somebody said Devontae Adams, and Devontae Adams was still producing with garbage quarterbacks. And still big time stuff. Like for the most part, for most of his career, Devontae Adams, while he was with Aaron Rodgers, had a very high catch percentage. Let me look and see here. Yeah, his catch percentage was in the 65, then it got up to 77% in 2020, 72 with Aaron Rodgers. He goes to Las Vegas, 55, 58. Yet he was still producing 1,500-yard seasons. I can't look at Devontae Adams and say that he's overrated because, again, I would want that dude on my football team. He should not have left Aaron Rodgers. Like, that's a simple fact. He should have just been like, you know what, I want to stick with that guy instead of going to Derek Carr.
Man, I want to investigate this take more. RJ Choppy would say TJ Watt surpasses brother JJ as the most overrated player. That's a bold take that the person who's tied for the most defensive player of the year awards ever is overrated, but
somebody's saying Tua's overrated, and I think Tua's accurately rated, but because that offense,
I think so too.
That offense is very explosive. I think that there are a lot of expectations there.
Because where do you think most people have him? Like, I don't know, 6 to 8 quarterback?
Somewhere, yeah, probably somewhere in there.
That feels about right.
Travis
to me.
Kelce is extremely overrated. He's better than his junk receiver core, though. But even whenever they had Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce was a dominant tight end in that group. So I don't know that he's overrated. There was one Alvin Kamara. I used to love Alvin Kamara.
Yeah,
and a lot of that did have to do with fantasy. But a lot of that shine fell off for lots of different reasons, and his production since Sean Payton is no longer around is gone. And that's one of the guys that I was like, man. And that's where somebody will point to and go, see, running backs don't matter. Alvin Kamara is non-existent now. And you're like, yeah, but there's just so many other factors that go into it.
Look, I shouldn't do this. From the 4.69, the thing with Lamar, he barely had a 2-to-1 TD to turnover ratio, and it's honestly ridiculous to call him MVP. That is just discernibly false. That is inaccurate. Is if you just want to go to touchdowns to interceptions, he was more than 3-to-1. If you want to go to total touchdowns versus interceptions and fumbles lost, guess what? More than 3-to-1. And he was the player who made that team go that had the best record in the NFL. If you want to say he fails in the playoffs, well, it's tough to argue with that because you saw it again. But, like, if you don't like Lamar Jackson, that's okay. Let's just line our facts up to make sure that they are accurate.
Most overrated, how about almost every top 5 college quarterback? Most of them are so many busts and wasted picks. From the 940, Bill Belichick.
Oh, man.
See, the guy that can walk into the room and put his hand on the table and say, I have more rings than everybody here, I don't think that he's overrated. He's the best. And maybe, like, right now, you're like, prove it without Tom Brady. Like, okay.
He won 2 rings without Tom Brady.
Okay.
Or as a defensive coordinator.
But even still, like, I'm looking at it going, come on, man. You can't say that Bill Belichick, like, maybe the time has passed him, but for the time that he was, when he was at his best, nobody could beat him. So I think that dude's pretty good.
We're the KNC Master.
Appropriately rated.
Okay. Yeah. No, I get that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony. Now, our show is about to wrap up, but fear not. The deals continue all day and all month out here in the Colony if you want to check it out. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very, very much to Nebraska Furniture Mart, NFM at Grandscape that's been hosting us all day. These deals roll on even after we're done. The rest of the day, the rest of the month for Nebraska Furniture Mart. Do you want to go right to G-Bag or do you want to say something on air?
I think she's taking that to go get a family member.
Okay. All right. So right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, we will explain. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, we are rolling. How the hell are you?
I'm good. I was a little perplexed, and I'm not saying that this was wrong at all. I just wanted to know more information. There was a lady who walked in here that was, like middle-aged or whatever.
Looked very able-bodied.
Yeah, and so she's walking back and forth, and she walked over to the mobility scooters over here. She tested the first one out, couldn't get it going. Second one, couldn't get it going. And I was just really perplexed. And then she walked back over to the security guard, again, perfectly fine, to get him to help her with that mobility scooter.
And he had to step away from his job of securing the whole place.
And I was just really confused. And then my confusion grew before Corey pointed out. Then she just drove the scooter out of the store. And I was like, hold on. What is happening here?
I think she went to the car to pick up whoever is actually in need of said scooter. I don't think that was for her, but that person couldn't get from their car to inside, so she took it to make sure that person can drive into the door.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Corey could just see on my face that I was distracted and somewhat confused.
I told you a whole ass story.
No, I heard most of your story.
Like, I'm sorry.
No. I heard most of your story. All right, guys, I don't know if you experienced this at all. I wanted to get your take on it. Is it okay to opt out of the family text chain? Or more specifically, never opt in to begin with, because my wife and her family are delightful. I have been asked multiple times if I want to be added to the text chain, and I have declined each time, because while her family is super nice, they always send things like, oh my gosh, I just had the best lunch at Chick-fil-A, or like, I hope you guys have a great day, which is objectively nice, but that's not for me.
Yeah, I think it's not for you specifically, Hagee, because you can't handle all these notifications. You've got to clear them out.
God.
You've got to
You've
got to build some type of relationship with each text that comes through and then check that off the box. I am the opposite, to where I could let that thing rack up. I'll never look at a single text. They'll go back and forth. It'll stack up.
Gosh.
Now there's 40 or 50 texts here. I'm not scrolling up to catch back up. I'm just here to click on it and then click out of it so then I can move along with my day. So, I mean,
what if something really important was happening?
Then you'll call me. Right?
That's my concern too, though. That's why it's I don't think I would opt out in case there was something important that I'm going to miss, considering it's family. Now, if it's friends, I have opted out of a couple of those. It's we had our event, it's over. They want to keep the text chain going months after the fact, and I'm just going to pull back out of this thing.
You got to be aware that if you're texting with people in this group chain and there's 20 or 30 per hour, it's totally normal to not want to be a part of that. Let me know if something important happens. So I don't think you're hurting anybody's feelings. From my perspective, the text alert is the only one I acknowledge when I look at my phone. All of the other notifications, I'm just whatever. When I open that app, I will see it. So I need sanctity. Okay, I need the integrity of that little text logo.
Integrity.
To let me know something important might be actually happening here in the world. I've actually been called out for not being in enough group messages. It sounds like there's a lot of different there's so many different friends and different, well, not called out for it necessarily, but just I am in the minority of people around me that they're I'm constantly in. I got 9 different group chats going, different friend groups, whatever. Some are big, some are small. We're what a family. And I'm I don't know. We got a fantasy football one, and then we have our work one here at the station. Sure. I got one family one, and I'm that's pretty much it. I'm not rocking on a bunch of different group messages all day, every day. It seems like a lot of people are.
It does, and it becomes an issue, especially when you've got multiple that some include the same group of people. And then there's just an occasional difference with 1 or 2 people.
But there's a lot of overlap.
There's a lot of overlapping, and then you get confused which one you're texting in. And it's annoying, Hagee. It is.
That is unless you go the Mike Bassick route. And he goes to any group text that has either one of our names in it that's the most recent and treats that as the show group text. Regardless of if it was our Super Bowl text or whatever, he treats that as the show text.
Sometimes
in case you
Spittle's
notice.
involved, and he's just texting Spittle back and stuff like that. And it's kind of crazy. I've told Kevin, this is my approach. When Adrian asks me, hey, will you ask your sister or will you ask your mom? Immediately what I do is I will text my mom and add Adrian to the text. So now I've introduced them to the conversation. So now they can all enjoy this conversation. I can just sit back and observe and then chime in whenever I want to. I don't have to be part of it all the time.
It feels like you're the kid who got asked to go get your sibling and you just yelled.
I just yelled,
for your sibling.
yeah, and then they showed up.
Yeah, hey, can you find this out? Sure. Here's your name on a text.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I did this. Look, I asked the question. We're all on it together, and now we can move on with our lives. And I can check in occasionally. I can be part of it, and just there's a lot. Look, my mom and my sister and my wife, when they start texting, it's going to be 64 texts in a row.
Yeah,
and it's a long conversation. And I'm trying to get some dubs over here on Warzone right now. I don't have time for this.
I get all of that. Did you guys see, or how much do you care? Because it did feel like this was pretty inevitable that the College Football Playoff Committee unanimously approved the 5+7 model for the new 12-team playoff.
Well, there goes our opening segment.
Good job.
Yeah, just kidding.
Spoiler alert.
Wow.
I'm pumped about it. I think it makes a lot of sense. 5 highest ranked conference champions and the next 7th ranked teams. I think we're good here.
Yeah, I think it's great for the Pac-12. The teams that are remaining are like, dude, we gotta see.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're the big winners.
We're
of all of
shoe
this.
in.
The
Ranked
Pac-12,
60th.
Oregon State and Washington State's like, hell yeah, baby.
Go Beavers.
I just hope it's like they play each other 8 times a year, and that's their schedule.
Just home away,
Like,
home away. I
Yeah,
to protect the strength of schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. We went 5-3, so we get to advance. That is quite humorous. You guys are the best. What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. Sands is going to be in studio. We'll talk Rangers baseball with him. You got Hot Stove coming up 7 o'clock tonight. Hot Stove, but Dave Raymond's going to be on at 5 as well.
All right, looking forward to it. And rest assured,
The Trey Wingo lookalike.
if anything happens on the Mike Bassick court front, he will no doubt call you guys to give you breaking information.
Does he
Just be
expect a
prepared for
resolution
that.
today? Like, will he know when he leaves the courtroom?
I don't know if that's what I think is going to happen. So I know he's optimistic, but we'll see.
Courts and stuff.
We're praying for you, Mikey.
Exactly.
Free Bassick, free Bassick, free Bassick.
Free Mike,
Roll
free
home
Mike, no
with
prison.
the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Probably with Mike, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say free Mike, Kevin.
No, he's not going to jail.
Free him.
Bunch of homeless crooks in San Francisco.
Miss any From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And as we do every day at 2 o'clock, we are here to recap everything that's been developing in the broadcast sports world since we last talked to you. General at your service, Eddie's. Brian Broaddus is out this week. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Of course, you have Wolchuk and Shia Follow, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video for you at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And let's open up with some Rangers. You do have the news that Dane Dunning will be starting Friday's spring training opener, so that's cool. My favorite part, though, is Adolis Garcia yesterday in spring training saying, "We are going to do it again." The quote that is resonating across the Southwest right here in baseball country. Boys, how the hell are you?
Freaking fantastic after that from El Bombi.
Seriously.
You know, he was probably like, I know I was the ALCS MVP. We wouldn't have done it without him.
Yeah.
But man, you know, he was hurt. He got hurt in that World Series. He wants to run it back and make sure he's able to play the full series and be on the field for that final out. So let's run it back, Dolly.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Calling their shot. You know, I think that's the kind of energy that we remember them from in October and November. So who says you got to go into, we don't want to think about last year, or we don't want to set expectations. We're just going to go day by day mode. Seems like they played their most badass when they were like, yeah, we're here to kick ass and take names. Yeah, I don't know who's finishing second, but we're going to be the champs. That's the energy they carried on from as soon as they got done whooping that ass in Tampa. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Now it's championship level crotch firstness.
Yeah,
going into this season. So I think it's great. You got to have that mentality of like, no, we're here to do it again. Because you're going to have a target on your back. You're going to get everybody's best. So you got to psych yourself up to we're going to do this thing again, and everybody's chasing after us. But it's staying here. It's staying here. And Adolis Garcia and this team are more than capable of it, too. You didn't see the team just start to fall apart. All of a sudden, it looks like a new roster. They're looking across going, hey, these are the same guys I just won the championship with. Why wouldn't we be doing it again?
That's right. That's right. Okay, so you have that little bit of Ranger stuff that's going on. And, of course, we have Sands at 5:30 and Dave Raymond at 5 o'clock. It is going to be a very powerful Texas Rangers 5 o'clock hour for you. You know, we just wanted to tee it up in the best way appropriate because they're our champions.
They are.
And this is the greatest spring training that we've ever experienced with this Texas Rangers baseball team, so we want to put them on center stage as much as possible. Wolchuk, and I know you love that as a longtime Rangers pre- and post-game show host. It warms your baseball heart, doesn't it?
It does. It's amazing. I can't wait to get out to Surprise next week. Brought to you, of course, by Sonic. Good. And get out there and talk with some people in that clubhouse. But, I mean, you look at last year's run and all the injuries they suffered as well. And it's not to say they're not going to go through some injuries this year. I feel like that's always due to happen.
It's already underway.
Game season. Yeah, but this team, man, the mental toughness, the depth that they've got, I'm excited. It'll be Cody Bradford, who is scheduled to follow in relief for Dane Dunning. So we'll get a look at Dunning and Bradford for that Friday Cactus League opener. And I know Dane Dunning's already been trying out and working out some new pitches.
That getting up to 60 years is recirculating across Cowboys Twitter. And I know it's kind of a
60 years?
60 million. 60 a year, I guess. 60-year contract, that would be a nightmare. But don't put it past the Jones boys.
That's Bobby Bonilla's like, wait a second, we can do 60-year deals?
With the voidable years that they will put onto it, I bet it could end up being 60.
True.
Don't challenge Stephen Jones with this.
Wait a second, how many voidable years?
We'll be paying for Dak into the next millennium.
All right, let's backload this bad boy.
But of course, he's going to get $60 million a year. That's where the contracts have been trending to. The salary cap continues to go up. We had another story on that yesterday, and the quarterback's going to get around 25% of the salary cap. So if the cap's 240, he's going to get 60. You know, if the cap's 200, it's going to be around 50. That's how quarterback salaries are slotting. And as long as the TV money is coming in, quarterbacks are smart to shoot for a quarter of the cap. And if the TV money is projected to go up significantly in the next 2 to 4 years, then you don't want to do a long-term deal either. So the ball is still in his court as long as the Cowboys decide that he is their man. He's their guy. It would change if, the playoff disappointment would somehow change their opinion of the tremendous regular season success he's having in 3 straight 12-win seasons as a quarterback is really nothing to overlook. So I don't think there's any shame in sticking with Dak if that's what they decide to do. I would love it if Dak would look around and say, man, I'm going to give you guys a shot here. I'm 30. I don't need to get everything that I want on my contract. Tyron Smith has done team-friendly deals. Dirk did team-friendly deals. Tom Brady did team-friendly deals. Patrick Mahomes did team-friendly deals. It's a thing that happens, okay? So I would hope at some point he would help the team in some way. Maybe it's not take less, but do more years, or figure out a way for your cap hit to be super hella low in one of the years so they can really go for it in a really big way. And I don't know, maybe there's no value in that for Dak. Maybe he wants to extract as much as he can every season, and he's going to put it on the team to manage that. I don't think that's doing it wrong. But this team needs help. It's clear that what's happening right now is not going to spell championship for the Cowboys, if you ask me. And if you can end your career ending this Cowboys drought as quarterback, you would forever be a legend. Everybody that had ever hated on you would at least sing your praises for the championship that you gave us. It would forever be all good. Your marketability, your viability in the endorsement market would absolutely skyrocket. Sure. I believe you would make it up in career earnings. If you leave now as Dak, without accomplishing more in the postseason, you were like Danny White in history. Not even Danny White. I would be thinking about that right now after I've earned $250 million over the last 5 years. I'm like, man, I don't know. More money isn't going to help my lifestyle, but winning the Super Bowl would significantly, and maybe it's a business investment in myself because now I'm Super Bowl winning. And after I win the Super Bowl, I'm going to the Hall of Fame. Okay? So there's a lot here. Now, I need assurances that the Jones boys aren't going to bleep this money off.
Right.
Okay? Because they could screw it up on a running back or do something even crazier.
That would be my pushback if I were Dak. I mean, if I'm going to do that for you, I'm in. I like the selling point. And obviously, you win a championship and a Super Bowl with the Dallas Cowboys, you are living in immortality when it comes to the football world. You will be a Ring of Honor member. You will be a Hall of Famer, everything that you alluded to. The question is, how do I have a guarantee that you're actually going to use the money that I am sacrificing to go and help me on the football field? Because I certainly haven't seen it.
Yeah, I want a $15 million center and a linebacker, or maybe a couple of those. I'm giving you guys like $35 or $40 million over the course of the contract. You're just going to ram it all into 1 year and push all in, And I would have a very clear list of players. Sorry to cut you off here.
No, it's all good. I mean, this would be a clear switching of the mindset from Dak and his agent, because the last time they were at the table, it was squeezing everything out of it. Like they weren't giving up an inch here. Yeah. And I don't know that mindset has changed. I can understand why it would now that you're Dak and you've made plenty of money. You're still going to make plenty of money, and you're starting to think about legacy and how can I help myself with my legacy here. And great legacy as a Cowboy, as a champion, turns into dollars down the road, even more so, probably tenfold. It would be ridiculous if he's the quarterback as the first quarterback to win a Super Bowl for the Cowboys in 30 plus years. Like, my gosh, that would be amazing for him. I don't know that him and his agent allow that to even cross their mind.
No, they've been in maximizing mode for sure, and that's a significant chunk of change. Like if you're an agent, you're getting 5% of $60 million in a year. That's $1.2 million. You're going to be okay with just suggesting that for your client. Like, man, this is going to be great.
Right.
No, that's $3 million, isn't it? That's a significant amount of money for the agent. Maybe you would have to change agents, but it's happening in sport. It's happening in sports where players do this. I would also look at Jerry and be like, wink, wink. What are we going to do on the back end business wise? We're going to get pulled into some oil deals, or we're going to get pulled into some real estate deals. Something's happening here where I'm going to do my part on the salary cap in the future after I retire. Jerry Jones and Dak Prescott are going to be business partners, or Stephen Jones is, or something to that extent.
Yeah, we'll be sharing giant scissors as we cut a ribbon for some huge giant business thing we just started together.
But that's what's in my mind, because I think if both parties continue to do business the same way, they're going to end up on the same path. Tyron Smith does want to be back. The veteran tackle saying he is not thinking of retirement. Wants the Cowboys return in 2024. That's a no-brainer to me. That happens, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to happen. I mean, you mentioned it. Tyron Smith signed a very team-friendly deal. I think he will sign another team-friendly deal to come back to the Cowboys. Maybe it's a one-year situation. And I still am looking at, in the first round of the draft or at any point, I'd still take an offensive lineman. I don't think that stops me from doing that whatsoever. But Tyron played really well. Just make sure you have a good contingency plan in place for inevitably the 4 to 6 games that he will miss.
He hasn't had a bad injury in like 18 months. Maybe now this is going to be a second consecutive offseason where he can work, he can get stronger, he can get more flexible without having to recover from some injury. So and he's still young. He's still younger than Zach Martin.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he came into the league at 20 years old, and they figured it out with the whole, we're not going to practice you.
Yeah.
Just get you ready for the game.
We had it in crosstalk. The College Football Playoff Board of Managers unanimously approved a model that will guarantee the 5 highest-ranked conference champions inclusion in the 12-field format, along with the next 7 highest-ranked teams. College Football Playoff Committee announced on Tuesday. Salute to you guys. We've done it, my entire life.
It's fun.
It's been messed up in one way or another. I feel like now the team most capable of playing their best in January is going to end up being the champion. That's the way it should be. Okay, what else is going on here in our world of sport? Mavs have 2 more nights off to get ready to test their 6-game winning streak against a really tough schedule, guys. Tell me how many dubs you think you're going to get here. Suns playing good ball ahead of you in the standings. Pacers, second best offense in the association. Cavaliers, 1-9 of 10, including 8 in a row before losing recently. Raptors, not good. Celtics, best team in basketball, probably.
Yeah.
76ers, pretty dang good, but without Embiid still. And the middle 4 are all on the road. You get Philly and Phoenix at home. I would like 3. I would be ecstatic with 4. If you only win 2 of these games, I think maybe you take a deep breath as a Mavs fan and hope to finish strong. But this is your opportunity right now to make a statement.
Yeah, this is huge. You're playing competitive teams here, and I do expect the Mavericks to come out of this feeling pretty good about it. I like where the Mavericks are at right now with the health of their players and coming in rested. Maybe you lose to the Suns just because, my gosh, it's the Suns and Kevin Durant or Devin Booker can have one of those nights, but that's going to be highly competitive, fun, off all-star break, like refreshed basketball. That is going to be a super fun game on Thursday night. But I think the Mavericks will come out of this feeling pretty good. Ultimately, they are a legit team. They're healthy right now, and as long as they're healthy, I feel like they're going to go toe-to-toe with just about anybody here.
Yeah, I mean, what they've been able to do at the deadline with Gafford and Washington, I feel like they filled a lot of the needs that we were expressing the entire time. I'm excited. The health is the main thing with Kyrie and Luka. I think they're going to come out, they're going to beat Phoenix, and then we'll see. Can they go on a run from there? But right now, the West is there for the taking. I mean, it's like Draymond Green was saying during the All-Star game. Is anybody really scared about Minnesota or Oklahoma City in a playoff format? No. In a postseason series, I feel like the Mavericks could beat them in 7 or however many games you want to pick it. But those are teams that are young, and they're not battle-tested. Denver, obviously, you respect. The Clippers with Kawhi, if he's healthy, yes, obviously you respect. But the West is there, and when you have Kyrie and Luka, and now you actually have a pretty competent supporting cast, the Mavericks are fun.
Kyrie's a champion, man. He took down Steph and Clay.
Hell yeah.
He is the real deal, and nobody has a player as good as Luka. That's for sure.
Damn right.
So I feel like this could be it, and I'm just waiting to see the signs. So the signs would be winning 5 of these 6. And maybe losing to Boston, who's only lost like twice at home all year. If you lose at Boston, you're like, fine, you tip your hat to them. They're great team, great players, dominating at home. But if you go win that game, and then lose one of the other ones. Same thing applying. You go win 5 of 6. You're letting people know, dude, our offense is amazing. We have 2 go-to guys. We figured out a defensive plan, and now we're a team that really doesn't have any weaknesses.
Yeah, you can rebound now. That was a huge weakness for you. Now that's not. And I love the Phoenix matchup right out of the All-Star break is fun because those 2 teams hate each other. You have the Devin Booker, Luka Doncic feud. It was funny listening to Luka on with JJ Redick on his podcast, and JJ's guys, like, so what's the relationship right now with you and Devin Booker? He goes, it's good. I mean, last time we didn't fight. That's a step in the right direction. It wasn't us. It was somebody else.
Yeah. Hey, I want to salute Mike Palfy of CBD American Shaman, a local businessman at Tolo and a veteran. And his son dropped off the greatest radio care package I've ever seen, Lucius. That was exceptional. Of course, Lucius, long time had a relationship.
Bro, that's about $2,500 worth of CBD and all the other products. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like that. It was Christmas morning around here.
It really was, dude. That was amazing opening up presents with you guys.
I saw those the cream that I know Lucius was using when we were back there in Vegas. He's using it on the ankle. I'm like, Lucius, dude.
Yeah, I got a bag full of cream.
Make sure you get some of that stuff.
I have a Target bag full of stuff back here, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's incredible.
There's tea, there's gummies, there's
I took 2 of the shroom gummies.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Man,
I took them
I took one.
We'll see how it goes for you.
Yeah, Walchuk did too.
What? Nice. That's what we took?
Yeah.
I thought this was supposed to be like a locked-in thing.
It is. It's supposed to lock you in. You're not going to start seeing crazy things.
Holy moly. You say shrooms.
Not until it really
really
sets in after the show.
Man, I actually played soccer with a guy, and by the time he was 17 or 18 years old, he'd gone down a wayward path, and he loved to play soccer games on shrooms because they locked him in.
That's exactly what he Michael Bublé at the NHL All-Star game.
I think at one point he held the Washington State scoring record for goals in a single season in high school. He was locked in like a mofo.
All right, here we go. Tunnel vision.
But seriously, this is a CBD American Shaman and their CBD and THC products, and apparently some sort of mushroom lion's mane, all sort of nutrient-rich
lion's
products.
mane shrooms, man. Good for the dome piece.
They do lock you in. And this is the location on Custer Road in McKinney. So go say hi to Mike and his son Eric there at that CBD American Shaman and salute him for us. Yeah, all righty. It is a Tolo Tuesday, a Toxic Tuesday, if you will. We have some Mike Zimmer content on the other side, the G-Bag of the day here coming up next on The Fan.
Sports with lots of
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Thank you very much. Have some Mike Zimmer content coming up in just a few minutes, and the G-Bag of the day in 7.5 minutes. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. You guys heard anything from Brian? From Broadus?
No, I have
try
not.
not to bother him. I feel like he just needs his time to mentally escape right now.
I'm honestly surprised you haven't heard from him, because I figured he'd be watching every single second of the draft show and texting in his thoughts and where your opinions are wrong and where his are better, and I just thought that was going to be the case.
It usually is the other way around. But, he, I think, likes to go walk and then listen to the show. So maybe tonight.
He's probably taking notes, and he's going to come back with like a binder full for everybody on the program.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think maybe later tonight I could possibly get one of those angry Broadus texts.
Do you think it's possible he's watching film on vacay?
Absolutely.
Oh, he's watching college dudes.
100% it's possible.
Guaranteed.
Wow.
He's serious about that.
I mean, one of my favorite quotes of him, and Maya loves to bring this up anytime Brian's name gets brought up, but I was talking with him on speakerphone, and he said, all right, I'm going to go plow through some guys right now.
Oh.
Yeah, and that meant, of course, watching film. So
of course.
Anytime I'm now studying tape, Maya comes in the room and says, how's plowing through the guys going? So,
not making a film, he's watching film.
Sounds like she's got a good sense of humor, Wolchuk.
She does. Found a good one.
We'll go over here to Blogging the Boys here, and our guy Dan Rogers is at it again. 5 things about the Pro Bowl players Cowboys defensive coordinator Mike Zimmer has developed. And let's go through these things, and I'm going to ask you if you feel like they're going to happen with the Cowboys as well. Number one, no Pro Bowlers in year one. When Zimmer's brought in to help a team's defense, usually they're in bad shape. When he showed up in Minnesota, Vikings defense coming off a year where they allowed the most points in the entire league, and Zim got him fixed. But completely different story right here. I imagine you're probably looking at least 3 Pro Bowlers next year, maybe 4 or 5 off this Cowboys defense, if things go as planned.
Yeah, I mean, you can guarantee at least one. I mean, Micah's going to be a Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
For sure.
Probably Diggs,
assuming he comes off the injury halfway decently. But Pro Bowl's not even the great way to do it. Like these guys with big names like a Diggs or a Micah, they'll probably get it even if they don't have great years.
I think hopefully they add a guy capable of being a Pro Bowl linebacker. You should get opportunity. Hopefully one of these defensive tackles steps up. But I think Jerron Bland as well probably have a pretty good shot, because with those ball skills, you get 3 or 4 picks. It really doesn't matter how the rest of your game went.
No, the picks matter. Bland's got himself a shot. I wonder, I think he's going to have a creative way to use Donovan Wilson. And I've stressed, I don't know, Wilson needs to improve in coverage, but as a blitzer, that's something Mike Zimmer likes to do. Maybe Donovan Wilson can get himself some big plays to all of a sudden he's garnering some votes.
So the cool thing is in year 2, they get going. And, I think it really underscores an important theme here with Mike Zimmer is, so far in his career, it's been significantly different from what a team has been used to. And in year 1, they haven't really thrived. We can't afford that this year, guys.
The draft class?
No, just overall his defense.
Overall, we can't afford a learning curve here.
Yeah, because he comes in and it's different. That's why he's talking about everybody being on the same page, speaking the same language. When you're looking at, and I stressed this after his presser, some of the things that stood out to me. When you look at the OTAs and the minicamps, you need total buy-in. You need these guys all to be in a Frisco at the start so you can really hit the ground running come training camp. So, yeah, I mean, I could see maybe, the first month of the season, all right, fine. But they need to, by mid-season, everybody kind of start to click in here because, you're right. You cannot, Mike McCarthy definitely cannot afford a weak season.
Yeah, I've heard things about, especially in the secondary, and young guys. They drafted dudes like a Trey Waynes years ago in Minnesota. It took him a few years before he really established himself. Mackenzie Alexander was another guy like that. So I know that the young guys can have some of that learning curve. I know that some of the Zimmer concepts when it comes to defending the pass are a little bit like a Nick Saban style. And so maybe Trayvon Diggs can hit the ground running a little bit better than most dudes. And then if Gilmore's back, he's a cerebral beast. And I think Jerron Bland is football IQ intelligent enough to pull this off pretty quick. quickly. So hopefully the secondary can get it together quicker than most, because in the past, I think his secondaries have taken a while to really get going.
Okay, but listen to some of this great stuff on the defensive lineman. Okay, Linval Joseph was just a regular Joe before hooking up with Zimmer. It took him 7 years to finally make a Pro Bowl, but it was year number 3 under Zim. Even the great Geno Atkins rode the pine his rookie season before emerging as one of the game's top defensive tackles. It's worth noting Atkins 4th, Griffin 4th, Hunter 3rd were gems found later in the draft, so these defensive line development projects took a little bit longer than the other guys listed above. But man, he generated a lot of really good players from the middle rounds, took guys that were having meandering careers and took them into high-performance defensive linemen. That's exciting, because I feel like between Osa and Mozzie, you have some guys who are underperforming, and any number of other defensive linemen that could just get upgraded. Is it 5, 10, maybe 25% from where they are now by working with this guy, his techniques, and his attention to detail?
Yeah, that would be clutch, man. That would be very clutch, and I think that we should have confidence that Zimmer knows how to identify, probably on the relatively cheap, especially on the interior of the defensive line. Hopefully it's already in-house guys, but I think the free agent class will present some opportunities to bring in some beef on the interior of the defensive line. We know about the linebacker opportunities in free agency. I think he will have a really good understanding of what he's looking for, and he'll be able to get the most out of these dudes.
Next point that Dan points out, once they're good, they stay good. All these guys that have developed into Pro Bowlers under Zim made like 5, 7, 7, 4, 6, 3, 2, 3, 4 straight Pro Bowls. Number of players that hadn't been producing up until they hooked up with Zim. And number 5, the talent spread out. 3 edge rushers, 3 linebackers, 2 defensive tackles, 2 safeties, 1 corner. So it's not like he specializes in one and fails to develop the others. Looking pretty good here, Walter.
That's exciting. I mean, especially the defensive line stuff, to your point, because his background's as a secondary coach. So if he's able to identify and get the most out of your defensive linemen, you got a lot of free agents: Fowler, Armstrong, Gallimore. So that's a position where they're probably going to have to bring in some reinforcements via the draft or free agency.
All righty, it is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Good job, fellas.
Thanks, dude.
Great analysis.
Locked in here.
Yeah, you guys are locked in. Sound focused to me.
Very focused.
All right, our winner and champ of this G-Bag of the Day situation here is, former college coach and now broadcaster Carolyn Peck. She used to be a great basketball player, too, back in the day. Here she is on the call with LSU and Vanderbilt.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ballgame. Stay excited. Stay enthusiastic. Pull your team through. I don't care if the officials are telling you to sit down.
Still packs a punch right there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Still
packs
does,
a
man.
punch.
Bench.
Yeah.
You look at that ref and you say, bench, I'm going to sit right here and cheer. You can't stop me.
You shut your mouth.
As a coach, I say, bench,
Please. Get out of my face.
Well, that country accent got her right there, boy. Let's see here. With some vibes. Get some vibes for you boys before we start this thing off. Not that one. Not that one. Welcome back to the Russ Martin Show. No, that's not the one I was looking for, though. Here we go. All right.
Oh, great training montage.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been working out, bro. Feeling good. Let's go to Pacers guard Ben Mathurin. Wooly Bully sent me this one. I already had one locked up, and he sent me another one, so it's a combo here, folks.
Ooh, let's go.
Nice. Ben Mathurin, All-Star Weekend. That's a nice little Shaq impersonation. Check this out.
God put you on the spot. I heard a rumor that you do a very good Shaq impersonations. Is that true?
Maybe.
Ben, I gotta put you on the spot here. You here in Indiana? Let us hear a little. Let us hear a little snippet.
Tell me. I mean, I don't really know what's really going on, but I'm at the Rising Stars game. It's gonna be fun. A great weekend. Hey, Chuck.
Shaq gonna be on you now. He'll be on you.
That's good stuff.
Solid.
He's already got a pretty deep voice. Pause.
Yeah, you just made it deeper.
You just made it deep.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, he did, bro. He did. So everybody's talking about the All-Star game and how it's not competitive. The Rising Stars game is, though.
It is good.
There's competitive.
It is.
Yeah. And that's why I have another clip of Mr. Matherin right here. He was talking to Pistons guard Jaden Ivey. He was mic'd up during the game. We love a good mic'd up situation. He told Ivey, hey, man, you can't guard me, bro. Like, you still can't guard me.
That's a foul, but does get the foul. Right, so you can't guard me.
And things just got serious.
Jamal, the last 2 minutes.
Listen to this trash talk.
You said what? So you've been the rising star game, you can't guard me.
Wow. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
This is what we want. It's spicy right now.
This is the guy that plays for the Pacers against the kid that grew up as Indiana's son. And look at Ivey right now.
Ivey got that look in his eye.
He is processing.
That was a little serious.
That was beyond serious.
That was very serious.
That was a little serious.
It started off as fun. The smiles were there, and it went away quick.
He says, still in the Rising Stars game, you can't guard me, bro.
That's awesome, bro.
It's pretty rude.
Can we get more of this?
It's pretty rude.
Yeah, I love this.
I love that. You can't guard me, bro.
Yeah.
Got into his head. Like Kevin Grant got into my head that one night playing basketball. Boy, he got into my head.
What happened?
I was supposed to be, playing defense. And he pointed down at me because he's taller than me. Dude was tall. Like, D1s was looking at this kid.
Yeah.
And he was like, I got lunch right here, baby. Let's go. I'm eating. Boy, my defense had to go crazy. I was like, I'm just going to have to foul this guy.
There you go.
I fouled him.
Yeah. Get low and lean into him.
You got to earn this one, bro. I'll scratch you.
Say that again, bro. I dare you.
Yeah. Let's see what else I got for you, boys. All right. This might be the greatest DM of all time. You guys remember Meet Me in Temecula? No. The Lakers fan that got into it, it was like, yo, you know what? It was one of the greatest arguments on Twitter of all times. I don't think so. Yes, man. And they were going back and forth. And dude was like, you know what? Forget it. Meet me in Temecula then. We can go ahead and fight it on out over our Kobe Bryant opinions. Well, this is another one right here. We got a Denver Nuggets fan and the Lakers fan going back and forth, arguing. One of the guys sent
It's gonna be good.
He sent voice messages to the DM after the conversation got kind of disrespectful.
Check this out, my. I'm gonna say this one time, homie. I never forget a face, my. I'm very vindictive, my. And I ain't never not finished the job. So you want to keep talking that? Keep talking that. This is just about basketball. The comments you was making. This is basketball. This ain't life. But I'm gonna tell you like this. You think funny? You know what I mean? You think you like some type of G or some type of gangster or something? If that's what you are, that's fine. But just know what comes with that. Because if I'm a step to you, what you're going to do is you're going to send an apology. I'm going to catch your ass somewhere. I'm going to catch you all my life. And I'm going to smack the out of you, my if I don't do more. I swear to God. You don't know what you fucking with. Everybody think they know what they fucking with. The internet's fun and games until that one really come see you, homie. That's me. I put that on my life.
That's me.
I will you up.
Man, we talking about basketball, bro.
You better know the type of animal you're dealing with. I will audit your tweets since 2010, and I will find you. The psychology behind what you're saying he's soft, right? So you hard then, right?
Bro.
If he's soft, you hard. Okay, Mr. Hard Guy, drop the location. Drop the location, and I bet you I show up in 24 hours. If you that, you hard. If he's soft and you hard, drop the location.
Yes, dude.
Drop the location.
Gotta watch how you talk to people online, bro. These are real life people, some of them.
I hope the other guy is sitting back there just laughing. Got him.
Yeah.
That's when you drop a fake location, right? And hope he shows up to the random place.
Yeah.
You set up video cameras.
Yeah,
He's
watch him
out there
show up with some black Air Force Ones on. Got Vaseline all over his face.
I'll audit your account for the last 10 years.
That was epic,
Like
dude.
use the FBI.
Very vindictive.
Bone
Get a
chilling.
forensic file out on you. Track it down. Oh, that's good. What do you say? You want to vote, Lucius?
Yeah, man.
Okay. The coach said bench. I need you to stay in this game. I'm going to say that tonight, coaching tonight.
Hey, bench!
Bench. Stay in this game.
Stay in the
What'd you
game.
call my daughter?
You shut up, woman.
You heard me.
Shaq impression with Mr. Matherin. Jaden Ivey mic'd up. Dropped the location. I'm going to go with the champ there. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with that last dude. That was awesome.
Hey, you say you hard, cuz?
You hard,
You say you hard, cuz?
I'm a very vindictive person.
Very vindictive. Yeah, I'm around with that cat too. Pause.
Cool, Chuck.
Yeah, I got to go with that voicemail, man. That was crazy.
Long live the champ. It is the G-Bag of the day every afternoon, 2:30. If you ever miss the champion, you can always tune in LA Live 540. You can follow us all at G-Bag Nation. Just jump right there in the bio and click them all, and you'll be good to go. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Who is elected to take Brian's broadcast responsibilities today, gentlemen?
This agent explains massive change for NFL draft prospects and the Cowboys big board. That's next in the Fan.
Coming up Wednesday.
Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock here in the nation. There's Mavs news. Apparently, the new owners are kicking up ticket prices on average about 25%. So that's a story we'll be tracking around the rims coming up in about an hour. Here's Wolchuk with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much. Hope Brian's having a good time on his vacation. Wish him some well wishes out there, social media out there in California. He's partying, doing his thing. Did have the draft show today. I'm sure he will be letting us know his thoughts on what we did, but you can go back and listen to that. It was on DallasCowboys.com. We have talked a lot about some of the testing that they do, the cognitive tests in the NFL draft. Apparently, one agent, Drew Rosenhaus, who does represent a lot of these draftable prospects, said, in just speaking with people around the league, I have a lot of respect for doing whatever we can to help our clients get drafted and get drafted as high as they can. But in this particular case, I think a ton of these tests actually work against our clients. I don't want to point any fingers at anyone or hurt anyone's feelings. The people that put these tests together, and I personally don't want to speak for the teams, but I would like for our clients' character and intelligence and football IQ to be measured in individual meetings and interviews. So he's actually going to try and guide some of his clients not to do any of these cognitive tests leading up to the 2024 NFL draft.
You know, I think that's a take that you can have to protect your clients that have been hurt by it, you know, and you want to fight for them. But for every client that it hurts, it helps somebody else, you know. So I would like to point that out. There's only so many picks in the draft. I think it is a better way of evaluating players. You know, maybe you could argue that it's not helping determine who really the best players are, but up until C.J. Stroud, it was dead balls on right when it came to figuring out which quarterbacks were going to be able to process quick enough to, you know, find open targets when a play is breaking down, you know? And so there's so few outliers for it. If I'm the NFL teams, I'm like, okay, that's cool. But if we have a tiebreaker and one guy tests better at this and he's willing to take the test, we have to assume you're not good at it. Okay? We have to assume you probably took a similar test yourself and we're like, hey, I'm not good at it, so I'm not taking it, team. All right, I would weaponize back. I'm like, sorry, but this is a crucial category that determines, as we can see through history, we have a massive sample size. If your brain works like this, we're not talking IQ. We're not talking book smarts.
Right.
Just you can tell your hand to move in the way of something quicker than the average brain. That's all we're looking for here, guys. It's not any reflection on your intellect or your character or anything like that. We just want to know how fast your sports brain works. And if you don't want to play along with that, then that's fine. We're going to heavily favor the players that do.
Yeah, I do wonder how the teams approach it and how much they come to it and approach it that way. Because I can understand both sides. Like, if you're a player that doesn't feel like it's going to benefit you, why would you do it? We've seen it physically forever at the combine. Guy doesn't want to run the 40.
Yeah.
Like, okay, he's not gonna. Or he doesn't want to do the bench press or whatever physical. Yeah, whatever's going to set him up for the advantage. And some guys have the ability, because they're such top prospects, they're going to be drafted high anyways. They can punt on whatever it is they want to punt on, not even do it at the pro day, and it doesn't matter. So I do think it's very case by case here. Of if I think this can help me, sorry, agent Drew Rosenhaus, or we know the Athletes First agency overall is declaring for all their prospects they don't want them to do it. But I'd be like, sorry, if I think it's going to help me, I would want to do this.
Well, and shout out to Bobby Belt, who's turning it on and leaving it on #Tolo right now as he's cruising around. He texted us and said Athletes First has also told their players to refuse the S2 test. So, I mean, I think a lot of this is piggybacking off of C.J. Stroud yesterday, right? Or last year. When
100%.
Stroud got really everywhere you were looking. It was like, oh my gosh, his name's getting dragged through the mud. Now, I mean, look, he still went second overall, and he won Rookie of the Year. So he is kind of the one that's saying like, oh, we can't necessarily rely on this S2 test. But man, to your point, it's like, damn, this thing was really hitting at an alarming rate here. I don't know. I'd probably want my guy to do everything he can in his power. If you believe in yourself, go ahead and crush this thing. And if you don't, then we'll look at C.J. Stroud and say, see, It doesn't mean that I'm not going to be any good. Look at what CJ did last year. I think you could look at this the other way and flip it to a positive for you if you didn't score well in the S2.
I mean, this is huge. Let me see. 2-4, not true, Gavin. Multiple players have tested well, and it didn't translate. Manziel scored very high. Yes, players can score high at this and not be good. But up until this year, players couldn't score bad at it and be good. It's like, okay, you have the minimum height, you have the minimum arm, you have the minimum brain processing power. CJ Stroud gets around it. CJ Stroud gets around it in a phenomenal way. Every quarterback has challenges, and they're all overcoming those challenges in one way or another. Patrick Mahomes isn't actually that accurate when it comes to pinpoint accuracy, but he gets around it by the way that he manages the game, and he knows the chances that he can take and only throws his most risky balls when the game is absolutely on the line. And the way that he manages that limitation makes him the GOAT. So they can all do it. We just want to have as many ways of measuring you as possible. And clearly the Texans said, everything else about this profile is so good, we're willing to risk this.
Yeah.
So it's not only big in football right now, but it's big in baseball as well. And they're trying to get the baseball players, because what they know for a fact now is how quick you can process identifying the pitch and whether it's inside or outside and whether you can tell yourself to swing. That might be the biggest application that we're going to see. And it's just a matter of time. We resist data and innovation almost at every turn at humans. And, it's like email. Oh, I'm not doing that. That's weird, And then eventually you see, wow, that was really crazy for us to not take advantage of that terrific innovation.
I did like John Machota had an article today as we are in Christie's Corner filling in for Brian Broaddus. Of course, Brian loves himself the draft. And, John, I got to see him at the Star walking out today. He said, he put together a Cowboys big board. Players who make the most sense for the Cowboys in the first round. Some of the guys that he's got at the top here, they would be like CeeDee Lamb situations where if they fell to you at 17 overall, you'd be thinking, oh my gosh, this is a dream. At 24, I didn't think that this would happen. Like Roma Dunze, the wide receiver out of Washington, who's really good. Some of the offensive tackles like Joe Alt from Notre Dame that's projected to go really high. Brock Bowers out of Georgia. But some of the options that he's got on here, I do think are interesting. The two Texas defensive tackles, Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat. Murphy, to me, I think is the best defensive tackle in this draft. He's a local kid out of DeSoto. He's absolutely fantastic. But the majority of this is offensive linemen, fellas. I mean, offensive tackles, Amarius Mims out of Georgia, super athletic. He's a guy that's only started 8 games there in college, but when you watch him, I mean, the upside is absolutely crazy. He can probably play on the right or the left side. He could be a potential home run pick here if he slid to 24 and you bring back Tyron Smith. Because he's a dude you might not want to say, okay, you're going to start right away. You might want to let him learn. He can be your backup swing tackle, and then inevitably, if there's an injury, you go ahead and play him, give him some run, and then a year from now, he takes over as your starting tackle.
You know how I feel about this. He would replace Terrence Steele.
A right tackle. Yeah. And that could be, could be fine.
Hopefully we can trade him.
I don't think it would be a bad thing. Yeah. I mean, Steele's contract, I think, is movable. I think you could be onto something there. Tyler Guyton, the guy from Oklahoma, of course. We've always talked about the center. Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon is a guy to be looking at. And then another name is Junior Colson, linebacker out of Michigan. And I do think Cowboy fans are going to see a Michigan player, and they're going to be like, oh my gosh, but this is not a defensive lineman. You take a linebacker, I think you might be okay here with Junior Colson. And I especially love a good linebacker that's going to play with a club on his hand and go out there and dominate the college football playoff. And that's what Junior Colson does. A 3-down player. And our buddy John Machota writes that Cowboys shouldn't be reaching for any position, even if linebacker is their biggest need. Getting Overshown back should help. But linebacker is still to be addressed. And I think this is an area where in the second round, you go ahead and you hit linebacker. I don't think you hit it in the first, but there's some good names. If you're a draft person, you want to go check out what John Machota's put out there. He's got a fun article there on The Athletic.
I can go linebacker at 24. He better be a star. I don't want to get a Leighton Vander Esch situation.
I don't think you're going to get a star at 24. Now, maybe Edgerrin Cooper, if you got a plan for him from A&M. Some people might argue that, but I wouldn't.
Just give me the center, dude. I mean, I'm just praying one of these centers is there.
Graham Barton, Jackson Powers Johnson, one of those two guys.
Yeah, I think Brugler has 3 centers in his top 35 players. Get one of them.
Yeah. 817, Manziel failed the NFL because he didn't have the work ethic and dedication for the mental side of the game. That has nothing to do with the test, does it? No, has nothing to do with the test. It's just there's quickness of your body, but you have to react to it. Okay. And Floyd Mayweather is probably the greatest quick twitch athlete that we've ever seen. He could watch his opponent start to throw a punch. And then before the punch was even halfway there, Mayweather could tell his body, slip to the side and jab. And the dude would be standing there like, holy crap, I didn't notice that he'd even started to move, right? So it is a mental quickness. That is the only thing that you are testing here. And for the players to be dragging their feet, what I think this is a negotiation. I think the agents are looking to be compensated for turning over their data, and we're used to, in this world dominated by Google and Facebook, just like turning over our data and letting it be used, weaponized against us. Well, we should be selling it. We should be selling that data, and I think that is a reasonable position for the agencies to take. But I don't really believe they could hope that the NFL, who just discovered this technology and this ability to test your brain's quickness, which is going to determine how good you are at sports most often, is just a non-starter for them. So I think we'll get this resolved. They're just negotiating. That's what those agents are good at. NFL news of the day coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Yeah, apparently a Cowboys former coach just got himself a new job. We'll tell you about that next on The Fan.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time for the NFL news of the day. Here's your guy, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. Shout out to our buddy Ruben. Ruben sending this over from Ian Rappaport. The Raiders are hiring former Dolphins head coach and Cowboys offensive line coach Joe Philbin as their new senior offensive assistant. He was with Ohio State as an analyst last year. So Joe Philbin has made his way back in the National Football League. And, well, I think you could say some of the offensive linemen probably missed him. Terrence Steele and Tyler Biotish being two big ones that I think, Steele, you could say the injury was a big factor. But Biotish certainly regressed last year after being one of the most improved the year before. And now Joe Philbin joining Antonio Pierce's staff there with the Raiders. So good for him. Back in the league. I know you're a big Philbin guy, Eric.
Well, I've always been a fan of his since I believe it was when he was with the Packers. He dressed up as a pilgrim by way of trying to motivate his team before their Thanksgiving matchup, like a decade or so ago. That's a real story. That is the pre-ball sacking era. That is a surefire guaranteed story.
It's true.
That was journalism done back in like 2012.
We know exactly that one is factual, and that there is no ball sacking, butt cracking happening there. That is 100% accurate.
He's trying to rally the troops, man. He walks in there, and it's perfect. Like Joe Philbin, if you know what his face looks like he probably pulled that pilgrim outfit off a little too impressively.
He looks like he stepped straight off the Mayflower.
He did, really dude. Does. I'm pretty sure his birth certificate says birthplace Plymouth Rock.
What team did he do this for? What team did he do this for?
For the Packers.
Well, who were they playing?
They were, let me see.
Please don't be Washington.
Let me see. That would be wonderful. Well, it's a Thanksgiving Day game, so if it's probably the Lions.
Yeah.
Probably the Lions.
Okay, maybe a lion tamer outfit probably would have been more apropos, but hey, whatever.
I'll get your message across.
He had to get that pilgrim suit off. He's like, it's been sitting in the closet for years.
I'm not going to let this thing go to waste.
I'm telling myself I need to use this for something. This is the day, and he did. So congratulations to Joe. He's gotten himself a job. One holdover from the Micah Parsons, Stephen A. Smith show audio that we had yesterday. He did say that he wanted Tony Pollard back. We discussed that. But he also has one area that he wants the team to address on the defensive side of the ball. Here's Micah on what that position is.
Who did Baltimore have? A great linebacker core, right? Who did San Fran have? Great linebacker core. KC, Bolton, and they came along. I said, we need to get another bigger linebacker who's going to come down and I said, we need to get a super 330 nasty interior. Look how Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave caused havoc in, the last two games. Look at, how Ali McNeil, Detroit, and they front with Hutchinson and all them. It's just certain things where I was pinpointing, we can build in this because we're slim. Like, we have guys, and I think Osa's been great for us, and, but we just need a big old 330, can't move. Because I saw the way Chris Jones affected that Super Bowl, and I was like, my God.
Need a big boy.
Yeah.
Bassett clogging up the line of scrimmage. Exactly, right?
And not even just Chris Jones, Mike Pennell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly...
He tried to do it last year with Mozzie.
He
was
didn't
a big
work.
fan of Mozzie.
But he's nailed it. I mean, I don't want him necessarily going to handpick the players, but he clearly has a good understanding of what the needs are for this football team. So, I mean, we all know, hey, you got to get bigger in the middle of the defense with some run stuffers, and you got to get some legitimate linebackers.
Yeah.
Some professional linebackers. So, something you didn't have last year.
And it didn't sound like he was considering himself part of the linebackers.
I totally agree with his evaluation. I hope the team is as honest about their own players as he is. I hope the front office is, because what he might not realize is around here that what the Joneses like to do is be like, hey, we took these guys, they deserve an opportunity to grow into that role. And it allows them to be average starters for 3 or 4 years. But he's dead balls on right. And I salute that he's got the courage to be saying these honest things about the team. Micah Parsons is doing us a huge favor speaking with this level of honesty. He is risking ticking people off,
Oh, yeah.
And he doesn't care because he knows what this team needs is honest feedback. And that goes for everybody. it's not just the players, but it's the front office who have somehow convinced themselves that these very good criticisms that come from the fans and media are just nonsense, and that their plan is going to work eventually.
Yeah, I mean, they need to address defensive tackle. I think defensive tackle is also a reason why your linebackers struggle. And Osa is really the only one outside of re-signing Jonathan Hankins that you have any trust in. Chauncey Golston was an end that they wanted to kick inside. You've seen flashes, but lack of consistency. Neville Gallimore didn't really pan out. So we'll see what they end up doing this offseason with the linebacker and the defensive tackle position. We got another jump from college to the pros as Ohio State's offensive coordinator is leaving to take a job with the Rams. So we've got Nate Scheelhaas. He is their pass game specialist there at Iowa State. He's going to join McVay's coaching staff for the 2024 season, replace Jake Peetz, who left to become the passing game coordinator for the Seahawks this offseason. So, hey, this dude's probably making a good jump because it seems like if you join a McVay staff, you're probably in line to get a head coaching job here pretty soon if you have success.
Yeah, that's the guy you want to attach yourself to there, getting it, especially as a young offensive coach, getting onto that side of the ball with McVay and company. That seems like the quickest way to fast track yourself. And even with the Rams, like promoting from within, he will, before he knows it, he will be the offensive coordinator, pseudo. He won't be calling the plays because McVay will be, but he'll be an offensive coordinator before he knows it. Like that's a no-brainer jump if you ask me.
Yeah, 2-1-4. That coach is going to be that dude's going to be a head coach in 26, no doubt. Yeah, this is a hell of a move from Ohio State here to the Rams.
And the Rams have done a really good job throughout the years. Like, credit to McVay, and one of the things about being a great coach and sustaining that greatness, because everybody wants to take a piece, so you're losing assistant coaches left and right, and you have to restock that pond. And he doesn't just go with the generic low-hanging fruit coach to just go recycle from the NFL. He is scouring, and he's bringing in a Brandon Staley years ago, and Brandon Staley now is not anything that anybody wants to touch, but at the time you bring him in and he parlays 1 year of being the Rams defensive coordinator into being a head coach. He did an unbelievable job. And so for him, like McVay being willing to go into the college ranks and identify great talent, I think that is an underrated skill set that he has and some of the great ones do.
Yeah, I mean, his history's getting pretty big right now. Of course, Zach Taylor with the Bengals. Zach Robinson's another guy who's a young coach that's getting a lot of love out there. So he's certainly done an excellent job. Now, on the Nightcap show with Chad Ochocinco, Chad Johnson, and Shannon Sharp, Chad Johnson said a little birdie told me, I said this many shows ago, but Russell Wilson is going to come on over and be the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers next year.
Honestly, so many quarterbacks are being tied to the Steelers right now.
Because apparently they're inside the building, they're split on Kenny Pickett. I don't think there's much to be split on with Kenny Pickett. I think Kenny Pickett is not the guy, and they should move in a different direction.
Okay, well, looking at it, the Steelers are the odds-on favorite right now to land Russell Wilson.
Okay.
And then it's the Raiders, and then the Falcons, and then staying with the Broncos. So that's the order of it right there. All of those you can make the case for. But I think if you're Russell Wilson, isn't that where you would want to go?
Absolutely, yes. Everybody loves playing for Mike Tomlin. You're going to have a good defense. They're going to be committed to running the ball. And it's a winning environment.
Yeah,
they almost won with what's his nuts,
Yeah, exactly. What's his nuts every year they're almost winning with. I mean, you're going to win 9 games with what's his nuts at quarterback. With Russell Wilson, maybe you win 10.
You'd rather have what's his nuts than Kenny Pickett.
Yeah,
that's for sure. Now, I do think this is the recipe for the way Russell Wilson did a lot of his winning in Seattle, like in his prime.
No doubt.
It's running the ball, being more than willing to punt all the time, playing good defense, and not necessarily scoring a ton of points. That's a recipe for Steelers success right there.
Now, if I'm George Pickens, I'm not happy about this at all because it's another quarterback that's probably not going to be able to get me the football. But,
hey, man, can Russell Wilson still throw that rainbow moonshot 9 route?
On occasion.
Okay, jump ball to Pickens. I think anything is better than Kenny Pickett. Or even though Mason Rudolph...
I wouldn't say anything because there's a lot of bad quarterback play out there, but he's not good. Kenny Pickett's not good. I'm with you. Maybe Russell Wilson's a slight upgrade there.
I would think he is.
I think Russell Wilson is significantly past his prime. Better than Pickett, though, still.
Yeah.
He had some good moments last year. And I think on a team where he could be more conservative with the football, not have to force things, running game taking a lot of pressure off him, I think he could still manage the hell out of a game.
He could.
It seems so obvious that it's just become a massive echo chamber that he's going to Pittsburgh. Have we heard that the Steelers are interested? I think the Steelers are such a smart organization. They'd be like, yeah, but I mean, Russell Wilson has moved into that portion of his career now where you pay for half the max. That's where Russell Wilson is now at this age and the way that he's played the last 2 years. We're not just going to continue this, atrocity of a contract that he got from Denver.
Well, the Falcons are also a team. Their GM is saying that quarterback is their top priority this offseason. We're not closing any doors. And that means, maybe trying to move up from the 8th overall pick to try and get one of the top 3 guys in the draft. But they're also a team that's been heavily linked with Justin Fields. Of course, Justin Fields started his college career at Georgia, and apparently people are kind of monitoring what Justin Fields is doing right now on social media. He's unfollowed the Bears, on Instagram, which I still think is one of the stupidest things that we do, is a guy following. I mean, I don't think CJ Stroud's even following the Houston Texans on Instagram.
Yeah,
does that mean he wants out of Houston? No, it doesn't. But Justin Fields has gone ahead and followed a lot of the accounts for the Atlanta Falcons, like Drake London, Bijan Robinson. So people are kind of making the connections there that maybe that's where he wants to go.
I love that. I think CJ Stroud, because he's never friended the Texans, if that's the case, then you're not going to get the unfriending. And that, deliberately unfriending the Bears, that feels like you have to go out of your way to do that. You're not just accidentally doing that. It's Justin Fields deciding for himself, all right, and these days, it's going to start. It's going to start getting out there. Like all you have to do is
doing it.
All you have to do is click the button. You're unfriending, and now just give it a little bit of time, and the internet sleuths will see this, and you will get what you want out of it.
He just unfriended me. Yes, he did. All right, here's another quarterback take. This is from Chris Sims, former Texas Longhorn, and he's talking about rival Jalen Hurts. Here's Chris Sims's thoughts on Jalen. Do you guys agree on this?
Jalen Hurts I respect a lot about Jalen Hurts, but I think Jalen Hurts is also like the most overrated player in football. All right, that's me. I know I'm wrong. I take a lot of crap about that comment, but he plays quarterback for a team that's an all-star team. Yeah. They have the best O-line in football. It's not even close, right? They got maybe the best duos at receiver in all of football. Right, I just think if you put some other quarterbacks in Philly, you put Kyler Murray there, you'd go, damn, Kyler's amazing.
So a couple of things here. Number one, Chris Sims is a guy that would have loved that CBD American Shaman Care package that we got.
He sure would have.
Okay, I love his takes. I think he's right. I just want to know when more people are going to give me credit for calling this a year ago when everybody was talking about him being MVP and way better than Dak. Who was calling this before they had a dumpster fire of a season? Wolchuk. Okay.
Yeah. No, you were anti Jalen Hurts. You certainly were.
I'm pro Jalen Hurts. Let's make that clear.
As a what? A human being?
As a guy.
Just not
as his guy.
I like him as the Eagles quarterback because he's not that good. I think Jalen Hurts is a great dude. I wish him nothing but the best. I'm just evaluating his talent, and being objective and honest with you.
Yeah.
Jalen
Hurts right now, it's funny. I mean, people are all just like off the Jalen Hurts bandwagon, and I'm all for it. I just want to see the Eagles just go ahead and completely combust, and that's exactly what's happening right now. I am loving everything that's going on over there in Filthy.
Yeah, you really can't beat that.
It's brilliant.
Because ultimately, hey, he's the guy who had the most talent around him the year they went to the Super Bowl, and they had great injury luck. So it's like best offensive line, great weapons, like 2 number 1 wide receivers, a great tight end. You have all the talent here, and he still had his health at that point, so he was able to run on everybody. So it was souped up. But when you strip the talent from him, add a couple of bit more injuries to his offense and to himself, he can't win consistently from the pocket.
No, I mean he certainly and the play calling would regress without Shane Steichen there.
Yeah, that's true. That didn't help.
There's a big question mark about Jalen Hurts entering this season. Right now, I think Chris Sims looks proven to be right on that. As would Gavin Dawson over here if he wants to get that credit. You deserve that credit, sir. You absolutely do.
Yeah, I know I'll never get it, especially from these texters and these folks on X.
The text,
I don't know. We got one here.
Still wants to be like Jalen's better than Dak. I don't know. He did. If you want to just go by on Super Bowls, Jalen Hurts did take the Eagles to the Super Bowl. So I'll give you that.
I'd much rather have Dak.
I would too.
Thank you very much.
I would much rather have Dak than Jalen Hurts. 100%.
Yeah. I'm not going to be defending Dak at really against anybody at this point.
It's hard.
I want to win playoff games. He has proven I can't. So I can't have him. I'm at a loss on both of these.
I'm at a loss. Okay, how about our guy Jimmy Johnson? Jimmy's talking about Bill Belichick. We know they're buddies. They go on these fishing trips together. He says that Bill has told him he does not have to be in charge of everything at his next job. On his Joe Rose appearance there in Miami, this was included in, of course, yesterday he said he's part of now, talking with Jerry and making decisions with the Cowboys. But, hey.
You should have told that to Bob
Bill.
Kraft 6 months ago. You should have said, hey, Bob, I'm going to tell this to the other teams that I'm going to try to get to hire me. How about you just take me up on this deal? Give me some assistants and get a GM. I just want to keep coaching, man. Does that sound good to you? You know what I'm saying? I think they got petty and dug in on each other.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a breakup.
They needed a breakup. Yeah, it was happening there in New England. That was going to happen, I think, no matter what Bill said. But
I think he's going to be coaching the Cowboys next year.
And especially if this happens, right? Yeah. Hey, I don't have to be part of any control. I'll just come in and be a coach. That's usually
he's laying the groundwork that if it doesn't work out for Mike McCarthy and Mike Zimmer, he's going to jump in here next year, I think, and that'll be fun, But you're going to be trusting the Cowboys to find him assistant coaches, maybe, or try to bring in Josh McDaniels. I don't know.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting situation. What happens there? But there's your NFL news of the day.
I think he can get a lot worse than Mike McCarthy. I'll tell you that. When we come back, it is time to hit the C note here. The Cowboys news of the day. Around the Rim is lurking coming up at 3:40, and it's next here on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing though before we move on, because if you want or need a new vehicle, I can tell you from personal experience, there's no better way in North Texas to acquire that vehicle. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. How can you say you're being honest when clearly he was injured? You guys are incredible. It's like people can't wait for something to go wrong so they can just start disparaging them. Wow, and Dak sucks, says the 469. I just watch quarterbacks, and I can tell how good they are. Okay, I'm not waiting for anybody. That's why I said it last year at this time before the season even started. I said Jalen Hurts isn't that good. He's had a great offensive line, great weapons, and a great running game. And you can't really get a great feeling off of a guy in that environment unless he's running around doing out-of-this-world stuff like Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes, the first year he started, I watched him play a couple of games, and I said, there is the future GOAT, okay? I don't look at how your stats were. I don't look at, how much your team is winning. I watch you play the sport. And after nearly 50 years, half of my life, by the way, more than half of my life now in sports radio, I don't need like a long sample size to tell if a quarterback is good, So maybe, at some point, 469, you could get on my level. And then you wouldn't have to assume things about where I come up with my opinions and start firing shots at me on the truckwreck.com fan text.
I'm on my level, ho.
I do like the
I'm
on my level. Yeah.
I do like the engagement, though.
Yeah, I'm on my level.
At 877-881-1053. And I love all you Tolos out there. And you members of the Twolo family there on Twitch and the YouTube chat as well. You guys are great.
You're all the best. We love you.
But you can never, ever get on my level, ho.
I'm just talking trash, We're just all
having
sports
fun.
fans.
Yeah.
Okay, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com and listen to Wolchuk give you the Cowboys news of the day, buddy. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Our buddy Calvin Watkins had a fantastic article on the morning news. If the Cowboys are truly all in, here are the moves that they should make. So let's run through some of these, boys. Upgrade the defensive line. And he's not just saying, hey, do this blanket statement. He's giving us a name of who to go after. So you've got
Chris Jones,
the run defense. No, I'd love Chris Jones. Okay, I would love that. I don't think Kansas City's letting him go. How about a guy we haven't talked about? Grover Stewart, 6'4", 314 pounds.
Boom.
Tied for the league leading run stop win rate at 43%. He could be someone to look at. He was also doubled 53% of the time, second most in the National Football League among interior linemen. Is he an upgrade over what you currently have on the roster? Yeah, he is. So Grover Stewart could be very interesting. He also says,
favorite character on Sesame Street, by the way.
Oh my gosh, that's a
hell of a character.
Hell of a character.
Had the puppet.
Yes.
Back in the 80s when you actually had to play with toys.
Okay.
He had Maria wrapped around his finger, too.
Did he?
Oh, Maria.
Are they still?
That's right.
Yeah, she like, Grover.
Are they still
Maria
making
was that
Sesame
honey.
Street?
Yeah.
Sesame Street's still going?
Absolutely.
Hell yes, good. I'm glad. I was hoping Sesame Street would be here to stay forever. We also have, what if you just go all in and bring in one of Mike Zimmer's former players? Vikings defensive end Danielle Hunter. He's another top defender. He's entering free agency. He's a four-time Pro Bowler and led the NFL with 23 tackles for loss in 2023. He's got 27 sacks the last 2 seasons. You add Hunter, it might force you to trade or release the talented DeMarcus Lawrence. And I'll tell you, I love Tank. Tank's our guy. Marcus Lawrence is one of the best all-around ends in all of football.
I care about you. Be careful.
But if you do want to make a statement to that locker room, you want to say, we are not doing this burnt-out BS.
No more hot boys.
Do you move on?
Oh, gosh. I mean, if he really is.
If you were burnt out, you can get out.
Yeah, there you go. That's going to be the new T-shirt this year.
I love you, Tank. I do. Okay, I'm not trying to say that this is happening. I'm just floating it out for sports talk radio purposes here. Okay.
I think he's still too good on the field to want to remove. I know John Owning mentioned him
I wouldn't want to remove him at all. But if you have a replacement in Danielle Hunter, at least I feel like I'm getting a quality player if you did do that.
Yeah, I do think Danielle Hunter's going to be expensive. I don't know that he's the same type of run defender on the edge that DeMarcus Lawrence is. So If he's that much of a nightmare in the locker room, which I don't know that he actually is, then maybe there would be a statement worth making, but I still think he's too good on the field. I do want to co-sign totally in on Grover Stewart. That's the defensive tackle. You want to go get a big monster run stuffer? That's his job. That's what he does. That's who he is. And I believe I saw that the Colts averaged 1 less yard per carry when he was on the field. So defensively, he
makes a Jonathan Hankins-like impact.
Yeah, very impactful when it comes to being a monster run defender. So count me in on Grover Stewart. That's a guy that won't be breaking the bank in a huge way, but he's not going to be NFL minimum kind of guy. So for the Cowboys, it'll feel like breaking the bank to get him. But I think that if you got him and then you got an Azeez Al-Shaair or whatever as a linebacker, I think that's cleaning up nicely in free agency. Then you go and attack the draft.
Man, that'd be fun right there. Also draft a running back, which I think they are going to do. I know, hey, you were anti-drafting a running back in the first round, but certainly we saw the impact that Jahmyr Gibbs had. This is not a draft where you're going to get a running back going in the first round. It's not that good, but you do have some guys that you can take maybe in the second if it's Trey Benson from Florida State. Hell, if you did bring back Tony Pollard just on a short-term deal, you could draft Jonathan Brooks. Jonathan Brooks is a guy, I'm not sure when he's going to be able to play, but the Cowboys doctors have done his surgery. That makes you feel a little bit better. At least I know for sure I've got TP that can play. And when Jonathan Brooks is ready to go coming off that ACL, he can take over, be my lead dog. So there's some other running backs that you could take in the middle rounds, like Jalen Wright out of Tennessee, I like. Ray Davis out of Kentucky. Bucky Irving from Oregon is another player that's fun. Blake Corum, I know, gets a lot of love from Michigan. I do think he's going to be a Charger, but you definitely need to draft a running back. And then how about you draft a starter on the offensive line? This is a no-brainer. I mean, I think you need to upgrade over Tyler Biadasz. I'd love to go get Graham Barton. I'd love to get a Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon. Maybe a Troy Fontenot from Washington who can play guard. But you need to get better along that offensive line.
Damn right you do.
100%. So these are all ways where Calvin Watkins is saying, if you want to go all in, this is how the Cowboys should do it.
Thank you, Calvin Watkins. That's genius journalism. And I can tell you right now, if they bring back Tyler Biadasz, I'm Dunsky.
You're Dunsky?
Yeah.
Honestly, I would co-sign that.
No disrespect to Tyler Biadasz.
No.
Maybe on a team with great guard play, he would be good enough, right? But right now with this team, they desperately need better offensive line play, and everybody we've talked to has said how important the center is there.
Yes.
You need a guy that can not only not get pushed over in pass pro, but also get out there, whip some ass, and actually go hit some linebackers every now and then.
Right, and when this offensive line kind of dipped off being that elite, as we've talked about with the Eagles over the last few years, it's when Travis Frederick unfortunately had to retire early due to the Guillain-Barré syndrome that he had there.
Nice work.
That was
on
a tough one. I fumbled that for a second.
That wasn't even on the show bingo card. There was no way to prep for that.
I was leaking confidence the whole way, but I appreciate you guys having my back on that. So I think you need to upgrade because I don't think Tyler Biadasz 2 years ago, solid player, but I think that was the best he's going to be. I'd let somebody else go ahead and sign him, especially with the draft class that this center group is looking like. There's no need to just bring back Tyler Biadasz. You can upgrade at the position.
And think about 3 of the final 4 teams that remain. I don't know what San Francisco's got cooking with their center. I don't think it's anybody that's amazing.
It's nobody special.
But Kyle Shanahan can mask things that most can't offensively. But Detroit with Frank Ragnow, one of the best in the sport, if not the best. You have Baltimore, who has the undersized
Tyler Linderbaum?
guy. Yeah, Linderbaum, who was there in the first round. Cowboys didn't want him.
Short arms.
But he's been a beast for Baltimore. And then the Chiefs with Creed Humphrey, minus the fact that in the Super Bowl he forgot how to shotgun snap a football. That was weird. He short-circuited in a way that I wasn't expecting. But they drafted him in the second round. He's been dynamite since they drafted him. You've got to have that. That's like the core of your offensive line. Like you can almost only be as good. And like if your center's dominant, then you have a chance to have a dominant offensive line. Tyler Biadasz is far from that.
Yeah. And 2-1-4, it's not all about pass protection. You need to be able to run block. You tell me how good that offensive line was looking when it comes to the run game. It's not all about dropping back and having Dak Prescott throw the football 30 to 40 times a game. That ain't a recipe for success in the postseason. I think that's been proven. You need to be able to line up and kind of bust somebody in the mouth and run the football. The offensive line, if you want to run it back from last year, was not one that it seems like they could do that. And you also have defensive tackle. Okay, now this could be the wish list for one Mike Zimmer. T-Sweat, Texas defensive tackle. We talked about Grover Stewart. T-Sweat's a guy that fits that kind of profile as well. 6'4", 362 pounds.
Oh, my gosh.
He is an absolute manimal inside. I mean, he's a massive human being. He is the Grover Stewart type of this draft class. Probably going to go in the second round. If he's there when the Cowboys are on the clock, I would love it. He is an absolute fantastic monster, can take on double teams, also phenomenal in the running game. Doesn't give you much in pass rush, in my opinion, but I don't care. And for his size, he is freakishly athletic.
Dude, 362 pounds.
Yeah, freakish athlete at 362 pounds. I think that would be advantageous in football.
I don't expect the Cowboys, though, after drafting Mozzie high, and that is not their MO to draft the defensive tackle position high.
You don't think
I know the second round isn't the first round. I get that, but I still think that would be too rich for them, assuming they go get somebody like a Grover Stewart in free agency, where it's like, hey, we are still going to try and develop our Mozzie Smith here. We're not going to wedge another youngster rookie into this mix here. I don't think they will do that.
If Brian was here, I would remind him that his former boss, Bill Parcells, when talking about defensive linemen, would say stack them up like club sandwiches, because inevitably you'd say, but we just drafted Mozzie Smith and we have this guy and that guy and we want to give him time. He's like, man, just stack them up. Don't let the presence of one young guy think you don't need another young guy, because if you draft them all and they all turn out great, guess what? You are just absolutely raising hell along your defensive line, and no great defensive lineman can stay in there for 70 plays a game.
And he did.
Yeah.
903 can be your Dontari Poe if you want it. He did catch some touchdowns. He lined up at tight end.
What?
Caught a couple of big man TDs. He caught one at the Big 12 championship game I was at with Oklahoma State and Texas. So we get some big man tutties. And I'm a fan of that.
Big man TDs are the best,
like
dude.
those?
That'd be fun.
That's always a party pleaser.
Linebackers.
Hey, that's a first round grade. I mean, you're talking about second round. All of a sudden, I'm thinking caution to the wind.
It wouldn't shock me if he snuck in. Somebody said, like, look, I just want to take you at the back end.
Two-way player?
He's not going to make it back.
Versatility,
start both
dude.
ways. I do love that. I think Byron Murphy, his teammates, definitely going higher, but T'Vondre Sweat is a badass. Linebacker, maybe on the wish list for a Mike Zimmer free agent, Frankie Louvu. I think he's probably going to command more money than the Cowboys want to pay him, but he's one of the better off-ball pass rushing linebackers in the NFL, had 9.5 sacks in a breakout season. If you go back and watch Frankie Louvu against the Cowboys, he was cleaning up. He was all over the place, had 62 stops against the run, ranked 12th in the league. He's one of the best middle linebackers on the market, so he does give you some of that flexibility where not only does he give you pass rush, but he's also giving you a phenomenal asset in terms of stopping the run. And I mentioned Junior Colson, the linebacker out of Michigan. Now, if you're a draft person, you want a deep dive, just go check out my guy Cedric Gray out of North Carolina. He's the dude that I want. Big fan of him. He can read and diagnose, sideline to sideline. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Cedric Gray. He's the bigger version of Jeremiah Trotter Jr., who I know Brian loves.
Okay, so where are you drafting him at?
I think he's a third, fourth round dude.
Third, fourth round dude. That's beautiful.
Smoke it. And then free agency, bring back Gilly. And then Kool-Aid McKinstry could be a dude in the draft if you want to look at it. And if you just want to go crazy, you really want to go all in, just bring in my guy Antoine Winfield Jr. at safety.
Yes.
He can do everything. It's an all-pro player.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh, yes. He's
probably going to get tagged. I think he's going to get the tag there from Tampa. We can dream.
Did Winfield Sr. play for Zimmer in Minnesota, or did their times not cross over?
I don't think they crossed over.
Probably not.
But he did have a long career. I'll look. I don't think that they crossed over, though.
That would be just a dream scenario, and I'm not ruling it out. You definitely know in that DNA of that family, the Jones family, there is a wildcatter. There's a guy willing to take a shot. He's still in there. Steven took over like the soul of the team relative to the salary cap and the risk profile that you're willing to accept. But even he can't deny 2025 is a salary cap dumpster fire already. Just make it like 50% worse. You're already biting the bullet. You're already behind the 8 ball. Go ahead and make it a little worse. Get a little irresponsible, because if you don't do it this year, I don't know the next time you're going to have enough good young players on this team. In 2026, how sure are you Zach and Tyron are still going to be good enough to play at a Super Bowl level?
Can't be.
They're hanging on now nicely. That was a good year, but they're at an age where you can't be sure. Tank, hell of a player right now. The way that he sets the edge, gives you a run defense, and also gives you pressures on the quarterback. That's a hell of an asset. If you go to just depending on Micah Parsons, you're already losing Dorrance Armstrong. That's the future that's out there in 2026. Those are difficult players to identify and develop.
Yeah.
Over the last 10, 12 years, Cowboys have been looking for pass rushers. They got 3 of them right now that they drafted and developed. And anytime one walks out the door, you're putting one more and more on an island. So this is the year to make it happen. That's why I'm not giving up. Am I naive? Maybe. But I also know Jerry knows the fans are more fed up than ever. He's heard it from Michael Irvin. He's heard it from Emmitt Smith. He's heard it from all the legends. He doesn't have to hear it from the fans. He's hearing it from some of his greatest players of all time. They don't believe that they're doing championship front officing anymore. And I think all those factors combined could push them into a legit all-in move. It's time to go around the rim, though, Chief. What kind of hoop stuff do we got today?
Man, we got plenty to get to, and we should all take solace in the fact that we are not fans of this team next year in the nation. I am a huge fan, though, of Platinum Ford in Terrell, Gilchrist Automotive's own, between I-20 and Highway 80, just minutes from the Metro.
Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Man, I still remember rolling around in my buddy's 1966 Mustang. Brent, the Nirvana Nevermind album had just come out. Of course, he had the tape. And we're just cruising around, jamming to the new sound coming out, the grunge. It's probably early 92, maybe late 91.
Oh, the good old days, man.
It was unbelievable, you know.
Such a great year, 91. My God. Born that year.
What a time. I mean, right around that time, you had Dr. Dre release The Chronic. You had Snoop Dogg blowing up. You had Pearl Jam and Nirvana. Anyway, here's Eric Chiafalo with your afternoon sesh.
I believe, maybe I'm getting butt cracked on this, but I've seen this a couple of times on the internet that Kurt Cobain's son is dating and potentially married to Tony Hawk's daughter.
Really?
Which feels like a combination for the coolest kid ever to be born if they ride that thing
Very
out
talented.
and start to create some offspring there.
Probably very popular with the hacky sack chain smoking out in front of the high school crowd.
What's his mother's name?
Whose?
Kurt Cobain's wife
Mom?
at the time. Courtney. Is Courtney something like that?
Courtney Love.
Courtney
Yeah.
Love.
Yeah, she was a trip, dude.
Yeah, I'd be nervous to have that in my family.
She was like she was like an old radio DJ that was constantly hammered, but like on MTV constantly. You know, she had a run on MTV, and
yeah.
she was like,
Her makeup was never right. Yes. She was always haggard looking.
And you didn't know if it was intentional because she was grunge and or if
just
she was
leftovers from the night before.
You gotta nail stuff down when she comes to her house.
Gosh.
That is wild. All right, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we have some fresh beef out of the association. I don't think any league does beef better than the NBA. If you guys feel differently, let me know. I think every sport is starting to get a little bit better with this, with the podcasting and the player empowerment and these guys having microphones and they're getting their takes off and whatnot. But I'm really glad, like waking up this morning and opening the internet, it was a reminder that I'm glad that currently, I mean, this goes in waves, but I'm really glad that I'm not a fan of the Milwaukee Bucks. It would suck to be a Bucks fan right now. Everything's been bad. You trade for Damian Lillard. You think this thing's going to be awesome. You fire your coach. You bring in Doc Rivers. Damian Lillard, maybe he just broke maybe this was a slump-busting weekend for him when it comes to winning the three-point contest, winning the All-Star Game MVP, because he was really limping into All-Star weekend there with the way that he's been shooting the basketball. He was actually sitting down. It starts with Damian Lillard sitting down and being asked during All-Star weekend by, I believe, like an influencer kid who was doing an interview with him, his dream starting five to play with. Okay. And nowhere in that starting five does he mention Giannis. So that was the first thing that had Bucks fans up in arms. And not only does he not mention Giannis, but he throws in the Miami Heat's Bam Adebayo. And we know it was like Milwaukee and Miami that was garnering for Damian Lillard. Originally, Damian Lillard wanted to be in Miami.
Yeah,
his dream starting five reflects that, as it has Bam Adebayo in it and not Giannis. So there's the starting point. But then we got to get to the Doc Rivers stuff. And Doc Rivers is lamenting how difficult this has been on him, jumping into a team in the middle of the season and right in the middle of a road trip, and how just hard this all is. He blamed his players in the final game before the All-Star break, that a lot of them were already mentally in Cabo already. And J.J. Redick, who played for Doc Rivers in Los Angeles with the Clippers, has his own perspective. He was on First Take today. He sees the quotes of Doc Rivers talking about how hard it is, and this is J.J. Redick's response.
I've seen the trend now. I've seen the trend for years.
What's the trend?
The trend is always making excuses. Doc, we get it. Taking over a team in the middle of the season is hard. It's hard. We get it. Just like getting traded in the middle of the season is hard for a player. We get it. Mm-hmm. But it's always an excuse. It's always throwing your team under the bus. They lose to Memphis. Oh, it's his players' fault. Memphis was playing G League guys and two-way guys. And then you look at his quotes over the weekend. Now he wants to take credit for the James Harden trade to the Clippers working out? He wants credit for that? There's never accountability with that guy. There's never accountability.
Okay. So then you get Patrick Beverly tweeting at JJ Redick, this man Doc actually saved your career. Started you when no one else wanted to. And you retire, go on TV and say that? And he tagged him. Credit to Patrick Beverly. This wasn't a subtweeting situation. He was putting his name on it there.
I do appreciate Pat Beverly doing that.
Yes.
He's not hiding behind. He's saying, hey, I'm going straight to the source here.
Yeah, it's not in Pat Beverly's nature to be passive aggressive.
No.
But then JJ Redick, to his credit, goes ahead and responds, Pat, my guy, I had a 4-year offer with a player option for the same money to be a starter for a different team. Capital letters FOH with all this saved my career junk.
Wow.
So
I like
Let
it.
him know.
Yeah, it's good back and forth. I think they're all speaking their truth. Including Doc Rivers. I think he's probably just trying to offer an explanation for why they haven't been good, and it's he's trying to probably change some things, and there's some growing pains in the middle of the season because you don't have time to practice. I think that's probably just an honest answer, and JJ Redick took it maybe out of context as excuse making. That's what we do more and more on sports TV every day.
That's right.
But I appreciate the passion and fire. It's good entertainment.
It is. It absolutely is. You have
where's the beef?
Austin Rivers, the son of Doc, is on ESPN, and he's obviously defending his dad. And Doc was on SiriusXM NBA radio saying that he told Bucks ownership, I don't understand why you're doing this in terms of trying to get me to come be the coach. He was like, can we wait till after the All-Star break? Doc Rivers is on record saying this now. Can we slow play this a little bit more? But I'm guessing the Bucks offered him a financial figure that he just couldn't refuse. He's like, my gosh, I don't even think this is a good idea, but I'm going to go ahead and take your money here. And that's going to be guaranteed. And when you inevitably fire me at some point, I'll have my bag. So good for Doc on that.
Man, his reputation is really taking a hit. At one point, he was celebrated and he had all that success in Boston, and then things did not come together in the Clippers, and I guess that was the turning point. And then since then, well, I guess the narrative has shifted significantly as he's been managed to coach some of the best players out there.
This was interesting to me. I saw Vince Carter apparently confirming that the NBA had plans at one point to offer 4 superstars $1 million each to participate in the dunk contest.
Okay. That would have been the time. Him, yes. Kobe, T-Mac.
Yes, he says the arrangement fell through when guys pulled out. He didn't specify who, but it was supposed to be Kobe, T-Mac, LeBron, and Vince Carter.
Let's go.
It was supposed to be that. That would have been legendary.
So amazing.
I don't know who started the pulling out process there, saying thanks but no thanks. $1 million seems like, especially at this time, $1 million. Even now, $1 million is going to get people perked up and excited about going to compete a little.
Well, you mentioned LeBron, right?
But these are superstars.
So he's probably the one that did it, according to Stephen A. He ruined everything.
Who would have won that? Who you guys betting on?
I'm Vince. I can't help but bet on Vinsanity. But that would have been
the acrobatics.
That would have been epic.
Probably the favorite.
I don't know. I wonder.
T-Mac was so tall.
Yeah.
But he still made it look explosive. He didn't look like a big man dunking.
This would have been so cool, dude.
Gosh, that would have been a dream. We've been talking about that forever.
We need to get more details on this from Vince at some point on how this all went under. Was it Kobe being, I guess, the oldest one in the group and maybe not feeling physically up to it at some point?
Yeah, maybe there was an injury.
And then it's like, okay, well, if Kobe's not going to do it, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I don't think Vince would like any more questions from me about his dunking abilities after how went the first time.
Did you question Vince Carter?
I did.
I missed this, huh?
I did. Yeah, it was at the Old Fan Sports Lounge, probably 2012.
You told him to his face
after they'd won the championship. Yeah, he and Sean Marion came by for the toy drive, and I just wanted to know. I was like, man, we don't see it that often in the games anymore, but can he get up there and really throw it down good still?
And he was offended by the question?
He was, yeah.
Oh, no.
Now, what did you ask the Matrix, too, though? You asked the Matrix something about his dunking, and he got so offensive, he went back to high school. He's like, I had a hell of a dunk in high school, though. Come on, dog, I had a hell of a dunk in high school. I was like, oh, man, let's go to break.
I think I said he was a great game dunker. Yeah. You know?
Oh, okay.
If you need the 2 points, Sean Marion's your guy because he's tall. He's going to get up there and put it in.
That moved all the way back to high school, bro.
Dude,
to prove Dawson right.
We got to dig up the sound, bro.
That's awesome.
It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun back in the day. I mean, they just come off the championship and everything, so everything was a good mood. I think we were in the middle of a lockout of some kind, actually.
Everything was a good mood, but even you managed to piss them off.
I did. I think I've been drinking all night. You know, I was like, man, okay, let's just freestyle an interview. The next thing I know,
You should have seen how I was dunking in high school, bro.
they were heckling me. It was awesome, man. It was a career highlight for me. Okay,
that's fun.
When we come back, Nation, it's time for a mixed bag with Wolchuk. Where are you taking us today, buddy?
Yeah, let's keep a little bit of NBA stories going. We got Carmelo on a trade to the Lakers, Scottie Pippen versus KG, and LSU paid big for this wide receiver. That's next.
Let's make leasing easy with D&M. If you want or need a new vehicle, just call D&M right here. Maybe you're already on your way home or you're getting ready to. Just make a mental note,
Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, it's hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Top 10's coming up at 4:20. We might have to media watchdog Krusty's former GM buddy. That's coming up 4:40. Here's Wolchuk with that mixed bag.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to start with the Texas Rangers, your World Series champion Texas Rangers here on the home of the World Series champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. So I just saw on Chris Rose Sports, talking baseball, Chris Rose had Austin Hedges on, who's now a Cleveland Guardian. Chris Rose is a Guardians fan, but he was talking with Hedgie about the assless chaps. Now, we had heard that he was going to wear those in Arlington for the parade. What happened with that? We finally uncovered the details. Here is Hedgie talking about why he did not wear those chaps at the parade.
You were supposed to wear the chaps during the parade.
No, I got them. I have them. I still have them.
No, you don't.
I have them. Mama Hedges was like, Austin, no. She gave me that look, and I was like, that's my trump card, right? People got mad at me. I'm like, Mom said no. They're like, okay.
I can't be upset with that one bit, although it would have been great.
Well, the problem actually is they're not just assless chaps. They're also frontless chaps. What am I supposed to do? Like, what's the protocol there?
Some sort of banana hammock.
But not in the back.
You can floss. No?
I don't know.
Let's make the agreement today here in spring training. If you help the Guardians win Cleveland's first baseball crown since 1948, do you think Mom will sign off on the chaps for the parade?
If we can figure out the front situation, I'll bring him out. I'll actually bring him out. You can hold me to that.
I get it.
I mean, a jock strap, right? Or just a cup?
A cup would work. Yeah, a cup would work.
Or probably go jock, I think, mostly. So they could be massive.
Yeah, you just got to cover it up. I mean, I didn't know that do all of them? Are they all frontless and assless?
I think chaps in general, they're not doing the front covering or the back covering.
Front.
I'm saying assless chaps is fun, but it is redundant in nature.
Damn it, in total it's just chaps, and it's frontless and backless.
I think some of them you could get some front coverage, you know. Now, it might not be iron-proof or airtight, so to speak, but, you know, you maybe at least a privacy shield.
Yeah,
well, yeah, but he's going to need a lot. We've seen Hedgie at the plate. That dude swings a big stick.
He does. I mean, it's a real Austin Hedges.
I thought the most notable thing about the cut to me is just Chris Rose sounds like AI. You know, how is this guy real? He's always sounded like a bot, really stiff. Chris Rose, broadcaster, you know,
floss
your
butt cheeks.
Come on. We wear it for the Guardians, first World Series since 1948. You're not getting it, Chris, okay? Come on. What the hell?
So this isn't him asking his mom and her saying no. This is him. This is it getting publicized because he mentioned that he would do this, and then it gets back to mom, and she's like, hey, don't do this.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're not going to ask your mom that because you know the answer.
So the Rangers effed up and didn't bring Hedgie back? That's the other takeaway here.
Hedgie signed with the Guardians. They wanted
it's BS, dude.
I know. That's not. I mean, Janko's the glue guy, but he's locker room guy. He's clubhouse guy.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to be the Austin Hedges of this year's World Series champion version?
He's like sort of a minister of culture, if you will. And so having him not there, I do think somebody will rise to the occasion. But let's not forget, like even Hedgie was a midseason acquisition.
Maybe he'll become available again.
That could happen, and I'm sure CY will be out if we're lacking that. CY will certainly address that at the deadline.
Let somebody try to grow into that role, and if it doesn't work out, then you require him.
Yeah, go get an established guy.
You'd probably get him for your 40th best prospect.
And then we'll just have
whose ass are they going to rally around in the postseason?
140th.
Right. I mean, there's going to be somebody.
There's a void.
We're just going to have to figure out the front situation, and then we'll get Hedgie to finally don it during the parade, as he promised. But we understand why, and we get it, Mama Hedges, right? We respect you and your wishes, and so does Austin. And that's okay. I mean, that's an acceptable excuse for me.
Yeah, she doesn't want to share that with the world.
No. Understand that. That's private. It's it's a personal moment. All right, Carmelo has been doing a lot of talking. You talked about beef. I mean, my gosh, the stuff that's been going on with Carmelo and his former head coach there with the Nuggets as well. They are feuding on social media. But this was fun. Carmelo was giving the dirt on a potential trade. Back in 2011, the Nuggets had a deal done to send him to the Lakers to play with Kobe. Here are the details on that.
I'm not saying I want to get out of here, but y'all got to show me y'all cards. And
their cards was you out of there.
Their cards was, no, we want you to stay. Well, you know how I go. We want you to stay. It's like, no, y'all playing with me now. I said this in June. We went to a baseball game at Oriole Stadium and had a good time, and we talked like men, and we figured it out. And like, I understand where you at, I understand where you at. Let's make this happen. Here's the teams. Chicago, the deal was done with the Lakers. Me and Nene for Lamar Odom and Bynum. That deal was done. I never thought about New York.
The Lakers,
but then
bro?
when they turned that deal down, when George had that deal and turned that deal down.
Thought that didn't happen.
Right? He turned that down. Now it's like, oh, y'all don't want me in the West. You gonna send me to the East?
Yeah,
Give
you
me
gotta
to
get out
New
the
York.
West.
Give me to New York. The deal never was with New York. The deal was with New Jersey Nets. So when we was All-Star Weekend, the deal was with the New Jersey Nets. George Karl had a deal with Utah behind the scenes for the young boy, Derek Favors.
Oh, Derek Favors, yeah.
Because he wanted Derek Favors. He was liking Derek Favors out of Georgia Tech, and he thought that was a power forward that he was a Nene type power forward. So that was like going to be, he wanted him to be the next Nene.
So you got to go.
Got to go.
So you ended up in New York.
Ended up in New York. That deal wasn't supposed to happen, though. We need another podcast, another hour to tell that
we'll do a
specific
part 2
story
of
in
that.
New York.
So that was with Dwayne Wade on his podcast. But of course, 2011, I mean, that's the year the Mavericks win the championship and they sweep the Lakers. So, I mean, Andrew Bynum, of course, had the moment where he just takes out J.J. Barea in that, but Bynum wouldn't have even been on that team. If this trade happens, you have a big three there with the Lakers of Carmelo, Pau Gasol, and Kobe. Instead, Carmelo ends up going to the Knicks. We know about that, and he had some success there with the Knicks, but that would have been interesting. I don't know that that works there with the Lakers either. It didn't seem, for whatever reason, to work out for Carmelo no matter where he went, but how different could that 2011 run have been if indeed you move Carmelo to the Lakers there and pair him with Kobe and Pau Gasol? Hey, fun to discuss.
Man, he was really good down the stretch that year for New York, and if he'd been able to play at that level and shoot those percentages against the Mavs, it could have been a totally different series. Carmelo fell off very significantly from 2011 to 2017, but still at that point, he was at the top of his game, was within 18 months of winning a gold medal with Team USA and being a huge part of it. I mean, at that age, he was still able to lock in and be a great individual defender. You know, Carmelo Anthony was an incredible athlete at the peak of his career.
Unbelievable scorer. Yeah. I thought this was a fun story. Kevin Garnett, apparently, he found a gym in Chicago. He's with one of his buddies, and they're like, dude, Scottie Pippen and the Bulls are going to be practicing in here. So KG and his friends, they find the gym. They get in there. They spent about an hour watching from afar before attracting the attention of a security guard who pointed at KG and yelled, yo, big fella, get down there. So Garnett puts his shoes on, heads down to the court, where he was greeted by Scottie Pippen, who says, you're too young to be out here. You're just a high school kid. Jordan decided to then let KG have a chance against Scottie. So Scottie wastes no time. He puts him, hits a three on him. Garnett then answers with a dunk, and then they quickly get into a groove. He matches up with Scottie Pippen. They just go back and forth. And when the game comes to an end, Garnett leaves the court, and he's approached by a Chicago native who'd been watching the action, and it's Isaiah Thomas. And Isaiah's impressed. He said, Kevin, you just took on Scottie Pippen. Scottie's best player in the league right now. Boy, you could play in the league right now. You should just go ahead and skip college, go straight to the NBA.
Wow. And he was like, yes, I will.
Young Kevin Garnett. I mean, I just wish
that might have been the impetus for it. You know, it just hadn't happened. And we're cruising along in the 90s like people could have done it. They just didn't think about it. I think going back to Moses Malone, like in the early 70s, and all of a sudden, it was the biggest story on talk radio for weeks, you know, going into that draft was that a kid had tried it. And of course, Kobe comes out, I think just 1 year later. And we were off and running with, that gold rush. That was a lot of fun. Fun time to be a basketball fan.
Man. Now we go to college football. We've got Joel Klatt of Fox Sports. He's got Caleb Williams as one of his best quarterback prospects of all time. He said, if I were to rank quarterback prospects, this is just since 2012, Andrew Luck, RG3. Those are the only ones that he would have better than Caleb Williams. He's got Caleb at 1, Trevor Lawrence at 2, Burrow at 3, followed by Drake May at 4. He said, note, the evaluation of Patrick Mahomes was difficult and no quarterback had succeeded from that offense prior, which, of course, was that air raid Mike Leach, Cliff Kingsbury system. So he didn't include Patrick Mahomes, but he is giving Caleb Williams all the love right here is Joel.
I mean, I think what you would do if you're a team and you're like not in love with Caleb Williams is you're like, let's take him anyway. There's no team that's been right all the time about quarterback. You know, there's enough people out here that feel like this guy's generational. No disrespect to whatever scout is telling us he's not that good. Let's take him. There's too many people saying he's got Hall of Fame ability.
Yeah, it's all about the talent, right? And then you need to feel like, okay, we believe in ourselves as an organization and as an offensive coach to be able to surround him with talent, but also put him in a position to succeed with our offense. I mean, certainly the situation matters with a ton of these guys. Bryce Young was put in an unwinnable situation last year. Maybe now with Dave Canales, he ends up finally showing why he was the number 1 pick last year. But I do believe Caleb Williams, just talent-wise, is too good of a prospect to pass up.
I mean, scouts couldn't tell between Ryan Leaf and Peyton Manning 30 years ago. They haven't really gotten any better. You know, we can identify, wow, that guy looks like he might be an amazing pro. He's in the group that might be an amazing pro. But out of those, nobody can tell still. It's crazy. So if there's a guy who's just generally that description, we got to take him. You'll be kicking yourself for decades if he turns out to be that dude, Chief.
Yeah. I mean, the talent, just being on Twitter, I'm like Twitter scouting these guys and seeing all the little cut-ups that people put out there, and every day there's just wow plays from him that you're like, my gosh, no matter what else comes with it, the talent might just be worth it. I will say I see a ton of the same in regards to Drake May. That dude's got some unbelievable highlight type of plays. I think you got 2 legitimate prospects here that either one of these dudes feel like they could be legit. Like talent-wise on the field, both of them are dudes that you're like, okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'll take this risk, and the talent is going to hopefully pan out here. Then hopefully you build something around them that's worth it and actually can help them succeed. But I think you got 2 legit studs in this particular draft.
Yeah, I think Drake May is also very, very good. And I think Jaden Daniels is another guy that could be pretty solid depending on where he goes as well. You also have, we talk about NIL. Liberty's head coach is dishing some dirt on exactly what LSU paid to go get one of their stud wide receivers, CJ Daniels, who had an absolutely phenomenal year for Liberty last year, had over 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns, takes the Flames to the Fiesta Bowl, had to enter the transfer portal. And so LSU apparently paid for a car, an apartment, and $300,000 to go ahead and get him in the portal from Liberty to go to LSU. I'll take that. Sign me up.
It's a no-brainer, dude.
Thank you.
I get to go to a legitimate program. I'm going to play in the SEC, and they're giving me all that. This is not an indictment on LSU either. No. I don't know if he's trying to do this to point the finger of like, I can't believe LSU's doing this.
He's trying to be like, hey, what am I supposed to do?
This is what I'm competing with.
It's not my fault I can't keep the player. You know, like, of course I'd wish him to stay, wish he stayed, but here's LSU saying, here's an apartment, here's a car, here's $300,000. I can't offer that.
Right. Yeah, you can't compete with that. I think Oklahoma State's basketball coach was just at the podium discussing how different it is, and how when he was recruiting Cade Cunningham, he could actually recruit him and find ways to just be, build a better relationship with Cade than all the other coaches that were trying to recruit him. But now none of that matters, because when a team steps in and says, we're giving you all this money, we're going to give you your housing, we're going to give you cars, it's like, okay, there's no way I can match that. No one's blaming the kid for taking that deal.
Not at all. You take that every single day. Final thing here in the mixed bag, EA Sports College Football 25 will include Notre Dame as one of the schools in the game. Notre Dame said it would not participate in the newly announced EA Sports College Football video game back in 2021 when they said the game was coming back. Now, Notre Dame confirmed to The Athletic that it will be in the game that releases this summer. So good. We should have all the schools in there. I'm glad the Fighting Irish will be part of it, because their fans are going to want to play with them in the EA Sports game.
You just sold a lot of copies. Whatever Notre Dame wants, you write the check.
Big time. There's your mixed bag.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Appreciate it as always. Whenever we can get that mixed bag, coming up at 4:40. I think we're going to media watchdog Brian's former GM buddy. He's got some current GM buddies. Those guys know what the hell they're talking about. And then there's former GM buddies that didn't know their, from a hole in the ground, and now they're in media. And we'll hear from another one with his latest thoughts on the Cowboys coming up at 4:40. But the top 10's next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
National Muffin Day, the top 10 types of muffins. What's your favorite muffin? That's next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accident happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. We're going to have Dave Raymond join us at 5 o'clock talking Rangers with Dave. And then at 5:30, Sands. So it's a big Rangers 5 o'clock hour. Of course, we'll hit all the top Cowboys storylines and anything breaking around our broadcast afternoon. But right now it's time for Zach Wolchuk. Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. We've got the very best types of muffins in the United States on National Muffin Day. Let me know your favorite muffin, 877-881-1053. No, Eric's a big fan of the muffin top. But I did have this audio that I was saving to lead into the muffins. This was great. Aiden Diggs, who we did get to see at Radio Row. Now, I'm sure Trayvon was somewhere, but I saw Aiden doing his own podcast. It was awesome. He was sitting down with some podcasters, getting interviewed. So shout out to him. He's blowing up. But he was doing a show with Trayvon, with his dad. And, man, I think nobody can quite humble you like your own kids. And I'll learn this very, very soon. But Aiden just kind of giving his dad the business here a little bit on the show.
That was my only bag came from. Who's you guarding? Terry McLaurin.
Bro, you got cooked, man, bro.
What happened?
You got cooked.
You saw it?
Yeah, bro.
What
I
he
watched
did?
the highlights. He scored 3 touchdowns on you.
And what he did?
And you was trying to tackle him, but then he just ran past you.
What was his celebration?
It was like a hug, something with the teammates.
He really scored 3 touchdowns on you? No.
Yes,
Or
bro.
one.
Are you trash?
Whose side you on?
Huh?
Yeah. You was just on his side, now you turning against him. Or you just being honest?
Being honest.
I love it, man. And it was 1 touchdown, but Scary Terry did burn Trayvon Diggs in that one matchup. I think it was their first time they played. And ever since then, Trayvon's remembered that. He's done a good job against Scary Terry, but Aiden let him know. Man, you trash. You got burned. I love that. It's adorable.
What an epic relationship that is.
So cute.
Yeah, those kids figure out ways to troll you or to get a reaction out of you, and you'll be surprised at how clever they can become at a fairly young age. How old is he now? 7 or so? 8?
Man, I don't know how old he is.
Yeah, he's
probably around
probably
that
about
age.
that, yeah.
But he's funny. I mean, there
Well
was
on
video
his
of him at the Pro Bowl going up to Sauce Gardner, and he's taking up for his uncle Stephon Diggs. He's like, man, I saw you talking all that trash. And then he scored a touchdown on you, man. I mean, Aiden's great. Aiden really, really is a treasure, man. We need to protect him at all costs. The other thing that I saw, and this is probably one of the least surprising stories for us, but apparently there was a group, an entertainment group that went out to Kansas City, met with Travis Kelce about doing a TV show with him. So it's already in the works. Apparently, they're developing different shows, potential endorsement ideas. But I don't know if this is going to be like a reality show that follows Travis Kelce around. But he's definitely starting to move into the Hollywood post-career where he's going to get into acting and film and this type of stuff. So, hey, good for Travis. I hope this works out for him.
Well, this isn't his first run at it because he did the
Love Show.
The Love Show.
Catching Kelce or whatever it was called.
He's basically the Bachelor. So he did that, and then he hosted Saturday Night Live last year after they won the Super Bowl. I think he, if I remember correctly, did at least a decent job there. So, but I think the reality show following him around because you're going to get some level of Taylor involved there.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Unless she's not for
no.
that,
Sorry, you can't use that clout to bring me into this. But yeah, I mean, certainly the two of them, him and Jason, I think Jason's probably going to go the analyst route, get one of these studio jobs, probably do a fantastic job. And here's Travis going to go and maybe be the next like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Rob Gronkowski might end up trying to do the same thing. I don't know. But Travis,
I just want cutaways of Kelce drinking in a suite somewhere. I think he's at least 10 times more entertaining intoxicated than sober.
Some of the Swifties are worried about that.
That's so lame, though. It's so cliche. You're basically a meme right now if you're Travis Kelce doing a reality TV show dating Taylor Swift. I'd stay away from it.
Kind of go in the Kardashian bit a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't know. He's going to end up having a Hollywood career, though.
He already did that, right? Didn't he do Catching Kelce or something like that?
Yeah, so he's got the
That's where he got that thick girl from, Lord G.
All right, let's slide into the top 10.
You ever seen her on the catwalk? You ever seen the video? Okay, I'm just making sure.
There were a lot of people that said, that he did not end up. He downgraded.
Swinging, bro.
Yeah. A lot of people were fighting for him, saying that Travis downgraded.
I said it respectfully. I respect women.
But
very talented individual.
No doubt. She's got a great modeling career. All right, let's get into the top 10 best types of muffins. 877-881-1053. Happy National Muffin Day. Wooly is my favorite muffin from the 214. I love you. That's very, very sweet. Cornbread muffins.
Stud muffin.
Getting some love. The stud muffin. Blueberry or banana nut. Chocolate chip. Raspberry cheesecake. Blueberry Russell Funky Town from the 817.
Wowzers. Oh, Russell in Funky Town. That's not a. That's not the name.
Damn it! I thought we were getting like a very exciting type of muffin here. I've never had the Funky
something exotic.
Muffin. Yeah.
I've had many good muffins over the years, but my heart was stolen last week in Las Vegas, or 2 weeks ago when we were there. The French toast muffin was exceptional.
Damn it! I never circled back and tried that thing either, but that thing sounded really, really, really.
Does a popover count as a muffin? Because that thing's insane. It's got like an egg in it.
I don't know if a popover counts as a
popover. I don't even know that I've been privy to the popover.
The popover. No, it's not.
That looks like a muffin. I mean, if it looks like a muffin and cooks like a muffin,
roll over an egg batter.
It's exceptional.
Golly,
some butter and jelly.
This thing looks so good. It really, really does. Lucius, where are we going with the muffins? I know you are a banana nut fan.
Banana nut for sure. My favorite muffin. You wouldn't even know it because she's not famous or something like that. Couldn't find her out here. Blueberry muffin.
Mm-hmm.
What is that like? Carpunctions or Kerspunktons?
Otis Spunkmeyer?
Spunkmeyer. Yeah, we used to get those in the morning before school. Those things were super fire, bro.
Delicious.
And I like the chocolate one, even though people don't like the double chocolate. I like the double chocolate. Nice and warm.
Dude, and you got to warm it up.
Got to warm it up.
You do.
You're going to get sticky fingers.
Get the chips a little melty.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
You're talking right now.
Absolutely.
All so good, man. And the Otis Spunkmeyers are like the most
legendary.
The moist, like dead serious, how they keep them so they seem fresh, like amazing. The consistency of those things are. I've never had a misfire on those. Whether it's the blueberry, you're talking about the sticky, you can see the glisten on top of it.
Always a treat.
Like, gosh, it's good.
The original Otis Spunkmeyer treat was the chocolate chip cookie. And you get like boxes of these like little frozen dough balls. And when I was in high school, they had this little like break shop you could swing through in between classes, and they were always cooking the Otis Spunkmeyer chocolate chip cookies, and they were 2 for 50 cents.
Gosh, man.
Just delightful.
What a stud. Who is this Otis guy? Who is Mr. Spunkmeyer?
I don't know who Otis is.
I think he's one of your Jewish brothers.
Is he?
Spunkmeyer.
You think that sounds Jewish?
It does.
Go.
I think so.
Who knows? I mean, it could be. It could be. I mean, we'll Google and see. And is he a member of the tribe?
I'm on this.
Muffin top, I know 214. Yes, Eric does love the muffin top. And we're getting a lot of individual muffins that are texted in like people. All right, pastry chef Eric's chiming in. No, the popovers don't count. So we're
the double chocolate muffin from Costco. And that big tray that you get with the saran wrap over
Those are really, really good.
Yeah.
The poppy seed ones also I will live with. They're not as good.
Good,
I'm with you, but they're good. I will dabble.
I started with the chocolates, then I went to the blueberry. There was something else in there, and then I finished with the poppy seed.
We've got some others that are being texted in. I mentioned the cornbread muffin already.
Never had one of those. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. A cornbread cinnamon strudel. Being texted in. Somebody mentioned, the cinnamon muffin from Whole Foods is delicious. Some of the honorable mentions here.
Hey, we got to show love to Lisa, though, who replied to you on Twitter.
Oh, what did Lisa say?
She has pictures of what are clearly homemade lemon blueberry with an icing on top.
Blueberry.
There is an icing like you would like a toaster strudel sort of icing on top.
Was this Lisa Ann?
No. This is Lisa Wolf. And I am on all fours howling.
Thank you very much. Yeah, those.
I like those icing topped ones. Those are like dessert muffins.
Seriously, man.
The wild berry ones you make in the packets.
I do love that the muffin is. I mean, really at its core, it should be a post meal dessert.
The lemon poppy seed, getting some love.
But no one's gonna look at you side eye eating a muffin for breakfast.
No, not at all. I mean, it fits a bunch of different moods. Peanut butter chocolate is an honorable mention. The strawberry muffin, a little cranberry orange muffin. The red velvet, monkey bread.
If you please.
Oh my gosh, monkey bread. Yes, dude.
That's a muffin? But I can't
bread
get the
muffin.
popover in there?
No, I think you make monkey bread into the muffin shape. Really, at that point, it's really just a shape. Hair
And then
splitting.
Pumpkin. The pumpkin muffin comes in at number 11. Maybe a little pumpkin spice there.
I don't need the spice. I just need the pumpkin.
The pumpkin flavor. Don't like the spice to it.
I'm not super pumpkin spicy. I'm really not even pumpkin, but the evolution of the pumpkin muffin has been pretty amazing, and that usually is accompanied with some level of icing on top as well.
Yes. An American from the 972 named Ken Rawlings created Otis Spunkmeyer in California. So maybe Otis isn't even a real person.
Okay, so this is
it was
Otis
different. It was
fictional
different back in the day, dude.
Huh.
It wasn't like goods that you would get at a 7-Eleven packaged and crammed full of preservatives. They were like fire fresh cookies.
Yeah. Okay,
in the
yes.
late 80s and 90s. You could get the Otis Spunkmeyer store, and it was insane.
They would actually, we would bake every week at Plano. Miss Cannon had a little, it was like a club thing that we would do. It was like the sports marketing club. And Wednesday mornings, we would show up. They would bake the fresh cookies, and we could go and buy the cookies for like $1 for two.
Yeah, it was the best fundraiser thing ever.
It was amazing.
They were delicious. They
were
hit
so
hard.
good.
Like before Tiff's Treats, you saw that Spunkmeyer sign, you know you were in for a different level of chocolate chip cookie.
Number 10 is the carrot cake muffin.
So they just buy the company, or they just use the name to market people?
I don't know what happened.
It's a Jewish guy cooking muffins. You're going to want to come here.
Okay, this name sounds Jewish.
I think from Popeyes does the same thing too. By the way, that lady got big old hips on there. Talking about you come get some chicken.
They probably just pivoted for profits because the packaged muffins are so profitable for them. I mean, they're getting like $3.50 a piece on those things, aren't they?
I mean, they eat them, bro.
Yeah, and it's damn good.
Number 9.
I'm not complaining about those at all.
We got the raspberry muffin. 8 is the double chocolate chip. I think that's a little low. We should probably move that one up. But you're right, Lucius. Some people are anti-double chocolate chip for whatever
Yeah,
reason.
I told you.
It's crazy.
I told you for some reason.
I like a modest amount of chocolate chips.
Yeah.
The 214. This is pastry chef Eric. Did you already mention the strawberry crumble crunch muffin?
But that sounds fantastic.
That feels like an exotic sort of craft muffin.
I don't think they're that good, Eric. I think you're making it up, and you probably need to come bring some at the next remote.
Yeah, just so we can taste it.
Yeah, man.
Prove me
Freaking
wrong.
prove it, bro.
Come on. Number 7 is banana chocolate chip. That sounds damn good.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, Dawson. 817 Mansfield High School still does the Otis Spunkmeyer fresh baked cookies weekly.
There we go. That's what I was talking about with Plano.
That's a crowd pleaser back there. Otis Spunkmeyer sugar cookies at our car dealership for the customer lounge. That's a big win.
Oh, hell yes.
That'll get you to buy a whip right there.
Let us know where that dealership is. We might just circle on by. Number 6 is the apple cinnamon muffin.
That's going to be a thanks but no thanks.
Really, not into the apple cinnamon. You didn't like Apple Jacks either as a kid? Dabble in. I was kind of take it or leave it with the Apple Jacks.
It was okay. Edible.
Apple Jacks are amazing. Stop that.
Really?
Yeah, they're amazing.
See, I think they would cut the roof of the mouth.
To me, the only thing synonymous with that is Captain Crunch.
Right.
And that is a pleasure pain in my mind.
I still love Crafty
that's
Crunch.
worth it.
Crunch berries all day. Top 5 best types of muffin. We have the lemon poppy seed.
Good, yes.
Love the lemon poppy seed. Coffee cake comes in at number 4.
Them boys in the military were scared of poppy seeds.
Oh, because
We might pop, man. We might pop. I don't want them.
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
3 is banana nuts.
Don't you have to eat like an insane amount of poppy seeds? Of course
you do.
Like you have to eat every poppy seed muffin on the planet.
2 is chocolate chip, but number 1 most popular best type of muffin.
Blueberry.
The blueberry muffin.
Boom.
Iconic. Now, do you
With
guys-
some butter. Hot one with some butter.
I was just going to ask that, right? You nuke it a little bit, maybe 15 seconds in the microwave, slice it in half, little soft butter.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
Now,
Delicioso.
Now you're starting your day like a champ.
Let's party.
We got to run, nation. Okay, 5 o'clock, Dave Raymond's coming up. Do we need a media watchdog? Krusty's former GM buddy who's talking Cowboys running back. I think he had a horrible idea, and we'll tell you about that coming up next year in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, though, because
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Let's talk Rangers with Dave Raymond here coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll talk with the television play-by-play man, see what he thinks about working with Bassick coming up this season. It's going to be a great season of Rangers baseball here defending the World Series crown. Okay, what's Brian's old buddy smoking when it comes to talking Cowboys running back? This is former Jets and Falcons GM Mike Tannenbaum on ESPN.
Guys, this one's easy. It's the Dallas Cowboys. Tony Pollard was mildly disappointing replacing Zeke Elliott. His production went down by about 25%, as Hembo reminded me. So when you're looking at free agency, the first thing you do is say, if we're going to go outside our building, who can we get in the division to help us and hurt our opponent? And trust me, the last thing the New York Giants want to see, if Saquon Barkley graduates this year, is him with a star on the side of his helmet. Could you imagine the first time Dallas rolls into town with Saquon as a Cowboy? And he would be perfect because he can catch, he can run. I think his pass protection has actually gotten better. And based on the way Tony Pollard played, I actually think he would improve that position for the 2024 Cowboys.
Okay, first thing, I don't care about going into New York and being like, ooh, look what we got, Saquon Barkley. You know,
we took your toy.
Might be hurt by halftime. Dunked on you. You know, who gives a crap about what the New York Giants think? They are our B word already. We definitely don't need to steal their running back. Now, I would say it's possible Saquon Barkley has an amazing season. It is possible. It's possible. It's just too risky. So and then you add the injury concern on top of that. I can clearly see, unfortunately, why Mike Tannenbaum is a former GM with takes like that. We're gonna have to watchdog him, I believe, guys.
My gosh, that is bad.
Tear his ass up.
I figured you would love this idea, Eric. Come on.
For the Cowboys
You love Barkley, and you love spending big on running backs. This is right up your wheelhouse, bro.
That's exactly what I want to do.
Consistent.
You would be pining for this. Yeah, what the hell? You're the king of the watchdogs.
I love not winning Super Bowls, and this is the best way to continue that trend. The number one way you can do it is to throw money at any one of these guys. Barkley, Derrick Henry, doesn't matter. We've seen it's like you got to be, your running back has to cost you at most like 1% of your salary cap if you want to win the Super Bowl. At least that's the trend over the last decade and a half. So if you're going to be the outlier because you're so awesome and you can do things that no other team has done over the last 15 years, then kudos to you. But the team that signed Saquon Barkley, the team that's I'm seeing Derrick Henry to the Ravens, that's a death sentence. Sorry, Baltimore. I can't have you as a championship contender. You're no longer, I mean, you can contend for one. You could be in the AFC championship game, but you're not going to be able to win a Super Bowl doing that. It'd be the worst thing the Cowboys could do is spend dollars on the running back position while they still have a very, very subpar offensive line.
You see that, Tannenbaum? That is a recently turned 30-year-old sports radio host outworking you at NFL front officing, Saquon Barkley.
Did you see the other thing Tannenbaum put out today? He said the Chiefs should trade Trent McDuffie to the Dolphins for Jalen Waddle. They should just go ahead and flip them. You need a receiver, so you can part with McDuffie, who's one of the young best corners in the sport, just help you win the Super Bowl.
Could have been the Super Bowl freaking MVP. Okay, and now you want to give Pat Mahomes the wide receiver that he clearly does not need. He doesn't need it.
I think this guy might be the biggest idiot in sports media right now.
And then the other one was Russell Wilson should go back up Aaron Rodgers.
This is real?
Those are all three real. But in the last 2 days.
What is going on with this, bro?
Russell Wilson
doing bits. You think he's doing bits?
Maybe.
I think he believes the Barkley to the Cowboys thing. The other two, I mean, they're all schmucky ideas.
Trollenbaum.
Yeah, I
like that.
I don't think we would fathom it or believe it if we could be a fly on a wall in some of these NFL HQs. Some of the brain dead conversations they have and idiotic ideas they get entertained. Okay,
he should be ashamed of himself, though.
I don't think he is.
That's disrespectful to the sport.
Out from ESPN.
How are you still putting him on TV if you're ESPN? You're like, well, we got a former GM here. He's got worse ideas than our fresh interns. Like this guy, literally, he has no takes. He has no topics. But he's got a title. He was recently a GM somehow, if you can believe it. 3 years ago, he was still employed in this league. So I guess he brings some sort of credibility to the table. All right. Speaking of shame, I'm going to tread lightly here. I was considering whether or not I was going to bring this up, to be honest with you, but I feel like it's our obligation as girl dads, at least 3 out of the 4 of us right now. Lucius is a boy dad, okay? But
yes, he is.
You know, I know the girl dads are a special fraternity, and there's a girl dad who's proud of one of his daughters, but not acknowledging the other, who's back in the news today, old Chuck.
Oh, no.
And that would be the headline, judge is going to rule on if Jerry Jones has to take the paternity test.
Oh.
And I'd just like to make an appeal here to our guy, Jer.
I thought you was talking about Lawrence Fishburne for a second, bro.
No, sir. No, I did not catch
Morpheus?
that storyline.
What's going on with Morpheus?
Well, you know, you have to do your Googles, talking about daughters and everything. I'm being messy right now. This club show you thing, everybody. Being messy.
It's a toxic Tuesday. Let's go.
Well, as an official representative of girl dads everywhere, if Lawrence Fishburne needs to be addressed on these airwaves, I'm for that as well. But I just think for Jerry, as with most of us, there's good and there's bad. Okay, Jer? And I think you do some good things. And sometimes it's not cool. And this is an example of one of those. I mean, it's your daughter, Jer. Okay? Everybody related to you is very visible in their eyes. Okay? I don't need a damn DNA test. I don't need a judge to read something off or to go on Maury to figure this out. It's your daughter, Jerry. Nobody likes to be exploited for money. I know how much you love your money. You have billions, and you're still fighting for single millions when it comes to hiring coaches. But also, Jerry, as much as you might like money, no kid wants to be ignored by their daddy. That's what's going on here, brother. Okay? Call it even. You forgive them for trying to exploit you for your money, and they'll forgive you for trying to not claim them as their daddy. Okay? Sounds good to me. That sounds like a square deal to me. And embrace the girl. And you know, this speaking for girl dads everywhere, and girls that wish they knew their daddy. You know, and maybe even they know their daddy. Sometimes they see him, but he won't admit it. How much would that hurt? I started to bring down the mood, bring down the room a little bit. But this story touches me in a very profound way, and I wanted to get that off my chest. And a message, hopefully, to Jerry Jones as he's hopping in his car right now. Okay, this is a lifetime of heartache that no amount of millions could fill. If you don't want to give her the money, right? I guess I understand because that's how billionaires look at it. But to deny her the reality of who their dad is and to acknowledge that seems like it would leave a void in a person's life for a lifetime. And I would never, ever want to get anywhere within shouting distance of my grave without making that situation right before I checked out. Wouldn't want that burden on my legacy. That no matter what people say about how good of a football man I was or how good of a businessman I was, there is one individual out there, happens to be my offspring, that I would not even have the ethics, the decency to admit I was daddy. And there you have it. My message to Jerry Jones. A last-ditch plea to bring some sanity to this story before a judge has to order him to take a DNA test. That would you never catch me doing that. It's time to talk baseball here with Dave Raymond, TV play-by-play man of your World Series champions, and we're back with it here on 105.3 The Fan. I'll tell you about some folks out there who can take great care of you if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault. You would probably call your parents in a situation like that, but you should also call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. The Frankels are amazing. They have a very special set of skills that allows them.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as our buddy Dave Raymond from the Texas Rangers television crew joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Dave. How the heck are you?
I'm great. The weather's warm, sun is out, and it's almost time, man. I mean, this weekend, right? We'll start playing some spring training games. So this is that time of year where we all start feeling really good.
Yeah, this is outstanding. We're about to be in the best weather, I believe, in the country here for a couple of months as this warms up. And we will actually be in Surprise next week at this time, Dave. What is your spring training plans?
Yeah, you guys are lucky because I won't be down there for another couple of weeks yet. So they wait until we start picking up the TV games, which typically end up toward the back end of spring training.
Yeah,
when guys start playing a little more, because these first games, they're great, they're fun, but you're talking about guys getting in a bat or two and then being gone, and then it just turns into 60, 70 guys playing in a game. So, so they wait on the TV side of that. So I don't get down there until probably mid-March.
Well, as long as you're going to be there, dude, I think this is going to be just an incredible experience to be in that spring training stadium of the reigning champs. I remember what it was like when the Royals won 8 or 9 years ago, and it's just intoxicating with the amount of euphoria that continues.
Well, that's what's going to be kind of fun, right? Because you'll remember when the regular season wound down. Number one, we were on the road, but number two, they weren't playing that well. There was concern locally, would they even somehow find a way to miss the postseason? And after all that long, great summer. So, then they got in, and the rest is history. They go on that incredible run, and we all enjoyed the heck out of it. But let's face it, we really haven't been able to enjoy that, like, to steal your word, that euphoria. We haven't seen that's just sort of the daily vibe like that. So that is going to be really fun, and it's going to be really unique, I think. It's just because it's been so long since we've been this excited about this team here. So you're right. I mean, that's going to be a big part of the spring training experience. And then, of course, once we flip things on for real for the regular season, I just think it's going to be wild with the Cubs in town for the opener and the ring ceremony and just all the fun, the banner, the whole thing. It's going to be awesome.
We're counting on record ratings here on The Fan, actually.
Heck yes, we are.
I'm really banking on
that. It's going to be huge.
Yeah,
it's going to be huge, man.
Where are you at physically, though, Dave? Like, I mean, this has been a short off season for you. Do you feel like you're going to be starting the season in some level of a slump here? Is it going to be a slow build up before you finally get your sea legs under you?
No, Eric, I'm glad you asked that question because I've been working out pretty hard. And,
let's go. I believe it.
Yeah, really. Because here's the thing: you can't just show up now and expect everything to come easily, right? Everyone's coming; they're coming for you. So I just felt like, for me, I got to show up. I got to be ready. I got to have that first step and everything right away. So no, I've been grinding it, man. I've been grinding it since the parade, and I feel like I'm in the best shape of my life. Have you ever heard that before?
Hell yes.
It's best shape of your life season. Yes.
Yes, it is,
I expect
Dave.
nothing less, Dave.
Well, and now you get a new partner for a good chunk of games in Mike Bassick. How excited are you to work with Baskey?
It's going to be awesome. And you guys know as well as anybody, but I've felt for a long time like Mike has the ability to be a very compelling analyst, man. I think he's going to be really fun because, number one, you guys know his baseball acumen, his mind for the game is really sharp. He's got great perspective. He's got that left-handed brain, which is great. So he's got just a little bit of goofy there, ability to see things just slightly differently. So I think, that's going to be tremendous. I think he's so sharp on the baseball stuff. But then there's the other part of Mike that's going to be so much fun is there's nothing contrived about it. He's a hardcore fan, and we're talking about a second-generation Ranger.
100%.
And, and his heart and soul is in this team, and there's no mistaking it when you hear him talk about it. I mean, it's so genuine and real. I love that part of it. I've thrown the comp out there a little bit, and it's early, right, to start giving comps on guys. But for anybody who's ever been in the Midwest and heard Ron Santo back in the day doing Cubs broadcasts with Pat Hughes, Ronnie lived and died by every pitch of the Cubs. And, man, it was like an emotional experience every day. It could be in June, and the guy would be on the edge of his seat. And it was thoroughly entertaining to listen to. And I kind of see Mike somewhere in that realm. I could see a little bit of Ron Santo in there, a little bit of Ron Darling in there. So there's a good mix, and I think Mikey's going to be awesome. And, so he gives us the pitching perspective. We've got Dave Valley, who gives us the perspective. And, of course, Murph, who is just a beloved great here, an outfielder on those wonderful teams that gave us our first taste of the World Series. So I think it's a wonderful triumvirate. I'm super excited to have Mike in the fold.
Yeah, Dave Raymond with us. That's the first thing I loved about Mike when we started working together in 2013. It's just so rare that you get a former player that still has that level of passion and attention to detail and is working on learning more about the sport, to relate to the audience at the same time bringing this lifetime of experience. And we're super proud of Mike, and we can't wait to see where it takes off from here. What are your favorite storylines on your mind with this roster and this team as we go into surprise that you're looking forward to learning more about?
Well, I can't wait to see Wyatt Langford and just see what that bat looks like. And I'm convinced that he's going to be on the team. I don't know if that's really fair, but the way he played last year in the minor leagues, it certainly looked like, he was right on the cusp. I think they were giving some pretty serious consideration to adding him at some point there in September when things were really spiraling. But I think he just seems to be the kind of guy, right? Carries that confidence and everything else that I don't think he'll skip a beat. I think he'll slide right in and be comfortable. And you add that bat to this lineup, which is all back, and has the addition of Evan Carter, who we got just a glimpse of at the end of the season and then in the postseason. My goodness, they were so good last year. How much better could they be this year? I think this lineup and the additional Langford is just super exciting. And then I think on the pitching front, it's going to be really interesting to see who steps forward. If Dane Dunning can repeat what we saw last year, and then will there be another, let's say, Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter type guy come up along the pitching side of it? A youngster ready to contribute a little bit in that way. I also, they added Danny Duffy this offseason very quietly. And, I don't think a lot of people are falling over themselves to hear about Danny Duffy. But, he had a nice little run there with Kansas City. And this is a guy who could really be, I think, super helpful in the rotation. You're talking about a guy with, 10-plus years of experience in the big leagues and I believe a sub-4 ERA for his career as a starter. So, people don't know a lot about him. They haven't, they don't line up to get the highlights of Danny Duffy every night on TV. But I think that's a very sneaky addition to this team who could have a real impact, especially early in the season while we're waiting for the other guys to get healthy.
How do you feel about some of the bullpen additions? Are you more confident in that as we head into the new season?
So you have to be excited about David Robertson, right? A guy who's closed 175 career saves and just knows the ropes, has a comfort level there, and is really, really good. And the same thing with Kirby Yates, right? A guy who's done it in the past. You add those veteran guys in the mix, and you can exhale a little bit and feel a little bit better. I think that's great. But I really think the story this year for me is still Leclerc, because, and we'll get into it, no doubt, a whole lot more during spring training and then during the regular season. But what happened with Leclerc last year was really unusual at the beginning of the year. It was more than just the neck. It became a sleep thing for him. When the neck seized up on him during spring training or just before, and then they took him out of the World Baseball Classic and they slow played him into the regular season, there was the neck issue, and that was one part of it. But what happened was he was really having trouble sleeping, and that sleep became a really debilitating part of his daily routine. He was struggling mightily with that, and it affected everything. It took him a long time to get it sorted out, but when he did and was healthy and it was getting rest again, well, the velocity gets back up above 96 miles per hour. He became a lockdown stud. And I just think if he's healthy again, and if he's got all that stuff sorted out, I think what we saw in the postseason is not a mirage at all. I think it's maybe at long last the Leclerc that we thought we saw several years ago when they signed him to that 4-year deal. So I'm really excited to see how he responds this year. I think it's going to be great. But I think the addition of Robertson and Yates certainly help and give you some confidence. But I still think this is Leclerc's breakout year this year. That's what I'm kind of hoping for.
How fired up were you hearing Adolis Garcia say, "Yeah, we're running this thing back"? He was guaranteeing a repeat.
That's the thing. Like the last couple months, going back to Caravan Days in January, and then the awards dinner and Fan Fest, just talking to the guys, bumping into them. I expected maybe a little more of the hangover euphoria, right? Just talking about reliving this moment or that moment. But it wasn't that way at all. And I was kind of almost taken aback by it. I thought, man, these guys, goodness, a little serious. But no, they really are locked in. I don't know what it is, if they feel like they've got still something to prove from last year. I mean, they won the World Series, for crying out loud. But they are really focused on, like you say, running it back. I think they feel like they could be better this year, and maybe now that they've taken the path and seen what that requires, maybe it's given them more confidence. I'm not real sure what it is, but I think they're very intent on building more than just an exciting year and a World Series title, and making this more of a dynasty of sorts. So that starts this year. It starts this weekend with games during spring training. But there's a very dogged determination in this group to make sure that they come back out this year and show that same level of excellence, achievement, and success again. So I think it's super exciting.
How important is it, just the depth of having guys like Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith? You're already seeing the infield injuries with Corey Seager and the Jungle Cat himself, Mr. Josh Young. But having guys like Duran and Josh Smith that can fill in. And what's your expectations for Ezekiel Duran this year?
Well, I don't know. Because it came apart on him a little bit there at the end of the year. He was so good for so long, but then it caught up to him. And all the while, when things were going great, it kind of ran counter to what you would expect for a guy who chased as much as he did, who didn't show that same kind of discipline that we saw up and down the rest of the lineup so consistently. It begs some explanation as to how he was having that success. Well, it eventually caught up to him, right? And he struggled a little bit there at the end. Will he make adjustments? Does he need to make adjustments? I don't know. Did he just get tired? Those things we're going to find out, but it's going to be a big deal. And to your initial question about, what about the depth? How important is it? I mean, it's enormous. And we saw it last year when guys stepped in, when Seager went down, whatever the case, when you have injuries, you have to have guys who can come in and contribute. And now the lineup's good and deep in such a way that I think even if a guy does struggle a little bit, you can work around it. But it's going to be very important that Josh Smith and that Ezekiel Duran and those guys are prepared to step in and perform at that level every day. And that is what made them champs last year. Even think about it, if you want. I mean, it was right at the very end, but when Garcia got hurt in the postseason and Jankowski filled in the last couple of games out there in right field. And you're like, wow, when a guy like Garcia goes down, especially with the postseason he was having, you think, well, that's devastating. But Jankowski comes in that first game, has a big double, 2 hits. I mean, he's turning in a great performance, and that's, to me, that was the story of last year, was all the guys who weren't the frontline starters or superstars who had big years and contributed in a big way. That depth, you just can't win over the course of a long season and postseason without having contributions from those guys. So it's going to be obviously very important, and hopefully not too long into the regular season, right? Hopefully those guys in Young and Seager are back quickly, and it won't be anything more than just an interruption during spring training. But if it is more than that, then it's going to be critical that those guys are ready to go.
Yeah, great call on Janko, man. That's the ultimate championship glue guy right there. Got to have a guy like that. Dave Raymond with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Before we let you out of here, Dave, I'd like to play a little game with you called Name That Ranger. I have just, by way of a hint, I have a few seconds of analysis. This is of a current Ranger, and this is courtesy of Jared Sandler. Are you ready to play this game?
Oh, it sounds great, yeah.
Okay, now if you don't get the answer right, it's okay. I'm not going to give you the answer. We will play this game in perpetuity until you get the correct one, okay? You have one guess at this. Here is your hint. Take it away, Jared Sandler.
What he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
Holy smokes.
Need to hear that one more time?
Vivid description, Dave.
I mean, it's pretty clear, but now let's run that back one more time.
Okay.
What he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
One guess, Dave.
Wow. I mean, let's go with Adolis Garcia.
That's a really good guess, Dave. Really good guess. It is not the answer we were looking for, though, and we will welcome you back into this game next time.
Oh, that is fantastic. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Have a great time,
All right, guys,
Dave. We'll see you out there. There he goes, the great Dave Raymond here, TV voice of your Texas Rangers on 105.3 The Fan, and that's going to be an all-timer right there. Of course, it was Wyatt Langford's upper leg muscles, right? The quadriceps.
The teardrop, I think. It's really, really impressive there. Not skipping leg day, but we are not going to reveal that answer to any guest that we play that game with until they themselves get it correct.
All right, we will step aside. We are going to come back with the Expressway. We'll take you commercial-free to the top. LA Live at 5:40. So we're going to get Sandler's thoughts about the Texas Rangers, and Hot Stove is tonight, 7 to 8 here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through The Fan.